Lin Hao awakened a new profession in humanity, the Bug Tamer, that he unlocked the king of insects, enabling him to traverse the insect realm and form contracts with various divine insects. His first spirit insect, the golden-eating bug, devours all, impervious to water and fire. A career with a death sentence at the outset? Absolutely not. My army of golden-eating bugs sweeps through dungeons and challenges. Exploration, raids, caves, secret realms, abysses, forbidden zones, each a terrifying land of death. Yet they become Lin Hao's sanctum for leveling up and treasure hunting. Is the golden-eating bug too terrifying? There are also a billion purple lightning mayflies. What the heck, there's even the ancient exotic insect, the blood-sucking mosquito. Ancient exotic insects? There are many, like the Nine-Yin bee and the thousand-eyed dragonfly. Let them all emerge. Under the army of insects, deities are reduced to mere bones. Even demons kneel, weeping bitterly. Bug Tamer. Nay, I am the walking sovereign of the insect race. Chapter 1. E-rank bug breeder and the insect king system. A colossal black stone tablet for class advancement stood tall, surrounded by a throng of people. The atmosphere buzzing with anticipation and tension, heavy with the weight of destiny. In Yang City, at the 8th High School, the annual vocational awakening ceremony for senior students was underway, the air thick with anxiety, expectation, and the gravity of imminent fate. Zhang Shan, B-rank combat profession, assassin. Li Si, D-rank combat profession, archer. Wang Wu, C-rank combat profession, boxer. One by one, students queued to undergo their transformations. Declarations rang out continuously, some rejoicing while others despaired. Students awakening to D and E-rank low-tier combat professions bore ashen faces and dim gazes, as if their futures had already been shrouded in dust. Amidst the crowd, Lin Hao stood quietly in a corner, his figure tall, yet slightly lean, calmly observing the awakening stone tablet, the corners of his mouth slightly pursed. Having traversed this realm for 3 years, he understood the laws of power in this world all too well that a century ago, a portal to another realm opened, unleashing countless malevolent creatures that ravaged humanity. Civilization endured through great calamities, ultimately relying on the powers awakened in various professions to defend cities and survive amid the threats of the wilderness and secret realms. Thus, upon reaching 18, one must undergo awakening, with professions ranked from high to low as follows: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. High-tier combat professions serve as humanity's backbone against malevolent entities, enjoying the utmost honor and resources. Next, Ning-Yuan-si. As this name was called, all eyes turned instantly to focus on her. Ning-Yuan-si, the daughter of the deputy city lord of Yang City, hailed from a family of formidable professionals. With stunning beauty and exceptional talent, she was one of the most anticipated students of the year. She walked gracefully onto the stage, placing her hand upon the awakening stone tablet. Blinding lightning erupted from the stone tablet, illuminating the entire square. S-rank, an S-rank combat profession, Thunder God. The officiating teacher's voice trembled with excitement. The square erupted into a frenzy. S-rank. This signified a true genius, heralding an infinitely bright future, destined to be coveted by top academies. Principal Mo Rin suddenly rose, his face aglow with uncontainable joy, nodding repeatedly. Excellent. Excellent. UNC, you are indeed the pride of the Ning family, and a source of pride for our 8th High. Surrounding teachers cast envious and admiring glances. Feeling the surging power of the thunder within her, Ning UNC's exquisite face blossomed with a confident, almost haughty smile. Her gaze instinctively swept across the crowd, pausing briefly in Lin Hao's direction, with a hint of subtle inquiry. Having once set Lin Hao's sister, Lin Dong, as her target, she naturally held a measure of interest in Lin Hao. Lin Dong had been one of the most outstanding students at the 8th High, breaking numerous records. Cheers and praises continued for quite some time before gradually subsiding. Next, Lin Hao. This name stirred a ripple across the previously settled scene. All gazes turned towards the lean youth, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and immense expectation. Principal Mo Rin's eyes shone with particular fervor, his body leaning forward involuntarily. Lin Dong's brother. His sister had been an SS rank prodigy 2 years prior. How could he possibly be any less? He secretly hoped for another SS rank to emerge from the 8th High, creating new history. Lin Hao took a deep breath and calmly ascended the stage. His heartbeat quickened slightly, not from anxiety, but from an insatiable thirst for power. He needed a powerful profession. He must. Placing his palm against the cold stone tablet, a faint light flickered to life, though it paled in comparison to Ning UNC's brilliance. The glow gradually coalesced, ultimately revealing a few lines of text upon the stone tablet. Combat profession, bug breeder. Rank, E-rank. Talent skill, insect contract. Able to contract insects and use them as combat bugs. E-rank. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone was stunned. The anticipated SS rank had not materialized. Not even an A or B rank, but the lowest E rank combat profession. Bug breeder. Ha! Bug breeder? Isn't that no different from a life profession? Will you be raising bugs on a farm from now on? After the silence, laughter and discussions erupted uncontrollably. Are you expecting to raise a few mantises to fight? Will they be serving the monsters a feast? TSK. Truly, the offspring of a dragon produces varied offspring. While the sister is a shadow dancer soaring above, the brother resembles a mere insect. Mockery and chatter pierced Lin Hao like icy needles from the stage. Principal Mo Ren's smile had completely frozen. The disappointment was palpable. He gazed at the still calm Lin Hao, opened his mouth, but ultimately only sighed in resignation. Attempting to console him, he said, Lin Hao, do not lose heart. E-rank is still a combat profession. Bug breeder.um. There have been historical instances of bug breeders raising high-tier combat bugs like the iron-armored centipede, repelling monster sieges and protecting cities. Yet his consolation felt so hollow and powerless. Among the crowd, Ning-Yuan furrowed her delicate brows as she regarded Lin Hao. Her inquiry transformed into a faint pity, even a touch of sympathy. She truly hadn't anticipated that Lin Dong's brother would yield such a result. After all, Lin Dong's achievements adorned the school's honor roll, inspiring students to strive for excellence. Due to Ning Yuan's usual attention towards Lin Hao, the hostile gaze of her pursuer, Yu Dapeng, a wealthy second-generation and school bully, now born unmistakably mocking, smiled. He had awakened an A-rank profession, the shield bearer. Though it involved taking hits, it was undeniably a high-tier combat profession to, our genius brother, an E-rank bug breeder. How impressive. Should you come work at my family's breeding farm? You could specialize in feeding bugs. Ha! His entourage erupted in laughter. Lin Hao descended from the stage, his expression impassive as he listened to it all. The transformation ceremony continued. Lin Hao lowered his head slightly. His father had ventured into the abyss 5 years prior as a human powerhouse, never to return, and his mother succumbed to despair shortly thereafter. When he arrived in this world, it was his frail yet resilient sister, Lin Dong, who guided him through the chaos of the lower strata, struggling to survive. They fought against street thugs, barely scraping by. 2 years ago, it was here that his sister awakened the astonishing SS rank combat profession, Shadow Dancer. She was specially recruited by the prestigious Jingsheng Qingbei Martial Arts University, becoming the school's pride in nearly 2 decades. Yet a year ago, she vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated from the world. Lin Hao harbored an unwavering belief that his sister would not easily succumb to despair. He yearned for strength, compelled to journey to the capital, determined to gain admission into Tsinghua or Peking University, to locate her, and to safeguard her. This fervent desire surged within him like molten lava, bubbling beneath his calm exterior. Ding! Host's intense will detected. Current profession level 2 low. Insect King system binding in progress. Binding successful. Commencing optimization of host profession. Optimization complete. Optimized to debut SSS profession. Insect Tamer. System loading initialization. 1. A series of cold and enigmatic mechanical sounds echoed unexpectedly in the depths of his mind. Lin Hao's pupils constricted sharply. His heart raced violently. SSS level. A rank never before seen in human history. A pinnacle reached. In this system, the stream of information continued to load slowly as the entire class transition ceremony concluded. With steady strides, Lin Hao made his way homeward. He was genuinely eager to discover the formidable capabilities bestowed by the profession the system had granted him. Chapter 2. SSS rank Insect Tamer. A phenomenon shakes the entire city. Before him stood a particularly dilapidated low-rise house. As he pushed open the creaking wooden door, a faint musty odor and the scent of dust assailed his senses. The interior was bare and sparsely furnished, yet it was his sole refuge from the storm. He took a deep breath, seeking to calm his tumultuous mind. Initialization of the Insect King system complete. Host's occupational structure optimization complete. Congratulations, host. Your profession has been promoted to SSS rank combat profession, hidden, Insect Tamer. A surge of immense, indescribable power seemed to erupt from the void, washing over his limbs and bones in an instant. Lin Hao let out a muffled groan, feeling every cell in his body quiver, exult, and metamorphose. His previously malnourished and slightly frail physique felt as though it had been infused with boundless energy. His muscle fibers restructured, his bones grew resilient, and his mental acuity expanded at an unprecedented pace. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, sensing an extraordinary strength coursing through him. This was far beyond the physique of a mere E-rank bug breeder. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Detected host's occupational characteristics, activating talent skills. Talent skills activation successful. Acquired SSS rank talent. Insect enhancement, level 1. When the contracted insect is a common species, all attributes are boosted by 5-fold. If it is an ancient extraordinary species, the enhancement is 10-fold, with additional bonuses to attack and defense. Acquired SSS rank talent. Position swap. The host can exchange positions with any contracted insect within perceptible range, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Acquired SSS rank talent. Insect Realm Traversal. For every 10 levels the host ascends, they gain 3 opportunities to traverse into the insect realm, with the duration of each stay correlating to the host's mental strength. A torrent of information flooded his mind, each talent's effect causing Lin Hao's heart to race. A tenfold enhancement. This meant that even if he contracted the weakest insect, it would transform into a formidable combat machine. The position swap skill was a veritable lifesaver. Whether dodging lethal attacks or executing strategic ambushes, it was utterly remarkable. But what was this insect realm? Was it teeming with powerful insects? If he traversed there, could he contract them as his battle insects? Just as his consciousness focused on the phrase insect realm, attempting to grasp its significance, an overwhelming phenomenon, indescribable by words, erupted without warning, centered around him. Boom! The entire world dimmed in an instant. A colossal 100-meter-wide, dark green pillar of light, infused with an ominous and chilling aura, shot skyward from the humble abode where Lin Hao resided, piercing the heavens. Within the light, countless massive, grotesque, and bizarre insect phantoms flickered in and out of existence. They roared and bellowed, tearing at each other, exuding an overwhelming, savage aura capable of shattering the will of any living being. Buzz. All insects in Yang City, whether the meticulously bred exotic insects of the affluent districts, the cockroaches and mosquitoes lurking in the sewers of the slums, or the mutated insects roaming the wilds outside the city, fell into a frenzied agitation at that moment. They broke free from their restraints, emerging from their nests, undulating and crawling towards Lin Hao's location in a silent, yet grandiose homage. The inhabitants of Yang City suddenly looked upwards in unison. What was happening? Why had the sky darkened? What was that pillar of light? Such a terrifying aura. Had monsters besieged the city? Run. Insects. So many insects have gone mad. Within Yang City, after a brief silence, an unprecedented panic and chaos erupted. Ordinary citizens, filled with trepidation, hurriedly sought refuge in their homes, trembling in fear. Low-ranking professionals, sensing an imminent threat, grasped their weapons yet remained oblivious to the source of danger. Such a terrifying pressure. Was it emanating from the impoverished district in the west? In the city lord's mansion, a powerful figure suddenly stood, eyes sharp as lightning. The energy levels were undetectable, far exceeding S rank. Dispatch someone to investigate immediately. Hurry. At the Education Bureau, higher-ups were in turmoil, phones ringing incessantly. All military personnel on high alert. Recon teams mobilized. Confirm if this is related to any anomalies in the Abyssal Passage. At this moment, the principal of the 8th Middle School, Mo Run, and the teachers who had just concluded the awakening ceremony were preparing to return when they witnessed this earth-shattering spectacle, feeling its profound impact. That direction, Mo Ren's face turned pale as he pointed toward the black pillar of light. Could that energy fluctuation indicate another S rank? No. This was far more terrifying than Ning Yuan's awakening. Could it be an SS rank? Even, he dared not think further. In previous years, there had been rare instances where students, not fully awakened at the transference platform, experienced delays. We must head there immediately. We must ascertain which student, or rather, which esteemed figure, was responsible for this. They promptly turned their vehicle around, racing toward the impoverished district in the west at breakneck speed. The anomaly gradually receded into Lin Hao's body. Outside, the skies were clear, as if nothing had transpired. Inside the humble abode, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the tumultuous, yet reined in power within him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Half an hour later, he distinctly sensed several potent presences approaching nearby. Lin Hao understood that these individuals had undoubtedly been drawn to his phenomenon. Trouble. An SSS rank profession was too astonishing. He did not wish to attract attention. He only wanted to complete the martial arts examination in half a month and then seek out his sister in the capital. He wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Inside his dwelling, he heard numerous inquiries from nearby individuals knocking on doors. Yet, time and again, no one seemed to notice his small, cramped abode. After a long while, Lin Hao, are you inside? Open the door. It was Principal Mo's voice. Mo Run had visited for a home visit before. Principal, is that you? Lin Hao opened the door. Mo Run, urgency in his tone, asked, Lin Hao, did you witness anything unusual just now? Perhaps a black light? Or hear any strange sounds? Sense any peculiar auras? His eyes were filled with anticipation and scrutiny. At this, a hint of bitterness and self-deprecation crossed Lin Hao's face as he shook his head. Unusual? I just awakened an E-rank profession, and my mood is quite poor. I came back and lay down, noticing nothing. The individuals behind Mo Rin scanned the room, finding it bare and devoid of any anomalies, even the remnants of energy absent. Upon seeing Lin Hao's lost and dejected demeanor, it seemed impossible that he could be connected to the awe-inspiring phenomenon that had just transpired. Mo Rin sighed, patting Lin Hao's shoulder. Alas, Lin Hao, don't be disheartened. Occupational rank does not define everything. I still hope you can take your sister as a role model and strive diligently. The attention of those behind began to shift elsewhere. Let us ask the neighboring houses. Expand the search area. Watching their retreating figures, the bewilderment and bitterness on Lin Hao's face vanished in an instant, replaced by his usual calm demeanor, though a deeper cold glimmer had intensified in his eyes. The mention of his sister, inadvertently brought up by Mo Run, once again pierced his nerves. No news from Qingbei Martial Arts University. Power. He needed to acquire strength at a faster pace. He closed the door, his gaze fixed upon the system interface. Host, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bug Tamer, SSS grade. Level, 1. Strength, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 30. Constitution, 15. Talented skills, Bug Enhancement, Level 1. Position Swap, Cooling Down, Insect Realm Traversal, usable times at Level 110, 33. Current pet, none. Insect Realm Traversal, Lin Hao murmured to himself, his eyes honing in on this skill. An instinctual realization dawned upon him. This was the key to his rapid ascension in strength. Chapter 3. Traversing the Insect Realm. The Bewildered Beetle. That night, the networks and public discourse in Yang City erupted with fervor. Breaking news. An unknown level awakening phenomenon has emerged in Yang City, suspected to be of SS grade or even higher. A black pillar of light envelopes the western part of the city, with myriad insects paying homage, blessing, or curse. Expert analysis. The energy fluctuations are unprecedented in history, possibly linked to the interdimensional portals opening a century ago. Is a mysterious powerhouse concealed within our city? The military has already initiated an investigation. Various speculations ran rampant, yet none would connect this earth-shattering phenomenon with the impoverished youth from 8th Middle School, who had just awakened as a Level E bug keeper. After a considerable duration, as the outside world finally quieted, Lin Hao took a deep breath. Activate, Insect Realm Traversal. In a flash of white light, he vanished from his abode. Following a brief sensation of spatial distortion, Lin Hao found himself in a completely alien environment. Towering, oddly shaped plants loomed overhead, their trunks cloaked in thick, slippery moss. The air was heavy with the pungent scent of decaying matter and a primal essence that sent shivers down his spine. Is this the insect realm? His mental energy began to deplete rapidly, akin to a floodgate being swung open. Lin Hao calculated calmly. With his current meager Level 1 mental strength, he could only sustain himself here for 5 minutes. At that moment, a faint rustling sound piqued his awareness. Lin Hao turned towards the noise, his pupils narrowing slightly. Ahead, under the shadow of a gigantic purple mushroom, lay a colossal mantis, nearly as tall as an adult. Its compound eyes glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, and its serrated forelimbs resembled the sides of death itself. If he could form a contract with this mantis, it would undoubtedly sweep through the impending novice training secret realm. Time was of the essence. He immediately activated the Bug Tamer's basic skill, Insect Contract. An invisible, taming wave of mental energy surged towards the mantis. A flicker of confusion crossed its compound eyes. The energy of the contract seemed to be taking effect. Lin Hao could feel his mental energy accelerating towards depletion. Just as the contract was on the verge of completion, the giant mantis emitted a sharp screech. Its eyes filled with fury and defiance. The ferocity of the predator completely overwhelmed the meager bond of affinity. This is bad. The contract has failed. Lin Hao was taken aback. Almost simultaneously, the mantis transformed into a streak of emerald lightning, its sharp forelimbs slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at Lin Hao's head. Its speed was astonishing. Lin Hao's heart sank. However, he had been mentally prepared. Contracting with high-level or ferocious insects was no trivial matter. Retreat, he shouted without hesitation. Just as the deathly scythe was about to graze his forehead, his body transformed into a flash of white light, abruptly vanishing from the insect realm. Bang! Lin Hao fell back onto the cold concrete floor of his home, beads of cold sweat forming at his temples. He gasped for breath, replaying the harrowing scene in his mind. High agility, high attack insects, fiercely resistant. Given my current mental strength and the contract skill level, the success rate of forcibly contracting is exceedingly low, and the risks are immense. He analyzed and summarized calmly. After resting for about half an hour, feeling his mental energy fully restored, he prepared for another attempt at insect realm traversal. This time, the scene before him was entirely different. No longer was it a dim forest, but rather an endless, desolate plain shrouded in muted hues. The ground was cracked and parched, with only a few sparse blades of withered grass trembling in the wind. Before Lin Hao could thoroughly observe his surroundings, his breath caught in his throat at the sight before him. On the horizon, two colossal creatures were locked in a frenzied battle. One was a serpent-like soft-bodied worm, composed of countless segments, stretching several thousand meters in length, causing the earth to rumble as it writhed. Its opponent consisted of several gigantic armored beetles, clashing their tusks with a sound like metal striking metal. The aftermath of their battle stirred fierce winds, whipping up clouds of dust and debris. Lin Hao instantly discerned that this was a realm far beyond his current capacity to engage. Even being grazed by a mere fraction of the residual force could reduce him to nothingness. He held his breath, concealing himself to the utmost, lying low like a rock, and observed silently. As the 5 minutes elapsed, he transformed once more into white light and returned. Only one opportunity for traversal remained. Lin Hao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused intently, striving to restore his mental energy. His expression remained calm, but the tightness of his lips betrayed the gravity of his thoughts. The first two attempts yielded nothing, only deepening his awareness of his own insignificance and the vast dangers of the insect realm. This final opportunity could not afford to be squandered. Should he fail again, he would be left without any insects to utilize. The martial examination. Seeking his sister would become mere talk. Having adjusted his state, he initiated insect realm traversal for the third time, his final attempt for the present stage. A scorching wave of heat rushed towards him, distorting the air due to the high temperature. Beneath his feet lay dark, hard volcanic rock, with the distant mouth of a massive volcano faintly glowing with a dark red hue, as if it could erupt at any moment. This was a region forbidden to life. A profound silence enveloped the area, devoid of any signs of life. As seconds ticked by, for minutes passed, and Lin Hao's mental energy was once again on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, he had not glimpsed even a shadow of an insect. Was this final opportunity destined to end in failure as well? Even Lin Hao's stoic demeanor could not suppress a flicker of anxiety within. A beetle-like flying insect wobbled past him. Suddenly, Lin Hao felt an intriguing pull of mental energy. This beetle was the size of a fist, its shell hard and resilient. It cast a curious glance at Lin Hao, but did not linger, continuing its flight forward. Remarkably, even in such a harsh environment, some insects managed to survive. However, this beetle did not appear formidable. Alas, to encounter such a weak insect on his last chance for traversal? To capture or not? If he chose not to, he would undoubtedly have to wait until reaching level 10 for another opportunity. There was no time for hesitation. Lin Hao immediately activated Insect Contract on the seemingly harmless little beetle. A wave of mental energy unique to Bug Tamers effortlessly merged into the beetle's mental sea. There was no sign of resistance. A small, warm mental link was established within Lin Hao's consciousness. The insect hesitated for a moment, halting its flight, and then seemed to offer no struggle. Or rather, it appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly just awakened from slumber, still unclear about its circumstances. Bound by a contract with Lin Hao. Contract successful, it became Lin Hao's cherished insect. Upon returning to reality, Lin Hao immediately turned his gaze to his side. There lay a dark golden beetle. In the feeble light filtering through the window, its shell shimmered with a barely perceptible metallic luster. At that moment, it was no longer disoriented. As Lin Hao observed closely, he realized that the creature bore no resemblance to the hasty impression he had formed earlier. Its body was the size of 2 palms, not particularly large. Yet its shell exuded a cold, dark sheen, adorned with sinister runes, as if inscribed with the curses of hell. Within the compound eyes on either side of its head burned an eerie flame. Its mandibles resembled 2 curved scythes, producing a chilling clicking sound, as if heralding an impending bloodbath. Is this the insect I contracted from another realm? At that moment, he could finally view the insect's information. Golden Devourer. A rare creature born in the ancient times, capable of consuming all that exists, possessing a hard shell with formidable defensive capabilities, impervious to water and fire. An ancient marvel? Golden Devourer? Chapter 4. Do you know? I can eliminate you at any moment. Lin Hao's thoughts stirred, and the system panel unfolded before him. Pet insect, Golden Devourer, ancient variant larval form. Level, 1. Strength, 20, 180. Agility, 1090. Spirit, 1090. Constitution, 20, 180. Skill, Devour, passive. Note, enhanced by the master's innate abilities, level 1. All attributes receive a 10-fold increase. Lin Hao's pupils constricted sharply, even with prior expectations. The attributes after the 10-fold augmentation delivered a profound shock. At level 1, its base attributes had already surpassed those of ordinary professionals by several folds, even dozens. Especially the strength and constitution, soaring to an astounding 200 points after enhancement, indicated that this fist-sized golden beetle possessed destructive power comparable to that of a combat professional at level 10 or beyond, alongside defensive capabilities that far exceeded theirs. Summon. In an instant, the space beside him rippled with 10 subtle waves, and 9 identical golden devourers, radiating a faint golden metallic sheen, silently emerged. They emitted an exceedingly soft rustling sound, surrounding Lin Hao and conveying a vague sense of affection and obedience. Indeed, the number of summoned creatures was tied to the level. As a level 1, he could summon only 10. However, as his level increased, this number would reach a terrifying magnitude. Even the current 10 were formidable enough to defy the heavens. Off to the novice training secret realm, would he not then dominate all? Half a month later, during the martial arts examination, Lin Hao's sister at Qingbei Martial Arts University clenched her fist silently. Today, the school had organized a trip for battle professionals to the novice training secret realm. After an hour of bumpy travel, they arrived at the entrance plaza of the Dark Forest in Yang City. The air buzzed with excitement as senior students who had just completed their job transitions gathered here. Some exhilarated, others anxious, the atmosphere thick with a mix of anticipation and unease. In the novice secret realm, Enhancing one's strength to prepare for the grand martial arts examination was the goal for everyone. A striking figure, surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity, held a magnificent silver staff adorned with blue gemstones, standing out remarkably. It was Ning-Yuan-si, who had awakened as an S-rank profession, the Thunder God. She was surrounded by admirers and classmates seeking to form teams, akin to a moon amidst a sea of stars. Her gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately settling on Lin Hao, who stood alone in a corner, seemingly out of place. A frown creased her brow as she recalled the illustrious senior, Lin Dong, whom she once aspired to emulate. Glancing at Lin Hao, who shared her surname, yet had only awakened an E-rank profession, a twinge of complex emotions surfaced within her, perhaps regret, or a barely discernible hint of pity stemming from her sense of superiority. She parted the crowd and approached Lin Hao, her voice cool, yet imbued with a patronizing concern. Lin Hao, although the Dark Forest is merely a novice dungeon, venturing alone remains perilous. My team has one spot left. You may join us, responsible for reconnaissance or auxiliary support. This statement immediately captured the attention of those nearby. Many looked at Lin Hao with envy, recognizing that clasping onto the coattails of an S-rank powerhouse was undoubtedly the quickest and safest route to success. However, Lin Hao merely lifted his gaze, his tone calm and unyielding, devoid of any tremor. Thank you, but there is no need. Ning-Yuan-si was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a straightforward refusal, devoid of even a polite excuse. One of her followers immediately scoffed. TSK, truly ungrateful. Miss Ning extends her kindness, and you, an E-rank Bug Tamer, still dare to refuse? Ning-Yuan-si raised her hand to silence her follower. Looking at Lin Hao, her frown deepened. Lin Hao, tackling a dungeon solo as an E-rank is inefficient and fraught with danger. If your sister were to find out, I know what I am doing. Lin Hao interrupted her. His voice remained steady, yet carried an unassailable resolve. I will forge my own path. The unceremonious refusal in front of everyone left Ning-Yuan-si feeling flustered. The fleeting pity within her was swiftly replaced by irritation. She cast Lin Hao a deep glance, her tone turning frigid, stubborn. I hope you do not regret this later. With that, she turned and departed, the arcs of electricity around her seemingly agitated. This scene was precisely witnessed by Yu Dapeng, who had just arrived at the plaza. As the heir of the Yu family, awakened as an A-rank shield master, he donned resplendent golden armor that shone conspicuously in the sunlight, flanked by 7 or 8 equally well-bred subordinates. He had long harbored feelings for Ning-Yuan-si and had been displeased by her apparent interest in Lin Hao. Now, seeing her extend an invitation to Lin Hao only to be spurned, he felt he had found the perfect opportunity to make a display. Who could be more suitable than Lin Hao, who resided in a slum, awakened as an E-rank useless profession, with a missing sister? Yu Dapeng swaggered, blocking Lin Hao's path. A blatant smirk plastered across his face. Oh, isn't this the renowned Bug Tamer Lin Hao from our 8th middle school? Yu Dapeng's voice boomed, deliberately attracting the attention of everyone around. What is this? The goddess Ning extends her kindness, and you dare to turn it down? The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Countless eyes honing in on the spectacle, brimming with excitement at the unfolding drama. Many who had mocked Lin Hao the previous day now wore expressions of schadenfreude. An E-rank grandmaster. Your profession is undoubtedly more promising than your sister's. Are you planning to go work at a breeding base to feed pigs? Or perhaps on a farm to raise chickens? My family S group owns a large pig farm, and we just happen to need a supervisor. Consider it a reward. Laughter erupted from his followers, filled with sycophantic glee. Brother Peng speaks the truth. An E-rank should recognize their own limitations. A supervisor at a pig farm, how fitting. Perhaps you might even raise a combat chicken? Too bad it's destined to be a meal for someone else. The mockery poured forth like sewage. At last, Lin Hao halted in his tracks. He lifted his head, his gaze calmly meeting the twisted face of Yu Dapeng, whose delight was palpable. These petty taunts were of no consequence to him. The only thing that truly mattered was his sister. Do you wish to die? A frigid voice, akin to the chilling ice of the polar regions, abruptly severed Yu Dapeng's unfinished words and the cacophony of laughter that surrounded him. Lin Hao's gaze shifted, imbued with a profound, unfathomable coldness, as the temperature in the vicinity seemed to plummet several degrees. Yu Dapeng was momentarily daunted by the sudden, icy aura. Yet his indignation quickly transformed into rage. Relying on his status as an A-grade meat shield and his wealthy lineage, he defiantly declared, I say, your sister Lin Dong might very well be dead. Buzz. Before his words could fully dissipate, 2 shafts of golden light erupted unexpectedly from Lin Hao's side, moving with such speed that they left behind only an afterimage. The onlookers barely had time to comprehend the spectacle, only to hear a sickening crunch that made their teeth ache. The seemingly impenetrable golden armor adorning Yu Dapeng's chest was pierced with 2 fist-sized holes by 2 peculiar insects, scattering metallic debris in all directions. This was soon followed by Yu Dapeng's horrific scream, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. The 2 beams of golden light did not cease after breaching the armor. They proceeded to gnaw at his flesh, leaving behind 2 gaping, blood-soaked wounds that exposed bone. They were none other than the voracious gold-eating insects. clinging to Yu Dapeng's armor. Their mandibles clicked ominously, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. Silence enveloped the crowd. All laughter, mockery, and schadenfreude instantaneously froze on every face, morphing into sheer shock and terror. What manner of monstrosity was this? Insects wielded by an E-class insect tamer? How could they so effortlessly rend apart the Yu family's golden armor and inflict such harrowing injury? Ning-Yuanxi's eyes widened in disbelief, her grip on the silver staff tightening instinctively as her expression reflected her incredulity. She finally understood the foundation of Lin Hao's refusal. Yet this power far exceeded her comprehension of insect tamers. Yu Dapeng collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by excruciating pain and an unprecedented fear of death. He could distinctly sense the chilling murderous intent radiating from the two terrifying insects. His entourage, stricken with fear, had already retreated, none daring to approach or assist him, lest they become the next target of those horrifying creatures. Lin Hao approached the quivering, prostrate Yu Dapeng with deliberate steps, gazing down upon him with an unyielding coldness in his eyes, void of anger, devoid of triumph, merely an indifferent scrutiny. Do you understand? I could extinguish your life at any moment. Chapter 5. The Novice Secret Realm commences, instantaneous slaughter. I'm sorry, Lin Hao. Brother Hao. I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken thoughtlessly. I'm foolish. Spare me. Please spare me. Yu Dapeng wept profusely, his words tumbling out in a desperate plea, utterly devoid of his earlier arrogance. At that moment, a formidable presence rapidly approached. Stop. What is happening? Principal Mo Rin arrived just in time, evidently alerted by the commotion. Upon witnessing the scene, the shattered armor, the bloodied and screaming Yu Dapeng, the hovering, eerie golden insects, the impassive Lin Hao, and the terrified students surrounding them, he swiftly grasped the majority of the situation. Mo Rin first cast a shocked glance at the two ominous gold-eating insects, then turned his gaze to the composed Lin Hao, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. This was far beyond the power of an E-class insect tamer. A wild yet exhilarating hypothesis that had surged to the forefront of his mind yesterday now threatened to resurface, but he swiftly suppressed it. Taking a deep breath, he regarded Lin Hao with a complex expression, one of inquiry and astonishment, which ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. He understood Yu Dapeng's nature and was acutely aware of Lin Hao's sensitive triggers. Lin Hao, please, retract your insects. Mo Rin's voice bore an almost imperceptible dryness. With a mere thought, Lin Hao commanded the two voracious insects to dissolve into golden light and vanish behind him, in a gathering of thousands. It was improper to slay a fellow student, especially one who merely sought to provoke with words. Taking his life was unnecessary. The lesson imparted was sufficient for him to remember. Mo Rin turned his attention to the prostrate Yu Dapeng, his tone stern. Yu Dapeng, did you not provoke and insult Lin Hao and his family first? At that moment, Yu Dapeng dared not refute, enduring the agony and humiliation as he nodded repeatedly. Yes. It was my fault, Principal. I apologize, and I extend my apologies to Lin Hao. Mo Rin snorted derisively. Humph. Relying on your family background and status to bully your classmates, speaking without restraint, you have brought this humiliation upon yourself. He then softened his tone as he addressed Lin Hao. You acted impulsively, but there was a reason behind it. Proceed into the instance. We shall discuss everything after the martial examination. His gaze lingered on Lin Hao, imbued with unspoken sentiments. Lin Hao nodded in agreement with Mo Rin's intervention, casting neither a glance at the collapsed Yu Dapeng nor the surrounding classmates whose eyes reflected a complex mixture of awe and fear. He strode directly toward the swirling light gate leading into the shadowy forest instance. Ning-Yuanxi observed his retreating figure, her expression a tapestry of complexity. The disdain and anger that had once been present vanished, replaced by a profound curiosity and an indescribable sense of shock. For the first time, she perceived that this reticent youth was shrouded in an impenetrable mist, one she could not decipher. With the assistance of his followers, Yu Dapeng clumsily rose to his feet. Watching Lin Hao disappear into the light gate, his eyes filled with trepidation. Yet deep within, a peculiar glimmer flickered. This was not resentment, but rather a distorted reverence. Perhaps even admiration, born from being awed by absolute power. He suddenly contemplated that perhaps aligning himself with this newly emerged powerhouse held greater promise than pursuing Ning-Yuanxi. At that moment, Lin Hao, having stepped through the light gate, found his surroundings transforming abruptly. A damp atmosphere, mingled with the scent of decaying leaves and a faint metallic tang of blood, enveloped him, while unsettling growls echoed from the depths of the dark forest. His expression remained unchanged, save for a fleeting glint of sharpness that flickered in his eyes. Thus began the shadowy forest adventure. 10 voracious gold-eating insects materialized in the void beside him. Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings. They were situated at the periphery of the secret realm, where plains met dense thickets, offering a relatively open vista dominated by low shrubs and resilient grasses. Go, encounter monsters, and eliminate them all. As the command was issued, 10 dark golden streaks shot forth like arrows released from a bow, silently racing in all directions. Their speed was such that they left only afterimages. vanishing into the dense foliage in an instant. Lin Hao shared their vision, an array of fragmented images rapidly assembling and filtering within the calm expanse of his consciousness. Almost immediately after the gold-eating insects dispersed, a target appeared within their shared sight. A level 1 agitated mountain chicken, vibrant feathers adorning its body, pecking at seeds within the underbrush. Its gaze fierce and menacing. Swish. The scene flashed momentarily. One gold-eating insect materialized above the mountain chicken's head, its dark golden form a mere flicker in the dim light. There was no fierce struggle, no piercing cry. The agitated mountain chicken could not even react before its iron-hard skull was devoured, exploding like a ripe watermelon. Red and white matter, along with shards of feathers, splattered across the surrounding foliage. Kill level 1 agitated mountain chicken. Experience gained, 10. The gold-eating insect's mandibles clicked as it swiftly moved toward its next target. Next, within the shared vision, another creature emerged, a level 2 grass wolf. Large and robust like a young calf, with exposed fangs, cautiously lifting its head from the underbrush. In an instant, a dark golden streak collided with its chest like a falling star. Crack! The excruciating sound of bones cracking resonated sharply. The robust ribcage of the grass wolf, capable of withstanding the blows of ordinary blades, crumbled like a mere biscuit before the terrifying force of the golden devouring insect, which had been amplified to a staggering 200 points. In an instant, the entire thoracic cavity collapsed, and the massive body was propelled off the ground by a tremendous surge of kinetic energy, violently crashing into an ancient tree before sliding down limply, meeting its demise. In that fleeting moment, the notifications for experience acquisition flickered rapidly across the screen. Killed level 1 furious mountain chicken, experience 10. Killed level 2 grass wolf, experience 20. Killed level 1 furious mountain chicken, experience 10. Despite Lin Hao's foresight regarding the golden devouring insect's formidable attributes, the sheer velocity of the slaughter still left him astounded. It was akin to a gladiatorial powerhouse pitted against a mere child, an absolute dimensional suppression. Recognizing this, he resolved to maximize efficiency in conquering the novice secret realm. 10 golden devouring insects, akin to tireless, remarkably efficient miniature harvesters, furiously swept across the plains at the periphery of the dim forest. The furious mountain chickens, grass wolves, and even the occasional level 3 porcupine could not hinder them for even a second. Lin Hao's experience bar surged at a visible rate. In under 5 minutes. Buzz. The radiant light of level up flickered around him. Level increased. Current level, 2. Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 20. Pet insect summoning limit increased to 30. Summoning. Another 10 ripples of spatial distortion emanated. 10 brand new, identical dark golden devouring insects appeared at his side, immediately launching themselves at the monsters on the plains. The efficiency of slaughter doubled. Killed level 2 grass wolf, experience 20. Killed level 3 porcupine, experience 30. Killed level 1 furious mountain chicken, experience 10. The speed at which experience points flooded the screen accelerated further, and just minutes later, that familiar warm surge of vitality and strength enveloped him once more. Level increased. Current level, 3. Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 20. Pet insect summoning limit increased to 40. Lin Hao felt the palpable enhancement of his strength and the burgeoning power of his spirit. He summoned another 10 golden devouring insects. With 40 at his command, they unleashed a wider and faster wave of carnage. Remarkably, within just 10 minutes of entering the secret realm, he had ascended 2 levels, soaring directly from level 1 to level 3. This pace would leave any so-called genius utterly speechless. At this moment, most students were just beginning to form their teams and enter the novice secret realm. Were it not for the ample expanse of the secret realm, it was likely that Lin Hao would have already vanquished all the monsters by the time they arrived. Lin Hao's gaze turned towards the deeper, darker recesses of the shadowy forest, where the trees grew taller and denser, the light dimmer, and the distant roars of beasts more menacing. In his mind, he vividly recalled his sister Lin Dong's cool and resolute visage, as well as the record that once astonished the entirety of Jiangning province, ascending 10 levels in just 8 hours. Not fast enough, Lin Hao murmured to himself. If anyone were to break my sister's record, it must be me and no one else. Chapter 6. True Strength Deserves Respect. As Lin Hao commanded his 40 golden devouring insects, resembling a dark golden storm of death, to advance into the denser regions inhabited by level 4 monsters at the opposite end of the secret realm. A terrain strewn with jagged rocks and lowly thorns filled the air with a faint scent of sulfur. This was the territory of the level 2 flame-toothed mouse. Ning-Yuan and her temporarily assembled 5-person team were embroiled in a fierce battle. Lightning chain bind, Ning-Yuan shouted, the sapphire atop her silver staff radiating brightly as a dazzling chain of electric light ensnared 2 flame-toothed mice that were attempting to pounce. These mice, the size of household dogs, wore charred black fur and spewed forth small flames from their mouths, their fangs sharp. Struck by the lightning chain, they convulsed and became paralyzed. Quick, focus fire. A B-level swordsman in the team seized the opportunity, his sword descending with a slicing wind. A sea-level archer hastily readied an arrow to shoot. Meanwhile, two other team members, one a D-level healer anxiously preparing a healing spell, and the other an E-level support class appearing somewhat flustered. Thud, thud, together. They managed to bring down the two paralyzed flame-toothed mice, but the entire endeavor took nearly half a minute, during which the swordsman was scorched by the flames of another flame-toothed mouse in its dying throes, causing him to grimace in pain as the healer quickly cast a minor healing spell. Beads of sweat trickled down Ning-Yuan's smooth forehead, her chest rising and falling slightly. Though the explosive power of the S-level Thunderbolt God was formidable, the consumption was equally immense. Rest for 5 minutes to recover. Ning-Yuan retrieved a bottle of pale blue mental recovery potion, sipping it slowly. Her gaze swept over her somewhat disheveled teammates before involuntarily drifting towards the depths of the forest, her brow furrowing. That Lin Hao was utterly unaware of his own limitations. One of her lackeys, the swordsman who had previously mocked Lin Hao, panted as he complained, "An E-level insect tamer dares to refuse Miss Ning's kindness and act alone? I bet he's either hiding away somewhere or will soon be forced to escape in a panic using a teleportation stone." Ning-Yuan recalled Lin Hao's eyes, which were eerily calm, almost indifferent, and the two strange golden insects that had swiftly torn through Yu Daping's golden armor. A vague sense of unease crept into her heart. Yet, reason reminded her that the ceiling for the insect tamer profession was inherently limited. Even if he stumbled upon a few powerful insects, in this perilous realm that demanded continuous combat, how far could he truly go? Perhaps. Ning-Yuan withdrew her gaze, her tone tinged with an unrecognized complexity. E-level professions struggle to progress. Let us not concern ourselves with him. We must focus on our own objectives. Yu Daping was bracing against a somewhat worn tower shield, enduring the high-pressure water jet emitted by a water arrow frog. Bang! The water jet slammed against the shield with a resounding thud, numbing his arm. Although his golden armor had been punctured by Lin Hao's golden devouring insects, its defensive capabilities remained intact in other areas. Damn it! Strike its eyes! Yu Daping bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Behind him, several lackeys, a C-level fireball sorcerer, and two D-level melee fighters, hurriedly commenced their assault. The fireball whizzed through the air but was skillfully evaded by the water arrow frog, only singeing a small patch of its skin. The two melee lackeys cowered, fearful of being ensnared by poisonous vines or struck by the water arrows. Useless. What are you afraid of? Yu Daping cursed angrily. Just then, a D-level ranger in charge of reconnaissance, nervously scanning the surrounding vines, muttered under his breath, "It's all that Lin Hao's fault. If it weren't for him, Brother Peng's armor wouldn't be damaged, leaving us so passive. His sister must think he's utterly useless for abandoning him. He might have already met his end." "Shut up." Yu Daping spun around abruptly, his gaze fierce as he glared at the lackey before delivering a swift slap across his face. Slap. The sharp sound of the slap left everyone momentarily stunned. The lackey covered his face, eyes wide with fear as he looked at Yu Daping. "Brother Peng? From now on, no more speaking ill of Lin Hao, especially concerning his sister, Lin Dong. Did you hear that?" He gazed at his bewildered underlings, then glanced at the gaping holes in his armor. Such formidable strength deserves reverence. The piercing gaze of Lin Hao from above flashed in his mind, sending a shiver of exhilaration through him. A peculiar sensation surged within, as if he found Lin Hao far more captivating than Ning-Yuan at that moment. Despite being a scion of a nouveau riche family, a dandy surrounded by beautiful women, he had never fancied the aloof Ning-Yuan. However, as the campus belle, he had always believed he could lay claim to her. Yet now, amidst the ensuing conflict, his perspective had shifted. Outside the secret realm, in a vast plaza, the shimmering portal rippled like water. Heads of various schools and officials from the Education Bureau, along with representatives from the City Defense Army, gathered in anticipation. An S-rank. Old MO, your 8th school has truly excelled this year. The principals expressed their admiration for MO Run, their voices laced with envy. Speaking of geniuses, Principal Liu from the 1st high school, the most seasoned among them, stroked his beard and mused, "What remains etched in my memory is that girl Lin Dong from your 8th school, the SS-rank shadow dancer. She was an extraordinary talent. I recall she set the record for leveling up from level 1 to 10 in a mere 8 hours in this novice secret realm. No one has surpassed that to this day. The decisiveness and efficiency she displayed, remarkable." At the mention of Lin Dong, a glimmer of nostalgia and pride flickered in Mo Ren's eyes. Indeed, that child Lin Dong is incredibly self-disciplined and possesses an astounding talent. To grow stronger, she trains relentlessly, almost to the point of self-neglect. His voice lowered, tinged with deep regret. Alas, her brother Lin Hao. Is that the Lin Hao who has only awakened as an E-rank insect tamer? Truly, the offspring of a dragon can be so diverse. The sister, a celestial dragon. While the brother, alas, what a twist of fate. The other principals echoed his sentiments, lamenting the stark disparity between the siblings. Their words steeped in the notion of a strong sister overshadowing a weak brother. Mo Rin sighed heavily as he absorbed their discussions. He could only hope that Lin Hao would emerge safely. Beyond that, he dared not wish for more. Within the secret realm, Lin Hao remained blissfully unaware of the discussions and concerns outside, wholly focused on efficiency. 40 gold-eating worms, resembling 40 harbingers of death, rendered level 4 monsters no more formidable than a level 1 wild chicken. Kill level 4 hedgehog, experience points, 40. Kill level 4 one-eyed rat, experience points, 40. Kill level 4 hedgehog, experience points, 40. The experience bar surged visibly once more. Half an hour later, a familiar warmth and surge of power enveloped him, his bones resonating as his mental strength ascended once again. Level up. Current level, 4. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Mental strength, 20. Insect summoning limit increased to 50. As Lin Hao felt the enhanced strength and burgeoning mental fortitude within him, he did not pause for a moment. Immediately summoning 10 new gold-eating worms to join the fray. These 10 were thrust into the battleground once more. Deep within the plains, level 5 prairie wolves and level 6 two-headed serpents awaited. Lin Hao meticulously charted his route based on the simplistic map and monster distribution he had reviewed prior to entering the secret realm. His sister's record stood at 8 hours. He lowered his head, as if he could see through the ground to the faces outside the realm, filled with either pity or derision. I shall surpass that. With a calm declaration, Lin Hao set forth. Chapter 7. Ning-Yuan's Discovery and Collective Shock. Crossing a relatively sparse thicket, the sulphurous scent in the air was abruptly replaced by a more potent, nauseating stench. Ning-Yuan, accompanied by her slightly rested team, finally entered the area marked on the map as the habitat of the iron-shelled scorpions. Everyone, be cautious. The iron-shelled scorpions possess formidable defenses, and their stingers are venomous. Ning-Yuan gripped her silver staff tightly, small arcs of electricity dancing around her. The team members heightened their vigilance, with swordsmen at the forefront, archers in the middle, and healers and support at the rear, advancing in a battle formation. However, contrary to expectations of encountering swarms of iron-shelled scorpions wielding massive pincers and glimmering, lethal stingers, the area lay eerily silent. Only the wind whistled through the rocky crevices, accompanied by an intensely strong scent of blood that was almost overwhelming. What is going on? Wasn't it said there were many scorpions here? Someone murmured in confusion, as they climbed a gently sloping earthen rise. The scene below rendered the entire squad as if petrified, frozen in place. Gasp! The sound of cold breaths echoed amidst them. Before their eyes lay not a nest of iron-shelled scorpions, but a gruesome battlefield. Scattered across their line of sight were the dismembered remains of iron-shelled scorpions. Thickly strewn, layered upon one another, extending to the horizon, they formed a chilling dark brown carpet mixed among the grayish-brown rocks and thorns. These once renowned level 3 magical creatures, known for their defensive prowess and iron-like shells, now lay in a pitiful state. Some had been cleaved in half, their massive pincers helplessly strewn nearby, while others had their backs completely torn open, revealing the blurred flesh within. Many were savagely ripped apart by an unfathomable force or razor-sharp object. Dark green, viscous blood and shattered innards splattered everywhere, staining the rocks and ground with a repugnant hue. The overpowering stench in the air emanated from this carnage. There were at least hundreds of them. Moreover, judging by the state of the corpses, their deaths had occurred quite recently, their blood not yet fully congealed. Who could have done this? The voice trembled, the hand gripping the sword growing weak. This hellish scene was beyond the capabilities of a squad of their level. Even if several teams like theirs collaborated, it would be impossible. What sort of terrifying, efficient, and brutal power could achieve this? It was utterly horrifying. Someone nearly retched. Look at their wounds. One stepped closer, pointing at several corpses, his voice quaking. Most have been bitten to shreds. The shells bear clear gnawing marks. Bitten to shreds? Ning-Yuan murmured, her exquisite face etched with disbelief. She suppressed her discomfort and crouched to examine a corpse of an iron-shelled scorpion with half its head bitten off. The edges of the hardened head shell were marked with minuscule, yet extraordinarily neat, serrated bite marks. This is not the attack style of a professional. Bite marks. Could it be Lin Hao? His golden worms? Someone exclaimed in shock. This speculation struck like thunder, exploding in the silence of the team. Lin Hao? That E-rank insect tamer? What a joke. No matter how powerful his worms are, could they possibly slay so many iron-shelled scorpions? Or even eliminate them in seconds? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if his insects are formidable, how could he handle so many at once? Iron-shelled scorpions are not stationary targets. Exactly. I think it must be some hidden powerhouse. Or perhaps a supernumerous team. Right. It must be that way. Lin Hao? Huh. It's a miracle if he is alive. Doubt and denial swiftly took precedence. No one was willing to believe, or rather, could not fathom, that someone who had just awakened as an E-rank profession, regarded by them as a mere burden and useless, could orchestrate the horrific carnage before them, akin to the devastation wrought by a small-scale war. This completely upended their perception of profession ranks and power. Ning-Yuan rose to her feet, observing the fervent debate among her teammates. Her gaze once again drawn to the seemingly endless expanse of scorpion carcasses. She glanced down at the faintly flickering lightning at the tip of her staff. Memories of Lin Hao's eerily calm eyes flooded her mind, along with the image of those two dark golden beetles that had effortlessly torn through golden armor. Rationality dictated that her teammates' speculations were more plausible, yet deep within her, an absurd yet increasingly vivid voice echoed. Who else could it be but him? Enough with the arguing. Ning-Yuanxi's voice carried a note of fatigue and uncertainty. Whoever did this, the area is secure now. We shall circumvent it. She turned away first, her steps considerably heavier than before. The overwhelming shock of the mountain of corpses and the haunting name weighed upon her heart like a leaden burden. She was the favored daughter of heaven, an S-rank prodigy who had not emerged from Yang City for over a decade, save for Lin Dong. This year, she was meant to lead her generation just as Lin Dong did, a figure of admiration among her peers. Yet now, a peerless master had emerged within this novice secret realm, leaving her inner turmoil uncontainable. Could they be from another school? The dark green expanse of grass closed behind her as Lin Hao, accompanied by a suffocating cloud of dark golden insects, stepped into the intermediate monster zone of the shadowy forest secret realm. The terrain began to grow complex, with ancient, sturdy trees. The air thick with a primal and fierce ambience. Here, powerful magical beasts of levels 6 and 7 roamed. Lin Hao's mental strength, through the compound eyes of 40 gold-eating insects, scanned the environment within a nearly 1,000-meter radius. To the left, a level 6 patterned leopard. Its size was nearly double that of a prairie wolf, brimming with explosive power. Its vertical pupils glinted with the cold, cunning light of a predator. Fixating intently on Lin Hao and his unwelcome entourage. Level 6, patterned leopard, high agility, ambush type. With a wave of his hand, the gold-eating insects surged forth. Their speed so swift that they left fleeting afterimages in the dim forest. As a top-tier hunter, the leopard's reflexes were undeniably sharp. At the moment the gold-eating insects launched, it let out a low growl, attempting to spring sideways to evade. Yet, in the face of the gold-eating insect's agility, which soared to an astonishing 600 points, its movements appeared clumsy and laughable. Several gold-eating insects immediately pounced on the leopard's head and neck, their metallic mandibles snapping open and shut. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bones and the tearing of flesh resonated almost simultaneously. The leopard emitted a brief, pitiful howl as it crashed heavily to the ground, unequivocally dead. Its fierce head was nearly half devoured, and its midsection was a gruesome sight. Instant annihilation. Yet again, it was an unambiguous kill. From the moment of detection to the completion of the kill, the entire process lasted no more than 5 seconds. Kill level 6 patterned leopard, experience points 60. Following this, a barrage of notifications flooded the screen. Kill level 6 patterned leopard, experience points 60. Kill level 6 patterned leopard, experience points 60. Kill level 6 patterned leopard, experience points 60. A new target, a level 7 iron-horned rhinoceros, appeared in Lin Hao's line of sight, drinking at the stream. Level 7. In the intermediate zone of the shadowy forest, it was undoubtedly a dominant presence. Moments later, a roar of anguish erupted from the iron-horned rhinoceros as its massive body collapsed. Kill level 7 iron-horned rhinoceros, experience points 70. Chapter 8. The Secret Realms Mutation, Monsters' Demonic Transformation. At some unknown point, the air of the shadowy forest became tinged with a faint, unsettlingly sweet scent. This eerie magical aura spread silently, like ink dropped into clear water, quickly permeating every corner of the secret realm. Any beast touched by this magical essence, regardless of their level or species, underwent a horrifying transformation simultaneously. Their crimson eyes lost all reason, replaced by pure savagery and madness. The entire novice secret realm, in a fleeting moment, morphed from a trial for newly minted professionals into a slaughterhouse teeming with unknown dangers. Outside the secret realm, a colossal light gate rippled like water, with figures stumbling out, each pale-faced and visibly shaken. Principal, a student from the 8th middle school, having just been teleported out, collapsed to the ground, trembling as he called out to Mo-Run, who had rushed to the scene. I just encountered a level 2 Cyclops rat, which I could have easily dealt with, but its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and its speed and strength doubled. It even had a demonic transformation label. Terrifying. Mo-Ren's brow furrowed as he helped the student to his feet. Soon after, 4 other students from different schools were teleported out almost simultaneously. The fear etched on their faces was identical, and some bore visible injuries. The monsters. They've all undergone demonic transformation. Their attributes have skyrocketed, making them impossible to defeat. Our team nearly faced total annihilation. The cries and wails stirred a commotion in the square, and the expressions of the principals and teachers from various schools turned grave. Just then, the screech of brakes pierced the air. 2 off-road vehicles emblazoned with the city defense military insignia sped into the square and came to a steady halt. The doors swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a crisp military uniform, with a resolute visage and hawk-like eyes, emerged first. The stars on his epaulets gleamed coldly in the sunlight. A cadre of well-equipped, formidable city defense soldiers followed in his wake. Teacher. The middle-aged man approached Mo-Rin directly, respectfully saluting him. This man was none other than General Zhao Kai-jun of the Yang City Defense Army, once a student of Mo-Rin. Upon seeing him, Mo Rin's tense demeanor eased slightly, though his concern remained. Kaijun, why are you here? Zhao Caijuan's expression turned solemn as he surveyed the chaotic square and the ominous aura emanating from the light gate. The city defense military has detected abnormal energy fluctuations from the shadowy forest's secret realm, indicating a high concentration of abyssal demonic contamination. In accordance with the emergency protocol, my unit must take immediate control of this area. We need to ascertain whether all students have safely evacuated before temporarily sealing off the secret realm. Awaiting specialized teams for purification and cleanup. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Abyssal demonic contamination. The students within the instance were well aware of the mutation. Realizing the monsters had become exceedingly perilous, they knew something had gone awry and began to teleport out. A little over 10 minutes later, the square at the entrance of the secret realm was filled with students. The principals and teachers from various schools began to tally the numbers. Before long, the results were compiled. Reporting to the general, all students from Yang City First Middle School have been confirmed safe. Second Middle School confirmed. Third Middle School. Reporting to the general, all registered students have evacuated safely, except for one named Lin Hao from the 8th Middle School, who is yet to emerge. The others have either confirmed their safe return or utilized the teleportation stones. An officer reported to Zhao Caijun, if the portal is closed, then no one can emerge until the issues within the secret realm are resolved. It may take a day or even a month. The duration is uncertain. Lin Hao. A heavy weight suddenly settled in Mo Rin's heart. The worst-case scenario he had feared had indeed come to pass. He quickly glanced at Zhao Caijun, his tone imbued with an unprecedented urgency. Kaijun, Lin Hao is the son of Lin Yuanshan. We cannot allow anything to happen to him. Upon hearing the name of Lin Yuanshan's son, Zhao Caijuan's resolute features twitched slightly, and his gaze instantly became extraordinarily complex. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to seal off the secret realm, and spoke in a deep voice. Understood. Send the order to wait another 15 minutes. If that student has not emerged by then. He paused, casting a glance at the pale-faced Mo Rin, and amended. We will decide our next course of action based on the situation. Deep within the secret realm, Lin Hao had just commanded the swarm of gold-eating bugs to clear out a habitat teeming with level 7 monsters with overwhelming force. Just as he prepared to advance into the core area inhabited by the level 8 rampaging gorillas, he keenly sensed an anomaly in the environment. The magical energy permeating the air caused him to furrow his brow. The roar emanating from ahead was savage and frenzied. Soon, the first mutated monster appeared within the perception range of him and his swarm. It was a gigantic gorilla with eyes as red as blood, its fangs protruding, dripping with corrosive saliva. Gold-eating bugs, attack. Lin Hao's command was succinct and cold, devoid of any hesitation. Dozens of dark golden streams surged toward the enraged, demonized gorilla. However, this time, the initial assault of the gold-eating bugs failed to instantly obliterate it, as before. Roar. The demonized rampaging gorilla let out a deafening roar. Its arms, as thick as stone pillars, flailed wildly, barely swatting away several gold-eating bugs that were attempting to gnaw at it. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Hao's eyes. He cast a detection spell. Level 8 rampaging gorilla, demonized. Strength, 360. Agility, 120. Constitution, 400. Spirit, 60. Skill, frenzied slam, demonized enhanced version. Status, abyssal contamination, extremely frenzied. Attributes fully doubled, equivalent to the strength of a monster above level 20. Abyssal contamination, extremely frenzied. Just then, the demonized rampaging gorilla finally collapsed under the relentless gnawing of the gold-eating bugs, emitting a cry of unwillingness. Killed level 8 rampaging gorilla, demonized. Experience points, 160. Level up, you have reached level 8. A flash of white light passed, and Lin Hao ascended to level 8. Astonishingly, with each level gained, the number of gold-eating bugs increased by 10, and the pace quickened significantly. The swarm had now grown to 90 bugs. The experience from the demonized monsters also doubled. Lin Hao murmured to himself, a sharp glint like the edge of a blade igniting in his calm eyes. A surge of excitement welled up within him. This sudden mutation, which spelled disaster for others, might be an unparalleled opportunity for rapid advancement for Lin Hao. Without the slightest hesitation, his gaze shifted deeper into the area, where more frenzied roars echoed. With a thought, the space behind him rippled once more, summoning another 10 gold-eating bugs. After just leveling up to 8, he had not yet filled the summons of 10 bugs. His summoning limit had now reached 90. Eliminate all demonized monsters. The command was issued, and the swarm surged forth. Chapter 9, Double Experience, Rocket-like Leveling Speed. The gold-eating bugs charged toward those monsters, whose attributes had skyrocketed due to demonization, yet in Lin Hao's eyes, they transformed into double experience packages. Surrounded by the swarm, Lin Hao steadfastly advanced toward the depths of the secret realm, fraught with peril, yet brimming with opportunity. The substantial experience offered by the demonized rampaging gorillas acted like the most potent stimulant. Lin Hao's brain, akin to a sophisticated instrument, instantaneously completed analysis and decision-making. Attributes doubled, experience points doubled. The efficiency far surpassed the ordinary mode. These demonized beasts were no match for the gold-eating bugs. The risks were minimal while the rewards were substantial. He no longer held back in any way. A full 90 gold-eating bugs filled the fan-shaped area before Lin Hao. They no longer required any tactical maneuvers. They launched a devastating assault on all demonized monsters within sight, purely through sheer speed and power. In an instant, the entire level 8 monster zone transformed into a slaughterhouse. The strength of the demonized rampaging gorillas was formidable, capable of shattering boulders with a single punch. Yet, before the agile gold-eating bugs, they appeared as clumsy as living targets. Often, before their fists could descend, vital points such as heads, hearts, and joints were already penetrated in rapid succession. Crack, puffed, roar. The sounds of shattering bones, the piercing of exoskeletons, the anguished cries of monsters in their final moments. And the continuous system notifications echoed endlessly. Killed level 8 rampaging gorilla, demonized, experience points, 160. Killed level 8 rampaging gorilla, demonized, experience points, 160. The experience bar surged at an unprecedented rate. Merely 15 minutes had passed. Buzz, level up, current level, 9. Strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, spirit 20. Pet bug summoning limit increased to 100 bugs. Level 9. Lin Hao clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power within him, his gaze remaining calm. Simultaneously, he clearly sensed that the level of all gold-eating bugs had also risen, and their strength had advanced once more. As the master of the gold-eating bugs, Lin Hao's level increase not only augmented their numbers, but also elevated their levels. Their power had naturally surged once again. Without any pause, he immediately filled the newly available summoning slots. A swarm of 100 gold-eating bugs formed, their scale more terrifying, and their extermination efficiency soared once again. Under the relentless slaughter of the gold-eating bugs, the area once filled with roars and howls of level 8 demonized rampaging gorillas gradually fell silent at a visible pace. The heavy stench of blood mixed with magical energy became nauseating, and the mangled corpses of monsters littered the forest floor. 10 minutes later, the last demonized rampaging gorilla was submerged by the swarm amidst its unwilling roars. Lin Hao's experience bar halted at level 9, at 80 points. A mere step away from level 10. Upon reaching level 10, he would possess 3 opportunities to traverse the bug realm. Without hesitation, he commanded the swarm to advance toward the final area. Outside the secret realm, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. It had been a long while since a student had teleported out. The fate of the last Lin Hao remained unknown. Yu Dapeng, clad in battered armor, occasionally stretched his neck to gaze at the light gate, anxiety evident on his face. Why hasn't Brother Hao emerged yet? It's been nearly 4 hours since he entered. Inside, there are those maddened monsters. The awe he felt after being overwhelmingly defeated by Lin Hao had twisted into a form of admiration and dependence to some extent. Ningyuansi stood not far away, gripping her silver staff tightly, her knuckles turning white. She had reached level 6, a remarkable achievement that placed her far ahead among ordinary students. Enough to instill a sense of pride in her. Yet at this moment, a veil of gloom shrouded her exquisite visage. The E-level parasite breeder, reckless in his audacity, had dared to venture into the demonized realm armed only with a handful of mutated insects. Now, he was likely cowering in some corner, trembling in fear, deprived even of the chance to utilize a teleportation stone. With a cold huff, she deliberately raised her voice, as if to convey her thoughts to those around her, or perhaps to persuade herself. She was unwilling to admit that she was actually concerned about that indifferent fellow who had spurned her goodwill. If he weren't Lin Dong's brother, I wouldn't even bother with you. Zhao Kaijun stood rigidly beside the military vehicle, glancing at the military timer on his wrist, his brow furrowed. Nearly half an hour had elapsed since he resolved to wait for another quarter hour. An officer approached and reported in a hushed tone, "General, the energy pollution concentration in the realm continues to rise slowly. If we do not initiate a closure for purification, there is a risk of total collapse of the realm. I suggest." Zhao Kaijun raised his hand, interrupting the officer. His gaze swept over the anxious Mo Ren before shifting to the silent light gate. "We wait another half hour." His voice was steady yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. "General," a young female officer, striking yet exuding an air of aloofness, could not restrain herself from speaking out. "According to regulations, any appearance of demonic pollution must be contained and isolated at the earliest opportunity, awaiting the purification team. We have already waited far too long. Risking the complete destruction of the realm for an E-level parasite breeder is unwarranted. He is likely already." She was Chun Ziqing, Zhao Caijun's niece. Zhao Kaijun's voice deepened. "I believe that the son of Yuan Shan is not so easily perished." He paused before adding, "He may not be hiding. Rather, he is engaged in battle." Chun Ziqing's lips moved, seemingly wishing to retort, but under Zhao Caijun's stern gaze, she ultimately lowered her head in reluctant acquiescence. She could not fathom that an E-level parasite breeder could endure combat in such an environment, believing instead that her uncle had lost his discernment due to old affections. Hearing Zhao Caijun's words, Mo Ren felt a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, the surrounding principals and students exchanged whispers, most expressing astonishment at Zhao Caiyuan's decision, holding little hope for Lin Hao's survival. Deep within the realm, Lin Hao had already stepped into the territory of the 9th-level demonized eye-biting tiger. Here, the demonic aura was even more potent. The demonized eye-biting tiger, comparable in size to an off-road vehicle, bore fangs like daggers, its claws glistening with a metallic sheen. Its speed and power exceeded that of demonized gorillas, exuding a ferocious aura. The battle was fierce, with tiger roars and insect cries intertwining, trees splintering, and the ground fracturing. Yet the outcome was unequivocal. The gold-eating worms, with their swifter speed and greater biting force, targeted the tiger's vulnerable spots, its eyes, throat, and abdomen, like relentless maggots. Regardless of how the tiger lunged and clawed, it could not effectively shake off the onslaught of the swarm and ultimately succumbed in defeat. Kill 9th-level eye-biting tiger, demonized. Experience points 180. Kill 9th-level eye-biting tiger, demonized. Experience points 180. The more substantial experience points propelled Lin Hao's experience bar steadily towards the 10th level threshold. Chapter 10. Reaching level 10, boss level. In the depths of the realm, a chilling tiger roar abruptly ceased. Kill 9th-level eye-biting tiger, demonized. Experience points 180. The massive tiger body thudded to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Level up. Current level, 10. Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 20. Pet worm summoning limit increased to 110. Ding. Congratulations, host, on reaching level 10, earning 3 opportunities for interdimensional travel. Level 10. Lin Hao felt the surging power within him and a clearer, broader mental landscape. A faint hint of satisfaction flickered across his calm gaze. One of his critical objectives had been achieved. Without a moment's hesitation, he did not rush to examine his newly acquired travel opportunities, but instead summoned the additional 10 gold-eating worms. The swarm of 110 gold-eating worms grew increasingly formidable. The swarm transformed once more into a tempest of death, sweeping away the last of the demonized monsters. The comprehensive enhancements from reaching level 10 elevated the killing efficiency of the gold-eating worms to new heights. Experience points continued to accumulate rapidly. Kill 9th level eye-biting tiger, demonized. Experience points 180. Kill 8th level berserk gorilla, demonized. Experience points 160. As the vast expanse of 9th level demonized monster territory was thoroughly purged, Lin Hao's experience bar firmly settled at level 11. 30. I can leave. From his entry into the realm until now, in just under 4.5 hours, he had skyrocketed from level 1 to level 11. Such speed, if known, would undoubtedly overturn the entire understanding of the occupational system. Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings. The dense demonic aura seemed to have taken on a different quality, no longer evenly dispersed, but rather flowing and converging towards the core area of the realm. As if drawn by some unseen force, over 90% of the realm was shrouded in abyssal pollution. Only the slaughterhouse where he stood had temporarily regained an eerie calm. According to the map's indicators, he had reached the terminus of the dark forest novice realm. As Lin Hao took a few steps forward, an eerie phenomenon occurred. What should have been obstructed by the mountains or dense foliage ahead began to twist and blur. The spatial fluctuations rippled like water, and a shadow of a building slowly materialized from the void, taking shape. It was a small temple of ancient and bizarre design, entirely constructed of some pitch-black stone. Its surface etched with incomprehensible, twisted runes, emanating a far more ancient, profound, and chillingly malevolent aura than the surrounding demonic energy. The temple had no door, only a continuously rotating entrance resembling a black hole, as if it were a gaping maw ready to devour. The emergence of this temple was utterly unanticipated, completely surpassing the conventional settings of the dark forest novice realm. Lin Hao's gaze instantly locked onto the abruptly appearing temple, his brow furrowing slightly. His potent mental strength allowed him to discern the terrifying energy reaction contained within the temple, far exceeding any demonized monsters he had previously encountered. Simultaneously, all the surrounding demonic energy seemed to be slowly circulating around this temple as its center. A hidden area? Or the core of the pollution source? Lin Hao mused softly. The novice realm could not naturally generate such a strong energy reaction and structure. The map did not denote it at all. 120 gold-eating worms hovered around Lin Hao, seemingly sensing the immense threat emanating from the temple ahead, emitting low, vigilant, buzzing sounds. Lin Hao stood still, weighing his options swiftly. Risk, unknown but exceedingly high. Reward, unknown. Yet typically, rewards came hand in hand with risks. It could be an exceedingly rich experience, rare drop items, or perhaps the truth behind the realm's aberration. He now commanded 110 gold-eating worms. With his advancement to level 10, these worms had grown stronger as well. He also possessed one position swap opportunity. Even if he were to falter, he had a means of retreat. Let us give it a try. Without further hesitation, Lin Hao focused his thoughts, and the 110 gold-eating bugs immediately reconfigured their formation, encircling him like the most loyal of sentinels, adopting a stance of utmost vigilance. He inhaled deeply the air thick with demonic energy and the stench of blood, his gaze sharp as a blade, firmly locking onto the swirling black entrance. Then, he stepped forward with resolute and steady strides, making his way toward the ancient temple that exuded an ominous aura, advancing step by step. As Lin Hao approached the temple, a heavy, viscous pressure, suffused with the scent of sulfur and decay, assaulted him like a tangible force, nearly suffocating. The walls surrounding the temple were adorned with grotesque and twisted murals, depicting countless demons in their terrifying conquests, devouring the world. They radiated an unsettling malevolence that disturbed the mind. In the center of the grand hall lay a colossal creature, prostrated within a bubbling dark red blood pool. Its size was akin to a small mountain, towering over 10 meters in height. Its body was encased in an obsidian-like tough shell, muscles rippling like granite. The creature's head resembled a monstrous bull, with enormous curved horns glinting with a metallic sheen. Its crimson eyes burned like two blazing furnaces, exhaling scorching white vapor. In its grasp, it wielded a black stone axe comparable to a giant pillar. Though the blade was chipped, it emanated an aura of terror capable of rending anything asunder. Almost the moment Lin Hao drew near, the bull-headed beast abruptly raised its head, its fiery gaze locking onto the unexpected intruder. Warning. Encounter with a level 15 Lord-class creature. Demonized bull-headed behemoth. Lin Hao swiftly cast a detection spell. Demonized bull-headed behemoth, Lord. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 1,000. Mentality, 1,000. Constitution, 3,000. Skill, Death Stomp, Lord skill. Status, Abyssal Empowerment, extremely berserk. The overwhelming disparity in attributes exerted a pressure capable of shattering the spirit of any ordinary practitioner. Yet Lin Hao's expression remained as tranquil as still water, his pupils merely narrowing slightly as he analyzed every detail of the foe. The Lord-class attributes were a complete domination. Direct confrontation was futile, necessitating a strategy of attrition. In an instant, his tactics were devised. Disperse. Target the joints, eyes, mouth, and other vulnerable areas. Sustain the assault. The command was transmitted through mental links to all the gold-eating bugs. Over 100 dark golden streaks surged forth without hesitation, akin to moths drawn to a flame, or precise, surgical blades, charging fearlessly from all directions toward the bull-headed behemoth. Clang, crack, hiss. The cacophony of gnawing and colliding sounds erupted instantaneously. The mandibles of the gold-eating bugs were capable of tearing through steel. However, upon striking the behemoth's formidable shell, they could initially only leave shallow white marks and minor cracks, unable to penetrate its defenses. Yet, their attack frequency was relentless. They targeted the eyes, nostrils, joint connections, and the gaps in the shell, areas of relative weakness. Moo. The bull-headed behemoth, sensing the pain, unleashed a deafening roar, swinging its massive stone axe wildly, generating a terrifying gust. In an instant, several gold-eating bugs that failed to dodge were sent crashing away, colliding with the distant obsidian walls, producing a series of loud thuds. Chapter 11. Demonized bull-headed behemoth? Elimination. However, those that were flung away only suffered minor shell cracks. After rolling a few times, they shook their heads and swiftly returned to the fray. Their shell hardness and self-healing ability were on full display at this moment. The battle appeared to reach a temporary stalemate. The swarm could not instantly inflict severe damage on the boss. Yet the boss also could not effectively eliminate these persistent and resilient little creatures, leading to a slow but steady decrease in its health under the sea of bugs. Seemingly incensed by the entanglement of these minuscule beings, the bull-headed behemoth abruptly lifted one of its massive feet, which was shrouded in an inescapable aura of abyssal energy and dark red energy waves. Lin Hao's pupils constricted, a sharp sense of danger prickling his nerves. Death stomp. Boom. The colossal foot came crashing down, not directly upon the swarm, but striking heavily against the pitch-black ground. In an instant, a circular shockwave, mingled with terrifying force and dark red fissures, rapidly expanded outward from the bull-headed behemoth. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered, the obsidian walls trembled violently, crumbling. As the entire temple began to collapse, bang, 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 over 30 gold-eating bugs, unable to evade in time, were directly struck by the horrific shockwave. As if hammered by an invisible giant, their shells cracked with a painful crunch, and they were sent flying in all directions. A few smaller ones were even embedded into the walls. Even Lin Hao, at a distance, felt as though struck by a heavy blow to the chest. Blood surging within him, his ears ringing incessantly. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After unleashing the death stomp, the bull-headed behemoth's burning gaze pierced through the smoke and dust, precisely locking onto Lin Hao, who appeared isolated in the distance. It seemed to rely on some instinct, concluding that this diminutive human was the true orchestrator. Moo. It let out a roar laden with murderous intent. The massive stone axe was raised high, abyssal energy swirling frantically toward the blade, transforming into a black arc capable of rending space, poised to cleave down upon Lin Hao. The force of this strike far surpassed the previous death stomp, entirely sealing off all avenues of escape for Lin Hao. There was no evasion. To withstand it meant certain death. Faced with this terrifying blow powerful enough to cleave a small hill, Lin Hao's expression remained devoid of panic. He did not even attempt to move. Just as the axe imbued with destructive power was about to descend, he silently intoned, "Swap position." In an instant, the spatial rules were distorted by an intangible force. Lin Hao's figure vanished like a specter, having previously sent one gold-eating bug 300 meters away. That very bug instantaneously appeared in the spot where Lin Hao had stood. Rumble. The bull-headed behemoth's all-out strike, aimed with deadly intent, missed its target. The axe struck the ground, causing a violent tremor, and a gaping chasm spread wide. The bull-headed behemoth momentarily froze, seemingly unable to comprehend why its target had suddenly vanished. Lin Hao swiftly issued commands. The gold-eating bugs surged forward once more, akin to madmen, concentrating their fire on the wounds previously gnawed by their brethren. The bull-headed behemoth unleashed several skills in quick succession, its body straining under the pressure. The wounds expanded and deepened. Dark red, demonic blood gushed forth like a waterfall. The bull-headed behemoth emitted a roar of pain and fury, attempting to turn and locate Lin Hao, but excessive blood loss and agony rendered its movement sluggish. Meanwhile, the swarm clung to it like a festering sore, and the effects of the attrition strategy began to manifest. This powerful Lord-class creature, brimming with destructive might, was being overwhelmed by a swarm of creatures with astonishing numbers and defensive capabilities. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, and its roars became feeble. In the end, as the colossal stone axe was once more raised halfway, the massive form abruptly stiffened, the brilliance in its crimson eyes dimming. A thunderous crash echoed, akin to mountains collapsing. The demonized Minotaur beast crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the entire temple, which seemed to lose all semblance of life. Defeated a level 15 Lord-class creature, demonized Minotaur. Experience gained, 40,000. A tremendous surge of experience flooded into Lin Hao's body, an overwhelming tide of energy far surpassing that of all previous foes combined. Buzz, buzz. Two radiant beams of light, signaling level-ups, soared skyward from Lin Hao, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Level increased. Current level, 11. Level increased. Current level, 12. 2 levels gained in rapid succession. However, before Lin Hao could fully appreciate the changes brought by his ascension, a new anomaly emerged. The immense carcass of the Minotaur began to shrink rapidly, withering and desiccating, as if its essence were being forcibly drawn away by some unseen force. Suddenly, a dense, inky red smoke billowed from its gaping maw, swirling violently in the air before coalescing. Ultimately, the smoke materialized into a vague yet enchanting female silhouette. She appeared to be composed of the purest abyssal energy, her form entwined with ominous runes. Although her features were indistinct, Lin Hao could sense a chilling, resentful, and supremely arrogant gaze piercing through the void, locking onto him with relentless intensity. "You insignificant insect, you dare to destroy my vessel." The voice of the apparition was hoarse and ethereal, yet it reverberated deep within Lin Hao's soul, laden with boundless fury and disdain. Instantly, every muscle in Lin Hao's body tensed. From the specter, he sensed an aura of the abyss that was even purer and more terrifying than that of the Minotaur. Yet he resolutely maintained his composure, fixing his keen gaze upon her as he silently analyzed the unfolding events. "You could die 1,000 times, and it would not be enough for redemption. You have angered this saintess. In the future, I shall flay your skin and devour your flesh." It seemed that once the abyssal spirit departed from the Minotaur's body, she could not linger for long. The woman writhed in the air, tormented and distorted, gradually fading away. "You little creature, this saintess shall remember your visage. I will surely return to find you." After leaving this venomous threat, the apparition seemed to falter due to insufficient energy or the distance being too great, and with a violent distortion, she ultimately dissipated into the air. The temple once again fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Lin Hao and the swarm of golden devouring insects, their shells stained with demonic blood, swirling around him. He exhaled a slow breath, his gaze resting on the withered corpse of the Minotaur and the spot where the apparition had vanished, his eyes deep in contemplation. Was this the source of the abyssal saintess's taint upon the vessel? The threat was indeed formidable, yet you dare to invade our human realm, causing chaos and behaving so arrogantly? Gradually, Lin Hao's expression hardened. He scoffed softly. "Should we cross paths again, I shall rend your true form to shreds, and watch as you are rendered powerless to make threats." Chapter 12, Abyssal Saintess. Emergence from the Secret Realm, Level 12. Before the temple, the ominous words of the Abyssal Saintess seemed to linger in the air, filled with a chilling resonance. Lin Hao stood still, quickly assessing the insect swarm. After a fierce battle, although several golden devouring insects bore cracked and damaged shells, their remarkable self-healing capabilities had allowed them to recover nearly fully, with none lost. He recalled all the insects to his side, his gaze sweeping over the slowly dimming and gradually dissipating corpse of the Minotaur. Beside the body, a complex pattern outlined in faint white light had appeared, slowly rotating. It was a small-scale teleportation array. This was evidently the exit from this place. Lin Hao felt no pangs of nostalgia. His objectives had been more than exceeded. He had soared in levels and eliminated the source of the secret realm's corruption. As for the abyssal Sanus's threat, that was a future concern. He stepped into the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, he felt the slight sensation of weightlessness as space shifted. Outside the secret realm, the atmosphere in the square had grown unbearably tense. The promised final half-hour from Zhao Kaijun had long since elapsed. The shimmering portal fluctuated more violently and erratically, as if it might collapse at any moment. Chen Ziqing's expression was as cold as ice. She had attempted to speak several times, but had stifled her words upon seeing her uncle's taut, iron-like profile. Principal Mo Ren's lips trembled as he muttered to himself, seemingly regretting having allowed Lin Hao to act alone. Yu Dapeng sat slumped on the ground, cradling his head, having ceased his pacing, as if he had accepted the grim reality of Lin Hao's potential demise. Ning Yuanxi gripped her staff tightly, her knuckles turning white, her teeth biting down on her lip, the flickering flame of hope in her heart nearing extinction. Just as everyone believed the outcome was sealed, and even Zhao Kaijun was about to raise his hand to issue the final lockdown order, the violently fluctuating crystal portal suddenly stabilized for a brief moment. A slender yet upright figure, like a sword cleaving through mist, silently stepped forth from within. It was Lin Hao. His clothing was somewhat tattered, speckled with dust and what appeared to be dried, darkened bloodstains. Yet overall, he appeared unscathed. His expression was calm, his gaze profound, betraying no signs of fatigue or disarray from the fierce battle. Instead, he emanated an indescribable air of gravity. His sudden appearance was so jarring and ill-timed that the entire square fell into an instant, absolute silence. Every movement, expression, and sound seemed to be paused in time. All eyes magnetically drawn to him. Shock, disbelief, and incredulity. Mo Ren's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. Zhao Caijuan's hand, raised halfway, froze in the air, his eyes sparkling with disbelief. Chen Ziqing's icy visage displayed an unmistakable look of astonishment for the first time. Ning Yuanxi's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, instinctively covering her mouth. Yu Dapeng sprang up from the ground, as if stung by a bee. Brother Hao. Yu Dapeng's exclamation shattered the silence, his voice sharp and distorted with overwhelming excitement. You're all right. That's wonderful. I knew it. I knew you would definitely, he stammered in his exuberance, almost rushing forward. Lin Hao merely cast a fleeting glance at him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. His gaze calmly swept across the crowd, finally resting on Mo Ren and Zhao Kaijun. At this moment, the stunned onlookers began to sense something amiss. Lin Hao appeared far too composed. Moreover, the energy fluctuations emanating from him, Yu Dapeng, being the closest, reacted the quickest. He instinctively activated the basic skill that all adventurers possessed. Basic detection technique. A barely perceptible wave of energy swept over Lin Hao. The next moment, Yu Dapeng felt as if he had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. His body froze abruptly, his eyes bulging, almost popping from their sockets. His mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. The expression on his face transformed from elation to sheer horror and absurdity in an instant. No, it's impossible. He appeared as though he had just encountered the most astonishing phenomenon in existence. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he emitted a shrill, almost dissonant scream that reverberated throughout the desolate square. Level 12? How many levels? What did he just shout? 12 levels. What a joke. Did I mishear? Yu Dapeng, have you lost your mind? Following a brief silence, the square erupted like a volcano, filled with incredulous murmurs and exclamations. Everyone questioned whether their ears had deceived them. Ning Yuanxi's delicate form trembled violently, her silver staff clattering to the ground, unnoticed. The vibrant hue drained from her exquisite face, leaving only a profound bewilderment and disbelief as she instinctively cast a detection spell upon Lin Hao. Level 12. This exceedingly simple data detonated in her mind like a barrage of thunder, rendering her dizzy and disoriented. It was truly level 12. She muttered in a daze, her voice barely audible, as if expending every last bit of her strength. All her previous feelings of superiority, her internal comparisons, and her dismissive attitudes were shattered into dust by this singular number. The arduous journey she had undertaken to reach level 6 now seemed utterly laughable and insignificant. An indescribable bitterness, shock, and immense disappointment engulfed her in an instant. Level 12. How could this be possible? The principals, teachers, and surviving students from other schools finally grasped the gravity of the situation, collectively casting their own detection spells in disbelief. In the next moment, gasps of astonishment echoed like a rising tide across the square. The light of detection spells flickered in succession, each flash revealing faces transformed by sheer horror. Heavens! It truly is level 12. 4.5 hours for level 12. Is he a monster? How could this be achieved? What transpired in that demonized realm? The doubts faded away, replaced by profound shock, fear, and a reverence for this otherworldly being. Was this still the level of an E-rank parasite handler? The students who had previously mocked Lin Hao now wished they could sink into the earth, their faces flushed with embarrassment, overwhelmed by shame. Principal Mo Ren trembled violently, tears streaming down his face, rendered speechless by his overwhelming emotions. He repeatedly murmured, Good child. Good child. The immense joy and pride obliterated his earlier despair. Zhao Kaijun slowly lowered his hand, which had been suspended in midair. His usual composure replaced by an expression of sheer astonishment. He gazed deeply at the remarkably calm youth in the center, as if striving to truly comprehend him anew. After a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled a heavy breath, his voice tinged with undeniable awe. The youth is indeed formidable. He instinctively glanced at Chen Ziqing, who was equally petrified, her complexion a blend of pallor and flush. Their eyes exchanged a meaningful glance. Upon meeting her uncle's gaze, Chen Ziqing abruptly averted her eyes, her cheeks burning. All her previous judgments of the E-rank as worthless and dangerous now felt like silent slaps, striking mercilessly against her once proud self-esteem. 4.5 hours at level 12. The oldest principal of the first high school, Liu, adjusted his glasses with trembling hands, his voice dry and filled with disbelief. This not only shatters Lin Dong's record of 8 hours at level 10, it utterly obliterates it. Unprecedented. Unheard of. This is a miracle. A genuine miracle. The other principals also began to comprehend, their tones brimming with excitement and reverence. No, our young city has produced a true dragon. Their gazes turned to Mo Ren, now suffused with unabashed envy and jealousy. Amidst the tumult of astonishment, shock, scrutiny, praise, and a myriad of complex emotions, Lin Hao remained calmly rooted in place. As though he were not the focal point of their discourse, his eyes swept over the tearful Mo Ren, offering a slight nod of acknowledgement for the concern shown. Yu Daping attempted to interject, but Lin Hao silenced him with a tranquil glance. He understood the source of their shock, but what did it matter? Chapter 13. I hope one day we can fight side by side. The clamor and astonishment in the square persisted, akin to boiling water that could not be calmed in an instant. The gazes directed at Lin Hao had irrevocably transformed, interwoven with respect, curiosity, and disbelief. Yet, an unforeseen change suddenly seized the attention of some. The ominous abyssal energy and unstable energy fluctuations emanating from the gate of the secret realm began to recede like a receding tide, rapidly dissipating. The once violently distorted fluctuations of the gate, which seemed on the brink of collapse, visibly stabilized, regaining a gentle and steady luminescence. The oppressive scent of sweetness and sulfur in the air rapidly diminished until it vanished entirely. Had the contamination disappeared? An officer from the City Defense Army gazed incredulously at the energy monitoring device, witnessing the readings plummet dramatically, swiftly returning to a safe threshold. The secret realm is stabilized. Energy fluctuations are normalizing. Another technician exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone understood the implications. The crisis of the secret realm had been averted, and the timing of this resolution coincided precisely with Lin Hao's emergence. Eyes once again converged upon Lin Hao, the meanings behind their gazes becoming even more intricate. Could it be that not only did he survive and level up inside, but he also resolved the very source of the secret realm's anomaly? General Zhao Caijuan's eyes sparkled with renewed intensity. He strode toward Lin Hao, his steady visage betraying an unreserved admiration and curiosity. Lin Hao, well done. Not only did you emerge alive and enhance your extraordinary strength, it seems you have also dealt with the disturbances within the secret realm. Is it connected to you? Lin Hao looked up at the general who had afforded him additional time, nodding slightly, his response succinct. I encountered a core and eliminated it. He merely described the demonized bull-headed beast and the phantom of the abyssal saintess. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kaijun felt a deeper shock. Though he had his suspicions, hearing the acknowledgement directly from Lin Hao held a different weight. To single-handedly resolve the core that caused the entire secret realm to become demonized? What immense strength and resolve that required. This was beyond what an ordinary E-rank professional or even a typical S-rank talent could achieve. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and gazed intently at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, would you be interested in joining the City Defense Army? With your abilities and disposition, the wilderness is truly your stage. I can grant you special permission to join my direct team, providing you with resources, intelligence, and equipment to accelerate your growth. He paused before adding, moreover, I can arrange for you to undergo training at the wilderness camp. While it may be perilous, it is the place where the strongest rise the fastest. Yet, Lin Hao's response remained crisp and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Thank you for your kind offer, General. My goal is Qingbei Martial Arts University. Zhao Kaijun was momentarily taken aback, but felt no anger at the rejection. Rather, his admiration deepened. Having a clear objective and remaining unshaken by immediate gains is a disposition far rarer than talent itself. The aspirations of those from prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University are commendable. Zhao Kaijun nodded slightly, acknowledging, given the potential you have demonstrated today, there is indeed hope for you. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not impose my will upon you. However, the novice dungeon here is no longer suitable for you. If you continue to grind monsters here tomorrow, you will not be able to fully unleash your capabilities. If you are willing, I recommend you to upgrade in the Lost Mine dungeon. Lin Hao paused in surprise. He had no interest in joining the military, or rather, he simply had no time for it. Yet, a better place for leveling intrigued him. Where's that? You should venture to the Lost Mine west of the city. It is not far from here and is relatively suitable for your level, Zhao Kaijun replied. Thank you. Zhao Kaijun pondered for a moment and retrieved a smooth white jade token from his military uniform's inner pocket. The token bore no intricate patterns. Only the 3 characters Dao Caijin inscribed in a strong and vigorous script. Take this, he said, extending the jade token to Lin Hao. This is my personal token. Within the jurisdiction of Yang City, seeing it is akin to seeing me. The city defense forces at various checkpoints, military logistics, and even the intelligence department will facilitate your passage. Since you wish to train in the wilderness, having this will simplify procedures significantly and help you avoid numerous troubles. Lin Hao's gaze fell upon the jade token, and this time he did not immediately refuse it. The token would indeed provide substantial assistance for his subsequent journey into the wilderness, saving him considerable time and effort. He reached out to accept it, feeling its warmth and sensing the pure energy and unique spiritual imprint contained within. Thank you, General, he said earnestly. A slight smile appeared on Zhao Caijun's face. I hope that one day we may fight side by side on a true battlefield, for your father and for humanity. Beside them, Chun Ziqing could no longer contain herself. She looked at her uncle, bewildered that he would bestow such an important personal token upon a student he had only just met. Despite the student's relatively high level and peculiar profession, especially recalling the rigorous assessments and trials she had endured when joining the city defense forces. The discontent in her heart surged uncontrollably. She stepped forward, her tone laced with uncontainable dissatisfaction and disdain. Uncle, this is against the rules. He is merely a student. Just because he got lucky with a higher level, why should he receive this? Ziqing. Zhao Caijun's expression darkened sharply. He interrupted her sternly. Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. Can you not see Lin Hao's strength and potential? Resolving the source of the secret realm's pollution in merely 4.5 hours at level 13. Was that simply luck? You need to broaden your perspective. His tone was unusually severe, revealing genuine anger. Return to your post immediately. This is not a place for you to speak. Chun Ziqing's face turned pale with shame and rage as she was reprimanded. The gazes from those around her intensified her embarrassment. She bit her lip fiercely and shot Lin Hao an indignant glare. Ultimately, she dared not defy the order, stomping her foot in frustration before turning towards the military vehicle, her back radiating a sense of grievance and resentment. Once Zhao Kaijun had addressed the internal conflict, he offered Lin Hao an apologetic smile. Without further delay, he commanded the city defense forces to regroup and withdraw, for although the secret realm was stable, it still required thorough investigation. The vehicles of the city defense forces roared away, leaving behind mostly faculty and students on the square. Lin Hao approached Mo Run, who was still unable to contain his excitement, grasping Lin Hao's hand. Good boy, it's great to have you back. You're at level 12. If your sister knew. Principal, Lin Hao interjected calmly, I will not be coming to school starting tomorrow. Mo Rin was taken aback. Not coming to school? What about you? I am going to the Lost Mine. Lin Hao's tone was flat, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. I need to level up more rapidly. Please assist me in submitting a request for an external training application. Mo Run regarded Lin Hao's calm, yet profound gaze, and suddenly comprehended something. The youth before him was no longer a fledgling in need of the school's protection. His stage had never been confined to this small novice secret realm, nor even to Yang City. Considering that astonishing level 12 and Zhao Caijun's regard for him, Mo Rin inhaled deeply and nodded decisively. Very well. I will handle the school S side of things. Be careful. The monsters in the Lost Mine are of a higher level and far more ferocious than those in the novice realm. His eyes brimmed with concern. Yet there was an overwhelming sense of support and expectation. On the return floating bus, the atmosphere was peculiar. The students made a concerted effort to distance themselves from the back row where Lin Hao sat, as if it were the lair of a slumbering beast of prey. Their gazes held a mixture of reverence, curiosity, but predominantly, alienation and fear. The ones who had mocked him most fervently earlier shrank into their seats, wishing to become invisible. Yu Dapeng attempted to approach Lin Hao to converse, but after being met with Lin Hao's piercing glance, he reluctantly settled for a seat not far away. Occasionally sneaking glances filled with admiration and complexity. Ning Yuanxi sat in the front row, her posture impeccably straight, her eyes fixed intently on the scenery outside. Yet the slight tremble of her fingertips and tightly pressed lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Level 12. This number swirled in her mind like a spell. She had believed herself to be the epitome of excellence, with an S-class profession and a privileged background, destined to shine. However, Lin Hao's emergence was like a silent thunderclap, shattering all her pride into fragments. But this starting point was by no means the end. She suddenly clenched her fists tightly. I cannot let him leave me behind. An unprecedented determination and urgency surged within her. She resolved to utilize every resource at her disposal to elevate herself with fervor, and to ensure she would not be left far behind. Lin Hao remained disinterested in the undercurrents swirling within the bus, closing his eyes to rest. In truth, he was organizing the insights gained from the recent secret realm experience and planning the details of his journey to the wilderness camp. As the vehicle approached a stop near the slums, Lin Hao rose abruptly and, under the complex gazes of the entire bus, silently disembarked, his figure soon vanishing into the dilapidated alleyways. Upon returning to his cold, humble home, he first took a moment to thoroughly appreciate the comprehensive enhancements brought about by his ascension to level 13, particularly the notable increase in his mental strength. Subsequently, he delved into the system interface. Host, Lin Hao. Profession, Bug Tamer, SSS class. Level, 12. Strength, 95. Agility, 95. Mental, 290. Constitution, 95. Talent skills, Bug Enhancement, Level 2. Position swap, cooling down, Insect Realm Traversal, 10-20 level usable times, 33. Current pet bug, Gold-eating bug, quantity, 130130. His mental strength had significantly improved. The duration of the Insect Realm Traversal should have been extended. He estimated that the 3 opportunities needed to be fully utilized. He refrained from acting hastily and instead sat in quiet meditation until his mental strength was completely restored to its peak state, allowing the cooldown for the position swap skill to lapse. Then, he activated the skill once more. Insect Realm Traversal. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his form vanished. Chapter 14. Re-entering the Insect Realm, the transparent butterfly bug. Lin Hao concealed himself within a crevice of stone, remaining utterly still, too cautious to make a sound. The colossal creature lingered near the edge of the pond, its turtle-like head dipping into the water. Moments later, a head emerged, proudly raised towards the sky, its bulging throat rhythmically expanding and contracting, as if swallowing countless entities. It was evidently engaged in a hunt, targeting the aquatic inhabitants. This colossal creature moved with deliberate slowness, always positioned before Lin Hao. Without the need for probing, Lin Hao recognized its formidable strength and its extraordinary defensive capabilities. It could easily serve as a super tank. The notion of having such a hard-shelled companion pushing forward while he rode atop it filled him with excitement. Based on previous experiences, he knew that summoning such a high-level creature was beyond his current capabilities, thus he refrained from attempting to call it forth. Yet again, he faced a failed transit. Lin Hao felt a sense of resignation. Half an hour later, he vanished in a flash of white light, reappearing in his modest abode. Despite his failure, he discovered that his time spent in the insect realm had extended from a mere 5 minutes at level 1 to half an hour now. Indeed, with the augmentation of his mental prowess, the duration within that realm lengthened. This could be considered a small victory. After resting for an hour, he prepared for another traversal into the insect realm. A whirlwind of dust and sand engulfed him. This time, he seemed to find himself in a desolate desert, devoid of any human presence. The air was thick with swirling yellow sand, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. He could ascertain that numerous fierce insects lurked beneath the sandy surface. However, it was daytime, and the ground's temperature soared. As he walked upon it, his feet felt exceedingly uncomfortable. The insects, sensing the heat, had hidden deep below, leaving no trace. Half an hour passed, and he had only managed to traverse a mere half-mile, yet not a single insect was within sight. It appeared that this journey would yield no rewards either. Lin Hao chuckled wryly. He pondered whether he could summon his companion insects here. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Come forth, my companions," he called softly. To his astonishment, 20 gold-eating insects materialized around him. It truly was possible. Lin Hao felt a surge of unexpected joy. Had he known this earlier, he could have acted more boldly in this world. With a measure of safety assured, he could enlist the help of his gold-eating insects in his search, thereby enhancing his efficiency manifold. Yet, time was of the essence. He quickly recalled his companions and vanished in another flash of white light. Upon returning to his humble dwelling, Lin Hao sensed a wave of fatigue wash over him. After 2 consecutive transits to another realm, his mental energy was nearly depleted, and he would require several hours of rest. He had one final opportunity. Reflecting on these 2 journeys in contrast to the 3 he had made at level 1, Lin Hao took out paper and pen, diligently jotting down his experiences and extended hypotheses. Firstly, as one levels up and mental strength increases, the duration spent in the insect realm lengthens. Hypothesis: one day. When his mental energy is sufficient, it may be possible to remain there for 3 to 5 days, or even months or a year. If this were the case, the possibilities for him would multiply. Secondly, within the insect realm, he could summon his companion insects. Hypothesis: therefore, he could utilize his insects to seek out others or engage in battles with various monstrous insects. Yet, he wondered if slaying the creatures of the insect realm would yield unique items from this world. Moreover, it was entirely plausible that he could summon insects and potentially level up by defeating monsters within. A bolder thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Since he could summon companion insects within that realm, could he possibly leave some behind? If feasible, then during his next transit, he would not have to randomly appear in different locations each time. Instead, he could simply swap positions and reappear where he had last been. This would allow him to explore that world strategically. Furthermore, could he traverse directly from the real world to the insect realm through positional swapping? If so, he could visit at will. He believed that before long, he would possess thousands of diverse companion insects. One type of gold-eating insect was already formidable enough. The thought of having thousands of varieties was almost inconceivable. These speculations ignited a fervor within Lin Hao, causing his heart to race. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and meditated to restore his mental energy. 3 hours passed. Another transit into the insect realm awaited him. Once again, he encountered the deep, ancient aura of an alternate world. An endless expanse of verdant fields stretched before him, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. A wave of greenery enveloped him. This time, he emerged in a vibrant, flourishing plain adorned with a riot of colors, where butterflies danced and various honey-collecting insects flitted about. It was a scene unlike any he had encountered before. Lin Hao felt a surge of exhilaration as he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed numerous insects within his line of sight. Compared to his previous attempts, this time he had finally struck a fortunate vein. However, he remained vigilant. Come forth, my companions. Lin Hao summoned 70 gold-eating insects in one breath. These insects encircled him, standing guard. He proceeded cautiously, taking in the lush green grass and the myriad blossoms that adorned the landscape, with swarms of bees and colorful butterflies flitting about. Unlike the aggressive insects from prior scenes, these creatures seemed indifferent to Lin Hao's presence, even conveying a hint of friendliness. A nearly transparent flying insect landed upon Lin Hao's shoulder. It resembled a butterfly yet differed, seemingly composed of 2 translucent leaf-like wings. Were it not for the shimmering specks of light upon its wings, Lin Hao might not have noticed it at all. Now perched on his shoulder, its wings fluttered gently. Shortly thereafter, several more of its kind descended, landing on him as well. It seemed that he emitted a scent that brought them comfort. Lin Hao even sensed their joy. He cast a detection spell upon them. Surprisingly, no information could be gleaned. Whether this was due to Lin Hao's low level or the inherent rules of this world remained uncertain. The detection spell he possessed was a rudimentary skill, mastered by nearly everyone, capable of revealing information no higher than 10 levels above his own. The inability to discern the information of these insects left Lin Hao in a quandary. Which of them should he summon? The one on his shoulder or those nearby? A few bees, armed with sharp stingers and toxic barbs, darted between the flowers at blinding speeds, their motions so swift that Lin Hao struggled to keep up. If he were to summon such bees, their power would undoubtedly be immense. They were truly the epitome of rapid, elite assassins. The thought of these bees piqued Lin Hao's interest. Chapter 15, The Fairy Butterfly, Sharing Life. At that moment, a swarm of the previously encountered butterfly-like insects fluttered around Lin Hao. Instantly, his entire being sparkled with starlight. They seemed to take a great liking to him. However, they were not fond of the golden devouring insects, deftly avoiding them as they flitted about. Noticing the lack of danger, Lin Hao felt a surge of relief. Come back, he commanded, allowing all but one golden devouring insect to retreat, leaving only a single one to burrow into the roots of the grass. Since you all seem so enamored with me and wish to accompany me, I shall summon you forth. The closer one is to a Bug Tamer. The more successful the summoning becomes. Lin Hao planned to forge numerous contracts here today. To fail to acquire at least a dozen insects as companions would be an affront to such a fortuitous season. The butterfly-like insect before him was the first insect contract. Lin Hao gently called out, and his skill landed upon one of the butterflies. In an instant, his mental energy connected with the creature's soul. There was no resistance. The insect appeared quite delighted and even curious about Lin Hao. He intensified his mental energy, using the unique affinity of a Bug Tamer to enchant the creature. Just as everything progressed smoothly and they were about to form a contract, suddenly, Lin Hao felt a sharp pain in his head. Simultaneously, his mental energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollably spiraling out of his grasp. Within mere seconds, his mental energy was nearly depleted. This is bad. Lin Hao's face paled. He immediately understood that this was no accident, but rather a consequence of the substantial mental energy required to forge a contract with this insect, far beyond what he could currently endure. He recalled that during his first summoning of the golden devouring insects, he hadn't felt such a drain on his mental energy. Why was this butterfly so markedly different? His mental energy waned completely. This was a clear sign that he was on the brink of being expelled from the insect realm. Had he failed once more? A flash of white light enveloped him, and Lin Hao vanished from the insect realm. Yet, in that fleeting moment of disappearance, he sensed a connection forming between his mental energy and some soul. It appeared that, at the critical juncture, the contract was indeed established. Upon opening his eyes in the real world, he found a butterfly perched upon his shoulder. Indeed, it had succeeded at the last critical moment. Had he begun the summoning even a moment later, the depletion of his mental energy would have rendered him incapable of sustaining the remaining power. A narrow victory. Lin Hao examined the creature's information. Spirit butterfly, born in areas rich in life energy, gentle in nature, averse to conflict, yet possessing substantial vitality and an awakened talent for remarkable support abilities. Remarkable support abilities? Lin Hao opened his information panel. Name, Lin Hao. Occupation, Bug Tamer. Level, 12. Strength, 140. Agility, 140. Mental, 270. Constitution, 140. Occupation skills, Insect Contract, Bug Summoning, Level 12. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement, Level 2. Position swap. Insect realm traversal 0 times. Summoned level 12 golden devouring insects. Current count 100120. Summoned level 12 spirit butterfly. Current count 1120. Lin Hao contemplated and calculated his newly upgraded statistics. He discovered that level 10 marked a watershed moment. Before level 10, each level gained resulted in an increase of 10 points in base attributes and 20 points in special attributes for mental capacity. After level 10, each level gained resulted in an increase of 20 points in base attributes and 40 points in special attributes for mental capacity. Most importantly, his skill enhancement had risen to level 2. Skill enhancement. Level 2. The effects of all host skills are amplified 20 times, and the amplification increases with level. This had escalated from a 10-fold increase to a 20-fold increase. Lin Hao then reviewed the attributes of the golden devouring insect. Level 12 golden devouring insect. Strength 5,600. Agility 2,800. Mental 2,800. Constitution 5,600. Skill Rage. Rage. The golden devouring insect enters a state of fury, increasing attack power by 200, lasting half an hour with a cooldown of 2 hours. This skill was acquired when the golden devouring insect ascended from black iron to bronze level at level 10. With Lin Hao at level 12, he commanded a maximum of 120 such golden devouring insects. Should he disclose this, the entire world would surely be astounded. Individually, they were already formidable, rivaling the 15th level demonized bull-headed beast lord he had once vanquished. The most critical aspect was their sheer number. Turning to examine the attributes of the spirit butterfly. Level 12 spirit butterfly. Strength 100. Agility 100. Mental 100. Constitution 11,600. Skill Life sharing. Life sharing. The spirit butterfly can share its life with its master, transferring damage taken by the master onto itself. Astonishing. It truly is a harmless spirit butterfly. Is it really as innocuous as it seems? With 3 of its 4-dimensional attributes at 100, it indicated that the spirit butterfly indeed possessed no offensive capabilities. However, its constitution being so remarkably high was shocking. Of course, this was after the 20-fold amplification due to Lin Hao's skill enhancement. Yet, it was undoubtedly a formidable tank. Its first awakened skill was life sharing, effectively rendering Lin Hao immortal. Presently, if he stood motionless while the entire 8th grade class unleashed their fury upon him, it would take quite some time before they could inflict any harm. He had truly struck gold. There was one more crucial matter to verify. Lin Hao had not forgotten that he intentionally left one golden devouring insect in the other realm, which did not accompany him back. He focused his senses momentarily and then smiled. The golden devouring insect that had hidden itself among the grass roots remained behind, steadfastly, in the insect realm. He could perceive that his companion was situated in a distant spacetime. Although the connection with the current insect was significantly diminished, a faint link still existed. Lin Hao was certain it was still in the insect realm. Excitement surged within him. This test result was immensely significant. Since his companion could remain there, it effectively established a point of reference. This made the future management of the insect realm conceivable. However, he wondered if he could transport himself there now. Position swap. Lin Hao activated the skill. Yet, nothing changed. He remained steadfast in his original position. Indeed, it was futile. Cross-realm position swapping was not feasible. This outcome did not surprise Lin Hao. Nevertheless, he was almost certain that the next time he ventured into the insect realm, he would be able to utilize position swapping. Thus, he could undoubtedly establish a base from that grassland and gradually explore the entirety of the insect realm. That mysterious insect realm, whose location remained unknown, was truly wondrous. It appears that even the most unassuming insect possesses an invincible, bug-like existence. At this moment, he ardently desires to reach level 20 and re-enter the realm of insects. He aims to exhaust his mental energy to summon 10 spirit butterflies, followed by 120 gold devouring insects, placing them into his pet space for convenient retrieval. However, Lin Hao is currently so weakened that he lacks even a trace of mental power. He retreats to bed to recuperate. Tomorrow, he shall venture to the Lost Mine. As introduced by Zhao Kaijun. Chapter 16, The Lost Mine, The Strongman Guild. The following day, Lin Hao familiarizes himself with the details of the Lost Mine, where the monsters range from levels 15 to 20. For an average novice, this would be tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, for those with strength, the experience gained there far surpasses that of novice dungeons. In the western part of Yang City, Lin Hao finds himself before a bustling dungeon. To his slight surprise, the area is abuzz with activity, populated by numerous adventurers. Wasn't this supposed to be an obscure dungeon? The crowd is lively, filled with shouts and calls. Normal difficulty. 5 needed, 1 spot left. We need a healer, hurry up. The mine dungeon is in constant search of skilled players to conquer elite levels. The air is thick with team formation shouts. Nearby, some individuals have set up stalls, engaged in commerce. Restorative potions at city prices, get them while you can. Buying Night Star Stone materials from the dungeon, prices negotiable. Lin Hao approaches the entrance of the dungeon to check the dungeon information. Entry is restricted to professionals above level 20. The mine dungeon features 4 difficulty levels: normal, elite, nightmare, and hell. The monsters are between levels 20 and 25. According to the displayed information, even the normal level monsters are twice as challenging as those in the wilderness at the same level, and the density of monsters is substantial. A team of at least 3 is required to dare enter the normal level, while a minimum of 5 elite players is necessary for the elite level. The nightmare mode was only cleared by a powerful team 6 months ago, and now hardly anyone dares to enter due to its high demands. The dungeon has been discovered for a year and a half, yet the hell mode remains unconquered, as even fully equipped elite teams are unable to prevail. As players level up and gear improves, those capable of overcoming it have surpassed level 30 and cannot enter. While Lin Hao inspects the dungeon information with 2 gold-devouring insects, he draws considerable curiosity from onlookers. Some approach to examine the insect perched on his shoulder. "Hey, brother, what profession are you? Are those insects your summons? They look quite peculiar. Are they for display or combat? I adore collecting insect specimens, but I've never seen anything like this. Is it a new species? It looks quite cool. Would you consider selling one to me?" Numerous inquiries bombard him, yet Lin Hao remains indifferent to the attention. Now at level 12, the gold-devouring insects have transformed. They are no longer entirely black, but interspersed with hints of silver. Once they reach level 20, they will evolve into high-tier pets. With each 10 levels, the power of the gold-devouring insects experiences a significant leap. They acquired their skill, Fury, at level 10. And with just 7 more levels to reach 20, they are expected to awaken new abilities. Some timid onlookers, deterred by the menacing appearance of the gold-devouring insects, maintain their distance, whispering among themselves. "Are you a summoner? Would you like to form a team?" Summoners can serve as partial tanks and are often sought after in teams. The mention of hell mode, yet to be cleared, prompts a slight furrow of Lin Hao's brow. This indicates the dungeon's formidable difficulty. Many speculate that the hell level may yield the Night Star Heart, a rare mineral coveted for crafting potent necklaces. Lin Hao recalls seeing someone at the trading center offering 3 million for it. The wilderness monsters are insufficient to satiate Lin Hao's ambitions. Opting to tackle this dungeon is undoubtedly the right choice, as he possesses the strength to challenge monsters beyond his current level. Normal difficulty would be too trivial. An elite would be barely manageable. Nightmare seems to align more with his capabilities. However, he is tempted to test his mettle against hell. With the prowess of his gold-devouring insects, he believes he has a chance. If it proves too overwhelming, he can always retreat to nightmare mode. Only by increasing his level and enhancing his strength can he aspire to conquer greater secret realms, secure his admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University, and ultimately seek out his sister in the capital. Just as Lin Hao contemplates entering the hell-level dungeon, several beams of white light flash outside the dungeon, indicating a party of adventurers emerging from within. There are 4 of them, clad in shining silver gear, unmistakably of silver tier. The party consists of a tank swordsman, a mage, an archer, and a support character, an archetypal team. However, their faces betray exhaustion, marked with numerous wounds. The crowd erupts in astonishment. The Strongman Guild has returned? Is this their 3rd attempt at the hell-level dungeon? They went in with 5, but emerged with only 4. Did one fall inside? It seems they have failed again. The tall mage surveys the area with a grim expression, silencing the murmurs around him. "What are you staring at?" The tank swordsman, with a fiery temperament, barks at the surrounding adventurers. The mage raises his hand, speaking in a low voice. "We will return to heal and come back in 6 hours. I refuse to believe we cannot conquer this hell dungeon. Clear the way." The swordsman roughly shoves past Lin Hao, who frowns at the rudeness. The group, led by the mage, strides past Lin Hao, moving further away. Newbie Dungeon Plaza. The tension and anticipation on the faces of the senior students gathered here is palpable. Today marks the day they embark on a second training expedition to the novice secret realm, and the crowd buzzes with activity, each checking their gear and quietly discussing strategies. Ning-Yin, clad in a well-tailored light purple mage robe and wielding a silver staff embedded with sapphires, stands out among the throng. Her gaze sweeps over the crowd, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she notes the absence of a familiar figure. Yu Dapeng, adorned in gleaming golden armor that has been restored to perfection, scans the area with a few followers, a hint of barely concealed agitation on his face. Principal, Ning-Yin approaches Mo Ren, who is maintaining order, her voice cool. Has Lin Hao not arrived yet? Mo Ren's expression flickers with complexity, a mix of pride and sentiment. He sighs softly, lowering his voice. "UNC. There's no need to wait for Lin Hao. He has transcended this level of the novice secret realm." "What?" Ning-Yun's beautiful eyes widen in surprise. Yu Dapeng also leans in, ears perked up. Mo Ren gazes towards the city outskirts, his tone laden with incredulity. "This morning, Lin Hao ventured into the Lost Mine." "The Lost Mine?" Ning-Yun and Yu Dapeng exclaim in unison, shock etched across their faces. That is an area only accessible to professionals of at least level 15. Crisis lurks at every corner, yet boundless opportunities abound. He, who had merely awakened a mere 2 days prior, even with his extraordinary level advancement, dared not proceed recklessly. Ning-Yun was suddenly reminded of Lin Hao's calm, unwavering gaze, and the hellish mountain of scorpion corpses within the secret realm. An indescribable sense of frustration and urgency surged within her. She regretted her hesitance yesterday for not immediately agreeing to the family's proposal of sending experts to conquer the secret realm. Yu Dapeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he murmured, "Brother Hao is truly exceptional. He has bypassed the novice village and charged straight into the advanced maps. Incredible." He abruptly turned to Ning Yuanxi, his face a mixture of admiration and urgency. "Classmate Ning, did you see that? This is the rhythm of a true powerhouse. We cannot afford to lag behind. My Yu family may not possess much, but we have abundant resources. With your Ning family's skilled fighters and extensive connections, how about we join forces? Let's pool our resources, enlist experts, and sweep through the secret realm. Tomorrow, or at the latest the day after, we too shall charge into the lost mine. We cannot allow ourselves to be left too far behind." Ning Yuanxi regarded Yu Dapeng, recalling Lin Hao's receding silhouette. Biting her lower lip, a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Her pride as an S-tier genius would not permit her to be cast aside. "Very well," she replied coolly. "Let's consolidate our resources and make a concerted effort." Chapter 17, Hellish Dungeon Mode. Once the few departed, the surrounding adventurers began to murmur amongst themselves. The Strongman Guild, the most powerful faction in Yang City, had been unable to conquer the hellish level with their assembled team. If they could not succeed, it was apparent that no one in Yang City could. The term death level was not merely a name. "Did you see that mage? He is Wu Ren, the heir of the Strongman Guild." The Strongman Guild? Lin Hao, who had spent most of his time in school, was not well acquainted with this faction. A fully equipped team clad in silver armor could not conquer the hellish level? Was it truly that daunting? Lin Hao pondered for a moment before opting for the Hell mode. "Do you wish to enter the Hell Dungeon mode?" Confirmed. In an instant, Lin Hao was teleported into the dungeon. The onlookers were taken aback. He entered the dungeon alone? Had he lost his mind? Even the ordinary mode was not something one could solo. However, with Lin Hao's disappearance, they understood that he had indeed entered the dungeon. Wait a minute. He chose the Hell mode? No way. Has he truly gone mad? My goodness, I cannot be mistaken, can I? In high-level dungeons, danger lurks at every turn. It is not a trivial matter of merely wandering around or finding a hiding spot before emerging to boast. Such actions are utterly meaningless. Who is this reckless fool? Is he merely a newly awakened student, ignorant of the dangers of the dungeon? If he cannot even handle the ordinary mode, attempting Hell mode is akin to courting death. Today, I shall remain here and wait to witness how this young man meets his demise. The last statement resonated with many. Yes, I too am eager to see what transpires with this young man. Thus, a throng of spectators gathered on the stone benches at the dungeon entrance, awaiting the spectacle. Lin Hao felt a flash before finding himself in a cave. This was an abandoned mine, once the livelihood of many miners. However, after the emergence of demonic creatures, the mine fell into disuse. The cave walls were embedded with scattered night star stones, emitting a cold, dim glow in the dark cavern. The night star stone is an energy or used for weapon forging, formed over millions of years. It is, indeed, a valuable mineral. However, in its current scattered state, it holds little worth for excavation, and no one would venture into this dungeon for such meager stones. After a brief pause, Lin Hao began to venture deeper into the mine. Suddenly, a humanoid creature clad in tattered garments appeared within his line of sight. Its eyes glowed red, muscles rippling across its form, wielding a pickaxe. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Lost Miner, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 15. Strength, 1,500. Agility, 900. Spirit, 100. Constitution, 1,000. Such formidable attributes. No wonder this hellish dungeon has yet to be cleared. Even the most basic monsters are this formidable. The primary attributes of strength and vitality are exceedingly high. The skills are equally impressive. Double strength, how much power can that yield? It is no surprise that, after more than a year, no one has achieved a first clear. Even this creature, against top-tier level 30 adventurers, would pose a significant challenge. However, for Lin Hao, strength is not the only consideration. It is the lack thereof that truly concerns him. The greater the tempest, the more precious the fish, the higher the monster's level, the richer the experience. His gold-eating worms are no trivial matter. Home, where is home? I long to return, the lost miner muttered repetitively. Day after day, he toiled in the mine, devoid of daylight, existing like a living corpse, ultimately losing both body and soul to madness. He roamed the mine endlessly, warning any who approached to stay away. Should any human intrude, it would be a fight to the death. Suddenly, a gold-eating worm swiftly darted towards the lost miner. Upon noticing the intruding worm, the lost miner brandished his pickaxe and charged forward. The two engaged in battle. The lost miner, seemingly filled with resentment, swung his pickaxe at the worm. With a whoosh, the pickaxe narrowly missed the worm. The gold-eating worm lunged at the miner, biting ferociously. In mere moments, the miner was reduced to a bloody mess. You have slain a level 15 lost miner, earning 1,200 experience points. You have obtained 3 Night Star Stones. Lin Hao was taken aback. Such high experience points? It was simply unimaginable. Typically, a level 15 monster yields only about 150 experience points. Lin Hao pondered briefly and realized. His choice of Hell mode must grant elite monsters double the experience points. In the Nightmare of Hell, every layer offers twice the experience of the previous one. What a windfall. In the Novice Dungeon, slaying a level 9 monster yields a mere 90 experience points. Killing higher level monsters at the same speed is indeed far more exhilarating. Come forth, my companions. Over 100 gold-eating worms materialized around Lin Hao. Buzzing resonated as he summoned them. Individually, they seemed insignificant, but together, they emanated a terrifying aura. As the gold-eating worms' levels increased and their powers grew, their presence transformed from the innocent and adorable creatures Lin Hao had once contracted to something far more chilling, sinister, and voracious, a harbinger of ancient malevolence slowly awakening. As they ascend to levels 30 or 40, or even higher, Lin Hao cannot help but fear what they might face. Should they encounter ancient behemoths? Memories of his awakening as a bug tamer flood his mind, visions of the insect army marching forth, leaving behind mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with all beings bowing in submission. Go. 100 gold-eating bugs formed into a spear-like formation, darting deep into the mine. Meanwhile, 40 additional gold-eating bugs swirled around Lin Hao like a dark nebula. With each step, he advanced further into the depths of the cavern. The swarm of insects pounced upon 5 wandering lost miners. How could the lost miners possibly withstand such an assault? The individual gold-eating bugs were already formidable, and in a group assault, the battle was over almost as soon as it began. Killed 15-level enhanced elite lost miner, earned 7,000 experience points. Acquired Night Star Stone 4. Killed 15-level enhanced elite lost miner, earned 7,000 experience points. Acquired Night Star Stone 5. In an instant, 5 messages flashed across the screen. 750 experience points were secured. The pace was astonishingly rapid, far exceeding that of the novice realm. Indeed, Lin Hao had arrived at the right place. He wondered if he could reach level 14 by the end of this dungeon. Guided by the glow of the Night Star stones embedded in the cave walls, Lin Hao continued deeper into the mine. Killed 15-level enhanced elite lost miner, earned 7,000 experience points. Acquired Night Star Stone 3. Messages cascaded across Lin Hao's interface. Chapter 18, Mine Overseer, Allies. It is important to note that the further one goes, the slower the leveling becomes. However, within this dungeon, the pace of advancement was significantly increased. Lin Hao's experience bar surged upward. In addition to experience points, he also collected a plethora of Night Star stones, which were quite valuable, fetching no less than 200 coins in the market. Before awakening, Lin Hao had lived a life of extreme hardship, at times struggling to afford a meal. This illustrates why everyone aspired to become combat-oriented professionals. The ability to fight was immensely lucrative. Earning a living by twisting screws could never compare to the income generated by dungeon raiding. After 5 minutes had passed, Lin Hao glanced at his experience bar. Now at level 14, 30. The speed was astonishing, far too swift. In this Lost Mine dungeon, encounters with enhanced elite monsters were nearly every few steps, yielding experience points 8 times greater than before. For Lin Hao, while these monsters were indeed powerful and could not be swiftly eliminated one-on-one, the collective force of several bugs rendered the outcome nearly indistinguishable from a one-hit kill. Such a dense assembly of monsters. No wonder the mine dungeons were deemed sanctuaries for leveling up. For many professionals, the abundance of monsters, while advantageous for experience, also signified a heightened risk. Yet for Lin Hao, there was only opportunity, devoid of peril. Before long, the mine branched into paths. As it was his first visit, he had no criteria for making choices. Lin Hao selected one path, yet did not neglect the other, dispatching a dozen gold-eating bugs to explore. He pressed onward, traversing 100 meters, only to confront yet another fork. This mine resembled a labyrinth. With every step, he pondered which path might be the correct one. Oh, it matters not. I shall wander freely, slaying whatever crosses my path. It seemed likely that despite the numerous forks, they eventually converged. At each junction, Lin Hao dispatched a dozen gold-eating bugs to scout ahead. As he progressed, all the locations traversed by the bugs relayed information back to Lin Hao's mind. Slowly, the map of the entire mine began to take shape in his thoughts. Concurrently, the information on his experience panel began to accumulate exponentially. Soon, the messages cascaded like an avalanche, rapidly accelerating in frequency. In numerous forks, the dispatched gold-eating bugs reappeared, confirming Lin Hao's hypothesis that these tunnels were primarily interconnected. After another 10 minutes, Lin Hao's experience reached 12 level 80. He had traversed 2 to 3 miles within the mine, entering a later phase. Here, in many of the tunnels, Lin Hao observed walls that had been excavated into various chambers. He could only speculate whether these rooms had once housed people or were intended to detain runaway miners. In any case, he could see numerous ancient bloodstains within those chambers. Clang, clang, clang. From one of the chambers emerged a humanoid creature resembling a lost miner, yet its size was 3 to 4 times greater, towering at 5 or 6 meters. Its grotesque visage was marred by layers of excess flesh, exuding a most menacing aura. In its grasp was not a pickaxe, but a spiked whip. Lin Hao's detection technique fell upon it. Mine Overseer, Enhanced Elite Boss. Level 19. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 1,000. Spirit, 500. Constitution, 4,000. Skill. Summon. The Overseer can summon nearby creatures of lower level than itself. The Overseer, often the mightiest creature outside of a dungeon boss, possessed impressive attributes. This summon skill was particularly intriguing. Did it allow the Overseer to call forth nearby creatures? If so, it would lead to a chaotic group battle, akin to a raid. Group battles? How delightful. As all the gold-eating bugs returned to Lin Hao's side, the moment had arrived. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 20 gold-eating bugs lunged at the Overseer. The Overseer, detecting the threat, hissed and lashed out with its whip, sending several bugs flying. Those that remained undeterred swarmed upon the Overseer, biting fiercely. Within 10 seconds, the Overseer faltered. It suddenly swatted away 5 or 6 gold-eating bugs and turned to flee deeper into the mine. It was attempting to escape. As it fled, it emitted a bizarre howl. The peculiar, thunderous cry reverberated throughout the cavern, echoing incessantly until it nearly reached every corner of the mine. Thump, thump, thump. Countless creatures surged towards Lin Hao from various passages. How many were there? A multitude of lost miners emerged, charging at Lin Hao, an estimated 400 to 500. Had Lin Hao not previously cleared the area with such thoroughness, the swarm would have easily exceeded 1,000. Go! Over 100 gold-eating bugs surged to meet the oncoming horde. In an instant, a grand melee erupted, with carnage and chaos ensuing. The sounds of pickaxes striking, the cries of battle, filled the air. Miner after miner fell to the ground. Killed 15 level lost miner, earned 7,000 experience points. Acquired Night Star Stone 5. Killed 18 level miner Spectre, earned 8,000 experience points. Experience points and loot flooded the screen. Simultaneously, Lin Hao's experience surged at an astonishing rate. Goodness, this influx of experience is exhilarating. Bring on more. The miners summoned to the scene kept collapsing one after another. 1, 2, 3. Countless numbers. A flash of white light enveloped Lin Hao as he ascended to level 13. He emerged victorious. Lin Hao immediately replenished his stock of 10 devouring worms. A terrifying army of 140 devouring worms swept through the mine. Just as nearly all the lost miners fell, the foreman, tightly clutched by 20 or so devouring worms, also succumbed. Kill foreman, experience 40,000. Acquired bronze equipment, miner's boots. Acquired bronze equipment, miner's bow. Once again, a substantial influx of experience and items. This foreman was like a comrade in arms. With a single summoning, he attracted all the nearby monsters, sparing Lin Hao the trouble of searching. Suddenly, an idea flickered in Lin Hao's mind. Next time he entered the dungeon, there would be no need to slowly hunt for monsters. He could swiftly reach this miner's foreman, unleash some worms to harass him, causing him to go mad and summon all the monsters in the cave. He could then wipe them out in one fell swoop. After careful consideration, Lin Hao found this strategy highly feasible. Chapter 19. Cave Lord, defeating the dungeon. If other players were to learn of Lin Hao's plan, they might well spit blood. Why is the Lost Mine dungeon so challenging? The most perilous juncture lies right here. No team can withstand the onslaught of hundreds of frenzied monsters at once. Even the mightiest of them would face annihilation if beset by a horde of creatures. Chaos would ensue, leaving escape as the only option. After clearing the remnants of the battlefield, Lin Hao continued deeper into the mine. A vast cavern loomed before him. Distinct from the previous passageways, this was a square-like expanse, spacious enough to accommodate thousands. A grand platform rose in the center of the cave, upon which sat a colossal being on a massive stone chair, standing 10 meters tall and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. This humanoid monster resembled a gigantic fat figure, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. It was evident that this was a strength-based boss. Beside it lay a gigantic spiked mace, forged from fine iron and bristling with sharp spikes. Who dares intrude upon my domain? A deep voice thundered, accompanied by a piercing gaze fixed upon Lin Hao. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Cave Lord, boss level monster. Level, 25. Strength, 7,000. Agility, 3,000. Spirit, 1,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skills, critical hit, knockback. Skill, knockback, with a 20 chance. A powerful strike can send an opponent flying. Killing him would unlock the entire dungeon, marking a successful completion. A smile crept onto Lin Hao's lips. Intruders shall perish. The Cave Lord rose, letting out a mighty roar. With that, he leaped down from the platform. A thunderous crash reverberated through the cave, shaking it violently and causing debris to rain down from the walls. Good heavens, how heavy must he be? Lin Hao marveled. If any other adventurer faced this boss, the challenge would indeed be formidable. But who was Lin Hao? The bane of bosses. To him, every boss was merely a source of experience and loot. Onward. Lin Hao's eyes glinted with determination as he raised his hand and gestured forward. The massive swarm of devouring worms descended upon the Cave Lord like a dark cloud. Bold fool. The Cave Lord bellowed in rage. He swung the enormous mace, unleashing a tempest. The swarm of worms scattered. Though 2 or 3 dozen were struck away by the mace, the remaining worms immediately lunged at the Lord. Those that had been flung away quickly returned. As the terrifying worms bit and tore at him, flesh and blood began to fall from the Lord's body, prompting him to howl in agony. He desperately swung his mace, attempting to swat away the flying worms while simultaneously slapping his body with his massive palm to dislodge them. Yet, he was completely covered in worms. How could he possibly knock them off? He grasped a few worms, attempting to crush them, only to find them tougher than wrought iron. They slammed to the ground but quickly wriggled back to life. These worms were virtually indestructible, biting with razor-sharp teeth that tore away large chunks of flesh. The Lord felt most of his outer muscle shredded by these accursed creatures. The vitality was ebbing from him. Despite the Lord's immense strength, it was utterly futile against the devouring worms, which seemed to have been born to counter him. After 4 to 5 minutes, a resounding crash echoed as the Lord fell to the ground, defeated and unwilling to accept his fate. The entire cavern trembled with the impact. A series of notification chimes followed. Successfully defeated the Cave Lord, experience 80,000. Acquired silver equipment, mighty spiked mace. Acquired silver equipment, mighty leather armor. Acquired item, Heart of the Night Star. Acquired item, Night Star Stone X200. The sound of rewards was incessant. 80,000 experience points. To be honest, Lin Hao himself was taken aback. A flash of white light enveloped him as he finally reached level 14. 2 pieces of silver equipment. Remarkable. For players below level 30. Obtaining silver gear was an exceedingly rare feat. They usually only encountered black iron or bronze items. Lin Hao then gazed at the Heart of the Night Star. This heart-shaped item radiated a dazzling brilliance, clearly extraordinary. He examined its description. Heart of the Night Star, born in the depths of the earth, formed over eons. Grants 10 immunity to elemental damage. If crafted into a necklace, the Heart of the Night Star necklace would provide 30 immunity to elemental damage. Good heavens! If this Heart of the Night Star necklace were truly created, it would be the nemesis of elemental mages. Upon completing this hellish dungeon, a teleportation array appeared at the exit. Without hesitation, Lin Hao stepped into the array. Whoosh! He emerged outside the dungeon, having spent approximately 2 hours inside. The moment Lin Hao's figure appeared outside, the surrounding din abruptly ceased. Is he still alive? This lad has endured for several hours, finally deciding to emerge. He must have been hiding inside, barely managing to hold out for a few hours before succumbing and fleeing. The group of players outside, seeing Lin Hao still alive, expressed a hint of disappointment. Generally, they detest show-off players. What? Behold, we have conquered the Hell Instance. A person examining the dungeon information suddenly exclaimed. The crowd nearby froze momentarily. Upon grasping the significance of the declaration, they rushed forward. Could it be possible? At this hour, no formidable teams were challenging the Hell Instance. Who could have achieved such a feat? For over a year, this Hell-level dungeon had posed an insurmountable challenge. Often referred to as the Death level, no player had managed to clear it, not even the strongest guilds, who had met with failure and incurred numerous losses within. The name of the first conqueror must be displayed. Can anyone see who it is? Some individuals shouted from the periphery. Lin Hao. The first conqueror is Lin Hao. Someone within the dungeon called out loudly. Lin Hao? Who is that? I've never heard of such a person. Many in the crowd expressed their bewilderment. Typically, exceptional players become well known within the community, yet Lin Hao remained a mystery. Wait, could it be just one person? Not a team? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Good heavens. It was a solo achievement, not a team effort. Could it be that kid from earlier? Another voice chimed in, having forgotten to inquire about his name. The crowd began to scatter, searching for Lin Hao, but he had already slipped away amidst the commotion. The dungeon's cooldown period required 12 hours before he could re-enter. Chapter 20, Wilderness Encampment, Fortress 1 of Yang City. Earlier that morning, Lin Hao had completed the Hell-level challenge of the Lost Mine within 3 hours, and it was still not yet noon. His execution was seamless, devoid of any hesitance. Once he finished, he departed. Lin Hao planned to return once the cooldown elapsed. For this dungeon was exceedingly exhilarating, especially the Hell level. The only drawback was the lengthy cooldown time. Where to next? Time could not be squandered. Perhaps the wilderness? It was boundless, teeming with countless monsters. While it may not have offered as many challenges as dungeons, it certainly promised endless opportunities for combat. Lin Hao checked the surroundings. Yang City was encircled by numerous small fortresses, remnants of the original settlements. However, as ferocious beasts began to overrun the area, the residents had retreated into the city. The outer villages had been transformed into satellite outposts by the city guards, serving as sentinels against the beast hordes. Those venturing into the wilderness could teleport directly from the city to these satellite fortresses. Lin Hao selected Fortress 1 of Yang City. As the teleportation array's brilliance faded, Lin Hao stepped into this satellite fortress located outside Yang City. Rather than a mere encampment, it resembled a fully equipped military town. Towering walls constructed from massive obsidian blocks bore intricate defensive runes that pulsed with energy. The battlements were adorned with menacing crossbows glinting ominously, while squads of vigilant city guards patrolled, their sharp gazes scanning the perimeter. The air was thick with a subtle scent of blood, dust, and a wild essence unique to the wilderness. The atmosphere here starkly contrasted with that of the city, tense and forbidding, Every individual traversing this ground exuded an aura of danger. Lin Hao observed all of this calmly. He recalled Zhao Caijuan's mention of the Abyssal Army and the looming threat of the demonic bull beast and the Abyssal Saint's apparition within the secret realm. I must grow stronger. I must accelerate my ascent to power, strong enough to overcome all obstacles, reach the capital city, find her, and protect her. He steadied his resolve and approached the imposing, steel-forged gates of the fortress. The gates were heavily guarded. Those entering and exiting lined up, undergoing rigorous inspections and registrations by the city guards. Most were groups of adventurers. Few were solitary figures like Lin Hao, particularly one as youthful as he appeared. When his turn came, a stern-faced soldier halted him. Identification badge, exit permit, level registration. Lin Hao silently presented the training application issued by No. 8 High School along with his identification badge. The soldier accepted the documents, glanced at them, and instantly furrowed his brow. Level 14? E-rank pest controller? You wish to venture into the wilderness alone? His tone was rife with skepticism and scrutiny. This is not your school's novice secret realm. Monsters below level 20 outside are considered docile, yet you might encounter unforeseen dangers that could lead to your demise before you even realize it. Nonetheless, Lin Hao persisted, and the guard reluctantly prepared to allow him passage. Wait. At that moment, a squad of returning soldiers from the outer perimeter arrived, led by Chen Ziqing. Clad in her crisp city guard uniform, she embodied a poised figure. Though fatigue flickered across her features, her gaze remained sharp. She overheard the soldiers' inquiries regarding Lin Hao. Striding forward, she commanded the soldier, deny his application. Pausing, her gaze fell upon Lin Hao, and a complex expression briefly crossed her proud countenance. She recalled her uncle Zhao Caijuan's regard for Lin Hao, juxtaposed with her own skepticism. What is the matter? Chen Ziqing approached. Captain Chen. The soldier saluted immediately. This student. Level 14, E-rank profession, requests to exit the city alone. According to regulations, those below level 20 without a higher-ranked escort are generally not permitted to leave, to prevent unnecessary casualties. Chen Ziqing turned to Lin Hao. Lin Hao? I remember you. Level 12, E-rank profession. Ah, level 14 now? Chen Ziqing was taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure and stated, and what of being level 14? The situation outside is not particularly stable. We've detected signs of a small-scale beast tide gathering around the Black Wind Hollow to the south, with unusual energy fluctuations. Her words seemed rooted in protocol and fact. Yet her tone dripped with disdain for E-rank professions, implying that she viewed him merely as a stroke of luck. Lin Hao lifted his gaze, calmly interrupting her. Thank you for the warning. I have compelling reasons to go out. No, you cannot leave. Lin Hao met Chen Ziqing's gaze, fully aware of her intentions. He had no desire to engage in fruitless arguments. Emotions could not resolve the matter, but absolute authority and strength could. Ignoring Chen Ziqing's warning, he simply turned his wrist, revealing a smooth, white jade medallion, which he handed directly to the inspecting soldier. The medallion bore the robust characters of Zhao Caijun, seemingly imbued with an intangible power. The soldier's eyes widened in shock as they met the medallion, his stern demeanor instantly transforming into astonishment and trepidation. Almost instinctively, he snapped to attention, his body rigid, his voice trembling. The general's order? To see the order is akin to the general's personal presence. This exclamation altered the expressions of all soldiers nearby, including Chen Ziqing. She evidently had not anticipated that Lin Hao would so effortlessly wield the private token bestowed by her uncle, particularly in a matter of such insignificance, thereby striking a blow to her pride. Gazing at the medallion symbolizing her uncle's highest authority, then at Lin Hao's unflappable visage, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her face a mixture of pallor and green, her chest rising and falling slightly. She gazed at Lin Hao, whose demeanor was as tranquil as a placid lake, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Observing the shift in her soldiers' attitudes, from haughty to obsequious, she felt that her earlier, impassioned intervention had been rendered a farce. Her lips quivered, yearning to articulate something further. Yet in the presence of the jade token symbolizing Zhao Caijuan's absolute authority, any regulations or justifications appeared utterly feeble. Ultimately, she swallowed her words, letting out a cold huff before turning her face away, her nails nearly digging into her palm. May I leave now? Lin Hao's voice remained composed. Chapter 21. I wish to exit the castle. Who dares to obstruct me? The soldiers immediately stepped aside, their tones imbued with profound reverence. Of course. Please, do proceed. Ensure your safety. Should you require assistance, feel free to signal. One even went so far as to offer several military distress signal flares. Lin Hao stowed away the jade token and the signal flares, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of the soldier's caution, never casting another glance at Chen Ziqing. It was as if her previous obstruction and present humiliation were but wisps of air. He turned, stepping across the threshold of the gate, which flickered with faint runic light. Chen Ziqing watched his retreating figure, biting her lip in frustration, and finally instructed her aide in a hushed tone, have the 3rd Patrol Team conduct a focused sweep of the southern 35th District. If he encounters any danger, do your utmost to assist him. Do not let him meet a grim fate. In the end, she could not entirely turn a blind eye. Outside, the scent of the wilderness hit her with primal ferocity, brimming with the unknown. Lin Hao inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power coursing through him and the warm touch of the spirit butterflies upon his shoulders. Within the city lay order and relative safety, whereas the outside world was engulfed by raw, desolate peril. The acrid stench of blood, decaying matter, and a certain feral energy mingled in the wind, tugging at his garments. Summoning forth his thoughts, the next instant, waves of distortion rippled outward from him. 149 golden devouring insects materialized silently, coalescing into a suffocating, dark golden cloud of insects. Their carapaces glinted with a metallic sheen, their compound eyes gleamed crimson, and their mandibles emitted a faint, yet grating, clicking sound. A dense aura of bloodthirst and malice permeated the air, startling several hyena-like creatures that had been gnawing on shrubs, making them raise their heads and emit anxious growls. Simultaneously, 150 spirit butterflies materialized, gracefully alighting on Lin Hao's shoulders, the tips of his hair, and even merging into the shadows of his garments. Their wings shimmered with starlight, quickly retracting until they appeared almost transparent, as though they had never existed. Only Lin Hao could distinctly sense the warm and resilient invisible force field enveloping him, life-sharing, now activated. A howl. The startled wilderness hyenas evidently perceived Lin Hao as an intruder in their domain. They were robust, resembling small calves, their matted fur filthy, and their fangs dripping with putrid saliva. Their crimson eyes sparkled with greed and savagery, fixating on this solitary, vulnerable human as a delectable feast. One particularly brawny hyena crouched low, then launched itself into action. It moved with astonishing speed, generating a foul wind, its gaping maw aimed directly at Lin Hao's rear. This lunge, this bite, contained enough power to rend steel, executed with their signature skill of tearing at vulnerable spots. A typical level 20 professional would likely be gravely injured by such an ambush. However, just as it leapt into the air, a hum resonated. The dark golden cloud of death promptly engulfed it. The specifics of the event were obscured, but a cacophony of spine-tingling, rapid clicks, and hisses erupted. Blood, shredded flesh, and bone fragments exploded outward. The ferocious wilderness hyena didn't even manage to emit a full cry of agony before being instantaneously dismembered by over 10 golden devouring insects. Reduced to countless pieces. A swift kill. An absolute annihilation. Killed a level 20 wilderness hyena. Experience gained, 220. The experience gained was somewhat meager, paltry compared to the hellish dungeons. Nonetheless, it was still significantly better than the novice dungeons. Furthermore, the creatures here were not limited in number as in the dungeons. They were ubiquitous. Now, with an increased number of battle insects at his disposal, he could unleash them to kill, with a mere thought. The dark golden cloud of death erupted, transforming into 180 streaks of lethal light, cascading outward in a fan-shaped area with a radius of 100 meters. In the next moment, distant roars of terror from more monsters echoed, accompanied by heart-wrenching howls and the horrifying sounds of bones crunching and carapaces tearing apart. Notifications of experience acquisition began flooding in at an astonishing rate. Killed a level 21 venomous hedgehog. Experience gained, 210. Killed a level 22 rocky lizard. Experience gained, 220. Only then did Lin Hao slowly lift his foot and step forward, where he had just trampled the still-warm blood of the hyena. The dark golden cloud of insects surged like a tide of death, advancing steadily into the depths of the wilderness. Wherever he passed, slaughter became the singular theme. The golden devouring insects locked onto every moving creature within their field of vision. Whether it was a scorpion lurking beneath the sand, a python camouflaged as a dead tree, or a pack of razor-toothed dire wolves, the outcome was uniformly grim in the face of absolute speed and sharpness. Killed a level 23 sandy poison scorpion. Experience gained, 230. Killed a level 24 deadwood python. Experience gained, 240. Killed a level 22 wilderness dire wolf. Experience gained, 250. According to the rudimentary map etched in his memory prior to leaving the city, he was progressing toward areas densely populated with level 30 monsters. Those creatures offered richer experience, although for the majority of professionals, it signified lethal danger. For him, however, they were merely more efficient fuel. 2 hours later, Lin Hao's experience reached level 12 at 80. Meanwhile, many of his classmates were still cautiously contending with a level 3 armored scorpion. Yet here stood Lin Hao, having ventured into the wilderness, advancing toward the level 25 area, harvesting monsters as though mowing grass. This disparity was no longer merely a difference in level numbers. It was a divergence in dimension. While they were still learning to walk within the novice protection zone, he had already begun to sprint at full speed through the storm. At that moment, a mound of earth riddled with holes caught Lin Hao's attention. There lurks a beast of around level 15, hidden within the dirt. One golden devouring insect received the command, and, like a precision-guided missile, hurtled into one of the holes. Boom. Dirt flew everywhere. The mound erupted, and a shadow sprang forth. It was a massive cockroach, half the height of a person. Its shell bore a slick, filthy brown hue. However, it appeared to be a juvenile, skittish and wary. It seemed enraged, locking its compound eyes onto Lin Hao, and with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it charged at him like a cannonball. However, halfway there, it suddenly turned and fled. Lin Hao was left momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 22. Rampaging through the wilderness, one-on-one with a cockroach. Where to escape? Lin Hao bellowed. Suddenly, he retrieved a novice whiteboard sword issued by the school from his spatial backpack. Having relied on his insect companions for combat thus far, it felt somewhat inappropriate for him, the master, to remain idle. Today, as a tamer, I shall personally wield a steel blade to vanquish this heavily armored cockroach. Lin Hao's childlike enthusiasm surged as he charged forward with the steel knife. The armored cockroach, realizing it could not flee, turned back and charged at him. Excellent. With a resounding clang, Lin Hao swung down at the cockroach's head. The steel blade rebounded, sending a jolt through Lin Hao's hands. Yet it managed to carve a small gash atop the cockroach's head, causing a spurt of green blood to erupt. In agony, the armored cockroach lunged at Lin Hao. Intent on biting him, Lin Hao stood his ground. The force of the cockroach's charge knocked him back a few steps. Upon closer inspection, he noted that under normal circumstances, he would have sustained considerable injury. Yet, at this moment, he bore not a scratch. Simultaneously, he sensed that one of the fairy butterflies perched upon him had sustained a minor injury, though it was nearly imperceptible to the creature. What a remarkable bond of shared life. Lin Hao mused that if he stood there motionless and allowed the armored cockroach to strike, it would likely take a considerable time before it could inflict any harm upon him. With this confidence, Lin Hao grew bolder, delivering another decisive blow, this time severing one of the cockroach's antennae. Lin Hao's level was on par with that of the armored cockroach, and their strengths were evenly matched. Although the cockroach moved sluggishly, its defenses were formidable. Strength was not Lin Hao's forte, but he had learned some basic combat techniques during his time at school. Thus, the duel between man and cockroach unfolded with a delightful back-and-forth exchange. Indeed, Lin Hao did not engage the cockroach out of mere boredom. He sought to test the efficacy of the fairy butterfly against an opponent of low attacking power. Die, cockroach! Take another slice from me, Lin Hao shouted, delivering yet another strike upon the insect. After several minutes of combat, the armored cockroach had lost a significant portion of its vitality and was moving even more slowly. Ha ha! Lin Hao laughed heartily, feeling no shame in being able to best a cockroach that his golden devouring worms could dispatch in an instant. It was sheer amusement, pure exhilaration. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! At that moment, distant laughter reached Lin Hao's ears. He turned to find a four-member team approaching from behind. The quartet, witnessing Lin Hao's fierce battle with the cockroach, could not help but guffaw. Is that fellow not a fool? A mere level 14 wretch daring to challenge a cockroach in the wilderness? Just look at all this blood. They've probably been at it for half an hour. Ha ha ha! I can't believe such a person exists. Truly, monsters spawn incessantly, and fools abound daily. The group pointed and laughed at Lin Hao. This marked Lin Hao's first encounter with a party of adventurers outside the city. It was said that the wilds were almost lawless, where murder was a commonplace occurrence. The guards at the city gate had warned Lin Hao to be wary not only of monsters, but also of other players. At that moment, a sense of vigilance surged within him. With a mere thought, dozens of golden devouring worms swiftly returned from outside, quietly concealing themselves in the grass around him. The team moved quickly, drawing nearer to Lin Hao. He soon discerned that they were a well-rounded group, a tank swordsman, an archer, a mage, and a healer, each exceeding level 25, with two reaching level 26. As advanced players in their 20s, they naturally regarded the level 14 Lin Hao with disdain, hardly sparing him a thought. When have the strong ever cared for the thoughts of the weak? Do humans ponder the feelings of the ants beneath their feet? The group openly mocked Lin Hao, their laughter echoing with unabashed ridicule. Yet, amidst his battle with the armored cockroach, Lin Hao divided some of his attention to monitor their movements. The presence of players in their 20s did not intimidate him, given the strength of his golden devouring worms. Dealing with them would not pose a significant challenge should they choose to act against him. Nevertheless, Lin Hao had no desire to resort to violence over mere mockery unless provoked beyond measure. Just as Lin Hao prepared a few more strikes to finish off the cockroach, suddenly, whoosh, a fireball shot from the mage's hand, hurtling towards Lin Hao. Narrowing his eyes, Lin Hao dispatched the cockroach with a swift slice before retreating a few steps. Bang! The fireball struck the corpse of the cockroach. Chapter 23. An encounter with wilderness professionals. It turned out that the mage's target was not Lin Hao, but rather the dying cockroach. He sought to snatch the experience, attempting to toy with Lin Hao. However, he had acted a moment too late, and the experience had already been claimed by Lin Hao. It seemed that this mage had engaged in such antics before, as the others erupted in laughter at his expense. Ha ha ha, Zhou Ran, your strength has increased. A mere fireball to dispatch a heavily armored cockroach. Your skill proficiency must be soaring. Were you trying to assist him because you saw him struggling so much? Ha ha. The group burst into further laughter. Yet this time, they were oblivious to the mage's true intentions, believing he was merely toying with a low-level player as he had done in the past. amidst the cheers of his comrades. The mage's face flickered between shades of green and white, his gaze fixated on Lin Hao. While a single monster's experience was trivial, the malice exhibited by the mage ignited a flicker of anger within Lin Hao. Just as he was about to speak up, the swordsman in the group interjected. Let us not complicate matters. Everyone, hurry up, or we may lose track of him. The others, upon hearing this, ceased their mockery of Lin Hao and hurriedly made their way into the distance, disappearing from sight, as if they had urgent business. Lin Hao watched them retreat, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Count yourselves fortunate. Had you truly provoked my ire, I would have fed you to my worms. To them, Lin Hao was but an insignificant insect, and these individuals bore little difference from the wild monsters he had been slaying. Lin Hao held a clear understanding of his own strength. With their departure, the minor disturbance came to a close. Lin Hao resumed his foray into the depths, continuing to hunt monsters. Successfully defeated a level 21 magic fly lizard. Experience gained, 210. Successfully defeated a level 22 confounding flower. Experience gained, 220. Dropped confounding flower petal X1. Successfully defeated a level 23 lizardman axe warrior. Experience gained, 230. Dropped lizardman axe X1. A relentless onslaught ensued, annihilating foes with ease. The experience continued to flood in, and his level increased to 90 of level 14. The pace was certainly commendable. The impending examination in a fortnight fills one with a sense of wonder regarding the levels one might achieve through sheer determination. At that time, not only classmates but also teachers and the principal will be left astounded. Based on previous year's data, many combat profession awakeners typically remain confined to novice dungeons for the span of 2 weeks, reaching merely around level 10. Yet, I shall undoubtedly surpass level 20. It is fair to assert that I will elevate myself to an entirely different echelon. The thought of ascending to level 20 and subsequently venturing into the ancient and enigmatic insect realm ignites a fervor within Lin Hao. He strides forward, delving deeper into the wilderness, advancing towards areas inhabited by more formidable monsters. Over 100 gold-devouring insects unleash their relentless vigor, akin to inexhaustible machines of slaughter, as they charge towards the surrounding higher-level creatures. Lizardman axe-wielders, demonic werewolves, and gigantic venomous spiders fall in droves. The experience bar rises at a visibly rapid pace, rendering the earlier events as if they had never transpired. At this juncture, even Lin Hao's typically placid demeanor experiences a subtle ripple, a flicker of anticipation for absolute power and a fervent desire to hasten towards his goals. He is acutely aware of his purpose. All the patience and focus are directed toward ultimate transcendence. In Chapter 24, as he encounters a wilderness team once more, the atmosphere thickens with tension. The afternoon wilderness, bathed in sunlight filtering through sparse trees, casts dappled shadows upon the ground. The air is saturated with a faint metallic scent of blood and the earthy aroma of soil, while the sporadic roars of beasts and chirps of birds accentuate the lurking dangers in this land. Leaning against a robust, withered tree, Lin Hao nibbles on a hard, dry ration, washing it down with water from his canteen. In his mind, the memories of his prior excursions into the insect realm replay like vivid imagery. The immense uncertainty of random teleportation and the vulnerability faced against higher-tier insect species weigh heavily on him. Furrowing his brow momentarily, he then relaxes. In the next venture, he can directly employ a position swap to teleport to the marked location of the colossal prairie earthworm, establishing a temporary base in a relatively safe grassland area. He meticulously plans, knowing this will significantly enhance the efficiency of searching for and contracting new insect companions. If successful, he might return with 6 or 7 different types of insect species. The mere thought of commanding a diverse army of insects ignites a fervor even in Lin Hao's typically composed gaze. What astonishing power would that entail? His thoughts drift to his sister, Lin Dong, a figure who once captivated the entire Jiangning province, securing the top spot in the martial arts examination with an overwhelming advantage. Entering the illustrious Qingbei Martial Arts University that countless dream of. It is said that when she departed Yang City, her level was nearing 20, far surpassing her peers. Now, 3 years later, with her innate talent and the resources of Qingbei, she must have reached at least level 30 or 40, perhaps even more. Lin Hao silently calculates, his gaze sharpening. Merely matching her past achievements is insufficient. The troubles she faced could silence even a top-tier genius at levels 30 or 40, revealing the perils that lie beyond. I must possess greater strength and faster growth. The aspiration to enter Qingbei, to find and protect his sister, blazes within him like the fiercest flame, propelling him to seize every moment without respite. Finishing the last morsel of bread, Lin Hao rises, casting his gaze around. The 12 level 26 lizardman axe wielders within a 300-meter radius have been reduced to mere fragments of bone by the relentless onslaught of 190 gold-devouring insects. He now finds himself amidst a denser thicket, a territory inhabited by level 27 sword-armored beasts. These creatures, resembling pangolins, are sheathed in thick, blade-like scales, boasting superior defense and attack capabilities compared to lizardmen, and the obscured vision within the forest heightens the danger. With a flicker of thought, Lin Hao narrows the scouting and attack range of the gold-devouring insects from 300 meters to 200, ensuring absolute control and avoiding attracting monster hordes beyond manageable proportions in the dense foliage. Suddenly, several sword-armored beasts detect Lin Hao, hissing threateningly, their limbs digging into the earth as they charge like arrows, their sharp scales scraping against the trees, leaving deep gashes. However, what awaits them is a flurry of swifter, darker lightning. The gold-devouring insects dive down, disregarding the seemingly impenetrable sword-like scales, their razor-sharp mandibles expertly finding gaps between the scales or brutally piercing through them. Accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bone, the foremost sword-armored beasts are swiftly slain, collapsing in convulsions. Kill level 27 sword-armored beast, experience 270. Acquire material, sword-armored beasts blade scale 2. Acquire material, sword-armored beasts hard tendon 1. The system notifications arrive as anticipated, even when confronted with higher-level monsters. The 20-fold enhancement of the gold-devouring insects continues to display terrifying combat prowess. The efficiency of monster hunting remains as steadfast as a mountain. Lin Hao maintains a serene expression, directing the swarm to expand outward, functioning as a cold, efficient machine of slaughter, making steady progress as the experience bar ascends at a visible yet steady pace. The materials within his storage space continue to accumulate. At that moment, a voice cuts through the tranquility. Halt! Hand over your belongings. A sudden, sharp command accompanied by the explosive sound of a fireball shatters the relative peace of the forest. Lin Hao furrows his brow, looking up to see a lean figure clad in pale purple darting through the trees 50 meters away. Moving with incredible speed and an erratic trajectory, clearly an agile class adventurer seemingly fleeing for their life. Moments later, two familiar figures, panting heavily, emerge in pursuit, the boisterous fire mage and the more cautious swordsman from the adventurer team they encountered earlier. Upon seeing Lin Hao, who stands calmly beside the withered tree, they halt abruptly, expressions of shock adorning their faces. It's you, exclaims the mage, incredulity lacing his tone, filled with undisguised disdain. What brings you so deep? Haven't you been devoured by monsters yet? He had presumed this level 14 rookie would have scurried back to safety after encountering obstacles near the city walls, never imagining he would dare venture into a level 30 monster zone, seemingly unscathed. The swordsman, however, wears a furrowed brow, scanning the surroundings warily with a hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Are you alone? His caution is palpable. Doubting that a low-level adventurer could traverse this area unscathed, suspecting the presence of higher-tier companions lurking nearby, Lin Hao offers no response to their inquiries, merely observing them with a detached demeanor. Hey, kid. The mage, losing patience, barks with a sharp edge to his voice. Did you see someone in a light purple outfit dart by? Which direction did they head? I do not know. Don't know? The mage's fury seems to find an outlet now, his earlier frustration about losing the target boiling over. He perceives Lin Hao's nonchalance as an intentional concealment. Are you toying with me? Seeking death, are we? He abruptly raises his hand, crimson light gathering in his palm as a searing fireball takes form. The air around them heating dramatically, the threat unmistakable. The swordsman's expression shifts, hastily grasping the mage's arm. Ehua, don't act rashly. He cast another glance at Lin Hao, his eyes filled with suspicion and uncertainty, lowering his voice. This kid is rather uncanny. He might truly have companions nearby. What nonsense! The mage retorted angrily, yet the fireball he held in his hand was not immediately launched, clearly influenced by the swordsman's caution. The swordsman turned to Lin Hao, his voice cold and resolute. Little brother, that person has stolen something of great importance from us. If you disclose their whereabouts, it will be to your benefit. Otherwise, should we resort to violence, it is you who will suffer the consequences. Faced with the menacing fireball and the mounting pressure from the duo, Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged, exuding an unsettling calmness. However, the fingers at his side subtly twitched. Dozens of golden eater bugs, having completed their mission, circled quietly nearby, reducing their altitude like the most elite of assassins, using the cover of the trees to silently encircle the two adventurers from all directions. An invisible aura of lethal intent began to permeate the air. Lin Hao's gaze swept over the mage's contorted face filled with fury and then to the swordsman's wary, suspicious eyes. His heart was as cold and steady as ice. If you insist on courting death, I have no qualms about adding 2 more skeletons to this desolate wilderness. Chapter 25, Idle Leveling Mode. Just as tensions were about to boil over, the swordsman, who had been fixated on Lin Hao, suddenly called out to the mage, forget it. Let's pursue in that direction. With that, he dashed back towards the east. The mage shot Lin Hao a cold glance and said, consider yourself fortunate, before hastening to follow the swordsman. Fortunate? It is you who are fortunate. Had these two dared to push further moments ago, I would have made my move. The repeated provocations from this group ignited a fire within Lin Hao. It seemed impossible to enjoy even a single day of peace, though he was merely at level 14. Dispatching those two in their 30s should not pose a significant challenge. However, having encountered 4 earlier and now only facing 2, where were the other 2 companions? Lin Hao was reluctant to waste time and decided to continue hunting monsters. Before nightfall, he aimed to reach a little over level 15, allowing him to utilize the midnight hours to ascend to level 16, so he could return to the city for the mine dungeon early the next morning. Successfully killed a 26-level swordshell beast, gained 260 experience points. Dropped swordshell beast leather armor 1. Successfully killed a 26-level swordshell beast. Gained 260 experience points. Dropped swordshell beast leather armor 1. The speed of his monster hunting remained remarkably swift. As the sun began to set, a flash of white light enveloped Lin Hao. You have leveled up to level 15. At level 15, his progress was still somewhat sluggish. With such formidable strength, leveling up seemed tedious. How long would it take others to rise 2 levels? Perhaps 3 to 5 days. He wondered what levels his classmates, still grinding in the dungeon, had reached. Now, each level he gained required more experience than the total he needed to reach level 10. He estimated he was at a level approximately around 56. Individuals like Ning-Yuan-Si, equipped with powerful gear and belonging to rare classes, must certainly be far ahead of the average player, potentially approaching level 8. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold, a cool evening breeze swept through. Lin Hao summoned a portion of the golden eater bugs back, instructing them to conceal themselves beneath the leaves of nearby trees. The rest he expanded beyond the previous 200-meter radius. He ignited a fire, preparing to roast some meat for dinner and take a moment's rest. Although the city guards had advised him to return before nightfall, Lin Hao had no intention of doing so. Such a wilderness posed no threat to him. Perhaps in zones with level 30, 40, or 50 monsters, there might be danger. However, he had only traversed a day's journey today, primarily focused on monster hunting, and the creatures in this area were relatively weak. The more formidable, erratic high-level monsters had already been cleared out by the regular patrols of the city guards, who would not allow threats to the inner city to linger nearby. The swordshell beast resembled a pangolin, its flesh dense and succulent. Before long, 20-odd pounds of swordshell beast meat began to sizzle and ooze grease over the fire, releasing a rich aroma. As Lin Hao tended to the fire and roasted the meat, his experience points continued to accumulate on the panel. The golden eater bugs he had sent out continued their relentless slaughter of nearby monsters. This was undoubtedly a quintessential idle leveling mode. If Yu Daopeng were to discover this, he, as a tank, would need to bear the brunt of countless monsters' damage, while Ning Yuan-Si would unleash lightning-fast attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Hao simply roasted meat and leveled up. They would surely be envious enough to turn pale. How delightful. It seems I have arrived just in time. A figure draped in pale purple emerged from the shadowy thicket. Her? Lin Hao squinted, recognizing her as the purple silhouette he had seen fleeing earlier. The bright firelight illuminated her features. Clad entirely in purple top, purple gauzy skirt, her features were delicate, with large, glistening eyes adorned with a rather avant-garde smoky makeup, and she appeared to be around Lin Hao's age. What was going on today? Were both parties determined to involve him? Whether it was that group of professionals or this girl before him, he wished to avoid entanglements. His sole focus was on leveling up. Thus, he spoke coldly. I am not concerned with any grievances you may have, but do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. The girl shifted her gaze from the roasting meat to Lin Hao's face. Oh my, how could a dashing young man like you be so cold and unfeeling towards a solitary, starving girl in the night? Lin Hao frowned slightly, choosing not to respond. Yet his intent to dismiss her remained clear. All right, I'll just have a couple of pieces of meat, then I'll leave. I am on the verge of starving to death, she said, pouting her lips and looking up at Lin Hao with an expression of feigned innocence. Lin Hao turned his gaze back to the fire. She glanced at him and softly said, Lin Hao, Beast Tamer, level 15. Wow, you've reached level 15 so quickly? She exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. I took over 3 days to level from 14 to 15. You've only been at it for about 3 hours since this afternoon, right? It seems you are indeed a bold one, daring to venture into this wilderness alone to hunt monsters. Today, I spotted a peculiar bug in the woods that was killing monsters. Is that your pet? A beast tamer is quite impressive, leveling up so swiftly. Clearly, she was astonished by Lin Hao's rapid ascent. Lin Hao cast a detection spell on her. Zhao Shaoling, assassin, level 19. Indeed, she was an assassin. Lin Hao stepped forward, retrieving a dagger to begin slicing the meat. The girl's eyes were glued to the roasting meat, as if she were about to drool. This expression of gluttony made her appear adorably naive. I'll finish the meat and leave without involving you. Those people are villains who have pursued me for days to seize my belongings. Although you, as a beast tamer, are somewhat unique, you are unlikely to be their match. She quickly explained upon seeing Lin Hao's acquiescence to let her have some meat. Implicitly, she was indicating that she would not let the group of adventurers mistake her for being associated with him, thus avoiding any repercussions for both. In her assessment, Lin Hao, as a level 14 low-level player, would not stand a chance against those 3 level 20 professionals if they chose to retaliate against him. In the desolate wilderness, who could comprehend the act of taking a life? Yet, she was blissfully unaware that Lin Hao held no fear for those few individuals. Today, the mage had provoked him, and his bloodlust had been ignited. Fortunately, The two had departed swiftly. The sizzling aroma of the grilled meat was still quite hot. But Zhao Xiaoling was evidently too famished to wait. She opened her petite mouth, lined with perfectly arranged teeth, and savagely bit into the meat, exhaling breaths of air as she did so due to its heat. Had the child truly not eaten for 2 or 3 days? Lin Hao sliced off several pieces of the fragrant meat and handed them to her, as they were thinly cut and not too hot. Zhao Xiaoling accepted them eagerly, a look of satisfaction crossing her face. You seem quite aloof on the surface, she remarked, but you are surprisingly considerate towards girls. Lin Hao was momentarily speechless but retrieved a bottle of drink from his space and tossed it to her. Chapter 26, News of My Sister. Based on your level, you must be a senior who awakened just the day before yesterday, right? I recall my sister mentioning that it was the day when all seniors awakened. Before Lin Hao could respond, she shook her head. No, wait. If you awakened the day before yesterday, then you could only have spent 2 days leveling up by hunting monsters, and reaching level 15 in such a short time is implausible. Logically speaking, if you dare to brave the wilderness alone to hunt, your strength must be extraordinary. Yet, no one has ever heard of someone achieving level 15 in just 2 days. Unless they belong to a major guild, relying on manpower and equipment. However, you, a mage wielding a basic steel knife, appear to be in a state of self-despair. It is utterly incomprehensible. Lin Hao had initially been disinclined to respond. However, seeing her expression of bewilderment, he replied nonchalantly, I awakened the day before yesterday. You truly awakened the day before yesterday? That's rather frightening. I've never heard of anyone leveling up so swiftly. Zhao Xiaoling exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. You are not as simple as you seem. Although your level is low, your strength must be extraordinarily formidable. Zhao Xiaoling continued to be in shock. Her actions of eating momentarily halted. Is a bug tamer really that exceptional? With your prowess, you could easily gain admission to any institution in the Great Xia for the martial arts examination in half a month. Which school do you wish to enter? Lin Hao replied coolly, I aspire to enroll in Qingbei Martial Arts University. Zhao Xiaoling laughed, I guessed as much. If you indeed gain admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University, you must call me senior. Lin Hao paused. You are a student at Qingbei Martial Arts University? Given that she was only level 29. If Zhao Xiaoling had entered the university last year, her level of 19 after a year seemed rather low. Lin Hao's implication was clear, and Zhao Xiaoling understood. Responding with a grin, my situation is somewhat unique, but I am indeed a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Take a look at this. She tossed a badge towards him. Lin Hao caught it and observed that it was a school badge, inscribed with the words Qingbei Martial Arts University on one side and Zhao Xiaoling on the other. She was indeed a student of Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao returned the badge and inquired, have you heard of someone named Lin Dong? She entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago. Lin Dong. Zhao Xiaoling pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No. I have no recollection. A hint of disappointment flickered in Lin Hao's eyes. He sought information about his sister. However, given that they were from different cohorts, it was not surprising that she was unaware. Girlfriend? Relative? Zhao Xiaoling asked curiously. My sister. What is your sister's profession? Lin Hao hesitated briefly before finally stating. I'm not quite sure. She seems to be a shadow dancer. Zhao Xiaoling chuckled. A shadow dancer? Isn't that akin to being an assassin, just like me? As she spoke, her expression suddenly shifted. What's wrong? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Xiaoling paused. It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled someone. But it should have no connection to your sister. Given Lin Hao's nature, he would typically refrain from probing further at this juncture. Yet, since the topic pertained to his sister, he wished to continue the conversation. Is it inconvenient to discuss? Not at all. I merely heard that a year and a half ago, several significant incidents occurred in the capital, all linked to a shadow dancer. But I haven't heard of any connection to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Was that shadow dancer a woman? Yes, it seems these events transpired within a guild. For reasons unknown, several intense battles erupted, resulting in the annihilation of over 300 members of a subsidiary guild of a super-large guild, all vanishing into dust overnight. A super-large guild? Lin Hao furrowed his brow. I only heard this in passing. The actual truth remains elusive to me. Zhao Xiaoling shrugged, indicating her limited knowledge. Guilds are unique constructs of this professional society, aggregating numerous practitioners, both combat-oriented and life-oriented. In a society where any semblance of profit exists, the presence of guilds is virtually inevitable. They represent the most powerful civilian organizations outside of national military forces. In many areas, certain guilds possess strength that even eclipses that of government troops, reigning supreme over local powers. Lin Hao contemplated for a moment before asking, what became of that shadow dancer? The conclusion remained shrouded in mystery. It seemed someone had deliberately suppressed the information, which had caused a significant uproar, yet dissipated quickly. Lin Hao nodded. It appeared that Zhao Xiaoling's knowledge was limited to this. The shadow dancer may not necessarily be connected to his sister, yet that possibility could not be entirely dismissed. If it were indeed his sister, a glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Hao's eyes. In half a month, when he arrived in the capital and found his sister, everything would become clear. If it truly were his sister's enemies, Even a major guild would not intimidate him. Those who harmed his sister would face his wrath, regardless of their stature. Lin Hao, why does your expression suddenly appear so grim? Zhao Xiaoling felt a chill run down her spine from the sudden intensity radiating from him. Lin Hao shook his head. In a few days, I'll return to school. I'll inquire for you. Let us exchange contact information. The two became friends, and their bond deepened due to their senior-junior relationship. Lin Hao sliced more meat for her. The night breeze was refreshing. Were it not for the treacherous nature of the wilderness, sharing grilled meat with a beautiful companion would indeed be a delightful experience. As they feasted, their conversation flowed intermittently, mostly led by Zhao Xiaoling while Lin Hao listened. The meat of this pangolin-like creature was truly exquisite, and Lin Hao had grilled it with care. In truth, many carcasses of wild beasts could fetch a substantial sum if brought back, especially when prepared by skilled chefs, transforming into premium delicacies. Some adventurers specialized in hunting ingredients, earning the moniker gourmet hunters. Lin Hao had read about them and knew that the most renowned among them were the 4 culinary kings. Chapter 27, Wilderness Boss Respawn Points. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly tilted her head and asked, would you like to know why those individuals have been pursuing me for days? Not particularly, Lin Hao replied coolly. Having previously heard Zhao Xiaoling mention that those individuals sought a certain treasure from her, Lin Hao had never intended to pry into such sensitive matters. Zhao Xiaoling pouted. Why must you be this way? Determined to stifle the conversation, Lin Hao felt somewhat exasperated. Is it impossible for you to be oblivious? After a moment's contemplation, he helplessly inquired, but why are they pursuing you? Zhao Xiaoling chuckled mischievously, now you're getting it. When conversing with a girl, one must exhibit enthusiasm, embrace diverse topics, and sustain a fervent interest. Do you understand? She struck a pose reminiscent of a senior. I stumbled upon a boss spawn point in the wilderness, but there were too many elite monsters for me to handle alone, so I retreated near the entrance. However, I marked the coordinates. For some reason, the information leaked, and those people are intent on extracting the location from me. Their levels aren't particularly high, but their strength is formidable. They are fully equipped, at least bronze tier. They are reputedly known as the 4 evils of Yang City. They have been operating in the outskirts of the wilderness, striking when they see a suitable target, and their coordination is impeccable. Many high-level adventurers have met their end at their hands. They chased me relentlessly, and I fled just as persistently. As for the 4 evils of Yang City, Lin Hao dismissed them as inconsequential. However, a wilderness boss spawn point? His heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Zhao Xiaoling. After years of theoretical study, he comprehended the significance of her words. This was something that drove many into a frenzy. There are several types of monster invasions and gathering sites. One category includes wandering monsters in the wilderness, akin to those Lin Hao had slain today, which are widely prevalent yet generally ordinary. Another is instances like the Lost Mine, which are independent spaces and serve as gateways for monstrous invasions into the human realm. Instances are further divided into multidimensional and one-dimensional. Multidimensional instances allow multiple groups of adventurers to enter simultaneously without interfering with one another, while one-dimensional instances see all participants converge in a singular space, allowing for encounters between groups. Additionally, there exists a variant resembling an open one-dimensional instance, where wilderness bosses appear in specific fixed areas. Defeating these wilderness bosses yields rare items or equipment. However, such wilderness bosses are typically monopolized by guilds, who refrain from disclosing locations and spawn times, indulging in their benefits for prolonged periods. Thus, wilderness bosses hold immense value. Lin Hao was slightly taken aback that Zhao Xiaoling would broach this topic with him. Did she not fear that he might become greedy and want to take her down? No wonder those 4 were relentlessly pursuing her. Hearing me say this, are you tempted? Zhao Xiaoling tilted her head and regarded Lin Hao with a half-smile. Lin Hao couldn't help but mentally scoff. Did this girl truly believe she was akin to those 4? Attempting to incite violence for gain? Was she underestimating him, Lin Hao? He was merely an innocent caught in her audacious schemes. Consequently, Lin Hao chose to remain silent. Zhao Xiaoling, perceptive as ever, discerned Lin Hao's thoughts. She found him increasingly adorable. If you wish to know the location, I can divulge it. I have no interest in knowing, Lin Hao replied, his expression stoic. Hee. Zhao Xiaoling laughed. This location, even if reported to a guild or a trading center for adventurers, would yield significant rewards. Yet, I do not wish to opt for either of those paths. I have another approach. I could seek cooperation, engage in a few rounds, and when I tire of it, sell the information. Lin Hao remained silent, merely observing Zhao Xiaoling. While he was curious about the wilderness boss, his enthusiasm was tempered. His primary focus was on leveling up, strengthening his abilities, and preparing for the National Martial Arts examination in a few days, with aspirations of entering the prestigious Qingbei Martial Arts University. Afterward, he would seek out his sister. Other pursuits such as farming equipment, acquiring items, and earning money were important but ranked lower in priority. The boss spawn point is nestled within a valley, with a small entrance that is difficult for the average person to discover. I managed to stealthily infiltrate and glean some information. The valley is teeming with fortified and elite monsters, approximately levels 25 to 30. I can handle some of the monsters that are higher level, but their density is overwhelming. making it impossible for me to lure them away one by one. As for the boss, I dared not probe further for fear of being detected. But I estimated to be around level 35. Lin Hao mused that if the monsters were indeed at levels 25 to 30, he could likely manage them without issue. And he had no fear of their density. However, this was Zhao Xiaoling's discovery, and it bore no direct relevance to him. After Zhao Xiaoling finished recounting her findings about the wilderness boss, she gazed silently at Lin Hao, both of them lost in a profound silence. 1 minute passed, then 2. Lin Hao began to feel the weight of the silence. What are you staring at? He asked casually. Zhao Xiaoling broke into a radiant smile. I thought you would remain unfazed under a girl's gaze. She locked eyes with Lin Hao, curiosity dancing in her expression. Now I'm intrigued. After all I've shared about the boss, are you not the least bit intrigued? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, why would I be intrigued? Should I pressure you like those 4 to divulge the instance? Zhao Xiaoling responded, you need not pressure me, merely ask. And I shall share it with you as a gift. Isn't a woman's heart particularly complex? Zhao Xiaoling suddenly stretched, her movement accentuating her curves, making her already stunning figure even more alluring. So, Lin Hao, do you believe you can handle those monsters? Lin Hao paused for a moment before replying coolly. Are you suggesting we collaborate to take down that wilderness boss? Zhao Xiaoling leaned closer to Lin Hao, scrutinizing him closely. Oh, you are quite the sly one. I realize you've known my intentions all along, yet you refused to broach the subject until I stated outright. Am I right? Do you shy away from social interactions, never having requested assistance from others? In the span of a meal, Zhao Xiaoling had thoroughly grasped Lin Hao's character. Indeed, he was just that kind of person. To be honest, I had initially arranged for a few of my sisters to help me take down this boss, but they have yet to arrive. Your earlier performance was astonishing and sparked thoughts of collaboration. You have a pet. Perhaps you could lure the monsters away one by one, and I will handle the rest. Though it may be challenging, I believe we can give it a try. If it fails, we can devise another plan. The spoils would be split 70-30. With me taking 70 and you 30. What do you think? A 70-30 split was indeed generous of Zhao Xiaoling, considering the resources were hers. Merely asking Lin how to use his pet to lure the monsters. If a typical guild were to propose such an arrangement, they would likely offer no share at all. Even if they did, a mere 10% would be considered generous. However, Lin Hao was indifferent to such so-called benefits. What occupied his thoughts was the potential experience from the densely populated elite monsters, which could help him level up further. The prospect of the boss experience was undoubtedly substantial. Zhao Xiaoling's mention of the shadow dancer from the capital ignited a wave of urgency within Lin Hao. If that shadow dancer was indeed his sister, then she was in grave peril, possibly even facing dire consequences. He now felt that his current strength was inadequate. He needed to grow even stronger. Resolutely, Lin Hao declared, I accept your proposal. Zhao Xiaoling was overjoyed upon hearing this. Your thoughts are rather difficult to decipher, little man. I was uncertain whether this boss would pique your interest. So I'm delighted that you finally consented. Let us rest for 2 hours before setting off. 2 hours later, in the evening, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Yes, the night is more advantageous for someone like me, an assassin. I find daytime combat to be quite taxing. Is there a problem? No problem. I'm indifferent. Lin Hao replied calmly. Very well, we shall depart in 2 hours. Chapter 28. Journey to the Wilderness Boss Location, the Tracker. Although Lin Hao had spent the entire day battling monsters with great intensity, he had merely commanded his pets to fight, not engaging in combat himself. Thus his stamina and energy remained largely intact. Zhao Xiaoling appeared somewhat fatigued. She waved her hand and retrieved a blanket from her storage space, spreading it on the ground. I shall rest for a bit. I anticipate a fierce battle in 2 hours. Lin Hao nodded. You should rest. Don't worry, I'll keep watch. Finally, he wouldn't have to sleep in a tree. Zhao Xiaoling chuckled and lay down fully clothed. Before long, soft snores could be heard, indicating she had succumbed to sleep. Seemingly exhausted, Lin Hao observed this scene, bemused. Zhao Xiaoling was quite trusting, having known him for such a brief time, and yet so readily entrusting her safety to him. Aside from a few scouting golden eaters, he quietly recalled most of his creatures to his space, allowing them to recuperate for a while. He squinted his eyes and closed them to rest as well. With most of the nearby wild monsters eliminated by the golden eaters, the night in the wilderness was eerily tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of night insects and the crackling of the campfire. 2 hours swiftly passed. The boss location isn't far from here. We should arrive in about an hour. Let us go, Zhao Xiaoling said as she awoke and tidied herself up. I'll form a party with you. Zhao Xiaoling has sent you a party invitation. Do you accept? Accept. This was Lin Hao's first experience forming a party with another person. His information panel now displayed his party status with Zhao Xiaoling. This is a vision pill. Once consumed, it will enhance your eyesight. Although it won't be as effective as during the day, it will at least mitigate the effects of darkness by half. Zhao Xiaoling handed Lin Hao a pill resembling a small capsule. Lin Hao had seen descriptions of vision pills in books and was aware of their existence. But this was the first time he had encountered one. Such items were quite expensive, and he hadn't expected Zhao Xiaoling to casually retrieve one from her storage bag and offer it to him. Lin Hao swallowed it without hesitation. A wave of warmth surged through him, and when he opened his eyes again, Though it was still night, his vision had transformed as if it were dawn. While it could not compare to daylight, his sight had greatly improved. What a remarkable elixir! Lin Hao mused inwardly, wondering if it had been crafted by a culinary alchemist. The two of them ventured westward under the cover of night. Numerous monsters roamed the darkness. Zhao Xiaoling led the way, aware that night often obscured vision and heightened the risk of overlooking traps. It was exceedingly perilous. Moreover, any creatures that emerged at night possessed stealthy, lethal characteristics akin to assassins. However, for Zhao Xiaoling, these were trivial concerns. After all, she was an assassin. Shadows and darkness were her natural battlefield. She moved silently, dispatching level 20 monsters before they even realized her presence. This girl was extraordinary, her strength formidable. Lin Hao surmised she must hail from a prominent family in the capital. If she were not powerful, how could she traverse the wilderness for so long and discover the boss location? Even the notorious four evils of Yang City could not contend with her. Watching his experience points steadily rise, Lin Hao estimated that in a duo, the experience gained was roughly 60% of what one would earn solo. An hour later, Zhao Xiaoling arrived at the entrance of a valley. We've arrived. This entrance is narrow, yet opens up into a vast expanse within. It lies between two mountains, making it exceedingly concealed. If one does not approach from a particular angle, they might not even notice the entrance. It's no wonder it has remained undiscovered for so long. Zhao Xiaoling said proudly, difficult to find, right? I stumbled upon it quite by chance. Lin Hao nodded. Yes, it appears to be merely a shallow cave. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Once we enter, we'll encounter many enhanced and elite monsters approximately 300 meters in. We'll clear them out as we advance slowly. You will primarily use your pets to lure the monsters one by one to the side. I will employ my assassin skills to eliminate them from the shadows. Remember, ideally, we should draw them one at a time. I can manage 2 or 3, but if we face more than 4, we must retreat quickly and wait for the monsters to resume their wandering state before proceeding. Do you understand? Lin Hao nodded. As Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling prepared to enter the valley to confront the wilderness boss, a shadow emerged from the thicket where they had previously rested and roasted meat. A man with pointed ears stood by the dying embers of the fire, staring intently at the fading sparks. Just then, 4 more figures appeared from the concealed shadows of the trees. Have they fled? If Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had been present, they would recognize the 4 figures as the notorious 4 evils of Yang City pursuing Zhao Xiaoling. Huangguan, we've summoned you, our tracker, from the city. You are to ascertain the situation and follow their trail. Otherwise, you will not receive a single coin, the swordsman commanded sternly to the pointed-eared man. Rest assured, Chief Chui. This Huangguan, a tracker by profession, is on it. Huangguan replied, circling the fire and sniffing the air intermittently as he spoke. 2 individuals have been here, a male and a female. The female is an assassin. The male's identity is unclear. They shared a barbecue and stayed for approximately 3 hours before departing an hour ago, heading west. 2 individuals? Could that male be the one we encountered today, that magician? A mage scoffed. Are you certain? That level 14 kid could make it all the way out here. The healer questioned skeptically. That's why I said they are working together. While that kid wouldn't come this deep into the wilderness alone. It makes sense if he was brought here by that girl, the mage concluded. That makes sense. The archer and healer nodded in agreement. Huangguan, can you still track them now? The swordsman asked in a hushed tone. Of course, I've never lost track of a target in the wilderness, Huangguan boasted confidently. Shall we continue the pursuit? The swordsman nodded. Certainly. Leaving at this hour likely means they are headed for the boss spawn point. All right. Huangguan raised his head and proceeded westward, stating, they left in partnership, heading precisely in the direction Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling took. The 4 figures hastened to follow. The mage approached the swordsman with purposeful strides. Boss, regardless of whether that girl has ventured to the boss point this time, her fate is sealed. She must believe she can evade our pursuit, completely unaware that we have dispatched a tracker to locate her. The archer, standing nearby, chuckled coldly. In the presence of a tracker, an assassin is merely a nuisance. At that moment, the healer interjected. This girl has led us on a wild goose chase in the wilderness for days. Once we capture her, not only must we ascertain the boss location, but we cannot afford to let her escape. We shall continue this for several days. Huangguan, the tracker, led the way, seemingly exerting little effort as he followed the path previously taken by Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. Unbeknownst to them, a formidable presence had locked onto their trail. Zhao Xiaoling cleared the ordinary monsters obstructing their path and pressed deeper within. At the end of the narrow passage, a grand valley unfolded, surrounded by towering mountains. No wonder Zhao Xiaoling had remarked on the hidden wonders within. Who could have anticipated such an expansive environment? Crouching on a hillside, Zhao Xiaoling and Lin Hao peered down. Below, colossal one-eyed humanoid monsters wandered aimlessly. Do you see those cyclopean giants? Zhao Xiaoling whispered. Level 20 elite monsters, far more formidable than typical practitioners of the same tier. Soon, you'll lure them one by one over to that hill on the right, and I'll take them down. Remember, do not attract too many at once. With that, she stealthily made her way to the right, her form gradually fading from view. Chapter 29, Luring and Slaying Monsters. Within the valley, a dense mist cloaked the surroundings, rendering everything shrouded and unfathomable. It was evident that this was a region birthed from the demonic energy that invaded the mortal realm, untouched by human feet. In the distance, Lin Hao strained to see. Yet, below the hillside, countless one-eyed giants, each positioned about 10 meters apart, loomed ominously, brandishing their hefty clubs. These towering behemoths, standing over 4 meters tall, were undeniably strength-based monsters, their muscles rippling with power. They served as the valley's guardians, ready to reduce any intruder to pulp. Keep your distance from the living. Lin Hao sent a gold-eater bug forth. Soon, it caught the attention of the nearest giant. A strange scent. Something has invaded here. The giant's fury erupted as it brandished its massive wooden club and charged at the bug. Simultaneously, another one-eyed giant followed suit. Two had been lured. Unfortunately, luring a single monster alone was nearly impossible. Fortunately, 4 or 5 other giants nearby remained oblivious. The gold-eater bug veered towards the hill on Lin Hao's right. With the 2 giants in hot pursuit, Lin Hao cast a detection spell upon the one-eyed giant. One-eyed giant warrior, enhanced elite monster. Level, 25. Strength, 2,300. Agility, 1,500. Mentality, 1,000. Vitality, 2,500. Skill, Frenzy Strike. The attributes were astonishingly high. They were on an entirely different tier compared to regular level 25 monsters in the wilderness. Truly a testament to the elite classification. Moreover, it possessed a skill. In a flash of cold light, a dagger materialized out of thin air, plunging into the heart of one of the giants. It was Zhao Shaoling employing the assassin's assassination skill. This strike elicited a thunderous roar from the giant, reducing its health by a quarter. The 2 giants retaliated, swinging their clubs at Zhao Shaoling. Like a wraith, she danced away from their blows. The clubs struck the ground with thunderous crashes, sending dirt and debris flying. The force was tremendous. Had one of those strikes landed on Zhao Shaoling, the damage would have been catastrophic. It was uncertain whether her delicate frame could withstand such an onslaught. However, after observing for a while, Lin Hao realized he might have overestimated her vulnerability. 1 or 2 monsters could hardly pose a threat. Zhao Shaoling's agility was exceptional. She nimbly evaded their attacks, not even allowing the hem of her skirt to be touched. Nevertheless, the sheer force of the swinging clubs stirred the air, causing her hair to billow and her skirt to flutter, occasionally revealing her long, fair legs. Meanwhile, Zhao Shaoling seized every opportunity, repeatedly plunging her dagger into the first giant. The damage inflicted with each successive strike was evidently less than the initial assassination skill, each blow taking approximately 5 health points from the giant. Without the first stealth attack, it would take her around 20 strikes to fell a single one-eyed giant warrior. Seeing that she could not land blows on Zhao Shaoling, the 2 giants grew furious. Suddenly, the weighty wooden clubs seemed to quicken, their attacks coming like a torrential storm. The one-eyed giants had activated their frenzy strike skill, doubling their attack speed. Even with Zhao Shaoling's prowess, she dared not be complacent. She maneuvered nimbly, creating distance from the pursuing giants. The chaos erupted as the giants chased after her, their strikes echoing through the hillside, leaving destruction in their wake. 2 minutes passed, and evidently, the duration of the frenzy strike skill had expired. The giant's swings slowed. Seizing the moment, Zhao Shaoling plunged her dagger into the first one-eyed giant once more. Her focus remained unwavering on the first giant, intending to eliminate it completely before turning her attention to the second. This strategy was sound. Lin Hao would have made the same choice. However, this method was undeniably slow. Observing carefully, Lin Hao realized that while Zhao Shaoling could handle 2 or 3 monsters without compromising her safety, it would take an inordinate amount of time. Facing 4 or 5 simultaneously would truly strain her capabilities. Your team has slain a one-eyed giant warrior, enhanced elite monster, and earned 1,000 experience points. You have obtained 1 one-eyed giant heart. Please select your item acquisition method. Leader pickup, free pickup, roll for pickup. Lin Hao chose leader pickup. 1,000 points, such a high experience value. Even in a duo, this was significantly greater than typical monsters in the wilderness. If soloing, one might yield around 1,500 experience points. Now, having dispatched 1 giant, Zhao Shaoling only needed to contend with the remaining one-eyed giant warrior. She was now in a far more advantageous position, able to maneuver around the second monster with ease and strike even faster. Seeing this, Lin Hao felt reassured. Come forth, my companions, he whispered, summoning forth 40 gold-eater bugs, directing them toward the horde of one-eyed giants below. Just then, another notification appeared. Your team has slain a one-eyed giant warrior, enhanced elite monster, and earned 1,000 experience points. You have obtained 1 one-eyed giant heart. It was Zhao Shaoling who had defeated the other one-eyed giant warrior. Handling 2 monsters was manageable, but adding another 2 would prove overwhelming. Gasping for breath, Zhao Shaoling called out to Lin Hao, be more cautious when luring the monsters. One must not provoke more foes. Typically, when forming a party to vanquish monsters, it is imperative to have a tank positioned at the forefront, steadfastly drawing the ire of the creatures. Meanwhile, damage dealers can unleash their assaults from a safe distance, either from the side or behind. If one cannot achieve swift kills, Then Zhao Xiaoling would find herself in a precarious position when confronting monsters. It is essential to kite and dodge the enemies, for as an assassin, her frail constitution cannot withstand the onslaught of monster attacks. Should she sustain injuries, the absence of a healer would spell disaster. Thus, Zhao Xiaoling must exercise extreme caution. Lin Hao inquired, "Zhao Xiaoling, are you alright?" Zhao Xiaoling waved her hand and replied, "I'm fine, just hold on a moment. Once I activate my invisibility, you can lure the monsters over." Just then, a series of notifications flashed on the party panel. Your party has slain a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. Your party has slain a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. Your party has slain a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. Zhao Xiaoling was taken aback, momentarily believing her eyes had deceived her. Upon closer inspection, another string of experience notifications appeared. What was happening? Her sparkling eyes widened in disbelief. If she were not utterly convinced of its impossibility, she might have thought the party panel was malfunctioning. What could have transpired? Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Lin Hao, who appeared unchanged, still engaged in their earlier conversation. Didn't you see the notifications on the party panel? At this moment, she disregarded her invisibility, preparing to confront the next wave of monsters Lin Hao was about to draw in, and approached him. What notifications? Lin Hao assumed Zhao Xiaoling was merely teasing him. The experience notifications, how could there be so many monsters perishing? Oh, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, I saw them. How bewildering. He wasn't blind, so how could he miss it? Zhao Xiaoling approached Lin Hao, her voice tinged with incredulity. Don't you find it strange? It's just the two of us in this party. Who could have slain so many monsters? And at such a rapid pace? I've battled 2 Cyclops for 4 to 5 minutes, yet in that time, it seems 5 or 6 dozen Cyclops warriors have perished. Was there a system error? Zhao Xiaoling remained perplexed. Lin Hao, exasperated, thought her reactions were overly dramatic. He had assumed something significant had occurred. There's no error. It was me who did the killing. You? How could that be possible? Zhao Xiaoling stared at Lin Hao in disbelief. Chapter 30, The Cyclops Captain. Observing Zhao Xiaoling's astonishment, confusion, and disbelief, Lin Hao mused. Is she astonished by my speed of slaying monsters? This is merely my standard operating procedure. Furthermore, I have only unleashed less than half of my gold-eating worms. I still possess over 100 protective garments fashioned from spirit butterflies, shielding me. If you were aware of this, would it not terrify you even more? Lin Hao calmly informed Zhao Xiaoling. My pets are down there defeating monsters. Speaking of which, the experience and monster count in this area are quite satisfactory. I hope to reach level 16, making this excursion worthwhile. Zhao Xiaoling peered down the slope. It was too far. Lin Hao's tiny creatures were indistinguishable, yet it appeared as if Cyclops warriors were inexplicably collapsing one after another, resembling a gust of wind sweeping through, toppling monsters in its wake, accompanied by their anguished roars. Zhao Xiaoling turned her gaze back to Lin Hao. After a minute, she exhaled. Lin Hao, you have astonished me once again. I finally comprehend why you ascended to level 15 in just 2 days. No. Perhaps you will reach level 16 shortly. I now understand why, as a low-level player, you dared to venture into the wilderness alone. You are truly an unprecedented anomaly. I'm the anomaly? Your entire family is the anomaly. Lin Hao jested as he waved his hand. The two made their way toward the center of the valley. At this moment, all of the enhanced elite Cyclops had been eradicated. In a mere span of time, approximately 200 Cyclops warriors had fallen to the gold-eating worms. And this was with Lin Hao having released less than half of them. He deemed that half of the gold-eating worms were more than sufficient. Deploying too many would merely lead to chaotic brawls, which were unnecessary. Zhao Xiaoling nodded, following Lin Hao down the slope. Dozens of gold-eating worms forged ahead. Slay, slay, slay. Your party has slain a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. You have acquired 1 Cyclops heart. Your party has slain a Cyclops warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. You have acquired 1 Cyclops heart. The party screen was inundated with experience notifications. Zhao Xiaoling could not help but glance at Lin Hao repeatedly, yet she discerned nothing. He still bore that indifferent expression. Not even a hint of excitement? Lin Hao, I know you are formidable, but I never anticipated you would be this powerful. To be honest, I am utterly in awe of the tamer profession. It's not solely the tamer's prowess. I have my own fortuitous experiences, alright? Yet, these matters remained his solitary secret, never to be divulged to others. For numerous elite parties, battling the giants throughout the valley posed a perilous journey. However, under Lin Hao's command, it felt akin to a leisurely stroll through a henhouse, surrounded by mere chickens. As night descended and mist enveloped the surroundings, the atmosphere remained that of the breathtaking, yet treacherous, corrupted land. Yet, walking alongside Lin Hao, Zhao Xiaoling felt an inexplicable sense of security. How embarrassing, Zhao Xiaoling sighed, recalling her cautious demeanor upon her first visit days prior, where she had tiptoed while invisible, ultimately revealing herself and fleeing in utter disarray. During her previous collaboration with Lin Hao, she had harbored modest expectations, merely wishing to leverage his ability to lure monsters with his pets. She proposed a split of 70-30, with herself receiving the larger share. She had always believed she was the main force behind their efforts, which had naturally led her to let Lin Hao keep watch while she rested. Yet now, in this scenario, she realized she was merely a bystander, playing a trivial role. Lin Hao, it seems the main force has become you. Regarding the previous 70-30 split, let us reverse it. She was somewhat apprehensive that Lin Hao might harbor resentment over the earlier distribution of benefits. Lin Hao smiled. You need not concern yourself with that, I don't mind. Let us stick to our original agreement, shall we? He turned to Zhao Xiaoling, speaking gently. Do you understand my meaning? Zhao Xiaoling smiled reassuringly. I understand. Ultimately, she did not care much for those trivial benefits. It was merely a game for her, an opportunity to experience the rules of the game. However, Lin Hao's attitude once again exceeded her expectations. In a world where everyone relentlessly pursued fame and fortune, willing to resort to any means to achieve their goals, fathers turning against sons, brothers betraying one another, and friends backstabbing, it was a ceaseless cycle. Yet here was Lin Hao, who had only just embarked on his journey, displaying a remarkable indifference toward wealth and status, unshackled by worldly possessions. Such a person is destined to shine brightly in this world. Zhao Xiaoling reflected on Lin Hao's character. Lin Hao had no inkling of the myriad thoughts swirling within Zhao Xiaoling's little head. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have objected. How could he possibly be so lofty? Life was still quite arduous for him, and he toiled relentlessly for mere trifles. Presently, his backpack was brimming with miscellaneous items. During his previous forays into the wilderness, he had been reluctant to part with even the most inconsequential possessions, despite their negligible worth. Suddenly, a creature twice the size of a Cyclopean warrior emerged, wielding not a crude wooden club, but a massive iron-spiked mace. Cyclopean Chief, Enhanced Elite Boss. Level 23. Strength, 6,900. Agility, 4,500. Spirit, 3,000. Constitution, 7,500. Skill, Frenzy. Skills, Frenzy, Roar, Stomp. The 23rd level elite Cyclopean Chief possessed attributes nearly threefold those of the preceding Cyclopean warriors. However, it remained utterly no match for Lin Hao's voracious insects. 8 or 9 voracious insects lunged forth, engaging in a frenzied assault. The Cyclopean Chief let out a thunderous roar and unleashed its frenzy skill. The colossal mace whipped through the air with ferocious speed. Yet, such a massive weapon proved futile against the diminutive voracious insects. 4 or 5 of them dispatched the nearby Cyclopean warriors and flew over to attempt a collective onslaught on the chief. Suddenly, the Cyclopean Chief opened its mouth and emitted a tremendous roar. A wave-like sonic pulse radiated outward, causing rocks and sand to scatter. Numerous voracious insects were sent tumbling, disoriented. The resounding roar echoed throughout the valley, instantly stunning the remaining monsters, who came rushing toward the sound. The chief leapt forward, landing heavily on the ground, creating a sizable crater. A dozen voracious insects were sent flying. Boom, boom, boom. Monsters from all directions surged toward this spot. At first glance, their numbers reached no less than 600 or 700, predominantly enhanced elite Cyclopean warriors, with a couple of chiefs interspersed among them. As these colossal giants charged forth, their immense weight shook the very ground, causing the valley to tremble as if a cataclysm were unfolding. It was unexpected that dealing with a single chief would provoke such a commotion. Although the valley was not particularly small, it was hardly vast. The roar and the sound of stomping were deafening. All the monsters in the valley were converging upon this location. This is bad. Zhao Xiaoling, standing beside Lin Hao, turned pale as a sheet. In the face of this monstrous tide, they were like mere specks. She trembled uncontrollably. This valley was a death trap for anyone who ventured here. While facing the Cyclopean warriors was manageable, engaging the chief could easily lead to an overwhelming influx of monsters. Did she and Lin Hao still have a chance of survival? Lin Hao, upon witnessing the colossal scene, furrowed his brow. It seemed that 40 voracious insects would struggle to manage the current situation. Come forth, all my companions. In an instant, 90 more dark, fearsome, and bloodthirsty voracious insects materialized around Lin Hao, creating a shadowy mass. In that moment, Lin Hao appeared as a sovereign in the darkness, commanding. Ah! Zhao Xiaoling's eyes widened, and she gasped. She exclaimed, Lin, you have so many of these creatures? Chapter 31, Terrifying Forbidden Spell, Death Sunday. 159 powerful voracious insects charged at the incoming wave of enhanced elite Cyclopean warriors. Enraged, each voracious insect activated its skill. Rage. While in a state of rage, the voracious insects gain a 200 increase in attack power, lasting half an hour with a 2-hour cooldown. This effectively doubled their attack power. The voracious insects were already formidable, with significant damage potential, and now their power was further amplified. In an instant, they slaughtered the Cyclopean warriors with renewed vigor. Under Zhao Xiaoling's astonished gaze, wave after wave of Cyclopean warriors fell like wheat before the scythe. Moments ago, as the Cyclopean warriors surged like a tsunami, she had feared for her very life, overwhelmed by an irremediable despair. She had never anticipated such a trap at this wilderness boss spawn point. Had her sisters been here to form a party to conquer this place, they could have easily faced annihilation. The thought sent chills through her. She had underestimated the perils of wilderness bosses. Raiding was entirely distinct from subsequent farming at spawn points. It was no wonder that few heard of small teams venturing into raids. Such endeavors were typically undertaken by guilds with overwhelming numbers. This was also why wilderness boss points were almost exclusively dominated by guild powers. She cast a glance at Lin Hao, who, in the face of these terrifyingly powerful giants, maintained an air of calm. She had just witnessed the terrifying individual combat prowess of his voracious insects. Now, she was even more astonished by their sheer numbers. How could such a formidable profession exist in this world, such a powerful individual? It was worth noting that he was merely a novice of a mere 10 levels. When he fully matured, what kind of terror would he unleash? 139 voracious insects collided with 600 to 700 enhanced elite Cyclopean warriors, along with 3 chiefs, engaging in a chaotic battle within the valley. The ground was littered with flying sand and stones, while foliage scattered like fallen leaves. Although the voracious insects were numerous and terrifyingly powerful, the giants outnumbered them. Countless voracious insects were sent sprawling to the ground, yet impervious to harm. Their armored shells allowed them to quickly rise again and resume the fray. In their raging state, the voracious insects launched even more ferocious attacks. Waves of giants fell to the earth, leaving a grim scene of carnage. At that moment, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Your party has slain a Cyclopean warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. Your party has slain a Cyclopean warrior, enhanced elite monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. The screen was inundated with notifications. Zhao Xiaoling was momentarily dazed. Another notification appeared. Your party has slain a Cyclopean chief, enhanced elite boss, gaining 3,000 experience points. You have obtained silver equipment, giant's armor. One of the chiefs had been killed by the voracious insects. This valley was undeniably terrifying, and the monsters within were undeniably powerful. It was highly likely that an ordinary skilled party would face annihilation here. Yet, Lin Hao, with the might of his voracious insects, dominated the horde. As the voracious insects wreaked havoc, the number of giants dwindled. In no more than 10 minutes, the monsters would be entirely eradicated. At this moment, Lin Hao glanced at his experience bar, which had surged to 15 level 60. After eliminating these creatures, he should reach level 16. Even if one cannot ascend, the difference will not be significant. At that moment, a faint glow illuminated Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao then witnessed Zhao Xiaoling leap with joy. Has she leveled up? Indeed. Zhao Xiaoling exuberantly declared, I have reached level 20. This level took me over a week to achieve. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression shifted. Earlier, during the fierce battle between the golden devourers and the numerous giant warriors in the valley, it seemed as though a pair of peculiar eyes had been observing him intently for a moment. However, when he attempted to seek out the source, that gaze vanished. Subsequently, a faint incantation echoed in the air, but he was utterly unable to discern its origin. Now, that chant had suddenly intensified. This could signify that a formidable magical skill was on the verge of completion. Was there a powerful archmage concealed nearby? Before he could further speculate, a wave of dread surged through him. This was bad, a mage's spell. Simultaneously, a colossal sun abruptly materialized above the valley. The blazing orb radiated a dazzling brilliance, instantly transforming the night into day. Under the sun's rays, the very air began to warp. The deathly sun spell? Zhao Xiaoling shrieked in alarm. Lin Hao, too, felt an ominous chill as the sun appeared, as if he were suddenly engulfed in a furnace of 1,000 degrees. At that moment, the flora and fauna within the valley, along with some soft rocks, were reduced to charred remains beneath the sun's rays. Lin Hao sensed he was turning to ashes. A flurry of spirit butterflies manifested around him, each displaying varying degrees of damage. Astonishingly, the life-sharing spirit butterflies absorbed the damage meant for Lin Hao. This is not good. A sudden realization struck Lin Hao, prompting him to shout and rush towards Zhao Xiaoling. This area of effect spell was unavoidable for both him and Zhao Xiaoling. He scooped her up, disregarding the circumstances, shielding her with his own body from the lethal rays of the blazing sun. The heat was unbearable. As Lin Hao felt himself on the verge of combustion, yet another spirit butterfly was injured, taking on his damage. The sun not only illuminated the entire valley but pierced through the depths of the wilderness night. Clearly, that gaze and the incantation were not mere illusions. A powerful mage was indeed behind it, casting spells, preparing a forbidden incantation. At present, Lin Hao was left with little equipment, merely a corporeal form, practically defenseless. The full brunt of the deathly sun's damage fell upon him, and he dared not move, for Zhao Xiaoling was still in his arms. Were it not for the 100 or so life-sharing spirit butterflies he possessed, he would have met his demise alongside her. It was astonishing that such a terrifying archmage lurked within this seemingly innocuous valley. This marked Lin Hao's first encounter with peril since awakening his profession as a bug tamer. Traversing the insect realms 6 times, acquiring 2 insects, and vanquishing monsters with relative ease. This revelation shook him to his core. This world was far more complex than he had imagined. He cast a glance towards the center of the valley, where the rays of death fell upon the battling golden devourers. Remarkably, those creatures appeared unscathed. Initially taken aback, Lin Hao quickly comprehended that the golden devourers were discovered in a volcanic environment, and their introduction had stated they were immune to water and fire. Even if they were not entirely impervious to elemental damage, they were nearly so. The mage in the valley must surely be the wilderness boss, possessing considerable intelligence. It had remained hidden, observing the prowess of Lin Hao's insects, and understood that as time passed, the multitude of cyclopes and several captains in the valley would undoubtedly perish. Thus, it refrained from joining the fray, preparing instead for its most potent magical strike. Fortunately, the deathly sun's reign lasted only half a minute. As it vanished, the valley was plunged back into darkness. Lin Hao glanced down at Zhao Xiaoling, and in an instant, he was taken aback. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoling lay completely bare beneath him. Her clothing had been reduced to ashes by the initial onslaught of lethal light. A pendant around her neck glowed green, seemingly offering her protection. Chapter 32, The Stone Palace, The Boss Mage. Zhao Xiaoling remained motionless. Could she be dead? Zhao Xiaoling. Lin Hao, disregarding her state of undress, shouted in urgency, grasping her, only to find her skin smooth and unscathed. It seemed that the green pendant was indeed a miraculous artifact, allowing her to survive the deathly sun's wrath. But why did she remain so still? Zhao Xiaoling wore ordinary clothing, which could not withstand such deadly light, unless it were high-grade equipment. Suddenly, Lin Hao realized he, too, was now in the same state as Zhao Xiaoling, completely bare. The light had reduced his clothing to ashes as well. A wooden stick lay awkwardly between Zhao Xiaoling's legs, and he could feel her warm body temperature. Oh no! Lin Hao, who had been pressed closely against Zhao Xiaoling, quickly recoiled, leaping up in embarrassment. This was mortifying. He swiftly retrieved a set of clothes from his spatial storage and donned them. Thankfully, before venturing into the wilderness, he had anticipated the possibility of an extended stay, preparing ample supplies, including clothing. Once dressed, Lin Hao returned to Zhao Xiaoling's side. In the moonlight, her naked form resembled exquisite white jade, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, utterly captivating. Yet, at that moment, Lin Hao was hardly preoccupied with such thoughts. He needed to ascertain the extent of her injuries and whether she could be saved. Zhao Xiaoling, what has happened to you? A wave of anxiety washed over him. Could it be that the senior he had just met, who had been with him in the wilderness battling monsters, was destined to perish like this? He intended to lift Zhao Xiaoling's body for a thorough examination. However, just as he grasped half of her form, Zhao Xiaoling suddenly uttered, "Why are you still here? How long must you remain?" This unexpected response momentarily stunned Lin Hao. After a brief pause, even the oblivious Lin Hao comprehended the situation. Zhao Xiaoling had been unharmed all along. Whether she lay beneath him while he shielded her or now visible in his line of sight, she had been too frightened to move, feigning unconsciousness. Now, with the urgency of the situation, Lin Hao needed to evaluate her condition and take action, compelling her to speak up. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Lin Hao quickly stood and turned away, swallowing hard. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm turning around now. You can get dressed." A barely audible reply came from Zhao Xiaoling. She no longer lay there, exposed, nor did she insist that Lin Hao leave her side. Instead, she sprang up from the ground, swiftly retrieving new clothes from her spatial storage and dressing herself. Lin Hao heard the rustling sound of clothing behind him, and his heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, finally settled. As long as she was unharmed, everything would be well. Any ensuing embarrassment was but a trifling matter. Moments later, Zhao Xiaoling, her voice noticeably steadier yet still trembling, spoke up from behind. Lin Hao turned to face her, and at that moment, her cheeks were flushed, her expression decidedly awkward. "I'm so sorry," she murmured. "It's entirely my fault," Lin Hao replied. "No more," Zhao Xiaoling softly interjected. "If it weren't for you, I would have perished by now, reduced to mere ashes. Thank you for saving me." She was not the type to be overly coy, and as their conversation progressed, she largely regained her composure. Both harbored unspoken feelings within their hearts. At that moment, the valley was devoid of any further combat. The voracious gold-eating bugs had nearly annihilated all the Cyclopean warriors and their captains. "That boss, it must be the sorcerer who cast that spell, right?" Zhao Xiaoling whispered. "It must be formidable, otherwise, it wouldn't possess such power." Lin Hao nodded in agreement. How could there be such a powerful boss? A creature of merely level 30 wielding such terrifying magic? It's simply unimaginable. "Let us go take a look," he urged, his gaze turning icy as he recalled that. Had it not been for their unique advantages, both he and Zhao Xiaoling would have long since met their demise, reduced to dust. Half an hour earlier, in the dark wilderness, a party of 5 trekked towards the valley while dispatching nightmarish creatures. Suddenly, a colossal sun appeared in the distant sky, its brilliance blinding. "What is this?" The 5 were taken aback. "It's a forbidden spell," one sorcerer exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. "Are those 2 engaging a boss?" murmured a swordsman with a deep voice. "It must be in that direction," replied a man with pointed ears and a monkey-like visage. The swordsman waved his hand. "They've reached the late stage. Let us quicken our pace." The 5 hastened their steps, moving twice as fast as before. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling made their way toward the valley's end, where countless giant corpses lay strewn about. Although they were aware that Lin Hao's pet bugs had been wreaking havoc ahead, the sight of such carnage up close left Zhao Xiaoling in shock and trepidation. This man is truly formidable. At the valley's terminus stood an enormous stone edifice resembling a palace, supported by 30 stone pillars, each soaring to 30 meters. Crowned with a majestic apex, the stone door was ajar, and Lin Hao sent in the gold-eating bugs to scout the interior. He perceived the inside to be desolate, with hardly any giants present. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, with Zhao Xiaoling following closely behind. Inside was a vast, empty hall capable of accommodating thousands, even hundreds of giants. On one side of the hall stood a high platform with a large stone chair. You audacious humans dare to trespass upon my domain and have slain so many of my warriors. You shall pay dearly. A voice boomed from the stone chair. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling turned to see a diminutive creature seated upon the massive chair, a gnome-like goblin wielding a bone staff. Its small stature creating a stark contrast with the grand chair. Had it not spoken, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling might have taken a while to notice its presence. Dare you invade the territory of King Seleucus? If you do not withdraw at once, you will face death. The gnome goblin bellowed, though its bravado seemed hollow. Lin Hao discerned that the gnome appeared rather lethargic, likely drained by the earlier casting of the Deadly Sun spell. He cast a detection spell on it. Seleucus, Elite Goblin Mage. Level 25. Strength, 3000. Agility, 3000. Spirit, 8000. Constitution, 3000. Skills, Fireball, Deadly Sun. Indeed, it was a goblin mage, and a named boss at that, an uncommon occurrence. Given that they had arrived at the boss stage, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling knew they had to eliminate it. There was little left to discuss, especially since this creature had just unleashed a powerful spell that nearly felled them both. Zhao Xiaoling vanished from sight, while Lin Hao waved his hand, sending a swarm of over 100 gold-eating bugs flying toward it. Chapter 33. A monumental harvest from their first expedition. As Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling made their move against the intruder, the gnome goblin king Seleucus' expression shifted dramatically. Lin Hao's earlier assumption proved correct. The Deadly Sun spell had nearly depleted its magical energy, as it was a spell requiring a lengthy incantation of 15 minutes. That was its most potent magical skill, one earned at the cost of countless giants' lives. It had succeeded, casting the spell upon the two intruders, yet to its astonishment, neither was harmed, and even those terrifying bugs remained unscathed. This exceeded its comprehension. Its desperate attack had failed. Now, it stood as weak as a mere shadow. The earlier frantic roar demanding their retreat was nothing more than a facade, a display of bravado. It lacked the strength and time to cast another Deadly Sun. All it could do was raise its staff against the swarm of dark bugs. Fireball. 3 fireballs launched forth, colliding with the swarm of gold-eating bugs. Yet, as anticipated, the fireballs detonated among the bugs, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Those vile insects have immunity to fire magic. Seleucus seethed. Begone, you abominable creatures. You dare invade the domain of King Seleucus. Curse be you. Ah, my face, my fingers, my body. Seleucus cried out in a frenzy as it rolled about on the platform, countless gold-eating bugs gnawing at it. With a thud, as it struggled and rolled, it fell from the platform, bereft of its guards. Without its powerful spells, it, as a mage, was not in a better position than a Cyclopean warrior, perhaps even weaker. Zhao Xiaoling, having gone invisible, approached the goblin to strike. Yet, before she could reach it, she heard Seleucus' final desperate shout. If you dare to kill me, the Abyssal Maiden will not spare you. I am her servant. Once again, the Abyssal Maiden? Yet, whoever she was, it mattered not. In the next moment, both Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling received a notification from their team panel. Your team has defeated the gnome goblin king Seleucus, earning 90,000 experience points. Acquired golden equipment, Seleucus staff. Acquired golden equipment, Seleucus dagger. Acquired golden equipment, Seleucus one-handed sword. Acquired magic scroll, Deadly Sunday. Seleucus staff, golden grade. Spirit 100, Constitution 100. Increases the power of energy-based skills by 15, usable after level 20. Seleucus dagger, golden grade. Agility 100, Constitution 100. Agility-related skill power increased by 15, usable after level 20. Seleucus one-handed sword, golden grade. Strength 100, Constitution 100. Strength-related skill power increased by 15, usable after level 20. Magic scroll, Son of Death. Usable by mental power professions, upon use. Grants the fire magic skill Son of Death, usable after level 20. In that moment, Lin Hao felt an overwhelming sense of worth in this expedition. The treasures bestowed by the Gnome King Seleucus were simply magnificent. First, the team could also share a staggering 90,000 experience points. Instantly, a faint glow enveloped Lin Hao, marking his ascension to level 16. Miraculously, he had obtained weapon equipment. Among all items, there is no doubt that weaponry holds the greatest value. And astonishingly, 3 pieces had dropped simultaneously, all of the highest golden grade. Such golden equipment is For all intents and purposes, priceless and extremely sought after in the current trader's market. Every notable clan and noble desires to acquire such items to nurture their elite disciples. Even with the formidable influence of the Ning family, they could only provide Ning-Yuansi with a single piece of silver gear. One can only imagine the fortune that would come from selling these 3 golden items. Yet, regardless of the abundant experience points or the 3 golden weapons combined, they pale in comparison to this magic scroll. Magic scrolls are categorized into 3 levels based on their usage. Basic scrolls, level 120. Intermediate scrolls, level 2140. Advanced scrolls, level 41. Most importantly, skill scrolls are generally randomized, meaning that one might use dozens or even hundreds of scrolls without obtaining the desired skill. However, this particular magic scroll has a specified spell. Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling had previously witnessed the might of the spell Son of Death. Most crucially, such powerful magic typically only appears in advanced scrolls, with an exceedingly low drop rate. Yet this one can be learned and utilized at level 20. Zhao Xiaoling gazed at these treasures, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. They had danced on the brink of death, but now, everything felt worthwhile. This was her first time confronting a wild boss, and due to her lack of experience, she had plunged into the fray alongside Lin Hao. If the major guilds were to learn of this, would they laugh or be terrified? The dynamics of an initial raid differ immensely from those of subsequent monster respawns. The disparity could be hundreds or even thousands of times. Just like the Gnome King Selkis, future respawns would not yield golden equipment again, nor would they drop the skill book for Son of Death. At best, one might receive silver gear. However, even silver equipment remains exceedingly valuable. Witnessing such bountiful rewards, even Zhao Xiaoling, who hailed from an illustrious background and had seen her fair share of grandeur, gasped in disbelief. Each of these 4 items held considerable worth. Nonetheless, Lin Hao casually gathered them all into Zhao Xiaoling's spatial bag with a mere flick of his hand. Zhao Xiaoling glanced up at Lin Hao, feeling not only shaken but also inexplicably moved. How many individuals could endure hardship together, only to betray one another at the first sign of prosperity? Such occurrences are far too common in society. Even if they do not act, who does not desire to have control in their hands? Yet Lin Hao remained indifferent, as he always had, entrusting everything to her for management, adhering to their previously agreed-upon split of 70-30. Such magnanimity is truly rare in this world. Even more precious is the trust he exhibited, a trust that has remained unwavering from the very beginning. Lin Hao was acutely aware of his own insignificance. He was merely a name, with no knowledge of origins, background, or interests. Yet he chose to place his faith in her, if he were a tad more avaricious. Everything they had acquired today could have belonged solely to him, including the boss's experience points. Lin Hao could have easily formed a team with himself as the boss neared death. If he wished to eliminate her, it would have been a mere flick of his wrist. Zhao Xiaoling surveyed her bag, filled not only with various items such as the giant's heart, but also several pieces of silver gear, which had dropped upon the death of the enhanced elite giant captain. Of course, there were also the 4 items granted by the Gnome King Selkis. Just as she began contemplating how to distribute the spoils, a voice rang out from nearby. It seems we have arrived just in time. Thank you for helping us defeat the boss. Now, please hand over all the items willingly. From behind a small hill emerged 5 individuals. Chapter 34. I give you one last chance. This group consisted of those Lin Hao had encountered, the very ones pursuing Zhao Xiaoling. 4 of them were the notorious 4 villains of Yang City. The 5th, a middle-aged man with pointed ears and a simian visage, was unfamiliar to Lin Hao. However, it was reasonable to assume he was a hired hand brought in by the 4 villains. Though whether he was a formidable attacker or possessed a unique profession, such as a tracker, remained unclear, most likely the latter. Upon their appearance, Zhao Xiaoling's expression shifted dramatically. A dagger swiftly found its way into her grasp. Huh, what a delightful couple. We finally found you, and here you are, raiding and battling bosses. The mage was the first to burst into laughter. The archer mockingly chimed in, on such a fine evening, instead of engaging in some wild night combat. You come here to hunt monsters? How wasteful. If you need guidance, I can offer a free lesson right here, no tuition required. The healer eyed Zhao Xiaoling's figure with unabashed desire, while the swordsman captain observed Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling in silence. In a grave tone, he addressed them, we seek only wealth. If you willingly surrender the items you just acquired, we can allow you a path to leave, and we shall part as strangers from here on. Zhao Xiaoling turned to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, however, could only scoff inwardly. Although this was his first venture into the wilderness and his first interaction with other professionals, he was no novice. With 2 lifetimes of experience, he understood that regardless of whether they surrendered their possessions, these individuals would not grant them a safe passage. They would undoubtedly resort to violence, intending to kill them both here. Who knows who will end up killing whom? This group had repeatedly offended him, and his resolve to eliminate them had long been ignited. Truly, they were inviting their own demise. Zhao Xiaoling assessed the 4 before her. They formed a well-rounded combat team, complete with a tank, damage dealers, and support, each exceeding level 20. Undoubtedly, their combat prowess was formidable. After days of interactions, Zhao Xiaoling recognized that these individuals had likely been cooperating for an extended period, their teamwork honed to perfection. Their battle style was nothing short of ferocious. She softly addressed Lin Hao, saying, "These individuals are not akin to mere monsters. Monsters lack intelligence, and despite their higher levels, they are easier to defeat. However, this band of villains has committed countless atrocities. Their combat experience is exceedingly rich. We are no match for them. I will hold them off for a moment. You must flee swiftly. The faster you escape, the better. Do not look back. I will transfer all the items into your possession shortly. You shall carry them. Do you understand? If you leave, I, as an assassin, will have a chance to escape." She had just reached level 20, while Lin Hao was merely at level 16. Although Lin Hao's pet insects were formidable in number, she did not believe that the two of them could contend with the 5 adversaries before them. Thus, she hastily proposed that Lin Hao depart first while she sought an opportunity to slip away. Zhao Xiaoling was correct. Despite being human and of a lower level, they could not be compared to monsters. Humans possess wisdom, are craftier, and better understand the weaknesses of their kind. Zhao Xiaoling called out to the group, "You have relentlessly pursued me merely to acquire the coordinates of this location. Now that you have them, I can provide you with the items. But this individual beside me is not involved. He is merely a collaborator whom I summoned to assist me in my endeavors. Allow him to leave first, and then I will hand over the items to you." As she spoke, Lin Hao noticed that Zhao Xiaoling was placing a collection of items into the party window. All it required was for Lin Hao to click, agree, and those items would transfer to his inventory. It appeared that Zhao Xiaoling had no intention of relinquishing the items to them. The swordsman's expression turned cold. "Zhao Xiaoling, do you think we are fools?" He sneered. "You wish to let him go and then use your assassin skills to escape, do you? Do you not wonder how he found you? Do you know what profession this individual beside me possesses?" The swordsman pointed to a man with pointed ears and a monkey-like face. "He is a tracker." The tracker, Huang Guang, regarded Zhao Xiaoling with a fierce gaze. "Tracker?" Zhao Xiaoling's countenance paled. This was a profession that completely countered assassins, exceedingly rare. She never expected that the 4 villains of Yang City would have found such an individual. It seemed that tonight, there was no escaping misfortune. They had even survived the raid boss. After finally defeating the boss and acquiring bountiful loot, they had been found by these individuals before they could depart. She felt an intense unwillingness. Furthermore, this was not merely a matter of a few items. It was about how she and Lin Hao could evade their lethal assault. If they truly surrendered the items, they would have to leave this place. She would relinquish them without hesitation. However, she understood that surrendering might provoke them to act more swiftly, leading to their demise at a faster pace. Thus, she devised a plan for Lin Hao to leave first. Yet, her adversaries had seen through it and revealed the presence of a tracker among them. Her heart plummeted into despair. Even if Lin Hao departed, this group could easily pursue him at any moment. It was utterly futile. If only they could eliminate that tracker. There might still be a glimmer of hope. But would they grant her that opportunity? Zhao Xiaoling glanced at Lin Hao. At that moment, Lin Hao's expression was devoid of any emotion. He suddenly spoke calmly. "How about this? I have no desire to kill. I offer you one last opportunity. Throw all your items to the ground, including your clothing, and I shall spare your lives." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the group was utterly taken aback. Even Zhao Xiaoling was stunned. "Ha ha, ha ha." The opponents erupted into mocking laughter. Perhaps this fool did not comprehend the gravity of his words? Indeed, this person was a simpleton. They truly were a pair of hidden dragons and phoenixes. "Brother, why waste words with them? Let us kill them. And all the loot will drop anyway." The swordsman nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, an invisible arrow was shot towards them. The archer had made the first move. A faint mark appeared above Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling's heads. This was not an attacking arrow, but one with special effects. Zhao Xiaoling's face turned pale as she exclaimed, "Oh no, we've been marked." The marking arrow not only rendered the assassin's stealth skill ineffective, but also significantly enhanced the archer's accuracy and damage. "Run!" Zhao Xiaoling called out softly. In that instant, she leaped and appeared more than 10 meters to Lin Hao's right. She intended to create distance between herself and Lin Hao to draw the attention of those individuals, thereby providing Lin Hao with an opportunity. A battle shield appeared in the swordsman's hand. He positioned himself in front of the other 4, not lowering his guard simply because Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling were of lower levels. A standard combat stance formed, showcasing his exceptional combat prowess. Boom! A fireball shot forth from the magician's hand. The magician quickly cast a rapid-fire spell. The fireball hurtled towards Zhao Xiaoling. Simultaneously, swoosh, swoosh, 2 arrows were released. The supportive healer raised his staff, casting several protective auras onto the others. The entire team moved into action, their coordination evidently seamless. Chapter 35, Strike and Kill. The fireball and arrows had clearly anticipated Zhao Xiaoling's forward movement. She was forced to change direction, her face paling. She returned to Lin Hao's side. In this brief exchange, it was evident that the opposing team held the upper hand. "It was over," she murmured. At that moment, the magician aimed a larger fireball at Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling. Die! The magician's eyes gleamed with a cruel light. Boom! The fireball exploded midair. The magician was taken aback. The flames scattered, revealing 5 devouring gold insects. It was Lin Hao who commanded the insects to intercept the fireball. The devouring gold insects were impervious to fire and water. The earlier fireball spell was merely a tickle to them. Not even the scorching sun could harm them. After colliding with the massive fireball, the 5 insects hesitated only slightly before soaring towards the 5 adversaries. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The archer released 5 arrows towards the approaching insects. Ding, 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 ding. The sounds echoed as if the arrows struck against gold. The arrows merely caused the insects to momentarily falter, but had no significant impact. They continued their advance towards the 5. The insects' performance startled the 5 adversaries. They were bewildered. What kind of creatures were these? The fireball could not harm them, nor could the arrows impede their flight. Be cautious. Do not underestimate them. The 5 devouring gold insects reached the swordsman. Roar. The swordsman bellowed. Taunt. The insects lunged at the swordsman. A protective aura enveloped the swordsman, shining brightly like an egg shielding him. The 5 insects clung to the egg-like aura, biting down. The aura dimmed. It dimmed again. The swordsman's expression changed. He could not comprehend why the aura could be bitten through. What kind of insects were so formidable? Little did he know. This was a creature that had existed since ancient times, known as the Devourer of all. At that moment, the 2 damage dealers in the team, the archer and the mage, unleashed a barrage of their skills to attack the Devourer. However, the mage's fire-based spells proved utterly ineffective, and the archer's damage was equally futile against the monstrous insect. Their expressions shifted dramatically. If their attacks were powerless, then surely the swordsman would eventually succumb as well. With a soft crack, the swordsman's protective aura was suddenly breached by the Devourer. Resist aura, he shouted, and another protective ring flared around him, pushing 5 Devourers back several meters. Yet, they swiftly turned and lunged at him once more. Output, for the love of all that's holy, hurry up. I can't hold out much longer. The swordsman bellowed. As 2 more of his skills were shattered by the Devourers, a sense of dread washed over him. He had never encountered such a terrifying insect before. Nothing seemed to harm them, and their attack power was monstrous. His only recourse was to raise his shield and attempt to swat away the approaching Devourers with his one-handed sword. With a resounding smack, 1 Devourer was sent flying by the swordsman's blade. Yet, 2 others landed upon his shield, and another 2 clung to him. A scream escaped the swordsman's lips as he felt the Devourers gnawing at him, his formidable defenses unable to withstand their assault. Instantly, 2 gaping wounds were opened in his flesh. The anxious healer rushed to cast healing spells upon him. Miraculously, the wounds began to staunch and close at a visible rate. Nonetheless, it proved to be in vain. Before the wounds could fully heal, the Devourers tore into him once more, ripping away chunks of flesh. Aya! Aya! The swordsman's cries echoed in agony. The healer, now panicking, unleashed a flurry of healing spells upon him, desperate to save him. Meanwhile, the archer and the mage watched in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. They beheld the 2 Devourers that had breached the shield and were stunned to find that even the shield had been gnawed through. Just how monstrous could these creatures be? What the hell is this beast? We can't hurt them at all. We must flee immediately. The mage shouted, fear gripping his voice. The swordsman was well aware of their predicament, but he was helpless against the 2 insects clinging to him. To escape now would be futile. Lin Hao remarked coolly from a distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. I offered you one last chance, but you rejected it. No one can be blamed for your fate now. The scenery of this valley is quite lovely. Tonight, you shall remain here forever. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoling revealed herself. Her expression one of shock as she took in the scene unfolding before her. Quick, attack that man. If we kill him, the insects will be rendered powerless, she urged. The swordsman, writhing in pain on the ground, remained resolute. Even in agony, he discerned the crucial truth. The true master of these insects was Lin Hao. If they could eliminate him, there was a glimmer of hope to escape this dire situation. Truly, a leader of the 3 evils, someone whom all recognized as their superior. But could they truly kill Lin Hao? They could not even force him to reveal his hidden cards. The mage and archer, abandoning the swordsman and his tormentors, launched several fireballs and arrows toward Lin Hao. Come forth, my companions. Lin Hao commanded, waving his hand as over 100 Devourers materialized before him. The sounds of crackling echoed as the fireballs dissipated midair and the arrows clattered to the ground. Then, a dark mass of Devourers surged toward the 5. Moving with astonishing speed, the 5 of them turned pale at the sight. If they could barely handle a few small insects, how could they confront this overwhelming tide? In an instant, with the exception of the swordsman still rolling on the ground, the remaining archer, mage, and healer were paralyzed with fear. They turned and fled towards the valley's exit, abandoning the swordsman without a second thought. At that moment, they noticed the tracker was already 100 meters ahead of them. Lin Hao had intended to escape as soon as the 5 insects he initially released were rendered ineffective. Upon summoning the swarm of over 100 Devourers, he wasted no time in fleeing. Instantly, he regretted coming here. But could they outrun the Devourers? Before long, the Devourers pounced upon the slowest healer and mage, then the archer, and finally caught up with the fleeing tracker. Ah, help! It hurts so much, they screamed, frantic in their attempts to swat away the devourers. Yet, the relentless swarm gave them no reprieve. Spare us. Please, we were wrong. We'll give you anything. Just let us go. They cried, racked with regret. Why provoke that young man? Who could have anticipated that a fool wielding a flimsy steel blade against a cockroach monster would turn out to be so formidable? In that moment, they realized the true folly lay with themselves. They were filled with regret, yet alas, there is no remedy for regret. Their frantic pleas fell upon deaf ears as Lin Hao remained unfazed. In less than half a minute, the frantic cries faded into silence. Zhao Xiaoling stood frozen, terror-stricken as she witnessed the unfolding scene. She felt not only coldness in her limbs, but also a creeping numbness. Before long, the 5 once lively and arrogant individuals were reduced to mere skeletons, yet the devourers continued to gnaw at the bones, seemingly leaving no remnants behind. Chapter 36, Murder, Corpse Destruction, Erasure of Evidence. The stark contrast of this scene left her utterly unprepared. Initially, when the 5 appeared, she had felt a flicker of despair. Having played a game of chase with them for several days, she had a certain understanding of their capabilities. Among the 20-something level professionals, though not the top tier, they were by no means weak. Thus, her thoughts turned to how she might escape with her life, despite knowing the odds were slim. Upon realizing that the 5th individual was a tracker, her hope dwindled to nearly nothing. At that moment, her sole thought was to create a slight opportunity for Lin Hao to escape. For herself, she dared not entertain any fantasies. She was aware of Lin Hao's prowess with his insects, but battling professionals was an entirely different matter than slaying monsters. Moreover, there were 5 opponents, all of whom were levels above her and her companion. It was only when Lin Hao made his move that the tide turned, not merely gaining the upper hand. He utterly overwhelmed them. Witnessing the ease with which Lin Hao's devourers decimated the 5, she was left in a state of complete shock. In mere minutes, an exceptionally formidable team was utterly annihilated. Was it truly possible for such a powerful squad to be eradicated so swiftly? She hailed from a prestigious lineage and had encountered numerous prodigies, countless formidable individuals among them. Yet, witnessing Lin Hao, a mere level 16 awakened, effortlessly decimate a team comprised of various professions, shattered her understanding. Just the day before, he had awakened. Who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? The pleas for mercy from the 5 adversaries had ceased, indicating their demise. Yet Lin Hao appeared unyielding, seemingly intent on continuing his onslaught. She stood a short distance away, bearing witness to the horrifying scene before her. The voracious golden-eating worms feasted upon their flesh, gnawing even at their bones until nothing remained. It was akin to the most grotesque of tragedies. Although they were a band of villains, mere moments ago intent on her destruction, she had no doubt that had it not been for Lin Hao's creatures, if they had fallen into the clutches of those 5, their fate would have been equally harrowing. She had long contemplated the notion of taking her own life should she find herself captured. However, as she watched the 5 humans struggle, perish, and transform into mere skeletons, even their bones being devoured, her complexion turned pale, her limbs cold and numb, her body trembling uncontrollably. She shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight of the vanishing bones. She lacked even the courage to glance at Lin Hao. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Hao had remained silent, never calling back his minions, indicating that all of this was his deliberate design. It was he. He had resolved to act thus. In that moment, Zhao Xiaoling perceived that the one beside her was not the naive and charming junior she had assumed him to be, but a cold, unfeeling individual, ruthlessly decisive. His heart as steely as the most heinous demons from the abyss. The image of the devil she had conjured in her mind shattered like glass in an instant. She no longer trembled. Zhao Xiaoling suddenly turned and embraced Lin Hao tightly. Lin Hao gently wrapped his arms around her. She burst into tears, wailing uncontrollably. Lin Hao softly patted her back. In that vast valley, they were the only 2 souls present. The night breeze caressed them, and though the air still bore the heavy scent of blood, it had lessened considerably. Under the moonlit sky, Zhao Xiaoling lost track of time in Lin Hao's embrace. The skeletal remains had long since vanished, and the golden-eating worms had returned to Lin Hao's creature space. Suddenly, Lin Hao spoke softly. What is it? Do you think my actions were too cruel? Zhao Xiaoling gradually regained her composure. No. She took a deep breath and continued. Perhaps I felt that way moments ago, but now I no longer do. Showing mercy to one's enemies is akin to inflicting cruelty upon oneself. Since the invasion of the demons, the history of humanity has been one of blood and fire for centuries. On every battlefield between humans and demons, has there ever been a scene devoid of mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Each location is fraught with horror. Lin, you are not one to live within a sheltered little world. A person like you will one day stand at the pinnacle of humanity, and when that time comes, you will surely confront the most malevolent of demons. If you truly are as I, a mere woman, envision you to be, then the higher you rise, the more tragic your demise will be. Lin Hao nodded, responding calmly. It is good that you can think this way. Zhao Xiaoling stepped away from Lin Hao's embrace. Her cheeks flushed. She could not fathom why she had suddenly embraced him. Although only a night had passed, it felt as though so much had transpired. Let us depart. Lin Hao said softly. Zhao Xiaoling walked alongside him. unsure if it was fear or something else that compelled her. In the hollow stone palace, on the stone chair of the high platform, faint characters glowed. Giant Valley restart time, 14 days, 23:50. The time displayed pulsated every minute. Zhao Xiaoling remarked. This wilderness boss has been cleared by us, and the respawn time is set for 15 days. In 15 days, I will no longer be in Yang City. Lin Hao, do you wish to return here? Lin Hao shook his head. No. At that time, I will be participating in the National Unified Martial Arts Examination, and shortly afterward, I will be leaving Yang City. Zhao Xiaoling jested. Then let us sell it to the Adventurer Trading Center for some benefits. Indeed. In a cave half a li from the valley, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling decided to remain there for a few hours until dawn. By the campfire, Zhao Xiaoling sat close to Lin Hao. Earlier, aside from the golden dagger she had claimed, she had entrusted all other items to Lin Hao, refusing to let him decline. Among them were a golden staff, a golden one-handed sword, and 3 pieces of silver equipment dropped by the captain. Silver equipment, Giant's armor, strength 50, constitution 50. Strength-based skill damage increased by 5, usable after level 20. Silver equipment, Giant's helmet, strength 50, constitution 50, strength-based skill damage increased by 5, usable after level 20. Silver equipment, Giant's boots, constitution 50, speed increased by 10, usable after level 20. Additionally, there were 2,000 giant hearts. At dawn, as the first light bathed the wilderness, Lin Hao and Zhao Xiaoling returned near the city gates. Lin Hao, my family has sent someone to pick me up. They just messaged me. For the next half-month, I will not be accompanying you in Yang City. I will wait for you in the capital, all right? You must come find me, promise? Lin Hao nodded. I will definitely come to the capital. Chapter 37, Truly a Genius. Watching Zhao Xiaoling's retreating figure, a faint smile graced Lin Hao's lips. At that moment, at the city gates, those who had encountered Lin Hao when he first left the city, including Chen Ziqing and the city guards, were present. What? A full day and night, and we have found no trace of Lin Hao in the outskirts of the city? He did not return to the city last night. Chen Ziqing listened to a report from a city guard named Zhao Hu. Indeed, and we thoroughly patrolled a 3-kilometer radius outside the city wall yesterday, but found no sign of him. When Lin Hao initially departed the outskirts of the city, although Chen Ziqing had attempted to stop him, she ultimately allowed him to pass once he produced the Zhao Kaijun token. However, she had still instructed Zhao Hu and the other guards to keep a watchful eye on him during their patrols. After all, this is someone of particular concern to the uncle. The soldier of Pingtu City expressed his worries, asking, could something have happened to him? After all, he is merely a level 14 newly awakened individual. It's improbable for him to wander beyond a 3-kilometer radius and not be found. Chen Ziqing retorted angrily. Isn't it because I stopped him initially, yet you insisted on letting him go? The soldier was momentarily at a loss for words and muttered. He presented the general's orders. Could I possibly deny him passage? Moreover, he indeed possesses the school's exit certificate. Chen Ziqing suddenly interjected. You may not realize the magnitude of your error. What do you mean? The soldier asked, bewildered. Do you know who that kid is? Isn't he the hidden awakener from the 8th high school this year, rumored to face a death sentence in the early stages of his profession, Lin Hao? The soldier recounted his knowledge of Lin Hao. He is the son of Lin Yuanshan. Chen Ziqing declared. What? Both Pingtu and Zhao Hu exclaimed in astonishment. This was indeed information they were unaware of. The son of Lin Shuai? 10 years ago, during the monster siege, had it not been for Lin Shuai's heroic efforts, Yang City would have crumbled, Zhao Hu murmured. What do we do now? The soldier from Pingtu City wore a look of anxiety. Chen Ziqing replied sternly, Zhao Hu, you take 3,000 city guards and conduct a thorough search, expanding the search radius from 3 kilometers to 5. Yes, Zhao Hu responded promptly. I will seek my uncle's counsel to see if he has any solutions. Let us hope this lad has a strong fate and has not fallen victim to the monsters outside the city. Chen Ziqing's expression turned grave. And what should I do? The soldier from Pingtu City asked anxiously. You are the one who let him out. If anything has truly happened, you will carry that burden for life. You will guard the entrance, and if he returns, notify us immediately. Just as they were preparing to disperse, the soldier from Pingtu City suddenly shouted, Wait, who is that? Outside the city gate, under the rising sun, a figure was approaching leisurely. Lin Hao? Chen Ziqing exclaimed in disbelief. It's really him. He is safe. Zhao Hu shouted joyfully. Oh, you're all here? As Lin Hao stepped through the city gates, he noticed the peculiar expressions on Chen Ziqing and the others and felt somewhat puzzled. Where did you run off to yesterday? Didn't I remind you that you must return to the city at night and not spend the night in the wilderness? Seeing Lin Hao looking nonchalant and unscathed, while they had been anxiously worrying about him, Chen Ziqing felt a surge of irritation. Who decreed that one must return to the city and not stay in the wilderness overnight? Lin Hao retorted indifferently. Recalling the earlier incident when she had unreasonably obstructed him from leaving, Chen Ziqing was now furious at his defiance. Chen Ziqing trembled with rage. How dare you? Lin Hao? We were all here worrying about you, and you act so brazenly. Lin Hao, as long as you're back, that's what matters. The soldier from Pingtu City said with a smile. He had genuinely been concerned about Lin Hao, and now that he saw him return, he felt immense relief. Lin Hao glanced at Chen Ziqing. Does this girl still care about me? No way. See you. Lin Hao waved at the soldiers of Pingtu City and walked into the city. Chen Ziqing was indignant. Oh, he's already at level 16? Zhao Hu suddenly shouted. What the hell, it's true. He was only level 14 when he left the city yesterday. The soldier from Pingtu City echoed, astonished. He's really at level 16. How did he achieve that? Chen Ziqing was equally shocked and momentarily forgot her anger. This is outrageous. Zhao Hu murmured. I remember General Zhao saying that when he awakened. He only reached level 16 on the 4th day, right? Yes, with General Zhao's speed back then, he easily became a notable figure at Qingbei Martial Arts University. What about this Lin Hao? Doesn't this mean he will be the top scholar of Jiangning province this year? Whether he becomes the top scholar or not, I don't know, but certainly, it will create quite a stir in Yang City, Zhao Hu remarked. Incredible. To rise to level 16 in just 3 days. I remember when I awakened, I barely reached level 8 in 3 days, not even hitting level 10. Truly a prodigy. Chen Ziqing scoffed. It's merely a low-level upgrade. Even if it's fast, so what? It's not as miraculous as you all imagine. Zhao Hu and the soldier from Pingtu City turned to stare at Chen Ziqing with peculiar expressions. Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Ziqing felt a sudden unease under their scrutinizing gazes. Although she had some authority to command them at work, they were her elders, and she held them in high regard when not displaying her temper. Zhao Hu chuckled. Ziqing, you look like a jilted lover. Have you developed feelings for this lad? The soldier from Pingtu City chimed in. If you truly like him, I could speak to General Zhao. He and this lad as father are friends forged in adversity. With his influence, it should work out. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Ziqing's face turned crimson in an instant. I'm not listening to you anymore. She pivoted and hurriedly left the city gate. Ha! The crowd at the city gate erupted in laughter. Lin Hao was oblivious to the events unfolding at the gate. Unaware of the teasing directed at him, he returned to the practitioner trading center and sold various items dropped from monsters he had slain over the past day and night. A total of 100,000. The bulk of this sum was due to the valuable giant heart. This was Lin Hao's first time possessing such a substantial amount. Upon seeing the figure, his hands trembled slightly. The trading center offered 3 methods for consignment. First, selling directly to the authorities for a slightly lower price, but receiving immediate profit. Second, setting a personal price for consignment, allowing other practitioners to purchase if they wished, providing the benefit of self-determined pricing. Third, limited time bidding, where one could set a reserve price and a time limit, and the highest bidder at the end would complete the transaction. Lin Hao placed 3 pieces of silver equipment in the trading center using the third method, with the highest bidder to be decided 3 days later, without bothering to set a reserve price. As for the items dropped by the Elven King, he chose not to handle them this time. After supplementing some supplies, time was of the essence. Whoosh. After a slight dizziness, Lin Hao found himself standing before the Lost Mine dungeon. Chapter 38. Ning-Yuansi and Yu Dapeng's team. Lin Hao planned to return home for a short rest, but during his respite, Zhao Kaijun exclaimed, What? He's reached level 16? No way. That speed is astonishing. Indeed. This morning he returned to the city with his head held high, quite proudly. Chen Ziqing remarked, still feeling aggrieved. So, perhaps we can invite him to join us in our upcoming expedition, Zhao Kaijun suggested suddenly. Uncle, that place isn't suitable for him to venture. After all, he's only level 16. Wouldn't that be sending him to his death? Chen Ziqing was taken aback. We'll discuss it when the time comes. At that moment, at the entrance of the Lost Mine's secret realm, a team of 7 had arrived. 2 middle-aged men accompanied by 5 young individuals. All 5 were clad in nearly full silver equipment. Even those with non-silver gear wore bronze. They appeared to be nearly as formidable as the Strongman Guild. Among them was a tank wielding a sword and shield, a plump man fully covered in armor, who held his helmet in hand, panting heavily. It seemed that while his armor offered high defense, it was excessively hot. Another was a young beauty, a lightning mage, holding a silver staff. If Lin Hao were present, he would certainly recognize her. It was none other than his classmates, Yu Dapeng and Ning-Yuansi. Yuansi, your father and your uncle have organized a team for you today, bringing you here to level up. Rest assured, you will surpass that Lin Hao fellow in no time. A vigorous middle-aged man settled himself on a chair at the entrance of the dungeon, accompanied by another man of the same age who took a seat beside him. Uncle, if you insist on waiting here with my father, then I won't concern myself with you. We're heading into the dungeon now, Ning-Yuansi declared. Go on, go on. Even though your level is only 12, and that Dapeng kid is merely at level 10, it matters not. Just follow those 3. And you shall reap the experience, the man reassured her. As it turned out, the following day, while Lin Hao ventured into the wilderness, the school continued to organize students to tackle the novice dungeon. Yu Dapeng had coordinated with Ning-Yuansi to utilize familial resources, not only crafting powerful equipment, but also assembling a formidable team to level up in the Lost Mine. Ningjia, according to our plan, we should clear the normal levels of the Lost Mine 2 or 3 times to gain a couple of levels before we attempt the elite dungeon, Yu Dapeng suggested, standing next to Ning-Yuansi. Indeed, Ning-Yuansi nodded. her gaze drifting beyond the high walls, staring into the wilderness. What's the matter? Thinking about that Lin Hao kid? Yesterday, he spent the entire day in the wilderness. I wonder how much he has leveled up now? Humph. At most 1 or 2 levels. The wilderness isn't that easy to navigate. With our dungeon cooldown symbols, we'll level up here in the Lost Mine and soon surpass him. I estimate he is only at 13 or 14 levels, so let us proceed into the dungeon. The 5-person party vanished into the dungeon entrance, entering the normal difficulty of the Lost Mine. Brother, isn't this child, see you on, always dismissive of using family power? What spurred this change? Chuckled the man referred to as Ning's uncle. Ning's father laughed heartily. I heard she was provoked by a kid named Lin Hao in her class. He reached level 12 on the very first day of the novice dungeon, and she is determined to outdo him. Ah, the competitive spirit of the young ones. But who is this Lin Hao? I've never heard of any Lin family in Yang City. In his eyes, only a prominent family could support such remarkable prowess. What prominent family? He is just a poor lad. By the way, brother, I heard the city guards recently discovered a monster incursion point in the western outskirts. Currently, thousands of guards are on high alert, preparing to counterattack. The uncle suddenly interjected. Ning's father shook his head. This place is too crowded and noisy. Let us discuss this matter back home. All right. At that moment, the performance of the 7 individuals caught the attention of nearby adventurers. Could it be? Isn't that Ning Tianling, the patriarch of the Ning family? Indeed. And the other beside him must be Ning Xingqian, the foremost expert of the Ning family. What brings these 2 esteemed figures here? Didn't you hear their conversation? They organized a team to bring Ning Tianling's precious daughter here for leveling. Such privilege. Even leveling up comes with a personal escort. That young lady is truly beautiful. If I had a daughter like her, I would exhaust my fortune to support her. I heard she just awakened a few days ago and has already reached level 12. It's evident that those from prominent families level up terrifyingly fast. Absolutely. Do you think we common players grind our way up one monster at a time? If I could be born into a noble family, even as a mere pig, I would soar to great heights. The crowd began to lament their ill fortune, reflecting on how their humble origins made life a struggle. Chapter 39. Clearing the hell level in 20 minutes. 6 hours later, Lin Hao appeared punctually at the entrance of the Lost Mine. Alone, he approached with 2 gold-craving worms, heading directly towards the entrance. Look, that kid is back. Is he the one who cleared the hell level all by himself? He is only level 16. I can't believe it. The Strongman Guild. Even with a full team at level 20, couldn't he manage it? Are you sure about this? The crowd had more than doubled since 6 hours prior, drawn by the miraculous tale from 12 hours earlier. In the morning, an uncommunicative adventurer, accompanied by 2 worms, had entered the hell level without uttering a word and, within 2 hours, had breached the hell level of the Lost Mine that had confounded Yang City for over a year. Many forces from other provinces had attempted to conquer it, but all had failed. Whether an individual or a team, this was a significant event for Yang City. If it was a solo achievement, it signified the rise of a prodigy, compelling attention. Conversely, if it were a team effort, it showcased the might of a formidable force. Thus, the news swiftly reached Zhao Kaijun's desk. Should the Strongman Guild succeed, it would elevate their strength to a new pinnacle, waving the banner of their triumph over the hell level. Lin Hao, without a moment's hesitation, arrived at the entrance and directly teleported into the hell level dungeon. Is he really going in alone? No way. That morning news was genuine. Those speaking were newcomers, having missed the morning spectacle. Did you see that? He entered the hell level, didn't he? Yes, it was indeed the hell level. I just witnessed it. Wow, this journey was worth it. I've actually seen him in person. I'll wait here for 2 hours to see the outcome. As Lin Hao entered the mine, he encountered the familiar miners once more. This time, he was well acquainted with the path. Lin Hao unleashed about 100 gold-craving worms and commenced his attack. Unbeknownst to him, the events of the morning had stirred considerable commotion in Yang City. For him, the objective remained straightforward, to level up rapidly. While the mine appeared labyrinthine to others, Lin Hao had traversed it once before, the map firmly etched in his mind. His previous run had taken over 2 hours, a duration that, while not excessively long, prompted him to consider ways to expedite the process. Consequently, Lin Hao took a shortcut directly towards the foreman's location. In under 10 minutes, he spotted the foreman exiting his chamber. 20 gold-craving worms lunged at him. The foreman was utterly overwhelmed. Amidst a cacophony of howls, he fled, wailing in terror. The sound of his cries echoed through the tunnels, drawing forth a flurry of hurried footsteps from the various mines, as if thousands were rushing towards him simultaneously. This time, unlike the last, Lin Hao faced thousands of miners responding to the commotion. Previously, he had cleared more than half of the miners, leading to a fierce battle where his 140 gold-craving worms clashed with 500 to 600 miners and miner phantoms. Now, however, he had only cleared a handful of foes. The tremendous noise reverberated throughout the entire mine. They're coming. Hee. Countless miners surged forth like a tide. Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with determination. Kill. 150 gold-craving worms surged forth like a legion of reapers, charging towards the miners. A battle ensued, filled with howls, anguished cries, and the sounds of conflict, merging into a singular symphony of chaos. The combined forces of over 1,000 clashed in the narrow confines of the mine. After Lin Hao awakened, he had witnessed several fierce battle scenes. Yet, upon observing the sudden eruption of brutality, even his composed nature could not suppress the surge of emotions within him. 10 minutes later, the mine was strewn with layers of miners and ghostly corpses. In a flash of white light, Lin Hao ascended to level 17. This dungeon truly offered the most exhilarating experience. The concentration of monsters yielded abundant experience. At this moment, it had been less than 20 minutes since Lin Hao entered the mine. Such an unprecedented speed of leveling up was remarkable. If only there were twice as many monsters. The experience required for each subsequent level had become exceedingly high. Lost in thought as he walked, Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the stone palace once more. There he encountered the hefty figure seated upon the stone chair on the high platform. Who dares to intrude into the mine? A deep voice echoed, accompanied by a sharp gaze fixed upon Lin Hao. You again, you fat fool, Lin Hao chuckled. All the gold-devouring insects surged toward the cave lord. And another familiar scene unfolded. 2 minutes later, the cave lord let out a mournful howl. Successfully defeated the cave guardian lord. Experience 100,000. Acquired silver gear, giant strength bow. Acquired silver gear, giant strength boots. Acquired item, 300 night star stones. Experience, 2 pieces of silver gear and some materials. However, there were no night star hearts left. Typically, such special items would only drop upon a first completion, being either unique or reappearing after a year or half a year. Lin Hao still had not dealt with the night star heart he obtained earlier that morning. Before entering the dungeon, he had overheard discussions among nearby players. A powerful team from a renowned guild, boasting level 20 players, sought to conquer the hellish level and acquire the night star heart. Yet, they suffered heavy losses and failed, allowing Lin Hao to accomplish the task single-handedly. Surely, that guild's prince would be furious upon learning of this. 20 minutes. Lin Hao glanced at the time. He had just completed the hellish dungeon in exactly 20 minutes. The first time had taken over 2 hours. Approaching the teleportation array, he vanished in an instant. Emerging outside the dungeon. At this moment, some individuals were still discussing Lin Hao's entry into the dungeon. A flash of white light appeared, and Lin Hao materialized outside the dungeon. Huh. One player, astonished, exclaimed, Didn't he just go in? How is he out already? It seems like it hasn't even been 20 minutes. Look, that kid is out. Someone shouted from afar. With a loud thud, everyone present turned to look. Numerous players rushed over, surrounding him. Brother, what happened? You came out in less than 20 minutes. Was there an accident? One individual pressed forward to ask. What else would I be doing inside if not finishing? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. What? You finished? That is unbelievable. You completed the entire hellish dungeon in 20 minutes? Another player exclaimed incredulously. I don't believe it. 20 minutes? An ordinary dungeon wouldn't be completed by a 5-man team, let alone one person tackling the hellish level. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In the distance, 2 middle-aged men, sipping tea and chatting, noticed the large gathering around Lin Hao and were curious about the commotion. Chapter 40. Conflict, Departure. Lin Hao prepared to leave. He had no desire to waste time with these onlookers. With less than 10 days until the National Unified Martial Arts examination, he needed to enhance his strength as much as possible before the assessment. Other than waiting for the cooldown of the Lost Mine, he was considering other dungeons or hunting monsters in the wild. Just then, several bright lights from the teleportation array indicated a group emerging from the dungeon. Brother Hao, one of the individuals in the group, a plump man, exclaimed joyfully. You Dapeng? Lin Hao responded, momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected to see you Dapeng here. Among the team was a sorceress wielding a shimmering silver staff, who, upon spotting Lin Hao, displayed an expression of delight, though she gradually concealed her excitement, adopting a cool demeanor. What's the matter, Lin Hao? Are you here to tackle the Lost Mine dungeon too? Although you leveled up a bit faster than us recently, I must warn you that this Lost Mine is quite unique. There's a segment within that suddenly draws all monsters to attack, if your strength is insufficient. It's best not to enter recklessly. Yu Dapeng glanced at Ning Yuanxi, then back at Lin Hao, sighing. Sister Ning, Brother Hao, what exactly is going on between you two? Especially you, Sister Ning. You were so worried about him when he wasn't around, yet now that you see him, you act so cold. Yu Dapeng, what nonsense are you talking about? When have I ever worried about him? Ning Yuanxi's cheeks flushed, and she retorted angrily. Among the 5-member team, aside from Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng, there were 2 other women and 1 man, all of whom now turned their attention to Lin Hao. See Yuan, is this the Lin Hao you always mention? One girl asked. Lin Hao noticed that this girl was holding a spellbook. Another sorceress? No, she is a healer. Suddenly, Lin Hao recalled a classmate from his class who had wanted to be his sister, brother, and had expressed a desire to awaken as a healer specifically to support him. During the awakening ceremony, she had miraculously awakened as a healer. However, after the novice dungeon, he had not seen her again. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the healer's chest. Quite ample. Could it be that the healer's awakening is related to breast size? A sudden thought sprang to Lin Hao's mind. Noticing Lin Hao's gaze on her chest, the sorceress with the spellbook puffed out her chest slightly and chuckled. You're quite handsome. No wonder our UNC can't stop thinking about you. Why are you talking nonsense like Dapeng? Ning UNC shot back, her face turning red from embarrassment. Among the remaining three, one woman, appearing more mature, furrowed her brow. She had noticed Lin Hao's subconscious glance at the healer's chest. So he is a lecher. I thought he was some noble figure, but it turns out he is just a poor player. The man among them interjected coldly, observing Ning UNC's previous attitude toward Lin Hao. He also sensed that although her words appeared cool, there was an underlying playful rivalry, as Dapeng had suggested. Furthermore, seeing Lin Hao accompanied by two peculiar little insects, wielding a plain steel knife and dressed in mismatched attire, one might even say he resembled a beggar. Did such a person truly deserve Ning UNC's affections? He felt quite displeased. Xiao Yun, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Although the man's words were not overly harsh, the sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. Everyone caught on to this implication. Ning UNC shot the man a glare and retorted sharply. Xiao Yun dared not provoke Ning UNC. Yet he was taken aback when she so swiftly began to defend Lin Hao. At that moment, a surge of anger welled up from the depths of his heart, intensifying his disdain for Lin Hao. Did I say something wrong? A psychic practitioner wielding a mere whiteboard steel knife. What else could that be but a farce? If he truly hails from a modest background, it would be no great loss for me to bestow upon him a top-tier weapon. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a bronze staff and, with a casual toss, sent it flying toward Lin Hao. The staff landed on the ground, rolling a few times before coming to rest at Lin Hao's feet. A bronze staff? I wager you've never even laid eyes on one before? Huh. Consider it a gift from me, courtesy of UNC. Xiao Yun remarked nonchalantly. Who does this spoiled brat think he is? Tossing around a bronze staff, as if it were nothing, came a gasp from the onlookers. This bronze staff, if sold, would fetch tens of thousands. With eager buyers lining up, it was certainly far superior to the whiteboard steel knife in Lin Hao's possession. With that staff, Lin Hao's power would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. If only I had a bronze staff, instead of this ordinary one that offers scan improvement, Xiao Yun mused, relishing the envious gazes and astonished exclamations from the crowd. Although a bronze weapon was also a prize for him, using it to belittle Lin Hao and elicit admiration from others felt entirely worthwhile. He anticipated that Lin Hao would promptly bend down to retrieve the staff, showering him with gratitude. What do you mean by that, Xiao Yun? Yu Dapeng exclaimed angrily. Whom do you think you are insulting with that bronze staff? Xiao Yun. You've gone too far. He is my classmate. Ning UNC shouted in fury. The healer beside them, though silent, shook her head, her disapproval evident. Even the girl who harbored no affection for Lin Hao frowned at Xiao Yun's actions. Conversely, Lin Hao found Xiao Yun's conduct exceedingly childish. A weapon? My inventory is overflowing with gold and silver gear. You lack even the basic decency to respect others. I am ashamed to be associated with someone like you. Yu Dapeng bellowed. What are you implying? Xiao Yun was instantly bombarded with criticism, his face flushing crimson. He indeed belonged to a circle of young rakes, where such behavior would typically earn him applause. However, he did not expect to find himself so wholly rejected here. Instantly, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. His initial purpose for joining this team was to leverage Ning UNC's favor to garner admiration from these girls. He was a level 19 player adorned in high-grade equipment. These novice players, barely in their teens, should have been grateful for his guidance. Yet, they dared to defy him for someone of Lin Hao's caliber? Fine. Xiao Yun sneered. You can play without me. In a fit of anger, he disbanded the team. I shall wait for you to come begging for my return. Without me, this party will disintegrate. Xiao Yun stood there, a cold, haughty smile plastered across his face. This ragtag team consisted of Yu Dapeng at level 10, Ning UNC at level 12, and the healer at level 11. Their levels were far too low, contributing little to the cause. Only Xiao Yun, the level 19 archer clad in silver gear, was capable of dealing significant damage. They had just completed a round of a normal dungeon, taking an hour and a half, with him performing exceptionally well. Have they started quarreling? From a distance, Uncle San nearly spewed his tea. Lin's father raised his cup, his expression remaining as placid as ever. That Xiao brat has mingled too much in the circles of the wealthy. But one must ask, which of the young masters in Yang City does not share this flaw? Should I intervene? Uncle San sighed. No need. Let them handle this minor issue themselves. UNC must learn to manage conflicts on her own. We cannot always be at their beck and call. Chapter 41. Team Formation. Held difficulty. Xiao Yun, we appreciate your earlier assistance, but your recent behavior was utterly excessive. Ning UNC said, her face pale with anger. She had not anticipated that the seemingly refined Xiao Yun would so quickly reveal his true colors. Lin Hao, we invite you to join our team for the dungeon. Ning UNC invites you to join the party. Do you accept? Lin Hao paused, taken aback. He had remained silent as the core of the team, yet events had spiraled into chaos around him. Though he was not particularly loquacious, he possessed a keen understanding of others' thoughts and motives. Xiao Yun felt threatened by his presence, perceiving it as a danger to his status among the girls, and sought to undermine him. Yet, unexpectedly, the four members of the team rallied around Lin Hao, particularly Yu Daping and Ning Yuanxi, who stood firmly against Xiao Yun. Relying on his position as the main damage dealer, Xiao Yun attempted to force the others into submission, only to be met with Ning Yuanxi's surprising decision to ally with Lin Hao. The other two girls, though bemused by the situation, understood that the team would indeed suffer without Xiao Yun. Relying solely on Ning Yuanxi, a level 12 mage, for output would be a slow and arduous process. Brother Hao, you must accept the invitation. Although we may progress at a slower pace, we can still clear it. We managed to finish the normal dungeon. If we're careful, we can do it again, Yu Daping urged Lin Hao. Xiao Yun listened coldly from the sidelines. In his view, these individuals were oblivious to the reality of their situation. Rather than seeking his favor, they opted to recruit someone they deemed inferior. A team built on such weakness will only lead to tears, he thought. Yes, we should attempt another round. I will find a higher level damage dealer to join us, Ning Yuanxi added. Lin Hao sighed. It's futile for me to join the team. I just emerged from the dungeon and must wait 6 hours before I can enter again. Just emerged from the dungeon? The support girl glanced at Lin Hao. A solitary civilian player, she wondered if he truly had just exited, or if he had simply been riding on the coattails of another team. She shook her head, unable to believe he had found his way to their group. Ning Yuanxi is far too soft-hearted. While one can understand the bond of classmates, her decision to invite him was impulsive. Without Xiao Yun, they would lack any real damage output, rendering their quest through the dungeon nearly meaningless. Brother Hao, we also just came from the dungeon, but we possess cooldown stones that allow us to bypass the waiting time, Yu Daping said with a proud grin. Oh, you have such items? Lin Hao was certainly aware of the existence of cooling stones. However, their exorbitant price had dissuaded him from considering a purchase. Given the circumstances, he decided that his 6 hours would be better spent here rather than grinding monsters in the wilderness. Although the group comprised 5 members, their efficiency was still significantly superior to that outside. Moreover, he had long harbored the intention of mentoring the young lad, Depeng. He clicked agree. A notification appeared on the party panel. Lin Hao has joined the party. Give me the captaincy. Lin Hao suddenly exclaimed to Ning Yuanxi after entering the party. Oh. Ning Yuanxi was perplexed as to why Lin Hao desired the captaincy, yet she obediently relinquished it. Party leader changed to Lin Hao. The healer and support were momentarily taken aback. Before they could process this development, Lin Hao took a few steps forward. You have chosen to enter the Lost Mine Hell level. Do you confirm? Confirm. Huh. Hell level? The 4 were rendered speechless. Just as they intended to halt Lin Hao, a flash of white light enveloped them as they were transported into the Lost Mine once more. Within the cavern, the white light flickered, and the 5 found themselves inside. The dark mine extended into the depths, resembling a monstrous beast with its maw agape, while several lost miners roamed about, emanating a formidable aura, 10 times stronger than that of typical levels. If they were to be detected and charged at, the 5 would be obliterated in an instant. Lin Hao, are you out of your mind? The support girl exclaimed, her voice trembling. Even entering a regular dungeon would require their current party to lure monsters one at a time, grinding them down gradually. She had believed that the party was on the verge of disbanding, each member seeking their own path. Even if Ning Yuanxi wished to include Lin Hao, she regarded it merely as a casual endeavor among classmates, a gesture to foster camaraderie, which was understandable. However, she never anticipated that Lin Hao, upon hearing about the cooling stones, would genuinely join and immediately assume the role of captain, hastily initiating the Hell level dungeon. A Hell level? Are we here to court death? The healer's face turned pale. We must find a place to hide immediately, or we're doomed. Lin Hao. You. Ning Yuanxi stamped her foot in frustration. Had she known Lin Hao would act so recklessly, she would never have willingly ceded the captaincy. The authority to enter a dungeon level rested solely with the party leader. In her confusion, she had thought little of Lin Hao's intentions and had casually handed over the position. She had never imagined that Lin Hao's purpose in claiming the captaincy was to access the Hell level. Thus, his actions were premeditated, not a mere mistake. Lin Hao, what on earth are you thinking? You just mentioned that you had previously joined others in dungeons. You should be aware of the difficulty of the Lost Mine dungeon. Could it be that you have never ventured into this dungeon, naively seeking the thrill of the Hell level without comprehending the peril? Such folly could lead to death. I apologize for dragging you all into this mess, Ning Yuanxi said, her voice laced with regret as she addressed the 2 other girls. Undoubtedly, Lin Hao's decision to enter the Hell level affected her as well. Hey, how could you possibly choose this level without understanding it? Yu Daping sighed. To him, the only plausible explanation was that Lin Hao had clicked too hastily and made an error. Adjusting his helmet, he added, if we can avoid the monsters, I'll take the lead, and healer, please ensure you keep me healed. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Xiao Yun, who had been listening to the novices' discussions with a sense of superiority, was initially unfazed. In her view, having faced hardships, they might better appreciate their own significance. However, to her astonishment, a flash of white light revealed that they had indeed entered the dungeon. She had initially thought them to be naive siblings of the renowned dancer, but it turned out they were merely reckless. The Lost Mine was also known as the Death Mine. Perhaps they had never heard of it? In her eyes, such a party would be doomed, even in a regular level. Her gaze inadvertently swept over the dungeon's magic stone at the entrance, and she froze in disbelief. A hell level? It took her a moment to process those 4 words. Were they truly seeking death? Today, I shall witness how this unfolds. She bent down to pick up her copper staff, which she had carelessly discarded on the ground. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, it was still a copper staff, not entirely worthless, and could fetch a decent price. Such equipment would be highly coveted by novice players, who would be grateful for it. Chapter 42. Instantaneous Elimination of Enhanced Elite Monsters. As Xiaoyun distanced herself from the crowd at the entrance, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Initially, when Ning-Yuanci had invited her to team up for the dungeon, she had felt a flicker of excitement. The usually aloof Ning-Yuanci, renowned for her beauty among the affluent circles of Yang City, had unexpectedly reached out to her. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. In such circumstances, she could boast to her other friends. Getting a smile and an invitation from someone like Ning-Yuanci was no small feat upon joining the party. She discovered 2 other girls, both quite attractive, particularly the healer, whose ample bosom was undeniably alluring. It was a challenge for any man to resist. Thus, even if she could not win over the icy Ning-Yuanci, capturing the affections of the other 2 girls would still be a delightful endeavor. Despite the annoyance of a hefty oath consuming experience points, she understood it was merely due to his connection with Ning-Yuanci as a classmate, and thus he was being looked after. Moreover, in terms of appearance, 10 hefty oafs could not compare to her. Therefore, she dismissed the concern. Today was the day to impress the girls with her prowess. Hence, during the first round of the regular dungeon, she exerted herself vigorously. Her performance within the dungeon left the girls quite impressed, filling her with satisfaction. Her rapid-fire arrows were relentless. Upon exiting the dungeon, her arms were so fatigued that she could barely lift them. However, upon leaving, she encountered another classmate of Ning-Yuanci's. After exchanging a few words, she noticed Ning-Yuanci react as if someone had stepped on her tail, immediately confronting her. "Yun, come here," someone called, waving at Xiaoyun. She looked towards the caller and was momentarily taken aback. Rushing over, she respectfully greeted, "Mr. Lin, Third Master." She had been surrounded by the crowd and hadn't realized that Lin Hao and Third Master, who had accompanied Ning-Yuanci earlier, were still waiting there. Come, sit down and rest for a bit. What seems to be the matter?" Third Master inquired with a smile. "Third Master, you have no idea," Xiaoyun lamented. Embellishing her grievances about Lin Hao's actions, she expressed her sincere desire to help the others level up, only to be met with their unfair treatment. She spoke with the innocence of a child who had just been weaned, nearly on the verge of tears. Here, she performed for effect. But there was a kernel of truth in her words. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the 4 members, excluding Lin Hao, wore expressions of despair, pondering how best to find a hiding spot. "Brother Hao," Yu Daping suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Lin Hao, "you've reached level 17. The battle assistant girl immediately interjected. "So what if he's level 17? Why are you shouting? Those monsters will be upon us shortly." To her, level 17 was hardly a cause for alarm. Both Xiaoyun and she were already at level 19. At that moment, Ning-Yuanci scanned Lin Hao and, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "You've actually leveled up to 17. She had previously believed that Lin Hao might reach around level 14. It was beyond her imagination that he had attained level 17. One should not underestimate the significance of a 3-level difference. It represented an entirely different echelon. The experience required for the latter 3 levels could well surpass the cumulative experience of the preceding 14. "How did you manage that?" Ning-Yuanci and Yu Daping looked at him in disbelief. Their intent in hastily leaving the novice dungeon to form a team to tackle the Lost Mine dungeon was to surpass Lin Hao, determined to claim victory over him. For players under level 20, without the guidance of powerful equipment, it was nearly impossible to navigate this dungeon at lower levels. They had hoped to leverage this dungeon to outpace Lin Hao. "Level 17? What's the big deal? Look at you all," the battle assistant girl remarked, puzzled. "He awakened alongside us," Ning-Yuanci clarified to her. "What? With your legendary awakening aptitude and such excellent equipment, you're only at level 12, while he has reached level 17. That is simply outrageous." The battle assistant girl, realizing this, wore an expression of shock. "Wow, Brother Lin, you're incredible." The healer stared at Lin Hao in awe. She and Lin Hao, along with Ning-Yuanci and others, had recently awakened their classes together. Thus, she had a more direct comprehension of Lin Hao's achievement of level 17, especially as she was still below level 10, the lowest among them. She pouted slightly. However, as a healer, whose role was to support from the back, her level was not as critical as that of tanks or damage dealers. "Lin Hao, although I do not know how you ascended to such heights in just a few days, and I must concede that your leveling is indeed unparalleled, even at level 17. It does not alter our current predicament," the battle assistant girl reproached. "You led us into this hellish level. Now, what do you propose we do?" As the conversation progressed, a hint of grievance seeped in. Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and Lin Hao merely clicked too rapidly and made mistakes. "You need not blame him further. I will take responsibility for his errors, and once we exit the dungeon, I will compensate you both," Ning-Yuanci assured the 2 girls. It turned out the healer was Lin Shi, while the battle assistant was Mu Shui. Who said I made a mistake? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. It's just a trivial hellish level. The four of them fell silent at his words. They were currently fretting over how to survive in this place, yet the instigator, Lin Hao, made such bold claims. Just as they were about to respond, they heard Lin Hao softly declare, "Come forth, my little companions." Over 100 shimmering silver and black devouring worms materialized from the void surrounding Lin Hao, creating a menacing presence that radiated overwhelming power. The sudden spectacle startled the four. Even Yu Daping and Ning Yuanxi were witnessing Lin Hao's prowess as a beast tamer for the first time. As for Lin Shi and Mu Shui, they were utterly astonished. What kind of profession is this? Mu Shui gasped. It resembles a summoning class. Lin Shi, the healer, who had also been taken aback, remarked while placing a hand over her chest in shock. Such a display was unprecedented. She had never heard of any summoning class conjuring pets of such strength. At that moment, Yu Daping curiously approached, examining the devouring worms. Brother Hao, are these your summoned creatures? Lin Hao nodded. Go. The swarm of devouring worms buzzed and surged towards the mine. Several lost miners wandering nearby noticed the worms and charged at them. Your team has defeated a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, gaining 2,100 experience. Your team has defeated a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, gaining 2,100 experience. Instantly, 4 or 5 notifications flooded the party chat. What? The four were dumbfounded. One hit kill? One hit kill. That was a level 20 enhanced elite monster. And it was dispatched so effortlessly by those worms. It was utterly absurd. How is that even possible? Chapter 43. A relentless push, clearing in 19 minutes. Let us go? Move quickly, Lin Hao said with a calm demeanor, stepping deeper into the mine. Don't be astonished. Hurry up and follow, Yu Daping urged. Having noticed that Lin Hao had already advanced several meters, the girls remained in a daze, standing there vacantly. All right, let us catch up. If there is anything unclear, just observe closely, Ning Yuanxi suggested. Lin Hao's pace was swift, even faster than when Ning Yuanxi and the others had farmed the regular dungeon. Such speed was perceived as dangerous in their minds, reckless. Yet, notifications continued to stream in. Your team has defeated a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, gaining 2,100 experience. Item obtained, Night Star Stone X7. They felt a bit dazed at that moment. Is this it? Can it really be this easy? It felt as though they were simply strolling, with experience points coming to them effortlessly. It was a complete overpowering. Were it not for their certainty that they were in the hellish level of the lost mine, they might have believed they were still in the novice dungeon. No, even in the novice dungeon, it would be unreasonable to progress so swiftly. A colossal boss appeared before them. They each cast their detection spells. Mine Overseer Boss, Enhanced Elite Boss. Level, 24. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 2,000. Spirit, 1,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skill, Summon. The Overseer can summon nearby monsters lower than its level. Upon seeing the attributes of this boss, they collectively gasped in horror. Their faces turned pale. If this monster charged at them, would all 5 still be alive? Who could withstand it? Who could deal damage? They had previously tackled regular dungeon levels and encountered this boss, but now, its attributes were on a completely different scale compared to before, at least 10 times stronger. Faced with such a formidable foe, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. Go. Lin Hao commanded the 20 devouring worms to fly towards the boss. In mere seconds, the overwhelmingly powerful boss was seen, fleeing in defeat. This scene once again shattered their understanding of the game. The boss emitted a strange sound as it retreated. Not good. Battle assistant Mu Shui screamed. It will summon all the nearby monsters. Healer Lin Shi also cried out in panic. As their voices echoed, a cacophony of thunderous footsteps erupted from the various mine shafts, heralding the approach of countless monstrous entities, surging forth like an unstoppable tide. At this moment, both Yu Daping and Ning Yuanxi's expressions shifted dramatically. They had just traversed ordinary levels with relative ease, but now, confronted with this overwhelming scene, the entire team was thrown into disarray. In haste, they retreated, seeking refuge within a chamber of the mine, strategically utilizing the terrain to their advantage, preventing the monsters from flooding in all at once. After an arduous 40 minutes, they managed to navigate through this perilous predicament. Yet now, the gathering throng of monsters was even greater, akin to a tsunami or an avalanche, numbering perhaps in the thousands. Moreover, disregarding the formidable leader, each of the low-tier enhanced elite monsters was astonishingly powerful. Which team could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Lin Hao, we must find a room to hide. Ning Yuanxi urgently called out. Brother Hao, there are far too many monsters. I definitely can't hold them off. Yu Daping exclaimed in distress. Fear not. Simply stand back and observe, Lin Hao replied with a calm demeanor. Go. With a soft command, the hundreds of gold-devouring worms, which had been awaiting their cue, surged forth to meet the oncoming horde of miners. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. A battle reminiscent of a grand American blockbuster unfolded before their eyes. Dust and debris filled the air, and darkness enveloped the sky. The anguished cries of countless miners echoed throughout the mine. Your team has slain a level 20 lost miner, enhanced elite, gaining 2,100 experience. Your team has slain a level 20 Lost Miner, Enhanced Elite, gaining 2,100 experience. Your team has slain a level 20 Lost Miner, Enhanced Elite, gaining 2,100 experience. Messages flooded the team interface at an incomprehensible speed, obscuring visibility with dozens, hundreds, even countless notifications. A flash of white light appeared as Yu Dapeng leveled up to level 11. Another flash signaled Ning Yuanxi's ascension to level 13. A third flash illuminated Lin Shi, the healer, who upgraded from level 8 to level 10, a remarkable leap of 2 levels. You all leveled up? Mu Shui, the support, exclaimed in astonishment, watching the scene unfold. In just this minute, I too have reached level 1995. This surpasses the experience I would have gained from days of battling monsters outside. Within a mere 10 minutes, all the monsters, including the leader, lay vanquished upon the ground. The other 4 stared blankly at the sea of monster corpses, momentarily numbed. Let us proceed to confront the boss, Lin Hao declared as he stepped over the heaps of fallen monsters, advancing onward. It took the others a moment to regain their senses before they stumbled after him. Before them loomed a vast stone palace, and there sat the rotund figure upon a high stone throne. Previously, in the ordinary levels dungeon, it had taken their 5-person team half an hour to defeat this very boss. Now, facing a hellish level, how much stronger had this boss become? What strategies would suffice to bring it down? Who dares intrude upon my mind? A deep voice reverberated throughout the expansive stone palace, startling everyone. They hastily cast detection spells. Cave Lord leader level monster, level 30, strength 8,000, agility 4,000, mentality 1,000, constitution 6,000, skills, critical hit. Knockback, skill, knockback, with a 20 chance to knock the opponent back upon executing a heavy slash with the blade. How utterly terrifying. The 4 of them paled at the sight. The attributes were outrageously formidable. Faced with the hefty monster seated upon the throne, they felt their mouths dry and their limbs grow weak. With a thunderous crash, the entire stone palace seemed on the verge of collapse as the rotund figure leapt down before them, casting a piercing gaze over the group. Dead fat man. We meet again, Lin Hao chuckled mischievously. The cave lord regarded Lin Hao, momentarily taken aback. He seemed to sense a hint of familiarity about this intruder, but could not recall where he had encountered him before. You invaders shall all perish, it bellowed. And with a roar, it commanded, kill. With a swift motion, Lin Hao directed over 100 gold devouring worms to charge at the cave lord. In just 2 minutes, the cave lord let out a wretched cry before collapsing to the ground. Successfully defeated the cave guardian lord, gaining 30,000 experience. Acquired silver equipment, giant strength helmet. Acquired silver equipment, giant strength one-handed sword. Acquired item, Nightstar Stone X400. The bountiful experience, 2 pieces of silver equipment. And a trove of materials flashed across the team's public screen. Yet the 4 stood in stunned silence. Is it dead? This overwhelmingly powerful cave lord has fallen? Just like that, we cleared the dungeon? This was a hellish level, one that instilled fear in all. Had they not experienced it firsthand, they would have never believed such an account. From the moment they entered the dungeon until now, defeating the boss and clearing the level, not a single one of them had cast even a single skill, neither a minor lightning bolt nor a flicker of healing. It felt as if they had casually strolled through the mine after a meal, only to be presented with an abundance of experience and items. Even accounting for those who merely tagged along, this time, it felt excessively effortless. Let us exit. Lin Hao beckoned to the others. A series of white lights flickered as they appeared outside the dungeon. 19 minutes to clear, Ning Yuanxi murmured. Chapter 44, Frenzied Dungeon Runs. The Ning family is the most prestigious family in Yang City, possessing formidable strength, rivaled only by a handful of major guilds. The family head, Ning Maofeng, and his younger brother, Ning Manhwa, are both ranked among the top powers in Yang City. The Shao family also holds a respectable standing, yet pales in comparison to the Ning family. Thus, even the capable heir of the wealthy Shao family, Xiaoyun, dared not act recklessly in the presence of these 2 titans, maintaining a cautious demeanor in conversation. Xiaoyun, at level 19 and adorned in silver gear, was regarded as a prodigy in the eyes of the ordinary populace. Just then, a flash of white light emanated from the dungeon's entrance, marking the emergence of Lin Hao, Ning Yuanxi, and the other 3 from the instance. They've returned? The third master, Ning Manhwa, was the first to spot Lin Hao and Ning Yuanxi materializing. Observing their expressions, they appeared quite elated, seemingly unscathed. His heart felt a slight reprieve. Earlier, having learned from Xiaoyun that these individuals had ventured into a hell-level dungeon, he had been deeply concerned. What reckless folly! Is the hell-level dungeon something they can handle at their current strength? Ning Yuanxi's actions were indeed foolhardy. As a professional, one should possess the ability to accurately assess the strength of all parties involved. A few days ago, Ning Yuanxi awakened as a legendary electric mage, causing a tremendous upheaval within the Ning family, much to the delight of every member. The emergence of a legendary profession heralds the rise of another formidable talent for the Ning clan after a decade. Consequently, the entire family resolved to concentrate their resources on nurturing her potential. The responsibility of cultivating the younger generation of the Ning household has long rested upon Ning Mo, Ning Yuansee's third uncle, who would personally lead the team to this endeavor. As for Ning Mo Feng's presence, it was merely that of a father accompanying his daughter. A gesture of support. Ning Mo regarded Ning Yuansee's decision to enter the Hell Dungeon as rather imprudent. As a future powerhouse of the Ning family, one ought to possess the wisdom to assess the situation accurately. Little did he know that the choice to enter the Hell Dungeon was entirely orchestrated by Lin Hao. A perplexed Ning Mo pondered. How could they have emerged in less than 20 minutes? In this dungeon, one would either be trapped for 12 hours before being forcefully ejected or require some extraordinary item to break free. He couldn't recall Ning Yuansi possessing such an item. Indeed, what transpired that allowed them to come out? Xiao Yun echoed his confusion. Yun, could you please summon them? I need to inquire about the situation. Certainly. Xiao Yun responded as he rose. How many cooldown stones do you possess? Lin Hao inquired at the entrance of the dungeon. We still have 10. Ning Yuansi replied. Then let us venture back in and attempt to clear it 10 more times, shall we? The prospect of such rapid progression was exhilarating. The rewards would be staggering. The very thought of such gains made the prospect of exhaustion irrelevant to them. Absolutely. Lin Shi and Mu Shui exclaimed with glee. The thrill of their swift advancement had been exhilarating. If you require no rest, we are more than willing, Ning Yuansi added with enthusiasm. Brother Hao, embarking on this dungeon with you feels akin to riding a rocket. The speed of our advancement is utterly astonishing. Yuda Peng exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I genuinely suspect that if we continue at this pace, I might even have a chance to gain admission to the prestigious martial arts university of Qingbei. The Qingbei Martial Arts University is renowned as the pinnacle of martial arts institutions in the Great Xia. In less than 20 minutes, they had completed a round of the hell-level dungeon, causing their experience points to surge, leaving them utterly astounded. The overwhelming pace was beyond their wildest imaginations. Upon hearing that Lin Hao would continue guiding them, and that they planned to clear the dungeon 10 times in succession, their hearts swelled with excitement. Such an extraordinary rate of leveling was previously inconceivable to them, and they were eager to agree. They were even apprehensive that Lin Hao might cease his guidance. You have selected the Lost Mine Hell Dungeon. Are you sure? Confirm. With a whoosh, several beams of white light flashed, and the 5 of them re-entered the dungeon. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun had only taken a few steps when he stood in stunned silence, watching the group vanish once more. They went back in again. What is going on? He found himself completely baffled. If they had used some special item to forcefully exit the dungeon before, how could they now be re-entering? Surely, they weren't using a teleportation device to traverse back and forth? Could it be that they had managed to clear the dungeon? That seemed impossible. The Lost Mine Hell Dungeon was notorious in Yang City. It was said that the heir of the Strongman's Guild had been attempting to assemble the most formidable level 20 team to conquer it, yet had met with repeated failure and significant losses. How could a low-level team like Ning Yuansi and Lin Hao succeed? Impossible. Xiao Yun refused to believe it. Yet, the scene before him left him perplexed. He had no choice but to return to the 2 prominent figures. They went back in again. Ning Mo observed Xiao Yun still lingering nearby as the group, having just exited, quickly re-entered. Yes, Xiao Yun replied, at a loss for words. Ning Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation, then turned to Ning Mo Feng. What are your thoughts, brother? Ning Mo Feng, having witnessed the previous events, pondered for a moment. Logically, they should not have been able to clear the hell-level dungeon. The highest level among them is merely a level 19 battle support. The others are at level 17, 12, or even below level 10. The Lost Mine is said to have a hell-level boss that drops the Nightstar Stone, a prize so alluring that the Strongman's Guild has been willing to expend great resources to obtain it. Their team comprises solely level 20 players with at least silver-tier equipment, yet they have failed repeatedly, which underscores the dungeon's exceedingly high difficulty. If they just managed to enter the hell level and then re-entered, the only possibility is that they actually cleared the hell level on their previous attempt and are now returning to farm for experience. Director Ning, they are entering a hell dungeon. How is that possible? Xiao Yun murmured in disbelief. The notion of such a team clearing the dungeon was unfathomable to him. He regretted not recognizing the opportunity he had missed, a chance to level up, to acquire gear, and to participate in a significant achievement that would bestow great honor in Yang City. Of course, achieving this was beyond the capabilities of Ning Yuansi and Yuda Peng. It was Lin Hao who was extraordinary. Ning Mo Feng remarked coolly. Him? The image of Lin Hao wielding a whiteboard steel knife flashed through Xiao Yun's mind. He found it hard to accept. Ning Mo chuckled. The truth will become evident in 20 minutes when they emerge. Earlier, they had assumed that Ning Yuansi and Lin Hao would take a considerable time to return, so they leisurely drank tea. However, with a 20-minute benchmark now established, the waiting felt agonizingly slow. Xiao Yun found himself glancing toward the teleportation portal every couple of minutes. Approximately 18 minutes later, beams of white light flickered. As expected, Ning Yuansi and Lin Hao emerged once more from the dungeon entrance. This time, Xiao Yun sprang to his feet, unable to contain himself, and opened his mouth to call out to Ning Yuansi. Yet, at that very moment, a flash of white light enveloped them. and the 5 individuals vanished again into the dungeon. His heart sank. Chapter 45. Wife, come and see the divine. At that moment, other adventurers lingering at the dungeon entrance also took note of Lin Hao's team's extraordinary operations. A beam of white light entered, followed by another emerging, then yet another re-entering. What the hell? How are these kids moving in and out of the dungeon so quickly? What else could they possibly be doing other than clearing a regular dungeon? Even for a regular dungeon, this speed is absurd. There was nothing particularly strange about it. Some affluent adventurers, despite their lower levels, could amass equipment and recovery potions without regard for cost, allowing for such rapid progress. A single cooldown stone for a dungeon costs no less than 200,000, which implies that their recent endeavors must have consumed several 100,000 in total. Is it truly worth such an investment for a mere regular dungeon? The joys of the wealthy are often so straightforward yet monotonous, as a throng of adventurers outside continued their discussion. That's not right. I distinctly remember those fellows entering the hell level, didn't I? A professional hesitantly remarked. When professionals venture into different levels, the entire dungeon's magic stone briefly displays varying colors before gradually fading back to its original hue. White for normal, yellow for elite, gold for nightmare, and purple for hell. Hell level? Don't be ridiculous. You must be seeing things. No, I saw it too. The moment they entered, the entire magic stone glowed purple. Holy smokes. Could it be true? Completing the hell level in under 20 minutes. Do you think that's possible? Chuckled another. 18 minutes, and then a white light shone again. 5 individuals emerged outside the dungeon. The group engaged in debate was taken aback upon witnessing Lin Hao and the others exit, and one professional could not suppress his curiosity. Hey, kid, did you just enter the 5 vanished back into the teleportation portal, and at that moment, the entire dungeon's magic stone radiated a brilliant purple light. No way. Did I see that correctly? They truly entered the hell level. Is the dungeon's magic stone malfunctioning? Completing the hell level in under 20 minutes? Moreover, without sustaining any injuries. How could that be possible? This is utterly absurd, beyond belief. As the purple light illuminated, it was as if an atomic bomb had detonated at the entrance of the dungeon, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Those who had witnessed the legendary events of the previous day were conspicuously absent. If they were present, they would have known by now. Yet, every person there recognized this as a momentous occurrence. They hurriedly opened the trading center, sending messages to friends and colleagues to report the astonishing events unfolding before them. Soon, hundreds of people converged at the entrance, eagerly discussing the spectacle. 18 minutes later, a flash of white light heralded the reappearance of the 5. Instantly, the purple glow flared again, and they vanished back into the dungeon. They emerged, and then re-entered? Is this how dungeons are meant to be played? Goodness, today has truly been an eye-opener. A professional resembling Wu Mengda, who had been sulking on the ground after a quarrel with his wife, barely avoided being trampled by Lin Hao and the others as they emerged. He mumbled to himself, wow, they went in again. 18 minutes. The 5 exited and instantly re-entered once again. He had overheard the discussions around him and witnessed these players continuously tackling the hell level. This unbelievable scene unfolded repeatedly before his eyes, prompting him to mutter, they went in again. After about 10 minutes, Lin Hao and his companions emerged for the 5th time and re-entered for the 6th. The man remained seated on the ground, watching the 5 come and go, his heart numb with disbelief. His expression turned wooden. Wife, come see this marvel. It should be noted that the crowd consisted primarily of professionals around levels 10 to 20. At that moment, Ning Mafeng and Ning Manhwa, who were sipping tea at a distance, were also taken aback. They had never witnessed such a frenzied dungeon run before. The meticulous planning, strategizing, and coordination typically employed for high-risk dungeons now seemed like a farce. Meanwhile, Xiaoyin stood beside the 2 prominent figures, observing the repetitive entries and exits of the group, realizing that all eyes were fixed on them. The entire world seemed to marvel at their feats. They had become the focus of attention. Had she not left the team, she would have been in the spotlight. Now, however, she felt like a mere spectator, a jester in the grand performance. She recalled her earlier mockery of Lin Hao and the misguided belief in her own abilities, which had led her to attempt to assert dominance over others, even resorting to leaving the group. It felt as if invisible hands were continuously slapping her face. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. During this time, people from all directions rushed toward the scene. There were professionals in their teens and 20s, as well as those in their 30s and even 40s. Clearly, many had not come to participate in the dungeon, but rather to witness the unfolding drama. The crowd swelled from a mere 100 to 2 or 300, then 4 or 500, eventually reaching over 1,000 individuals, all converging near the entrance of the lost mine. The tide of humanity surged. Just then, a resounding cadence of footsteps echoed as a team clad in gleaming equipment, all level 20 players, came into view. Each face bore the unmistakable mark of affluent wealth. Leading them was a mage with a stern countenance. The heir of the Strongman Guild had arrived. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. The Strongman Guild, the mightiest professional guild in Yang City. Had they not been striving to conquer the Lost Mine's hell level to obtain the Nightstar Stone? However, it was rumored they had suffered numerous failures and losses. If the Night Star Stone was indeed a reward for first completion, does that not imply that the team that just entered had already secured the Night Star Heart? Precisely. This coveted item was the Strongman Guild's goal. And now that someone else had snatched the prize away, a spectacle was surely imminent. The Strongman Guild was known for their aggressiveness. They would stop at nothing to claim what they desired. One could only wonder if conflict would ensue. Make way, a tank from the wealthy team commanded. Parting the throng gathered at the dungeon's entrance. Those pushed aside, initially ready to curse, turned to see it was a member of the Strongman Guild and promptly fell silent. Yielding space. Your Highness, the team that first completed the dungeon is still inside. Should we take them down? One team member inquired of the stoic mage leader. The Night Star Heart is ours. We have paid a hefty price, and now that victory is within our grasp, we cannot allow these insignificant players to seize it first. Another member asserted. Those nearby overheard the conversation and sensed the palpable tension in the air. Some of the more timid individuals began to discreetly distance themselves. Who would want to be caught in the crossfire? Chapter 46. All Skills Level 1 Gear. The heir of the Strongman Guild? Xiaoyun also noticed the newly arrived team. Her expression brightened, and she quickly stood up, jogging over. She had previously felt abandoned by Lin Hao, Ningyuansi, and the others, attributing it to their differing social circles and hierarchies. She considered herself a scion of a prestigious family, inherently different in values and worldviews from the common professional players. How could they mix? Now, spotting the heir of the Strongman Guild, she felt a sense of kinship. Your Highness, greetings. Xiaoyun approached the leading mage, greeting him with a hint of flattery. Xiaoyun. The mage paused slightly, taken aback. What brings you here? Xiaoyun felt embarrassed to admit the truth about her earlier actions. I came to team up with Ningyuansi for the dungeon. But I grew tired and decided to rest on the side. Ningyuansi is also here to run the dungeon? Indeed, I find myself weary and disinclined to continue. Hence, she ventured into the dungeon with a few classmates. Oh, why remain here in this desolate wilderness instead of joining the dungeon raid? Is there a fair maiden here to catch the eye of the illustrious young Master Xiao? The mage scoffed. Your Highness, you truly possess a wit for jest. Xiaoyun's expression faltered slightly. With a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, he remarked, Your Highness must have come in search of the heart of Night Star. Am I correct? I know precisely who possesses it. Who is it? The leading mage's countenance darkened as he inquired coolly. It is a person named Lin Hao. Xiaoyun asserted with confidence. Oh, who might this individual be? I have yet to hear of such a deity. The young master had traversed the hellish dungeon multiple times. He understood the immense difficulty it entailed. When he first caught wind of the news from this place, he could scarcely believe that anyone besides himself could conquer the hellish trials. Nevertheless, driven by the determination to acquire the heart of Night Star, he made his way here without delay. The heart of Night Star had long been believed to be the core material for crafting elemental defense jewelry. Recently, however, a powerful guild had obtained a synthesis recipe detailing the materials required to forge a level 1 necklace with all skills. The heart of Night Star was the main ingredient. Such an item of unparalleled quality was invaluable. Its worth skyrocketing when wielded by high-level practitioners. Should it be put up for auction, it would surely attract the attention of every capable adventurer across the globe. Consequently, the guild had tasked its level 20 players with acquiring the finest equipment available to conquer the hellish dungeon. Yet, time and again, they fell victim to the boss's summoning ability, besieged by hundreds, if not thousands, of enhanced elite monsters. It was an insurmountable challenge. Finally, they discovered a strategy to avoid engaging the boss initially and instead eliminate all monsters within the mine before confronting him. Indeed, when they faced the boss, he was left without minions to summon. However, in the end, one adventurer perished in the encounter, leading to a hasty retreat. The struggle was arduous. To obtain the Heart of Night Star, they had lost 6 or 7 members thus far. At this juncture, Xiaoyun replied, Lin Hao is hardly a deity. He is merely a student in Ning Yuanxi's class, a destitute player wielding a plain steel dagger. Is it not laughable? A destitute player? So, he possesses no background or influence in Yang City. The young master inquired blandly. Indeed, that is the case. Xiaoyun affirmed. And where might he be now? In the dungeon, teaming up with Ning Yuanxi to tackle the instance. His strength is rather feeble, merely level 17. Yet he seems to have discovered a bug within the hellish dungeon. Huh, I told you, if our powerful guild cannot conquer the hellish trials, surely no one else can. The young master's expression gradually grew cold. Previously, he had entertained the notion of negotiating with any strong player who might clear the dungeon and obtain the Heart of Night Star, though he would never disclose its true potential of crafting a level 1 all-skill item. At most, he would suggest it was merely for creating defensive gear, which was valued far less than offensive equipment. However, now that he knew it was a low-level player with no real power who had fortuitously discovered a loophole to clear the dungeon, what audacity would he possess to refuse the guild's demands? Perhaps, he could even save the initially anticipated millions and settle for a mere 30 to 50,000. Just as he contemplated this, a flash of white light appeared. The 5-member team emerged from the teleportation array, revealing Lin Hao and his companions who had just completed a dungeon run. It is he. He is Lin Hao. Xiaoyun exclaimed loudly. The young master narrowed his eyes, preparing to speak, But the white light flared again, and the 5-member team vanished instantaneously. What? The young master was taken aback. He had been calculating how to subdue them and compel them to surrender the heart of Night Star, only to have the newly emerged team disappear back into the dungeon, leaving him momentarily disoriented. At that moment, the mana stone before the dungeon radiated a purple glow. One of the guild members remarked, "Indeed, they have entered the hellish realm. The heart of Night Star must surely be in their possession." Another added, "Damn it, they run so swiftly. What a joke. Do they think that by entering the dungeon, we cannot handle them? How naive. Let us remain here." The young master regained his composure. Just as he was about to speak, the team had vanished, leaving him feeling as though he had struck a fist into cotton, utterly vexed and humiliated. In all of Yang City, which adventurer would dare to disregard him? He coldly commanded, "Clear the area and prepare for battle. When they emerge, we shall subdue them at once." "Yes," came the fourfold response. Subsequently, the young master's companions began to clear the dungeon entrance, driving away other adventurers. The guild's actions were indeed domineering. Many adventurers were left extremely dissatisfied. Yet upon seeing the high-level equipment worn by the 4 individuals and knowing they belonged to the formidable guild, they could do nothing but swallow their grievances. They had no recourse but to mutter quietly or curse under their breath. Naturally, they did not genuinely depart. They merely retreated from the dungeon entrance. After clearing the area, the guild members positioned themselves strategically, forming a formidable offensive formation. Such commotion and spectacle drew the attention of all. No one wished to miss the unfolding drama. The guild's ostentatious display suggested they intended to confront Ning-Yuan and her companions. From a distance, the aloof San Yining Manhwa remarked coldly, "The powerful guild has always been arrogant in Yang City, and that brat Long Zhaotian boasts himself as the young master. Should they dare to act against Yuan, we would not hesitate to uproot the entire guild. Manhwa, you must make arrangements at once. Perhaps today will present the long-awaited opportunity we seek," Ning Mofeng said, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 47, Astonishing Gains. Within the mine, this marked Lin Hao and his team's 9th foray into the Lost Mine's hellish realm. They had consumed 8 cooldown stones, spanning roughly 2.5 hours. In a classroom setting, that would equate to merely 2.5 periods. Yet now, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and the others trembled with excitement. Even Ning Yuan could not contain her exhilaration. For the first time, they grasped how remarkably simple it could be to level up, how exhilarating the experience could become. This was the perfect amalgamation of wealth and extraordinary prowess. The spoils from 8 rounds in the hellish realm were nothing short of terrifying. The gear and items dropped by the monsters piled high, with nearly 20 pieces of silver equipment. It is worth noting that silver equipment is highly sought after among adventurers below level 30, qualifying it as exquisite gear. Such individuals predominantly don ordinary attire, or at best, a smattering of bronze gear, with only a select few adorned in silver armor. The market value of a single piece of silver equipment can easily soar into the hundreds of thousands, translating to profits in the tens of millions. Furthermore, this venture yields thousands of Night Star stones, one of the most commonly utilized materials by alchemists, ensuring a steady market for their sale. Thus, even with an expenditure exceeding 1 million on cooldown stones, the return on investment is minuscule in comparison. Should one possess an ample supply of cooldown stones, they could easily be treated as regular consumables, with the financial outlay offering substantial rewards. However, such feats are only achievable by an extraordinary individual like Lin Hao. Unlike the other ordinary, elite, or nightmare-level challenges within the Lost Mine, which drop only common or bronze equipment, these encounters require a significant consumption of auxiliary items such as healing potions, leading to considerable costs. Consequently, few adventurers can afford to frivolously expend cooldown stones. Previously, Ning Yuan and Yu Dapeng pooled their family resources to gather 10 cooldown stones, intending to utilize them for a final push in the Great Martial Examination. Moreover, cooldown stones are a rare commodity in the market. Thus, Lin Hao had not contemplated employing such items until now. After traversing 8 rounds of dungeons, the monetary gains were not the primary focus. Rather, it was the invaluable experience points acquired. Lin Hao ascended from level 17 to level 19, and upon reaching the pivotal level 20, he found the rapid progression somewhat unexpected. He had anticipated that grouping would result in a significant dilution of experience points, yet the actual distribution proved minimal. The efficiency of repeatedly vanquishing thousands of monsters was astonishing. Ning Yuan's level also progressed from 12 to 17, a remarkable leap of 5 levels. This left her gazing at Lin Hao with a complex expression filled with awe. She had initially contemplated secretly racing ahead with Yu Dapeng to surpass Lin Hao and later relished the surprise on his face. She had envisioned the astonishment and deference in his gaze when he beheld her elevated level, a thought that brought her immense satisfaction. However, her experience in battling alongside him revealed the stark reality. Her fantasies were merely wishful thinking. Lin Hao was a figure she could scarcely hope to surpass. Not in the past, present, or even the future. She was utterly captivated. This marked the first time in 3 years of competing with Lin Hao in class that she genuinely acknowledged his superiority. Fortunately, their rivalry was one of classmates rather than enemies, allowing her to consider drawing closer instead of competing. Yu Dapeng, having risen from level 10 to 16, experienced an astounding increase of 6 levels. This drove him nearly to madness. He contemplated throwing himself at Lin Hao's feet in gratitude, addressing him as boss instead of the once casual Hao Ge. Prior to awakening, he had been among the bottom tier of students in class. Thankfully, due to his family's wealth, he had no aspirations beyond leading a laid-back life. Yet, he never anticipated awakening to a combat profession, which sent his father, Old Yu, into a frenzy of joy, culminating in lavish celebrations and a transfer of over 5 million in pocket money. He was even outfitted with a complete set of high-tier equipment, just as he planned to reach approximately level 11 or 12 before the grade examination to gain entry into a reputable institution. His experience alongside Lin Hao shattered his previous understanding. His horizons had been broadened once more by Lin Hao. Now at level 16, with his current prowess, he could feasibly aim for the prestigious Qingbei Martial Arts University, a destination that had once seemed utterly unattainable. The thought was incredible. He pinched himself multiple times, fearing he might be dreaming. Meanwhile, the healer Lin Shi advanced from level 8 to 15, a remarkable leap of 7 levels. Each time a radiant glow enveloped her. Her entire being trembled with exhilaration. As a student at the 6th high school, she had joined Ningyuensee's party as a healer due to their acquaintance. Initially, she believed that merely investing more money would slightly enhance her leveling efficiency. However, upon arrival in this realm, she experienced a transformation, resulting in an unexpected windfall. Her gaze towards Lin Hao evolved from indifference to astonishment, then to shock, and ultimately to an obsession. His previously unremarkable calm and aloof demeanor became irresistibly charming to her. Consequently, she found herself constantly seeking ways to draw nearer to him. Sensing the masculine allure emanating from Lin Hao, she felt as if her very being were melting, her eyes shimmering with intensity. Had it not been for Ningyuensee's presence, she might have succumbed to her impulses, such as the allure of strength, exaggerated, yet undeniably true. As for the formidable battle support Mu Shui, who had originally been at level 19, she now reached level 20. After this round, she could no longer participate. Previously, upon witnessing Xiao Yiyun bully Lin Hao, she had immediately expressed her disdain. Yet, her sympathy for Lin Hao stemmed from a sense of justice. Now, however, her perspective had undergone a complete transformation. It was not solely due to the substantial leveling benefits gained from accompanying Lin Hao. Rather, she had matured, perceiving the significance behind the strength he wielded. In her eyes, Lin Hao, despite being in the early stages of his ascent, was destined to become an unparalleled force. Should he continue to develop smoothly, he would undoubtedly emerge as a dominating figure in his realm, a ruler of the highest echelon. Thus, she yearned to ingratiate herself with him and forge a connection, though she remained uncertain as to how to proceed. Her frustration lingered. She felt herself too weak, unable to compete with Lin Shi's prowess or Ningyuensee's beauty. She recognized that aligning herself with him could lead to monumental advancements for both herself and the Mu family in the future. Chapter 48. They covet something from me. Once again, the leader erupted into a cacophony of raucous cries. Upon their initial entry, Lin Hao's 4 companions were taken aback, their faces paling, limbs trembling, as they anticipated imminent doom. Yet, by the second and third encounters, even when confronted with an overwhelming tide of monsters, they remained in awe and trepidation. However, this time, as the monstrous hordes surged like a tsunami, the girls were engaged in light-hearted banter. How could it be that these creatures now seemed insufficient? Lin Shi remarked with a smile. I too share your sentiments, and what once appeared to be fearsome creatures have now transformed into adorable messengers of experience, remarked Ningyuense. Haha, for some reason, I find myself wanting to see that rotund fellow again, chuckled Yu Dapeng. Hundreds of gold-devouring insects had slain thousands of monsters, leaving rivers of blood and heaps of corpses. Yet, Lin Hao wore an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze somewhat vacant, lost in contemplation. Boss, what is on your mind? Yu Dapeng inquired curiously. It's merely that Brother Hao has grown numb to such scenes, lacking any sense of novelty, replied Ningyuense. Brother Hao, those monsters are indeed rather unremarkable. You might as well take a look at Sister Lin. It might provide some fresh perspective. Lin Shi cast a healing spell toward Lin Hao, drawing his eye as she proudly adjusted her ample bosom, casting a provocative glance at Ningyuense. All right, enough of that. Lin Shi, can you refrain from being infatuated for a moment? Ningyuense felt a sense of helplessness at Lin Shi's unintentional teasing of Lin Hao, a vague sense of crisis stirring within him. Lin Hao, it seemed, had a preference for the more voluptuous. Are you worried about the cooldown stones? He continued. Once we finish these 2 runs and expend 10 cooldown stones, you can return to rest. I'll discuss with my family about gathering more stones. For the next few days, we can level up here. Money is no object. That old codger at home has plenty, and I can always ask him. Yu Dapeng thumped his chest confidently. Lin Hao shook his head. Did you notice anything unusual at the entrance of the instance when we went out? He suddenly asked. The entrance? Nothing particularly noteworthy, Yu Dapeng replied, momentarily taken aback. Ning-Yuan also seemed puzzled. I just recalled, Muxue interjected. At the entrance earlier, the heir of the Strongman Guild, Long Zhaodian, was there with his team, seemingly waiting for us, with rather peculiar expressions. Yes, now that you mention it, I remember too. Lin Sure added. It's unfortunate that the instance blocks external communication. Otherwise, I could inquire about what was happening with Xiao Yun outside. I believe I saw him just now, Ning-Yuan remarked. Lin Hao, now possessing formidable strength, was unperturbed by most lower-tier adventurers, even those with superior gear. However, this did not imply a lack of awareness regarding his surroundings. On the contrary, he was acutely perceptive. During his first visit here, when attempting to enter the instance, he had encountered that so-called Strongman Guild team, who had displayed an arrogant demeanor. At that time, a sword-wielding tank had even bumped into him. After a moment of contemplation, it dawned on him. Mu Shui was right. Those individuals were indeed waiting for them at the entrance. What could their intentions be? Surely, they were aware that his group had breached the hellish level. They must have coveted the Night Star Heart, an item that the Strongman Guild had long sought after at great cost. However, what did their presence at the entrance signify? Were they planning to seize it by force? In the wilderness, there were teams known as the Four Evils of Yang City, who had also aimed to snatch boss items from him and Zhao Shaoling. But what had become of them? Those four had perished in the bellies of insects, forever entombed in that desolate valley. That battle in the valley marked Lin Hao's first kill, executed in an exceptionally brutal manner. That instance of violence had granted him a sense of rebirth. This world was unlike the school he had known. It was a cold realm, where not only monsters took lives, but humans did as well. Had it not been for his own strength, the outcome of that fateful night with Zhao Shaoling would have been dire. After slaying 5 men, Lin Hao had already become imbued with a different kind of murderous aura. Should the Strongman Guild dare to act, he would not show them mercy. On the day of his awakening, he had resolved to seek out his sister, to aid and protect her. Achieving this required him to become a formidable man. Any trace of weakness would render him incapable. Turning to his companions, Lin Hao stated, the Strongman Guild is indeed awaiting us, and their intentions are malevolent. Be cautious when we step outside. However, I doubt they will attack immediately, as they seek something from me. A chill ran through the group. Indeed, the predatory team outside was truly lying in wait. Something of yours? Ning-Yuan asked, intrigued. This hellish level was cleared by me alone yesterday, marking the first completion, which drops the Night Star Heart. They wish to acquire it, Lin Hao revealed, producing a palm-sized green stone that resembled imperial jade, emanating an ethereal glow. How beautiful! Lin Sure exclaimed. So the Night Star Heart truly exists. Mu Shui remarked in astonishment. It has long been rumored that the first completion of the Lost Mines hellish level yields this item. The heir of the Strongman Guild, Long Zhaodian, has been attempting to breach it, but to no avail. Ning-Yuan, puzzled, queried. I recall that the Night Star Heart can be combined with other materials to create equipment that reduces elemental damage. Is such defensive gear truly worth the exorbitant price the Strongman Guild is willing to pay for it? That remains uncertain, Mu Shui shrugged. Lin Hao posited. Perhaps the Night Star Heart serves purposes beyond mere defensive equipment. Regardless, exercise caution and do not worry about me. Just ensure your own safety. Fear them? If they dare to act, we shall make them rue the day, Yu Dapeng declared loudly. Enough of that. I will handle this matter. Do not involve yourselves, but Dapeng. As a tank, be sure to protect the 3 of them, Lin Hao instructed. All right, understood, Dapeng replied. Nevertheless, our primary objective remains to continue clearing this instance. We still have 2 cooldown stones left. If possible, we should press on without allowing them to hinder our progress, Lin Hao asserted. You're right, Lin Hao, Ning-Yuan nodded. The Strongman Guild will not dare to strike. If they do, my family will not let it go unchallenged. There's no need to fear them. In the Stone Palace, a tremendous rumbling echoed. The rotund fellow fell for the 9th time. Experience and equipment, as customary, awaited. Let us go outside. Chapter 49, feeling insulted by the other party. At the entrance of the instance, several beams of white light flashed as Lin Hao and his companions emerged after completing the level. Indeed, the entrance was not as it usually was, bustling with eager adventurers awaiting entry. Now, it lay desolate. No, 5 individuals stood there, and they showed no inclination to enter the instance. Rather, they seemed to be waiting for someone. The moment Lin Hao and his group stepped out, the 5 individuals immediately locked onto them with a fierce intensity. Their formation was typical of a combat-ready team, with a sword-wielding tank at the forefront. Several damage dealers in the middle, and support at the back, poised for battle. A slight smirk appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Did they intend to kill him and his companions with such a display? Or was it a tactic of intimidation? Their demeanor reminded him eerily of the 4 evils of Yang City. They sought something but lacked any sincerity, attempting to seize it by force. They had indeed chosen the wrong targets. A cold sneer flickered within him as he contemplated their antics. Upon witnessing the arrival of Hao and his companions after a prolonged wait of over 10 minutes, the swordsman stepped forward with deft precision, positioning himself at the entrance. In a chilling tone, he declared, Our esteemed prince has matters to discuss with you. Are you listening? Do not entertain thoughts of fleeing back into the instance. Any movement on your part will be met with hostility. The strongman guild's brazen arrogance was palpable from the very outset, laden with the unmistakable essence of oppression. As the swordsman tank advanced, Yu Daping also moved to the front of the group. Having recently reached level 16, his progress had been swift. Yet, a significant disparity remained between his strength and that of the level 20 professionals from the strongman guild. Nevertheless, he exhibited no signs of retreat. Ning-Yuanzi gripped her staff firmly, while Lin Shi and Mu Shui stood poised for battle beside her. Lin Hao, with a demeanor of serene indifference, stood tall. 2 golden-eating worms perched upon his shoulders, while the remainder of his creatures were safely stored in his pet space. At that moment, his expression remained tranquil, seemingly unperturbed by the imposing stance of the strongman guild. With his current prowess, he could easily contend with level 20 professionals. And even those in their 30s posed no threat to him. He had observed the reactions of his teammates, Ning-Yuanzi, Yu Daping, and even the newly acquainted Lin Shi and Mu Shui, who had not followed his earlier instructions to step aside for their own safety. Within the mine, he had made it abundantly clear that they should remain uninvolved, assuring them he could handle the external adversaries. Yet, their steadfast resolve to stand by his side was unmistakable. Regardless of the formidable strongman guild they faced, fully aware of the risks of being vanquished. "What do you intend to do, Long Zhaodian?" Ning-Yuanzi inquired coldly. Positioned behind the swordsman tank, Long Zhaodian brandished a golden staff, surveying the group before his gaze ultimately settled on Lin Hao. "Is it you?" he mused. Then brazenly cast a detection spell upon Lin Hao and the golden-eating worms. Lin Hao, Tamer, level 19. Golden-eating worm, Lin Hao's pet, level 19. Strength, 500. Agility, 250. Mental, 250. Vitality, 500. A mere tamer profession, accompanied by 2 lackluster creatures? Xiao Yun was correct. This is a pauper devoid of decent equipment. How could such a person possibly conquer the Hell Instance? Surely, they must have exploited some glitch in the terrain. Otherwise, 1,000 of his kind would be utterly useless, not even enough to fill the gaps between monsters. What he failed to comprehend was that the external detection of the golden-eating worms revealed only their base attributes, which had been enhanced 20-fold by Lin Hao's extraordinary skill enhancement, rendering their true power undetectable. In reality, the strength of the golden-eating worm, after amplification, was not 500, but rather an astounding 10,000. As Long Zhaodian reflected on the numerous attempts his organization had made, each resulting in heavy losses and sacrifices, he felt a surge of humiliation at the thought that such a waste had succeeded where he had failed. With a frigid demeanor, he stated, "Ning-Yuanzi, my intention today is to negotiate with Lin Hao regarding the retrieval of certain items. This matter does not concern you. You are free to leave. Of course, if you wish to continue hunting in the instance, we will not obstruct you, but Lin Hao is off limits." Ning-Yuanzi, with her familial connections, was a well-known figure, and Long Zhaodian had no desire for conflict with her. Suddenly, Mu Shui interjected, "Not related to us? Long Zhaodian, do you truly believe that we would abandon Lin Hao and sell him to you?" Mu Shui speaks wisely, Lin Shi added. Long Zhaodian's brow furrowed. This unexpected display was contrary to his expectations. He had anticipated that their imposing stance would convey the gravity of the situation, prompting them to understand the threat and allow Lin Hao to stand alone. He had calculated that they would not foolishly endanger themselves by aligning with a mere background-less boy like Lin Hao. If Lin Hao were to recognize the gravity of the situation and present the Nightstar Heart, perhaps he could receive a substantial sum in return. However, if he proved obstinate, not only would he forfeit that sum, but he might also vanish from Yang City altogether. The women standing beside Lin Hao were no ordinary individuals. The Ning, Lin, and Mu families were all esteemed in Yang City. Avoiding conflict with them would be prudent. Yet, their unwavering loyalty to Lin Hao defied his expectations. "Oh, what do you wish to discuss with me?" Lin Hao queried nonchalantly. "The hell checkpoint of the Lost Mine. You were the one who cleared it?" "Indeed. As expected. It was this young man. Then you have obtained the Nightstar Heart?" "Correct. Who claimed the Nightstar Heart is yours?" The swordsman tank interjected loudly. "Our strongman guild has organized countless runs, invested so much effort, and we have mastered the techniques. Today, we shall surely succeed." "And what is that to me?" The swordsman retorted. "Do you not comprehend what I am saying? This Nightstar Heart belongs to our strongman guild, not to you. Do you understand?" "Oh, it belongs to you? Then why is it in my possession?" A verdant stone materialized in Lin Hao's grasp. With a flick of his wrist, it vanished from sight. Lin Hao had briefly revealed the Nightstar Heart, causing Long Zhaodian and his associates to widen their eyes in disbelief, their breaths quickening. Incredible! The Nightstar Heart is indeed in this boy's hands. From a distance, a crowd of onlookers gasped. "So this is what the Nightstar Heart looks like. How beautiful! But what use is beauty? Soon enough, it will be willingly surrendered to the Strongman Guild." Having suffered considerable losses and left behind numerous pieces of equipment in the mine, the Strongman Guild would not rest easy until they secured the Nightstar Heart. Regrettably, they had finally acquired such a remarkable item but lacked the strength to defend it. Chapter 50. The Charisma of a Leader. Further away, Ning Mafeng and Ning Mahua remained comfortably seated in their original spot, sipping tea, seemingly unconcerned for Ning Yuanxi's well-being. In fact, amongst the onlookers, Ning Manhwa had discreetly arranged for several individuals to infiltrate the situation, ensuring Ning Yuanxi's protection at a critical moment. That boy is quite cunning. Ning Mafeng chuckled. Haha, indeed. To flaunt the Night Star heart before Long Zhaodian and his ilk is akin to displaying flesh before a pack of wolves. Ning Manhwa laughed in agreement. Yet, it is also quite clever. Being under the scrutiny of so many witnesses will provide a safeguard should any conflict erupt. Far better than dealing with the Strongman Guild in some dark corner. Does this boy truly possess such confidence? Is he unafraid of the Strongman Guild? Ning Manhwa pondered how one individual could possibly contend with them. Ning Mafeng replied softly, after all, he is this year's hidden awakening. He must possess some strength. What intrigues me more is another aspect of him. Did you notice his companions? What about his companions? Even in the face of the formidable team from the Strongman Guild, she did not waver but steadfastly remained by his side, which speaks volumes about his magnetic charm. In merely a few hours spent together during the dungeon expedition, he had completely captivated and won over them. This is indeed the essence of a leader's charisma. Quite so, a leader's charisma. However, witnessing how your beloved girl also defends him, she is not exempt from this either. Hee. Ning Mafeng chuckled, stating, whether they are spared or not. They have been classmates for many years, and this is the world of youth, where we old folks have no say. Brother, what do you mean by that? I mean nothing at all, he replied. Lin Hao produced the Night Star heart, only to swiftly stow it away again, with a semblance of a smirk. He regarded Long Zhaodian and the others. After enduring numerous experiences over the past several days, he was no longer the naive boy from the classroom. Upon awakening, he had followed the school into a novice dungeon for a day, breaking records. The next day, he ventured into the wilderness alone, ruthlessly dominating everything in his path. When he encountered Zhao Shaoling, they joined forces to explore, even confronting the notorious four evils of Yangqing. Once he decided to strike, he did so with lethal precision, delivering thunderous blows without a hint of mercy. He eliminated foes and obliterated evidence, leaving no trace behind. This period of growth had forged within him a heart of a true warrior. The so-called elite team from the Strongman Guild, which others revered, appeared to him as mere jesters. If they were to overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to eliminate them publicly. He felt a sense of satisfaction observing the performances of Yu Dapeng and Ning Yuanxi. He had emphasized to them that they need not intervene and should maintain their distance for safety. However, should they find themselves truly pressured, he might extend a hand. But they would never be regarded as true companions. Yet now, their conduct was commendable, and should the opportunity arise, he could elevate a few of them. Even someone as unworthy as Yu Dapeng could be granted a chance to aspire to the prestigious Qingbei Martial Arts University, should he choose to do so. In the past, Qingbei Martial Arts University generally accepted students with levels between 16-20. As for Long Zhaodian and his ilk, they believed that by merely posturing and having their minions shout, they could compel him to relinquish the Night Star heart. What a ludicrous notion. They seemed utterly oblivious to the source of their unwarranted superiority. Their haughty demeanor, brimming with arrogance, resembled that of a clown. Long Zhaodian glared at Lin Hao. Having just witnessed Lin Hao brandishing the Night Star heart and then retracting it, he felt a distinct sense of being disregarded. His frustration was palpable, and he coldly declared, brother, the Night Star heart is something our Strongman Guild covets greatly. Since you have acquired it first, we are willing to purchase it from you. Our guild possesses ample funds. You little brat. The things we desire are always within our grasp. Our young master does not often extend such pleasantries. It would be wise for you to be accommodating, interjected the swordsman. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly, I'm afraid I'm not inclined to sell the Night Star heart at this moment. Long Zhaodian's eyes narrowed. You insolent whelp. The young master is being gracious, and you dare to refuse? Do you wish to court death? The swordsman was enraged by the response, shouting, you seek your own demise. He immediately cast a glowing aura upon himself, enhancing his attack. Behind him, an archer extended his left hand, grasping a powerful bow, while his right hand readied several sharp arrows, knocking them in place. A battle support member from the team began casting spells to bolster their offensive capabilities. The Strongman Guild swiftly organized a series of pre-battle maneuvers, entering a combat-ready state, poised to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. A chilling aura of intent to kill enveloped the air, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yu Dapeng, undaunted, cast a defensive aura upon himself, positioning himself at the forefront of the team. Lin Shi and Mu Shui gritted their teeth, gripping their staves tightly, refusing to retreat even an inch. Ning Yuanxi coldly addressed Long Zhaodian. Do you intend to commit murder and robbery in broad daylight? Have you truly thought this through? Long Zhaodian's expression darkened. Initially, he had dismissed this minor civilian profession. As for life or death, he was indifferent. However, facing Lin Hao, who stood before him with an air of nonchalance, even daring to display the Night Star heart before retracting it, was a blatant provocation that infuriated him. Were it not for the throngs of onlookers, he would have attacked without hesitation. Now, he found himself unable to issue the command to strike. The Strongman Guild, under Long Zhaodian's command, typically operated with assertiveness and dominance. Yet, the prospect of committing violence and robbery in public was no trivial matter. In that moment, he realized he was caught in a dilemma. To attack or not to attack. He felt as though Lin Hao had a metaphorical grip around his throat, leaving him breathless. The thousands of spectators witnessing the Strongman Guild's transition into battle mode erupted in excitement. Here it comes, the grand spectacle begins. Fight, fight, let it commence. Today, we might just witness a murder. This is worth the trip. Several thrill-seeking onlookers cheered. However, many others disapproved of the Strongman Guild's actions. What a scoundrel! When negotiations fail, they resort to murder and looting. Yet, the Ning family's influence was not to be underestimated. The Strongman Guild had a history of bullying civilian professions, a habit they had cultivated over time. When faced with true power, did they not simply cower in place? Now Long Jiayin was in a bind. Having thought that mere posturing would compel his adversary to yield, only to find himself up against the unyielding Lin Hao. Chapter 51. Courage and the Heart of a Warrior. Indeed, Long Jiayin's expression was fearfully dark. Brat, our Strongman Guild is sincerely interested in purchasing the Nightstar Heart. It holds no value for you. Name your price. He hesitated, unable to propose the initial sum of 30 to 50,000 he had initially considered for Lin Hao. Oh, this item has special significance to us. But for you, it's of no real value. How about this? I'll offer you 1 million. 1 million? I will not sell. Lin Hao shook his head once more. You. Another half-minute of silence ensued. 10 million. Long Jiayin's eyes turned red with desperation. I'll give you 10 million. Just hand over the Nightstar Heart. Indeed, Long Jiayin was fervently eager to obtain the Nightstar Heart. His heart ached, and tears nearly welled in his eyes. Yet, Lin Hao simply shook his head and abruptly declared, 10 million? Too little. 1 billion, and I'll sell it to you. If you cannot meet this price, then so be it. A chorus of laughter erupted from the spectators nearby. At this moment, everyone realized that Lin Hao had never regarded Long Jiayin or the Strongman Guild with any semblance of respect. He had no intention of selling to Long Jiayin whatsoever, nor did he wish to offer him any means of retreat. It almost seemed as though he aimed to corner Long Jiayin into a position of utter despair. For reasons unknown, a wave of intense and inexplicable exhilaration surged among the onlookers. It was akin to a sensation of euphoria coursing through their veins. This reaction is not difficult to comprehend. The Strongman Guild had long been a domineering force in Yang City, exuding arrogance and authority as a local sovereign. Many present had suffered at their hands, having been oppressed to varying degrees. Yet now, they witnessed Lin Hao boldly confronting the formidable Long Xiaotian. Some could not help but give Lin Hao a thumbs up. Well done. You. A fierce anger began to boil within Long Xiaotian's chest. What? You think you can refuse to sell me your goods? Lin Hao took a step forward. Oh, initially, you intended to intimidate me into surrendering the Nightstar Heart. Didn't you? Unable to frighten me, you resorted to theft? Too cowardly to steal, you now wish to buy? What will you do if you cannot procure it now? I wonder, don't you find such behavior utterly tedious? With each step and every word, Lin Hao advanced until he stood before Long Xiaotian, his gaze icy and indifferent. At that moment, Long Xiaotian's eyes were bloodshot with fury, his entire body trembling with rage directed at Lin Hao. He no longer cared about the consequences and was on the verge of issuing a command to attack. Suddenly, the crowd parted, making way for a man in his 40s accompanied by 3 others, who stepped into the confrontation between Long Xiaotian and Lin Hao. Uncle Wu, your timing is impeccable, Long Xiaotian exclaimed, his face lighting up upon seeing the newcomer. Master Wu, his companions greeted with immediate respect. The newcomer was a high-ranking official of the Strongman Guild. However, his countenance was grim as he surveyed the surroundings, approaching Long Xiaotian to whisper something in his ear. Long Xiaotian paused, momentarily taken aback, yet he responded. I will secure the Nightstar Stone first. Uncle Wu replied coldly. I advise you to follow your father's orders immediately. Long Xiaotian fixed his gaze on Lin Hao, seemingly unwilling to relent. Your father also mentioned that if you dare to make a move here today, you will no longer be considered a member of the Long family. Uncle Wu added. Long Xiaotian's face paled, a mixture of shock and anger washing over him. Return, Xiaotian. We leave. Half a minute later, Long Xiaotian waved to his 4 companions, then turned and walked away, enduring the weight of 1,000 gazes upon him. He felt as though he had been publicly slapped in the face today. Uncle Wu cast a long, penetrating look at Lin Hao, remarking, well, it seems heroes emerge from youth. He then followed his team out alongside Long Xiaotian. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, 1,000 voices muted. Was it truly over? Had the Strongman Guild, so brazen just moments ago, chosen to retreat? This shattered the perceptions of the surrounding commoners. They had always believed that regardless of the process, Lin Hao would ultimately have to relinquish the Nightstar Heart. The best outcome they hoped for was to secure some additional benefits. Lin Hao had indeed established a formidable reputation for conquering hellish challenges. However, they had also assessed Lin Hao and his companion creature, finding nothing particularly extraordinary about him. In fact, many present were stronger than he was. Their thoughts mirrored those of Long Xiaotian. They believed Lin Hao had merely stumbled upon a terrain glitch within the challenge. A stroke of luck rather than genuine prowess. Yet, Lin Hao stood his ground against Long Zhaotian and the others, earning their admiration for his courage. Had they been in his position, they would have long since capitulated. But Lin Hao had faced them head-on, and he had truly triumphed. Had Lin Hao just driven away the heir of the Strongman Guild? He had won. They had always thought of themselves as helpless victims at the mercy of the Strongman Guild. It turned out they merely lacked the bravery exemplified by Lin Hao. Today, Lin Hao demonstrated the essence of a true hero. Even without sufficient strength, possessing a heart of a warrior could enable one to triumph over the mighty. The previously dazed expressions of many commoners suddenly brightened with clarity. They had always existed on the fringes of society, surviving beneath the pressure of powerful monsters, enduring oppression from those in control, which had fostered a timid and cowardly disposition among many, merely seeking to preserve their existence. But today, they had witnessed Lin Hao's courage and the heart of a true warrior. It was a revelation, a profound awakening. Suddenly, many felt as if they had received a glimpse of enlightenment. Numerous individuals bowed respectfully to Lin Hao before departing. Lin Hao had not acted out of vanity. His relentless pressure on Long Zhaotian and the Strongman Guild was purposeful. What appeared reckless was, in fact, a masterful orchestration of the situation. The reins of control rested firmly in his grasp. Lin Hao was not arrogant enough to underestimate the Strongman Guild. It was precisely because he understood their strength that he sought to push them to their limits. He had no intention of selling the Nightstar Heart. However, he feared the persistent attention of thieves. He did not wish for the Strongman Guild to shadow him. Coveting his possessions, by showcasing the Nightstar Heart, he laid bare Long Zhaotian's desire for it before all, ensuring that the guild would think twice before making any clandestine moves. Moreover, if Lin Hao were to encounter any misfortune in the future, the Strongman Guild would likely be implicated, for 1,000 witnesses had observed their murderous intent over the Nightstar Heart. Thus, by orchestrating this scene, Lin Hao had inadvertently secured his own safety. Xiao Yun, hidden among the crowd, lowered his head and quietly followed the departing throng, fearful of being recognized. During the earlier confrontation, he had noticed that Mu Shui, who was at the same level as him, had suddenly leveled up to 21. He realized that Lin Hao and his team had indeed repeatedly entered the hellish challenge, reaping substantial rewards. Within just 2 hours, they had gained 2 levels. While he would need months of grinding monsters to reach Mu Shui's level, he had missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 52. This young man possesses a decisive and ruthless character. The tense standoff concluded in this manner. Boss, what should we do now? Yu Daping inquired. I believe we should return to the city immediately and make necessary preparations and deployments, he suggested. In his view, they had not yet escaped danger. The Strongman Guild would not relinquish their pursuit of the Nightstar Heart. Even though they had just forced them to retreat, they would not easily let go. While the exhilaration was undeniable, becoming a target of the Strongman Guild was a grave matter. Had there not been so many witnesses present, those brutes would undoubtedly have attacked. People could have died. It was likely that in the days to come, in less populated areas, they would no longer hold back. Ning-Yuanci added, Lin Hao, I personally still believe you should sell the Nightstar Heart to the Strongman Guild. The object is undoubtedly precious, but right now, time is your most valuable asset. With enough time, you can grow stronger. Eventually, what cannot you obtain? At this point, a flicker of concern crossed Ning-Yuanci's face. Lin Hao, before the major exam, you should not return to your secluded place. You need a secure refuge. You might consider coming to stay with me. Yes. Lin Hao, come stay at my house. It will be safer. Lin Shi suddenly interjected, her excitement palpable as her body trembled, causing the blossoms on her chest to sway. Lin Shi, go die somewhere else. Ning-Yuanci shot her a glance. You can come cough. You can visit my home. With Lin Shi's interruption, Ning-Yuanci felt that inviting Lin Hao over, though initially intended for his safety, had taken on a different flavor. Lin Hao shook his head. You needn't worry. Since the Strongman Guild has departed, they won't strike in the near future. We still have 2 cooldown stones, right? Let's finish this off. Our goal is the major exam in a few days. We must not let other matters distract us. We need to maintain strategic composure. Still doing dungeons? Yu Daping was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Hao's nonchalance regarding the earlier incident, remaining so composed as if the Strongman Guild were of no consequence whatsoever. All right, boss, we'll follow your lead. Lin Hao nodded and turned to Ning-Yuanci. After these 2 rounds, it will only take about half an hour. When you return home, have your family gather a batch of cooldown stones. About 10 should suffice. By the time we finish those, I should be over level 21. As for the costs, we can cover it from the equipment sales. Daping, I will hand over the items we just acquired to you. You can manage the sales. As everyone observed Lin Hao's meticulous planning, each step seamlessly connected, they felt a profound admiration and nodded in agreement. Only Mu Shui sighed with a wry smile. Alas for me, being level 21 means I can no longer join you in the Lost Mine, thus abandoned by you all. In the heart of Yang City stood a towering 64-story skyscraper. From the highest floor, one could overlook the entire city, with a clear view of the imposing guard walls. This was the office of Long Zhaotian, the president of the Strongman Guild. The Strongman Guild, the most powerful association in Yang City. monopolized a vast array of resources in this chaotic era. Particularly in recent years, their business had surged, their strength now rivaling that of the local city guard. With a resounding slap, a heavy blow struck Long Xiaoyin's face, sending him stumbling back 4 or 5 meters. When he rose, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Father, I do not understand where I went wrong." Long Xiaoyan had been brought back here by Fifth Master, only to receive a stinging rebuke upon arrival. His face a mask of defiance. Previously, before the Lost Mine dungeon, he had already endured a torrent of frustration from Lin Hao. Before him stood a burly middle-aged man with a grim expression, muscles rippling, strikingly similar in appearance to Long Xiaotian. This was his father, Long Tun. With a cold snort, Long Tun remarked, "You don't know where you went wrong? Humph. If I hadn't called you back in time, you might very well be dead by now. Moreover, you have brought calamity upon the Strongman Guild." "Father, what do you mean? Wasn't it just a matter of wanting to kill Lin Hao to obtain the Nightstar Stone? How could it have escalated to this point?" Long Tun replied coldly, "Our Strongman Guild rose amidst chaos, employing firm measures, but that does not equate to recklessness. In front of thousands, killing and plundering, what were you thinking? Are you challenging Yang City? Challenging the Great Xia? A person must not only wield strength, but also possess wisdom." Seeing Long Xiaotian still looking bewildered, Long Tun sighed. "Do you know who Lin Hao is? Lin Hao? Isn't he just a penniless nobody with no connections?" As he spoke Lin Hao's name, Long Xiaotian's eyes were filled with contempt. "A penniless nobody with no connections? Xiaotian, it seems that slap did little to awaken you." He turned to Fifth Master, Long Wu. "Explain it to him." "Yes, brother." Long Wu, the fifth son of the Long family, known in the martial world as Fifth Master, was informed of the current situation. He was the son of Lin Yuanshan. Since Lin Yuanshan fell into despair, his family had been living in destitution. Lin Yuanshan had a daughter who entered Qingbei Martial Arts University 2 years ago, but had not returned for a year and a half, with no way to contact her. Zhao Kaijun and Lin Yuanshan had once been as close as brothers. Recently, in a novice dungeon, he had met Lin Hao and gifted him a general's token. With this token, Lin Hao claimed to be half affiliated with the military. Long Xiaotian was left dumbfounded. That fool wielding a plain steel knife possessed such a significant background? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Regarding Lin Hao's strength, it was exceedingly peculiar. He was this year's hidden awakened from 8th middle school, a newly minted Bug Tamer. And on the day of his awakening, Master Zhao had deemed him a waste. However, from his performance in the novice dungeon and while hunting in the wilderness, this individual was anything but ordinary. Despite his current low level, his strength was astonishing. The notorious 4 evils of Yang City had reportedly last been seen in contact with Lin Hao, suggesting that they were likely slain by him. It could be deduced that had Zhao Dian and his cohort acted first, the 5 men would have almost certainly been killed. Furthermore, with thousands witnessing, it was Zhao Dian and his group's attempts to rob that preceded the chaos, leaving them without a valid pretext to retaliate. This individual was decisive in murder and exceptionally astute. A planner who acted only after careful consideration. This information was entirely lost on Long Xiaotian. Were it not for Fifth Master's explicit words, he would have deemed it a mere joke. Should Zhao Dian be killed, the Strongman Guild would face annihilation. Whether for revenge or to uphold the guild's authority, they could not refrain from action. Otherwise, the entire Strongman Guild would be implicated. If they were to kill Lin Hao, Zhao Kaijun would undoubtedly retaliate, whether on behalf of the military or personally. From the gathered intelligence, it seemed that some had anticipated this outcome and the imminent situation. During the past hour, numerous factions and forces had silently assembled, poised to strike at the Strongman Guild the moment they found themselves at a disadvantage, like wolves ready to tear apart their prey. After all, in recent years, the Strongman Guild had aggressively risen for business development, indeed encroaching upon the interests of many factions, even consuming several of them, creating numerous enemies along the way. Long Tun's expression remained calm as he stated flatly, "Did you hear me clearly?" At this moment, Long Xiaotian trembled all over. Chapter 53, Crafting List. In the Strongman Guild building, after listening to Fifth Master's account, Long Xiaotian seemed to have come to an understanding. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and respectfully bowed to Long Tun, saying, "Father, I understand my mistake. Previously, I indeed underestimated Lin Hao and fell into his trap. I will remember this humiliation." Long Tun nodded, suddenly chuckling coldly. "Lin Hao, huh? A mere fledgling just awakened dares to play mind games before the Strongman Guild? Do you think we are made of clay? Xiaotian, do you still wish to kill Lin Hao?" "Yes, father." Long Xiaotian replied calmly. "Good, my son." Long Tun remarked coolly, "You must rise from where you fell. I will grant you a chance. I will not spare a single member of the Strongman Guild for your vengeance, but I can provide you with 50 million. How you seek revenge is up to you. A knife can kill, and money can also kill. Furthermore, should you perish at the hands of Lin Hao, I shall not seek vengeance on your behalf. Your demise would be but a fleeting event. Are you willing to accept this?" "I am willing, my esteemed father." A fierce glint flashed in Long Xiaotian's eyes. 40 minutes later, after completing 2 instances with Yu Dapeng and others, Lin Hao leveled up to 19. At the entrance of the instance, Ning Yuanxi inquired, "Lin Hao, will you truly not come to my home? My family is numerous and powerful, providing a relatively safer haven. The strongman guild may be ruthless, but they must tread carefully. No, Lin Hao shook his head. Ning-Yuanzi had a certain understanding of Lin Hao, and his choice did not surprise her. She internally sighed. This person is perpetually so aloof. Then, Brother Hao, why not visit my home? It is tranquil there. And should any matters arise, I can assist you at any time. Moreover, did you know? As a medical sage, I possess a professional skill that allows me to unblock meridians and relax muscles, offering comfort that surpasses that of any external therapist. It would be no exaggeration to call it a divine technique. After a long day of battling monsters, you must feel rather fatigued, yes? She puffed her chest, swaying slightly. Perhaps I shall come by to experience your skills again. Lin Hao still politely declined. Lin Shi's expression turned disheartened, tears welling in her eyes. However, Lin Hao pretended not to notice. See you on. Someone called out. Father? Third uncle? You have not returned? Ning-Yuanzi noticed the two men approaching after setting down their teacups. Ning uncle, Lin Shi, and the others greeted. It appeared they were familiar with Ning Mofeng. Hee, with nothing else to do. I was sharing a few cups of tea with your third uncle, Ning Mofeng remarked casually. Have you finished your instances? Then we should return. Ning-Yuanzi nodded. Glancing at Lin Hao and introduced, Lin Hao, this is my father, and this is my third uncle. Lin Hao greeted softly, Ning Zong, third master. Ning Mofeng chuckled. Xiao Hao, since you are classmates with Ning-Yuanzi, you may simply call me Ning uncle. There is no need for formality. He suddenly smiled faintly and added, by the way, we just received news from the Strongman Guild that the Night Star Heart can actually be used to create an equipment with all skills at level 1. We also obtained the crafting list. If you are interested, come visit us sometime. We can study it together with UNC for several days and nights. Equipment with all skills at level 1. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened. This was nothing short of divine equipment. No wonder the Strongman Guild coveted the Night Star Heart so desperately. His heart stirred. Yet he guessed that the crafting process and the required materials would be anything but simple. Moreover, his current focus was on leveling up and preparing for the upcoming examination. Such a precious crafting list. Why would they willingly share it with him? Calmly, he replied, all right, Ning uncle, but I will visit another day. Lin Hao pondered and still declined politely. Old fox, Lin Shi thought to herself. Using a crafting list almost lured Brother Hao to Ning Yuanzi's home. Thankfully, Brother Hao resisted the temptation. Very well, we shall await your visit. We will head back first, Ning Mofeng said, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes as he chuckled. The five parted ways. Lin Hao returned to his doorstep, where a Hummer was parked, emblazoned with the words City Guard. The newcomer was Zhao Kaijun, who leapt from the vehicle and smiled at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, you've been quite prominent these past few days. I have 3 reports about you on my desk. General Zhao. Lin Hao greeted. General Zhao? Haha. Did your principal, Mo Run, mention that your father and I were not only classmates, but also shared hardships together? You do not even wish to call me Uncle Zhao. It seems your feelings for your father are rather shallow, Zhao Kaijun observed. His gaze piercing as it fixed on Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained silent. All right, today I will refrain from discussing your father. Instead, let us talk about your sister. Lin Dong, what do you think? My sister? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Zhao Kaijun's presence was formidable. Despite his intense aura, he was quite approachable. He had previously gifted Lin Hao a jade token, claiming it was a small trinket from a senior to a junior, which could prove useful at times. However, Lin Hao knew this token was not trivial. On the day he left the city guard had treated him with great respect upon his mere appearance. Now, in this encounter, he realized that this senior, Zhao, possessed keen insight, deftly grasping the dynamics of human relationships. He could discern the bond between father and son from a mere address, and he boldly probed Lin Hao using his sister as leverage. This man was truly remarkable. Uncle Zhao, please come in. Lin Hao invited. After pouring Zhao Kaijun a glass of warm water, he sat down, remaining silent and adopting an attentive demeanor as he awaited Zhao Kaijun's elucidation of his purpose for visiting. You rascal, Zhao Kaijun chuckled wryly. I mention your ever-concerning sister. And you merely flicker your eyes? How old are you? Yet your thoughts run so deep. Since Uncle Zhao is here, he will surely clarify his intentions with me. Lin Hao replied calmly. All right, since you are a perceptive young man, I shall speak to you plainly. First, your performance in the lost instance against the Strongman Guild was indeed remarkable and impressive, Zhao Kaijun acknowledged, admiration evident on his face. However, if you believe the Strongman Guild can be easily dismissed, you are gravely mistaken. They are wolves that feast on men, not mere bamboo-eating pandas. Thus, they will not let you off easily, though they certainly wouldn't dare act against you in plain sight. Lin Hao replied softly, after the examination, I intend to head to the capital. I do not wish to waste energy on them. You aspire to enter Qingbei Martial University and seek out Lin Dong, correct? Chapter 54, The Dark Abyssal Connection. Lin Hao nodded. But do you understand the situation of Qingbei Martial University? Do you know which academy your sister has entered? Lin Hao shook his head, genuinely unaware. He had always assumed that upon entering such an esteemed institution, all would be revealed. Qingbei Martial University is the most prestigious academy in the Daxia, gathering the nation's most exceptional talents. One could say that every student is a genius of the highest order. Qingbei Martial University is divided into 99 academies, some of which are even located outside the capital. Among these numerous academies, do you know which is the most formidable? It is the Canglong Academy, which has military affiliations. Your sister has been admitted to Canglong Academy. Canglong Academy? Lin Hao heard this name for the first time. What else is special about this academy? Admission to this academy is not solely based on excelling in the entrance examination, without a military recommendation letter. Even the top student in the nation cannot gain entry. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Where did my sister obtain such a military recommendation letter? It seemed his sister had many matters she had not disclosed to him. If entering Qingbei Martial University signifies being among the nation's elite, then those who gain entry into Canglong Academy are truly the cream of the crop. However, Canglong Academy is also known by another title, the Death Academy. Death Academy? Lin Hao's heart trembled. Could it be that my sister has already? Zhao Kaijun smiled gently and remarked, the reason I share so much with you is to convey that, even though your current prowess may effortlessly secure you a place at Qingbei Martial Arts University, it is still insufficient to gain entry into Canglong Academy. Lin Hao pondered for a moment before slowly responding, is there an opportunity available now? And what must I sacrifice for it? Zhao Kaijun shook his head with a chuckle, playfully chiding, are you truly but 18? At such a tender age, possessing such worldly wisdom, do you not feel troubled? Very well, let me be candid. The reason Canglong Academy is also referred to as the Death Academy is that it essentially serves as a military training ground, where the training methods never shy away from the specter of death. The very purpose of cultivating talent is to confront the most terrifying abyssal dimensions. For the abyssal military, death merely signifies a return. Thus, those who enter this academy either perish or emerge as the strongest. Death Academy? The Abyss? Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. Indeed, the Abyss represents the most formidable threat to the human realm. The grotesque creatures you encounter in the wilderness or in instances are merely the lesser minions. Centuries ago, countless portals emerged in this world as demons from the Abyss sought to carve a path into the human domain. The many instances you observe today were either cleared by human warriors or have had their original connections to the Abyss severed for various reasons, resulting in isolated instances. Under certain rules, these monsters, and even bosses, which can no longer connect to other instances, regenerate in cycles. In recent years, through our research into these rules, we have even been able to create some rudimentary instances to train newcomers, allowing them to engage in battles to level up and enhance their strength. A tapestry depicting the fundamental truths of the world unfurled before Lin Hao. Surely, this information must be classified? He mused, having never encountered it in any book. Zhao Kaijun replied nonchalantly, we have recently discovered a portal connecting to the Abyss in Yang City. Currently, we have only set up formations at the exit to contain it. But the portal continues to expand, and its level is rising. Given time, when this portal widens sufficiently to allow formidable abyssal creatures to pass through, Yang City could face annihilation overnight. Indeed, the entire Great Xia might be plunged into disaster. We are preparing to wage war against it, to delve deeper and sever its connection, transforming it into an ordinary instance. I hope you will be one of the participants. Zhao Caijun's demeanor grew earnest as he fixed his gaze on Lin Hao. His words resonated with a profound gravity, conveying a sense of heroism unperturbed by the specter of death, elevating the stakes to the safety of Yang City and the Great Xia. Any typical passionate youth would likely feel their blood boil at such a moment. However, Lin Hao merely replied with a hint of detachment, I am but a newly awakened senior high student. Such a heavy responsibility is beyond my means. Moreover, the major examination is just a few days away, and I cannot afford to be delayed. I also require time to prepare. At that moment, in the Ning family, Ning Mofeng held a news report in hand and spoke softly. The portal to the Shadowed Lands is becoming increasingly difficult for the city guard to control. They are under immense pressure. If my predictions are correct, they will soon organize a team to venture into it. Ning Manhwa, standing nearby, responded with a serious expression. This newly formed portal differs from the instances accessible to ordinary civilians. It is a primordial realm. Ning Mofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to experience, the various ores, flora, and even items within the primordial realm possess great development value, often representing vast fortunes that could amount to tens or even hundreds of billions. Ning Mofeng nodded. Indeed, the city guard cannot hope to monopolize it, which is why all factions in Yang City have reached a consensus to develop it together, sharing risks and rewards. Brother, what level has the portal to the Shadowed Lands reached? It has attained level C, so it is accessible to practitioners of level 30? Precisely. Our Ning family has been allotted 10 slots for participation, and I wish for UNC to join. What? Ning Manhwa exclaimed in shock. That is unacceptable. Brother, UNC's level is far too low, and she lacks experience. The mortality rate for exploring the primordial realm typically hovers around 99, even under successful circumstances. Ning Mofeng sighed. I am well aware of that, yet a great upheaval looms over this world, and there is no time to nurture her slowly. Concurrently, similar scenes unfolded among various factions, including the Strongman Guild, the Lin family, and the Mu family. Zhao Kaijun fixed a gaze of determination on Lin Hao, You little rascal, do not feign indifference. You simply wish to ascertain what benefits you would gain from participation, correct? Lin Hao remained silent, yet his acquiescence was apparent. The world was vast, and his strength was still insufficient. He was merely a level 19 youth, yet to burden himself with the concerns of the nation. His immediate focus must be on survival and empowerment. Zhao Kaijun continued, Kid, do you think I would deceive you? The benefits are beyond your imagination. First, should you participate successfully, you will receive a share of the spoils. This could amount to several million, tens of millions, or even billions. Second, upon completion, I can provide you with a recommendation letter on behalf of the military. Thus, gaining admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University and subsequently Songlong Academy will be entirely feasible. Third, there exists an unwritten rule regarding the exploration of primordial realms. Explorers are permitted to take any items they find. Although extracting ores from depths of hundreds or thousands of meters is no easy task. Fourth, the military has issued directives for this campaign against the Shadowed Lands. Should it succeed, the contributions will be monumental, and you will receive considerable rewards that will equally benefit your journey to Songlong Academy. At this point, Zhao Kaijun cautiously glanced at Lin Hao. I will participate, Lin Hao declared with unwavering resolve. Zhao Kaijun was left speechless. Chapter 55, Portal Level D Expansion. The following day, a member of the city guard named Zhao who arrived to escort Lin Hao. This marked the third encounter between them. Previously, during Lin Hao's first venture into the wilderness, the city inspection had barred his exit, prompting Lin Hao to present Zhao Caijuan's order. At that time, Zhao who had regarded Lin Hao with respect and curiosity, wondering what manner of individual possessed a general's command. Their second meeting occurred when Lin Hao returned from the wilderness. Chen Ziqing, having noticed Lin Hao's absence throughout the night and the patrolling squad's failure to locate him, had assumed he had encountered misfortune in the wilderness and instructed Zhao Hu to lead a team to search for him. Eventually, Lin Hao had appeared, strolling back at sunrise with a nonchalant demeanor, leaving Chen Ziqing quite perturbed. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Zhao Hu stood at attention and saluted, informing him that he was there to escort him to the Shadowed Lands on behalf of General Zhao. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The two proceeded toward the southwestern wilderness, arriving at the mouth of a canyon after an hour. From a distance, Lin Hao observed thousands of soldiers stationed around the canyon's entrance, fortified with numerous defensive measures. This once picturesque locale, adorned with verdant mountains and flowing waters, now bore an air of tension. The soldiers donned heavy armor, their expressions grave. At the center of the assembled troops loomed a massive, ominous entrance, its edges crackling with a lightning-like glow, seemingly devouring the surrounding barriers. As time passed, the entrance would only grow larger. Lin Hao, this is merely the periphery, the true entrance lies within. Let us proceed. The two crossed the dim threshold, and the entire world seemed to darken. Lin Hao found himself in a space reminiscent of a desolate wasteland. At one end of this expanse, a colossal black hole hovered ominously. Several array masters were busily reinforcing the existing seal to resist the encroaching forces, yet the formation appeared precariously unstable. On the verge of collapse, numerous soldiers stood guard in the vicinity. This black hole serves as the gateway to the shadowy realm, currently at a sea-level expansion, soon to escalate to D-level. If we wait a moment, General Zhao and the others will arrive. Lin Hao nodded. Approaching D-level expansion? No wonder Zhao Kaijun is so anxious to organize the team for entry into the passage. The abyss splits into channels designated A, B, C, D, and E levels. These levels correspond to the maximum limit for entities emerging from the passage. Presently, we are at sea-level expansion, signifying that monsters of level 30 and below can invade the human realm via this portal. Humans may also send professionals of level 30 and below into the passage. However, upon reaching D level, the threshold rises to a maximum of level 40, allowing the invasion of the opposing dimension by formidable entities. The distinction between D level and C level is profound. Should a deluge of level 40 abyssal demons surge through the passage, the entire city of Yang would stand defenseless. At the current sea level expansion, the formation is barely holding together, having reached its limits. In the next moment, it could collapse at any second. This knowledge Lin Hao had gleaned from books. Yet this was his first encounter with it in person. Lin Hao? An elderly figure in a blue robe turned upon noticing him, momentarily taken aback. Master Zhao. Lin Hao recognized him as Master Zhao, the presiding officiant of the awakening ceremony. Master Zhao approached with a perplexed expression, inquiring, Lin Hao, did you not just awaken? What are you doing here? This place is exceedingly perilous. Are you not aware? As he uttered these words, Master Zhao's demeanor turned grave. He then directed his displeasure at Lin Hao, saying, What are you doing, city guard? How could you bring a novice to such a location? Even for experience, this place is unsuitable. Do you not comprehend that this entrance's formation cannot withstand for long and may collapse at any moment? Lin Hao, taken aback by the reprimand, hastily clarified, Lin Hao is here to participate in this battle mission. What? Participate in a battle mission? Have you all lost your minds? When has the city guard ever treated matters so frivolously? I will be having words with General Zhao about this. Lin Hao interjected, Master Zhao, I was invited by General Zhao to partake in the mission. Zhao Kaijun invited you? Master Zhao was momentarily stunned. His eyes flickered. And suddenly a detection spell was cast upon Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Insect Tamer, level 19. What? Lin Hao, you have reached level 19? Master Zhao's pupils dilated in disbelief. Just days ago, he had presided over the awakening ceremony at the 8th high school. Having witnessed Lin Hao's hidden awakening process firsthand and was well acquainted with his Insect Tamer class skills. At that time, he had lamented that Lin Hao's new profession began with a handicap, impeding his ability to form combat strength and grow swiftly. The emergence of new professions is often immensely powerful, with only a few being deemed failures. Unfortunately, Lin Hao had been among that minority. He had encouraged Lin Hao to face adversity courageously, yet when faced with his own dismal start, Lin Hao had instead comforted the despondent Principal Mo. Master Zhao had greatly admired Lin Hao's calm and composed demeanor. Now, how could it be that in such a brief span, he had ascended to level 19? Many take a year to achieve such a level. In his memory, it had only been a few days. No one had ever reached such heights in so short a time. Surely Principal Mo must have invested a significant cost to aid him. Master Zhao pondered. Achieving level 19 in such a short duration must have come at a tremendous price. Old Mo truly lives up to his reputation as a nurturing principal. Lin Hao, you are acting recklessly. You should not only thank Principal Mo for your ascension to level 19, but also learn to cherish it. You should leave now. I will clarify matters with General Zhao shortly. Lin Hao was somewhat bewildered. Having just arrived, why was Master Zhao insisting he leave and not participate in the mission? Just then, over 100 individuals surged into the space, causing it to feel crowded. Leading the group was Zhao Kaijun, accompanied by a tall man in his 60s, whose face bore the marks of time, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding an imposing aura. Behind them, about half the group wore military uniforms, clearly soldiers. Among the others, Lin Hao instantly recognized several familiar faces. Lin Hao, you truly are here. A stout figure rushed forward from the crowd, standing before Lin Hao. It was Yu Dapeng. Behind him were Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, Mu Shui, and others. What brings you all here? Ning Yuanxi leaned closer to Lin Hao and whispered, this expedition into the shadowy realm carries immense risk, yet the potential rewards are equally vast. Thus, besides the military, many of the prominent factions in Yang City are also participating. It's a case of sharing the spoils. Our Ning family has sent numerous individuals. Dapeng, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui represent their respective factions. I had intended to request that you join us as the Ning family's representative, but my third uncle insisted that you are already serving as a representative of the military. It's fortunate to see you here. However, be cautious, Lin Hao. Long Zheyin is also present, and many representatives from their strongman guild are here as well. Lin Hao looked up and indeed saw Long Zheyin surrounded by 5 or 6 individuals, all fixated on him. Upon noticing Lin Hao's gaze, he suddenly made a slashing motion across his throat with his right hand. Chapter 56, Lord of Yang City, Chu Yuan. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Hao's mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Having narrowly escaped once, did Long Zheyin now rush to his own demise? The 5 or 6 individuals beside Long Zheyin were all level 29 or had reached the entrance limit of level 30. They lowered their heads slightly, avoiding attention, appearing merely as ordinary participants, yet occasionally casting furtive glances at Lin Hao. Were they contemplating an attack in this chaotic setting? They should prepare themselves for metamorphosis into insects. Not far from Long Zheyin stood a formidable figure whom Lin Hao recognized. It was Long Wu, the individual who had previously intervened at the dungeon entrance and led Long Zheyin away. He cast a fleeting glance at Lin Hao before averting his gaze. Lin Hao scanned the surroundings and discerned that each family guild had an elder leading the group. The leader of the Ning family was Ning Manhwa. This time, Ning Yuanxi's father, Ning Mafeng, had not come. Ning Manhwa approached Lin Hao with a beaming smile, saying, Lin Hao, I had intended to invite you as the Ning family's representative, but it seems you were preemptively invited by General Zhao. After a moment of silence, Lin Hao replied softly, Uncle Ning, you should be aware that this expedition into the shadowy realm is no simple task. The risks are immense. How could you allow Ning Yuanxi to participate? It is highly inappropriate. Ning Mo let out a bitter smile, stating, I, too, do not concur, yet this is the patriarch's will. He desires for her to broaden her horizons and mature at a quicker pace. Lin Hao fell into silence. He possessed extraordinary abilities that enabled him to accept this invitation. Why was the Ning family so eager to hasten her growth? Nevertheless, it was likely that the Ning family had also arranged some protective measures for her. Presumably, Yu Dapeng, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui were similarly prepared. As for himself, his safeguard was his own strength. At this moment, several middle-aged men, resembling elders, approached from the forces of Yang City. Among them, a plump middle-aged man, upon seeing Lin Hao, suddenly lit up with excitement, stepping forward and grasping Lin Hao's hand, exclaiming, You are Lin Hao? Noticing the chunky gold chain around the man's neck and his ostentatious appearance, which bore some resemblance to Yu Dapeng, Lin Hao quickly deduced that this man was likely Yu Dapeng's father. Indeed, he nodded lightly. Splendid, splendid. Truly an extraordinary figure, handsome and dashing. That young lad Dapeng is fortunate to share a desk with you for 3 years. It must be a blessing from his past life. What kind of tone was this? Has the nouveau riche now become so cultured? Lin Hao felt a bead of sweat trickle down the side of his forehead. Uncle you are far too gracious. He replied helplessly. Lin Hao, let me tell you, I have always instructed Dapeng to invite you to our home for a meal, yet he has failed to follow through. I shall truly have to scold him later. Uncle Yu appeared to harbor immense enthusiasm for Lin Hao. After this matter is settled, you must come by. I promise to have Dapeng's cousins over as well, so that you young folks can interact. Haha. He even embraced Lin Hao, causing him to feel a bit embarrassed by the warmth of this greeting. Lin Hao, I thank you for assisting Xiao Shi in her advancement yesterday. She returned and spoke highly of you. My family sincerely invites you, our benefactor, to visit us. A middle-aged man in a suit smiled and addressed Lin Hao. Yes, father. You truly ought to express your gratitude. If it were not for Brother Hao, I might still be at level 8, Lin Shi chimed in, approaching and linking her arm with her father's. This is my father. After I told him about our affairs yesterday, he insisted on meeting you. Hello, Uncle Lin. Lin Hao could only respond as a junior. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. The Mu family is also grateful for your assistance with Mu Shui. Should you require anything in the future, Lin Hao, do not hesitate to let me know. Another middle-aged man spoke to Lin Hao, presumably a relative of Mu Shui. Thus, these several middle-aged men encircled Lin Hao, exchanging words, each eager to invite him to their homes. One proposed a meal while another offered gifts, their fervor overwhelming. Lin Hao, come here. In the distance, Zhao Kaijun beckoned to Lin Hao. He sighed in relief and hurried over, unable to endure the enthusiasm of these elders any longer. Why did it feel as though their gazes were somewhat unabashed, as if they intended to seize him as a prospective son-in-law? If they continued to bombard him with such attention, he would be at a loss as to how to respond. Upon reaching Zhao Kaijun, Lin Hao noticed a familiar face standing beside him, Chun Ziqing, clad in military attire, exuding a certain gallantry. However, she merely glanced at Lin Hao before turning her head away. Had she also participated in this campaign? Lin Hao, allow me to introduce you. This is Mayor Chu Yuan of Yang City. Zhao Kaijun gestured towards the tall man beside him. Mayor Chu, Lin Hao greeted. Upon his entrance, Lin Hao had immediately taken note of this individual, whose imposing presence and demeanor signified a figure of great stature. However, he had not anticipated that he was the mayor of Yang City. Chu Yuan appraised Lin Hao for a moment, nodding, and remarked, Good. It is said that heroes emerge in youth. The future of safeguarding Yang City rests upon you young talents. Previously, Zhao Kaijun had briefed him on Lin Hao's general situation and expressed confidence in Lin Hao's capabilities for this endeavor. Indeed, the young man appeared quite composed. Though at level 19, he was somewhat lacking in rank. Had he been at level 30, he might have truly made a significant impact. In Chu Yuan's mind, Lin Hao undoubtedly possessed powerful skills, which might elevate his capabilities somewhat, but at level 19, he could not possibly reach the level of a 30. This time, the maximum level permitted to enter the passage was 30, thus personnel selection aimed for maximum capacity or as close as possible to that level. Those prominent families had also sent a few lower-level children, but, alas, there were not many of them, so their impact on the overall situation would be minimal. The main force remained with the military. Chu Yuan raised his gaze, scanning the assembled crowd, and proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, the passage to the shadowy realm is about to expand to D-grade. D-grade, as you are all likely aware, means that the entire Yang City will soon become a haven for demonic creatures. Therefore, this operation may be our final opportunity. I know many of you are eyeing the benefits within, but I must emphasize, while you may seize those benefits, you must also shoulder the responsibilities. This time, 50 from the military and 50 from the guilds and families will venture into the shadowy realm, totaling 100 individuals. Disrupting the passage to the abyss is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in reaching the endpoint, where you will encounter numerous sinister demons and face the abyssal boss at the terminus. The situation within the shadowy realm remains a mystery to all. May our brave warriors ultimately complete their mission and return alive. I, Chu Yuan, shall await your triumphant return here. Prepare yourselves, we depart in 3 minutes. Upon concluding his address, the expressions of the young scions preparing to enter the passage grew tense, as they began checking their supplies and equipment. The mortality rate in the expedition linked to the abyss averaged over 90%. Out of these 100 individuals, it was uncertain how many would return. Chapter 57, Entering the Shadowy Realm. The 50 military representatives stood together, with Zhao Kaijun at the forefront. I announced that Chun Ziqing will serve as the commander for this operation, while Lin Hao will act as the deputy commander. You are all required to comply with their directives. Chun Ziqing, a fire mage at level 29, was a figure well known within the Yang City Guard. Even without her connection as the niece of General Zhao, her strength commanded respect. The assembly had long anticipated her appointment as commander. However, very few were familiar with Lin Hao. Even Zhao Hu, while sensing Lin Hao's significance, had not witnessed his true capabilities. The assembly gazed at this strikingly handsome young man, whose level was merely 19, filled with confusion. How had he attained the position of deputy commander? Nevertheless, as soldiers, they were duty-bound to obey orders, though they harbored doubts. None voiced any objections. As the newly appointed commander, Chen Ziqing was obliged to deliver her instructions. With a serious demeanor, she stated, "This time, we must sever the passage to the abyss. It is imperative that we complete this mission. Under this premise, I also hope that everyone can survive as best as possible." She cast a glance at Lin Hao before continuing. "Upon entering the dungeon, we may find ourselves randomly scattered in various locations. However, based on prior experiences, our arrival points have consistently been near the entrance. At that time, we shall regroup, forming teams based on diverse professions. Should anyone become separated or lag behind, they are to venture deeper into the dungeon independently." "Understood," the soldiers chorused in unison. 3 minutes later, those participating in the operation began to step into the abyssal void. Lin Hao felt a slight dizziness as darkness enveloped him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dim, desolate world. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and the ground beneath was marred and mottled, resembling a place long since tainted. A profound sense of oppression surged within him. Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings, but saw no one. At this moment, he was unaware of where he had been transported. After a moment of contemplation, he set off towards the north. After traversing approximately 100 meters, a creature akin to a unicorn appeared before him. Lin Hao cast a detection spell. Nightmare Beast, Abyssal Demon. Level, 25. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 7,000. Mentality, 2,000. Vitality, 4,000. Skills, Dark Flame, Illusion. He had read about the Nightmare Beast in a tome. It was a formidable dark entity from the depths of hell, symbolizing bloodshed and slaughter. Legend had it that it was a twin to the unicorn, though it had descended into the abyss. To encounter such a fearsome demon here was unexpected, and its attributes were remarkably high, surpassing even those of the bosses in the Lost Mine. If this dungeon was filled with such creatures, many in the 100-person team would undoubtedly perish. "Arise, my companions," Lin Hao murmured softly as 50 gold-eating worms materialized from the void around him. Now at level 19, he could summon up to 190 of these creatures. During his time in the Lost Mine, he had adeptly utilized his full magical power upon leveling up, continuously summoning gold-eating worms. As of now, he had amassed 180 in his pet space, nearly reaching the maximum. However, the number of spirit butterflies he shared life with was limited to around 50. Yet, each spirit butterfly possessed a health pool exceeding 10,000, resulting in a formidable total of 500,000 health points. Truly a near-immortal entity. Lin Hao had never been concerned about his own health. Although the spirit butterflies were not numerous, their impact was significant. They served as his trump card, instilling in him the courage to confront any monster or foe. Attack. With a swift motion of his hand, 20 gold-eating worms surged towards the Nightmare Beast. At that moment, the creature, previously ambling about, caught sight of the worms and Lin Hao. The scent of humanity ignited its fury. Its blood-red eyes emitted a wave of psychic energy, and Lin Hao instantly felt a chill wash over him. Around him, countless undead emerged from the ground, dragging their decaying bodies toward him. Illusion? Lin Hao's pupils constricted slightly. He directed a detection spell towards one of the corpses. No information was displayed. The gold-eating worms, swift as the wind, soon descended upon the Nightmare Beast. With a resounding thud, dark flames erupted from the creature, warping the surrounding space with their heat. However, this black flame had no effect on the gold-eating worms. The Nightmare Beast was taken aback, unable to fathom the strength of these tiny creatures. Its illusions and dark flames were utterly ineffective against them. Just as it contemplated fleeing, it was too late. The 20 gold-eating worms had already latched onto it. Beginning to gnaw. With a series of anguished cries, the Nightmare Beast fell lifelessly to the ground within 10 seconds. Simultaneously, the chilling aura and the undead that had emerged vanished into thin air. Indeed, it was an illusion. Yet, this illusion was masterfully crafted. Had it not been for Lin Hao's gold-eating worms slaying the casting entity, the Nightmare Beast, he would have been unable to unravel it. You have slain the Nightmare Beast, Abyssal Demon. Gaining 70,000 experience points. You have obtained a bronze equipment, Demonized Nightmare Longsword. You have acquired item, Unicorn Horn 3. Nightmare Longsword, Demonized Strength 50. Vitality 50, increases strength-based skills by 10, usable at level 25. Lin Hao was momentarily stunned, then elated. One Nightmare Beast yielded such a staggering amount of experience, alongside an equipment drop and an item. This was comparable to defeating minor bosses. Were the Abyssal Demons this affluent? If so, the potential rewards from his subsequent endeavors here would be immense. Lin Hao summoned forth an additional 40 gold-eating worms and strode confidently forward. A roar echoed from his left. Lin Hao adjusted his course and approached the source. A stout figure, wielding a one-handed sword, was frantically slashing at the air around him. Depung. At that moment, he was exerting all his strength to cleave the empty space, panting heavily and on the verge of collapse. He had fallen victim to the Nightmare Beast's illusion. Lin Hao glanced around and indeed spotted a Nightmare Beast approximately 100 meters away from Zhao Hu. Attack. Dozens of gold-eating worms surged toward the Nightmare Beast. Moments later, The creature lay dead. You have slain the nightmare beast, abyssal demon, gaining 70,000 experience points. You have obtained bronze equipment, demonized nightmare staff. You have acquired item, unicorn horn 4. Nightmare staff, demonized mentality 50, vitality 50, increases mentality-based skills by 10, usable at level 25. Another equipment drop. However, there was a tinge of regret. All these items were demonized, and human practitioners could not use them directly without purification by an alchemist. The purification process could be rather cumbersome, yet aside from the cost, these items could still fetch a handsome price on the market. The potential profit was significant. If all the monsters here were of such caliber, then one could unleash a relentless slaughter. It was conceivable that with 1,000 monsters, one could reap thousands of pieces of equipment. Chapter 58, Equipment dropped in abundance. Boss. Following the demise of the nightmare beast, Yu Dapeng regained his senses, propping himself up with his sword as he steadied his wobbling frame. Upon spotting Lin Hao, a wave of joy washed over him. He then noticed the fallen nightmare beast and understood that it was Lin Hao who had come to his aid, slaying the monster. Boss, had you not arrived in time, I would have perished. He chuckled bitterly. How did you end up alone? Yu Dapeng shook his head. I was transported here alone, encountering no one. I intended to hide until I found a team, but accidentally stumbled upon this nightmare beast. One misstep, and I nearly lost my life to this beast. Terror still lingered on Yu Dapeng's face, as the might of the abyssal demon far exceeded his expectations. Had he known the monsters here were so powerful, he would never have ventured in. He had also heard from Ning-Yuan that Lin Hao represented the military in entering the shadowed realm, which prompted him to apply to join his father. He initially believed that with his silver armor, he could withstand the onslaught of monsters around level 30. Alas, this was an undeveloped abyssal passage. Even monsters of the same level here, these abyssal demons, possessed attributes and skills far superior to those of their counterparts outside. Boss, I was wrong. I can't survive here, Yu Dapeng lamented, a despondent expression on his face. Fear not, as long as I am here. You cannot perish even if you wish to. Lin Hao reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Just stick with me, and I will lead you. The demons here are rich in resources. Both experience and loot are abundant. Soon, we will likely encounter numerous ores and herbs. Henceforth, we must hasten our pace to gather our spoils. You shall be the captain. Make sure to collect everything into your backpack. Upon hearing this, Yu Dapeng's face lit up with joy. Got it, boss. Yu Dapeng invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Accept. They had not walked far when a horde of nightmares appeared within Lin Hao and Yu Dapeng's line of sight. There seemed to be about 30 of them. This formidable assembly of nightmares exuded waves of dark energy, stirring an instinctive trepidation within. Yu Dapeng's complexion shifted. His limbs turned weak. He could hardly handle one, let alone a whole group. If they provoked even a single one, the entire horde would surely descend upon them. Yu Dapeng looked at Lin Hao. Boss, should we circumvent them? Fool. We've barely found anything. Why would we deter? Just focus on gaining experience and collecting items, Lin Hao replied calmly. Attack. 90 devourers surged forth like a swarm of miniature bombers towards the cluster of nightmares. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 90 devourers collided with dozens of nightmares. Instantly, chaos ensued. Lin Hao commanded the devourers to unleash their fury skill. In a state of fury, the devourers' attack power surged by 200 for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Efficiency must be maximized. From his earlier studies, Lin Hao understood that dungeons associated with abyssal passages yielded far richer rewards than mere exploration. Not only did the monsters drop valuable loot, but there were also abundant resources to harvest. Kill Nightmare, Abyssal Demon, Experience 50,000. Acquire Bronze Equipment, Demonized Nightmare Pauldrons. Acquire Item, Horn 3. Acquire Item, Basic Demon Stone 1. Kill Nightmare, Abyssal Demon, Experience 50,000. Kill Nightmare, Abyssal Demon, Experience 50,000. In an instant, a flurry of notifications flooded the team chat. Over 30 monsters, hundreds of messages. A flash of white light illuminated the scene. Yu Dapeng leveled up, ascending from level 16 to 17. Holy cow. Damn it. Boss, this is simply outrageous. Yu Dapeng exclaimed, dumbfounded. Boss, while I knew you were strong, I never expected you to be this formidable. Although Yu Dapeng had previously navigated the Lost Mines hell level with Lin Hao, he was now utterly astonished. What kind of place was this? The Shadowed Realm. Every monster was exceedingly powerful. Just earlier, he had encountered a single nightmare and had felt its strength firsthand. Had Lin Hao not arrived in time, he would surely have met the same fate as those who now lay lifeless. Yet here they were, facing over 30 such monsters simultaneously. Lin Hao observed Yu Dapeng's look of disbelief and shook his head. Dapeng, can you not aspire for more? Good, good. I shall accompany the boss to witness the world. No way. Yu Dapeng shouted again. What now? Boss, we've struck gold, haha? Yu Dapeng exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms. 30 pieces of equipment, and a plethora of basic demon stones and horns. Alright, you just focus on being our backpack hero. Let us move. Lin Hao urged, guiding Yu Dapeng further north. Beneath their feet lay a scorched landscape, dotted with stunted shrubs that resembled charred remnants of a fire. Kill Nightmare, Abyssal Demon. Experience 50,000. Acquire Bronze Equipment, Demonized Nightmare Pauldrons. Acquire Item, Basic Demon Stone 1. The notifications continued to flash on the screen. Within a mere 10 minutes, Yu Daping's backpack had filled with 40 to 50 pieces of equipment. At this moment, he was no longer merely astonished. He was utterly astounded. Is this how one acquires equipment? Is this how items are farmed? Someone, Yu Daping shouted. As they approached, they beheld 3 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, charred as if scorched by flames. These individuals had been full of life just moments ago at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, 2 wore military uniforms while 1 was a scion of a prominent family. They were all dead. The thought that had Lin Hao not appeared just in time. He too could have met the same grim fate sent shivers down his spine. Yet now, following the boss, he felt exhilarated. Lin Hao nodded. They all fell victim to the nightmares, first ensnared by an illusion, their strength drained, and then perished in black flames. Hey boss. Let us move on. Yu Daping could no longer bear to look. Wait. Lin Hao bent down to pick up a black stone from the ground, its shape reminiscent of a spindle. Yu Daping, intrigued, stepped closer. It appears to be cobalt ore. Lin Hao remarked casually. Cobalt ore? Right, now that you mention it. I recall seeing it in a high school textbook. Cobalt ore is one of the valuable ores that can be refined into cobalt ingots, which fetch an even higher price. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, then looked at Yu Daping in astonishment. Daping, aren't you supposed to be a slacker? How do you know about such obscure mineral knowledge? Boss, are you mocking me? That's because one exam had a question on it, and I copied your answer, but I remembered it too. This small piece can sell for 1,000, and many will fight over it. Boss, this little chunk counts as income. Had you not been observant, I would have nearly missed it. Lin Hao chuckled. Is that so? Then take a look at the ground. Upon hearing this, Yu Daping glanced down and was instantly dumbfounded. Scattered across the ground were 1, 2, 3, countless pieces of spindle-shaped cobalt ore. As far as the eye could see, they were innumerable, perhaps numbering in the millions. Chapter 59, Never-Ending Harvest, Truly Endless. Boss, we've struck it rich. Yu Daping's voice trembled with excitement as he dove to the ground, frantically gathering. Your team acquires item, cobalt, or 1. Your team acquires item, cobalt, or 1. A barrage of notifications filled the screen. It was an unending collection. After a mere 10 minutes, Yu Daping's backpack brimmed with 300 to 400 pieces of cobalt ore. Selling them would easily net 300 to 400,000. This was no mere gathering of cobalt ore. This was akin to collecting money. In just a fleeting moment, hundreds of thousands were within reach. Yet, all around lay scattered cobalt ore upon the ground, a veritable trove of wealth discarded carelessly. Hurry, hurry, quicker still. Yu Daping moved with a speed surpassing that of a bullet, drawing his bows with both hands, frantically collecting the precious stones. His eyes burned with fervor. Just a few pieces of cobalt ore would suffice to secure a luxurious private room in a KTV in Yang City, followed by the company of several charming ladies for an evening of singing and revelry. However, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Daping, we can no longer linger here collecting cobalt ore. What are you saying, boss? This is all money. To ignore such wealth would be a calamity. We must press on. Don't, boss. Upon hearing Lin Hao's insistence to abandon the cobalt ore and move forward, Daping felt a swell of despair. Boss, you have no idea. Before my father made his fortune, our family was impoverished, living on a meager sum of 10 yuan a day, often going 10 days without meat. Lin Hao was at a loss for words. Fine, I shall grant you 1 minute. Daping stood, his expression one of pleading despair as he implored, Boss, just 10 more minutes. 10 seconds have already passed. You have 50 seconds left. If not, I shall proceed alone while you remain here collecting ore. Lin Hao replied coolly. You heartless fiend. How can you torment me so? Daping roared, and with a swift motion, he dove to the ground, his pace in gathering cobalt ore doubling. Lin Hao chuckled softly. What a nouveau riche. Is it not the case that the more one has, the more one desires? As a minute elapsed, Lin Hao resumed his forward march. Daping, reluctant, repeatedly glanced back at the ground. However, Lin Hao's speed left no opportunity for him to gather more stones. After advancing half a mile, they emerged from the charred earth into a thicket. Yet, under the shadowy sky, the greenery appeared not in vibrant hues, but rather bore a brownish hue. Hiss! A horse's whinny echoed as a knight charged toward Lin Hao and Yu Daping. It was none other than a headless knight. Headless knight, abyssal demon. Level, 27, strength, 9,000. Agility, 5,000. Mentality, 2,000. Constitution, 6,000. Skills, charge, stomp, the headless knight. A terrifying figure galloping through the darkness, possessed attributes far superior to the 25-level nightmarish beasts encountered earlier. A swarm of gold-devouring insects surged forward. The knight's skeletal steed charged, sending several insects flying. Hiss! The headless knight pulled on the reins, rearing its horse, and then stomped heavily to the ground. Several gold-devouring insects were crushed beneath its hooves, their shells cracking slightly. Yet, more insects leapt upon man and steed. Ah! The headless knight let out a wail, collapsing to the earth. Your team has slain the Headless Knight, Abyssal Demon, gaining 60,000 experience. Your team has received Bronze Equipment, Demonized Knight's Sword. Your team has obtained 3 basic Demon Stones. Knight's Longsword, Demonized Strength 60, Constitution 60, Strength-related skills increased by 12, usable at level 30. Such a bounty of experience, equipment, and items. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Outside, one cannot even catch a glimpse of a demonic creature, yet here they abound. Dapeng trailed behind Lin Hao, his backpack now overflowing with gear and items, leaving him greatly satisfied. After advancing several hundred meters, Lin Hao's gold-devouring insects dispatched dozens of nightmarish beasts and headless knights. Dapeng's backpack filled with additional equipment. Here, the demons, save for a few, generously awarded experience, gear, and items. At this moment, the two entered a vast expanse of grassland. Surrounding them were grasses towering half their height, stretching endlessly. The grass blades were sharp and pointed, adorned with clusters of black flowers. Cautioning against lurking monsters beneath the thickets, they tread carefully. Yet, their worries proved unnecessary. This place was eerily quiet, devoid of any creatures. Dapeng reached out to pluck one of the black flowers. To his surprise, such beautiful blooms thrived in this desolate land. The black flowers were dusted with silvery pollen, resembling countless stars against a night sky, truly a sight to behold. However, without keen observation, one might easily overlook such exquisite details. Boss, allow me to gather some flowers for you. When we meet Ningyuansi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui, you can present them as gifts. Dapeng clutched 3 or 4 flowers in his hand. Boss, those girls seem quite fond of you. Wherever you go, their gazes follow. Which one do you fancy? Ningyuansi is serene, Lin Shi is fiery, and Mu Shui is graceful. Each possesses their own allure. If it were me, I too would find it hard to choose. Lin Hao recalled a saying that had gained popularity online in his previous life. Only elementary school students are faced with choices. Adults take everything. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze upon the black flowers in Dapeng's hand. What is it, boss? Dapeng asked, bewildered. These are black butterfly flowers, Lin Hao replied calmly. Black butterfly flowers? What kind of flower is that? Dapeng inquired, confusion evident on his face. The black butterfly flower is a rare herbaceous plant, notoriously difficult to cultivate artificially. Yet it serves as a primary ingredient for crafting spiritual blue medicine. Is it valuable? Dapeng's excitement grew. Lin Hao nodded, speaking softly. It is worth more than cobalt ore. A single black butterfly flower is equivalent to 2 pieces of cobalt ore. My goodness. Dapeng gasped. How many of these flowers must be blooming here? His eyes suddenly glistened with fervor. To maintain its pristine quality, the flower must be harvested in its entirety from the stem. You are not a cultivator, so you cannot achieve this. Of course, the way you just picked them causes slight damage, which would marginally affect their value. This is all documented in books. Before Lin Hao could finish, Dapeng bellowed, all of these are mine. And then he dove headfirst into the flowers. Your team has obtained 1 black butterfly flower. Your team has obtained 1 black butterfly flower. A flurry of notifications flooded the screen. Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words. There seemed to be no end to the picking. As Dapeng frantically gathered flowers, he muttered to himself. Chapter 60, Bitter Battle, Reunion. Seeing Dapeng in a frenzied state, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Dapeng, how long do you intend to gather these flowers? Yet, gazing upon the vast expanse of black butterfly flowers, Lin Hao too felt a sense of awe. Outside, one could hardly procure a single flower, yet here they flourished abundantly. Boss, you aren't planning to leave without these black butterfly flowers, are you? Dapeng's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. Lin Hao chuckled softly. Just moments ago, you nearly perished here. Have you forgotten? Have you considered what would happen if the passage were to spiral out of control, allowing demons to surge into Yang City like before? What would become of the city? Perhaps it would be reduced to ruins. Yu Dapeng paused his harvesting, rising to his feet as he gazed at Lin Hao. Do you understand? Dapeng, our time is limited. We must hasten forward. Indeed, boss, you speak the truth. Yu Dapeng nodded. Yet, his gaze lingered on the enchanting black butterfly flowers. Very well, once we clear this passage, these resources will be gradually developed by those who follow. I understand. Yu Dapeng felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. But having it now, it belongs solely to us. As they pressed onward, every couple of 100 meters, the sight of numerous corpses littered the ground became increasingly apparent. Among them were military personnel and members of noble families. They had already encountered a dozen or so bodies along the way. The weight of the situation bore heavily on Yu Dapeng's expression. Boss, do you think Ningyuansi and the others might have met with misfortune as well? Lin Hao remained silent. Yu Dapeng sighed. Now, every time I see a corpse, I dare not look at their faces. I fear recognizing them. Lin Hao utilized 30 gold-eating worms to pave the way ahead, dispersing the remaining 150 to engage any lurking monsters. In addition to gaining experience points, Lin Hao aimed to cleanse this passage of its malevolent entities, eradicating any living threats. Suddenly, from a distance, a cacophony of spells erupted. Fireballs, lightning, and thunder streaked across the sky. The chaos rendered the atmosphere tumultuous. with dust and debris swirling about. Boss, there are many people fighting ahead. Yes, let us go take a look. Stopping, stay slightly behind me. If anything happens, do not be reckless. I will shield you, do you understand? Lin Hao stated earnestly. Oh, a tank following behind a mental-type leader. How embarrassing it would be to admit. Nevertheless, Yu Dapeng obediently stayed in Lin Hao's wake. As they advanced, the situation became clearer. Approximately 30 professionals crouched behind a mound, continuously unleashing attacks. Scattered among them were numerous corpses, and many of the fighters bore injuries, the circumstances dire. Lin Hao, you're alive. What a relief. Called a voice. A man approached, revealing himself to be Zhao Hu. We searched for you everywhere, fearing you had met with disaster. Lin Hao surveyed the chaotic scene, noting a mix of military representatives and noble descendants. What is the current situation? He inquired, reporting to the deputy commander. After we were teleported here, among 50 soldiers, only 17 managed to regroup. Unable to locate any more personnel, we advanced under the commander's lead, continuously gathering others along the way, soldiers and noble families alike. At our peak, we reached 48. We finally became capable of confronting those nightmarish beasts and headless knights. However, after encountering a level 29 flying demoness, we suffered heavy losses. Fewer than 30 remain now, and many are severely drained of both physical and mental energy, nearly unable to fight. As Zhao Hu spoke, a piercing shriek echoed through the air, so sharp and loud that it left everyone momentarily disoriented, teetering on the brink of collapse. Even Lin Hao experienced a sudden headache. Simultaneously, across the hill, a towering creature with wings ascended from the ground. It was a bewitchingly beautiful female demon, grasping what appeared to be a tank-like professional in its clutches. With razor-sharp fangs, it sunk its teeth into the professional's neck, relentlessly draining their blood. The professional's screams echoed as they struggled in vain. Yet, half a minute later, the unfortunate soul became a desiccated husk, resembling a weathered corpse. Once the demoness had drained all the blood, she tore the professional apart, fragments raining down to the ground. Below, combatants unleashed spells and arrows in a futile attempt to strike her down, but as the winged demoness soared higher into the sky, all attacks missed their mark. That blood-sucking demoness has claimed the lives of over a dozen of us, Zhao Hu exclaimed, his voice tinged with palpable fear as he watched the demoness retreat into the distance. On the ground, a group of 20 nightmarish beasts and headless knights that had been confronting the humans began to withdraw, and none dared to pursue them. In the brief respite, everyone focused on recuperating, healers casting spells to restore their allies. Lin Hao, are you alright? Approached a woman clad in military attire, none other than Chen Ziqing. However, in that moment, her hair and clothing were disheveled, her complexion pale, and she appeared quite disheveled. That demoness is exceedingly formidable, no matter how grievously injured she is. She simply takes flight, only to return in half an hour, rejuvenated to her prime. Each time, she claims numerous lives. Thus we are not only unable to advance, but have also been pushed back significantly. If this continues, we will not only fail to breach the passage, but we will all perish. Chen Ziqing spoke gravely. It was then that she noticed Lin Hao standing beside Yu Dapeng, both appearing invigorated and composed, showing no signs of exhaustion, particularly Lin Hao, whose attire bore no creases, as if he had not engaged in any battle at all. He looked more like a tourist than a participant in this dire conflict. In stark contrast, Chen Ziqing's fair visage was smeared with dirt, her face marred, and she was visibly drained from excessive magical exertion, her pallor evident, with several tears in her clothing, especially a large gash running down her back that nearly inflicted a fatal injury. It was clear that she had only managed to recover due to assistance from a healer. In light of their contrasting states, she suddenly felt that her initial inquiry about Lin Hao's well-being was a mockery. He was unharmed, while she was the one in dire straits. Her tone turned icy as she said, "You haven't encountered any monsters behind you?" The emphasis on behind was particularly biting. "We've encountered some monsters, but they weren't particularly strong. We dispatched them easily," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. "Huh, we have slain over 20 demons. To claim you encountered only weak monsters is a blatant lie. The lowest here is a level 25 nightmarish beast." Chen Ziqing's anger flared. Just then, 3 young women emerged from a small ravine, calling out, "Lin Hao, Brother Hao." It was Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui. Lin Shi rushed forward, embracing Lin Hao tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Brother Hao, I thought I would never see you again." Chen Ziqing's gaze toward Lin Hao turned even colder. Chapter 61. Just how many demons have you slain? Seeing Lin Shi clinging to him so fervently, Lin Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment and was about to push her away. However, he quickly noticed her entire body trembling. The recent series of battles and the sight of countless deaths had evidently terrified this young girl, who had not faced much adversity. With a sense of helplessness, he gently patted her back, murmuring reassuringly, "It's all right, don't be afraid. I'm here, everything will be fine." Chen Ziqing coldly remarked, "Enough, Lin Hao. We entered with an exceedingly important mission of conquest, not to engage in romance here." Lin Hao was rendered speechless. However, Chen Ziqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further mocking him and instead addressed him earnestly. Lin Hao, I need you to escort the injured and those lacking combat prowess to retreat. They are of no use here and will undoubtedly be slaughtered. Please do your utmost to protect them, and if you encounter demons, organize their defense, understood? Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Was he to become the captain of a logistics team for the injured? What about her? The demons here were unexpectedly formidable. At their level, we were no match for them. However, failure in this mission would spell disaster for the world outside. Thus, I must press forward with the other team members. Lin Liang shook his head, suggesting, if there are indeed injured that need to be evacuated, let Zhao Hu take them down. What do you intend to do, Lin Hao? Chen Ziqing's temper flared. You are, after all, the deputy commander appointed by my uncle. You must contribute something, even if your rank is lower. You cannot face those demons alone, but I've assigned Zhao Hu to accompany you for support. Surely, that alleviates your fears. Lin Hao was aware that Chen Ziqing misunderstood him, assuming he sought only to safeguard himself and did not wish to be encumbered by a team of injured. He had no desire to engage in pointless disputes with her. Thus, he replied coldly, Chen Ziqing, do you truly believe you possess the capability to reach the end and sever the connection to the demon realm? Even if it means death, it must be on the path of advancement. With unwavering resolve, Chen Ziqing spoke these words with a spirit that embraced death. Lin Hao remained silent. Her bravery was commendable, yet it served no purpose if the objective remained unachievable. He had promised Zhao Kaijun to undertake this mission, to fulfill his duties and earn rewards. Should Chen Ziqing disagree, he would not hesitate to act independently. Why should he be constrained by a naive young woman who attempts to dictate his actions? Most importantly, she possessed no clear understanding of his true capabilities. He glanced at Chen Ziqing and calmly stated, enough. You are fatigued from the battle. Allow me to handle the matters ahead. Chen Ziqing grew anxious. No, Lin Hao. Your level is low, and your combat power insufficient. Participating in battle could lead to your demise. Insufficient combat power. Lin Hao retorted coolly. On what grounds do you base that claim? Chen Ziqing, now genuinely angry, remarked. The task I assigned you was intended to keep you away from danger and preserve your life, yet you persist in your stubbornness. What do you mean, Lin Hao? Is there a need for justification? You are merely at level 19, just slightly above your female companions. Everyone knows that those like you come here merely to skim the surface and reap some benefits. My uncle, it is said, has connections with your father and looks out for you. Must I lay it out so plainly? The true combat strength lies with those at level 30. Even they struggle against the demons here. What do you rely on? You have been leisurely trailing behind us because we have already cleared the path of monsters. You have seen little of what true demons are like. Why attempt to flaunt your strength now? At that moment, Zhao Hu interjected, Lin Hao, you should heed Ziqing's advice. The dangers ahead are indeed too great. Concerned that his words might hurt Lin Hao's pride, he added, besides, safeguarding these injured is no simple task. Even if we retreat, we may still encounter those demons, and engaging them would be exceedingly arduous. He held Lin Hao in high regard. Lin Hao possessed the command token of General Zhao, yet had never utilized its privileges. Chen Ziqing had just assigned him to lead, which Zhao Hu understood was essentially to protect Lin Hao. He had resolved that should danger arise, he would stand in front of Lin Hao, even if it cost him his life. You understand, Lin Hao, and as your commander, you must comply with my orders, Chen Ziqing insisted through gritted teeth. Aware of Lin Hao's rebellious nature, she had no choice but to invoke her authority as commander in an attempt to sway him. How many demons did you slay earlier? Lin Hao suddenly inquired. Over 20. I believe, Chen Ziqing responded. Let me tell you, these demons are incredibly powerful. It's no easy feat for a team to take down even one. You should, Dapeng. Lin Hao interrupted her. Boss. Yu Dapeng stepped forward, approaching Lin Hao. Show them the equipment from your pack. Yes, boss. With a flourish, Yu Dapeng revealed the contents of his backpack. A cascade of gleaming items spilled forth, creating a mountain of equipment upon the ground, shimmering with golden light. Although they could not count them precisely, it was evident that there were at least 200 to 300 pieces of gear. An instant of silence enveloped the gathering. They had just vanquished demons and knew that each typically yielded an item. A few had not dropped anything. The sheer quantity of 200 to 300 pieces indicated that Lin Hao's team had certainly dispatched no fewer than 300 demons. The sword and shield tank beside him, clearly not the primary force behind the kills, raised questions. Who had achieved such feats? Lin Hao? Was he truly that powerful? Just moments ago, it had taken all their might to defeat a single demon, and many had fallen in the process. How had he accomplished such a feat? Lin Hao, just how many demons did you actually kill? Did you truly acquire all this equipment? Chen Ziqing exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. What? Do you think these demons gifted them to me? Lin Hao shook his head. How did you manage to defeat them? We found it so difficult to kill even one. Chen Ziqing struggled to swallow her disbelief. Had it not been for the overwhelming evidence of the amassed equipment, she would have found it impossible to accept. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on the details of the process, is there? Lin Hao replied coolly. All this loot belongs to us. Do not harbor any thoughts of claiming it. Yu Dapeng dove into the pile of equipment, swiftly stowing the items into his spatial backpack. Lin Hao, you Even Chen Ziqing and the surrounding city guards were left astounded, while Zhao Hu stood speechless, trembling. All were 30-level professionals, struggling to comprehend how a mere 19-level Lin Hao could have slain so many demons. Did this not imply that Lin Hao was vastly superior to them? How could that be? Yet the irrefutable evidence lay before them. Chapter 62. Instantly slaying hundreds of demons. This fellow never failed to astonish and shock. Ning Yuan glanced deeply at Lin Hao. She had witnessed his prowess in the Lost Mines Hell Gate. While it was not as terrifying as the current scenario, he had navigated that challenge with effortless ease, a fact she had personally experienced. Mu Shui stood beside Yu Dapeng, whispering, "Did you really kill so many demons? That seems exaggerated." Her eyes widened in shock as she turned to Yu Dapeng. "Dapeng, wait, you've reached level 18? Just a little more, and I'll be at level 19, Yu Dapeng chuckled. "My heavens." Mu Shui gasped in astonishment. "I always knew that Brother Hao was formidable." Dapeng quickly assembled a team. "I wish to accompany Brother Hao." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Shi dared not cling to Lin Hao any longer. However, her hand rested gently within the crook of his arm. She had become utterly captivated by Lin Hao's prowess in the labyrinthine mine. "Lin Hao, even though I am unfamiliar with your methods of combat, your strength brings me joy, for it instills hope in our advancement." After her initial shock at Lin Hao's capabilities, Chen Ziqing felt a glimmer of hope arise within her. Earlier, her description of the situation had been tinged with despair. Although she found Lin Hao somewhat disagreeable, she certainly did not wish for him to perish without cause. Thus, she had suggested that Lin Hao lead the way while she faced the demons and enchantresses ahead. "Now, Lin Hao, it is your command, and I shall support you." Chen Ziqing, being a soldier at heart, though occasionally exhibiting a feminine disposition, was resolute in critical matters. Lin Hao shook his head. "You should decide the arrangements. I will merely assist with the assault." "Very well. Time is of the essence." And Chen Ziqing promptly began reallocating personnel, as per Lin Hao's instructions. There were still 28 individuals present, yet 8 had lost their combat capabilities, and Zhao Hu was tasked with keeping them behind. The remaining 20 were organized into 4 teams based on their professions. Out of consideration for Lin Hao, Chen Ziqing agreed to allow lower-ranked members such as Ning Yuanxi and Yu Dapeng to accompany them forward, integrating them into Lin Hao's group. This delighted the young women, who had feared they would be left behind, for they all wished to follow Lin Hao. "Boss." Yu Dapeng suddenly found himself in a predicament. "I shall transfer the team leader role to you. My backpack is already full to the brim." Upon hearing this, those nearby were rendered speechless. For someone of Yu Dapeng's caliber, the available space in his backpack typically accommodated around 500 items. Generally, it would be implausible to fill it to capacity even with numerous supplies. This indicated just how much loot he and Lin Hao had amassed moments prior. "You should give the team leader position to Ning Yuanxi." "Oh, right, of course." Just as the personnel adjustments were finalized, a series of sharp screams echoed through the air. In the distance, a winged enchantress, accompanied by a horde of over 100 demons, swooped down upon them. "They are coming." Chen Ziqing's expression shifted dramatically. The number of demons this time was several times greater than before. "Everyone, be cautious." The assembled crowd immediately took their positions, tanks in front, damage dealers in the center, and support at the rear. As tension mounted among the group, a buzzing sound resonated from all directions. Confusion ensued as countless black insects, each the size of a fist, flew toward them from various angles, converging around Lin Hao. Hundreds encircled him. "Lin Hao, am I to be considered your pet insect?" Chen Ziqing inquired curiously. Earlier, at the entrance to the novice dungeon, she had learned of Lin Hao's profession from others. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded. At that moment, the enchantress and the demons were drawing near. "Attack. Tanks. Maintain aggro and protect the damage dealers and support." Spells and arrows rained upon the adversaries, while support personnel enhanced each member's abilities. Lin Hao found himself enveloped in 5 or 6 radiant auras, significantly boosting his attributes. However, this augmentation had little impact on Lin Hao. His true strength resided with his pet insects, while his own capabilities remained relatively weak aside from his substantial health. Lin Hao had long sought to enhance his personal prowess but had struggled to find the right opportunity or strategy. To his surprise, the collective onslaught of his comrades was nearly dispelled by the enchantress's powerful wings, with only a few scattered attacks managing to inflict minimal damage on the demons below. It was no wonder they had suffered such a beating earlier. Their output was insufficient to challenge the enemy. Observing the enchantress's actions, Lin Hao surmised that she had employed a technique akin to a storm to counter their assault. These demons were nearly level 30 and possessed strength on par with minor bosses. How could any similarly ranked adventurer hope to compete? Only with ample collaboration among multiple adventurers could they leverage their collective strengths to achieve victory. "Go forth, my companions," Lin Hao commanded. All the gold-eating insects surged toward the demons. Upon reaching the demons' heads, they descended upon them with ferocity. In an instant, dozens of nightmare beasts and headless horsemen were overturned. The demons engaged in fierce combat with the horde of insects, and even the enchantress found herself besieged by 2 or 3 dozen of them. 1 demon fell. 2 demons fell. The enchantress let out a pained cry and ascended into the sky. 1 minute later, with the exception of the enchantress, all nightmare beasts and headless horsemen lay defeated. Is it over? Have all the demons perished? The gathered individuals stood in stunned silence. What manner of insect is this? So fearsome? It turned out that the hundreds of pieces of equipment he had unleashed earlier were indeed genuine. This was how he had vanquished the monsters. To eliminate all these demons so effortlessly is utterly astonishing. We battled fiercely for an extended period, losing many lives to repel the demons. And yet he single-handedly dispatched them in what could hardly have been more than a minute? The crowd gazed at Lin Hao in shock. As they observed numerous insects returning, a wave of trepidation washed over many, prompting them to step aside and distance themselves from the gold-eating insects. Such powerful demons could not withstand their relentless gnawing. Zhao Hu sighed. So, Lin Hao's strength is indeed at this level. No wonder, at merely 19 years of age, he has garnered such esteem and trust from General Zhao. This is not merely the result of connections. Is this truly the prowess of our vice commander? The entire city guard regarded Lin Hao with eyes filled with reverence. Previously, when General Zhao proclaimed him as vice commander, they had been perplexed. Now, it all made sense. Entering the dungeon, they had endured a grueling battle. The demons might had instilled a sense of despair within them. As warriors, they did not fear death on the battlefield. However, failing this mission meant that once the barrier outside collapsed, the relentless tide of demons would pour into the mortal realm. The earth would transform into a scene of carnage. Yet now, with Lin Hao's decisive intervention, he had swiftly dispatched over 100 demons. Even the once terrifying enchantress had vanished without a trace. Hope ignited within their hearts. They were saved. Yang City was saved. A salute to Vice Commander Lin. One member of the city guard stood at attention and rendered a precise military salute to Lin Hao. The others promptly followed suit, offering their own salutes in unison. Chapter 63, The Demon Saintus and Vlad. Lin Hao's expression suddenly darkened, a look of grave concern crossing his face. What is it, Lin Hao? Chun Ziqing asked hurriedly, her heart racing with unease. She had never seen Lin Hao bear such a serious countenance. Since their acquaintance, he had always been composed and unflappable. Moreover, after Lin Hao's display of power, his pet insects had proven overwhelmingly strong, easily overcoming even the mightiest of demons, rendering him nearly invincible. In a low voice, Lin Hao replied, I just lost about 20 of my pet insects while pursuing the enchantress. This marked the first time such a thing had occurred since the inception of his journey. Although it is said that as long as his mental strength is sufficient, he can summon an endless stream of creatures. Lin Hao gazed into the dim distance. What manner of existence could possibly slay his voracious golden insects? He surveyed the surroundings, observing the 20 or so professionals, and spoke in a hushed tone. Esteemed colleagues, there exists an unknown and formidable entity ahead. Preliminary assessments indicate it possesses the capability to annihilate us in an instant. I urge you all to exercise caution. What? The nearby individuals were taken aback. An entity capable of exterminating them all. How were they to respond? Lin, regardless of what lies ahead, please lead us forward to accomplish our mission of severing the passage. Zhao Hu stepped forward, determination etched upon his face. Lin, we fear not death. The soldiers echoed in unison. Very well, Lin Hao nodded. Perhaps, shortly, these soldiers would meet their demise, and he himself could very well be unable to escape unscathed. Nevertheless, it is the fate of warriors to embrace death in battle. Summon the spirit butterflies. Having recently teamed with Yu Dapeng to vanquish over 300 demons, he had already attained level 20. However, he had yet to find the time to take stock of his situation. Initially, he had intended to reassess and subsequently augment his insect summons. Yet now, this dungeon was far more perilous than anticipated. The loss of 20 voracious golden insects gnawed at his heart. 1, 2, 3. He successfully summoned a total of 10 spirit butterflies. Lin Hao's mental energy was nearly depleted. Summoning level 20 spirit butterflies required an immense amount of willpower. In moments of crisis, he became acutely aware of his inadequacies. Presently, aside from his fundamental attributes, he lacked any significant equipment enhancements. Lin Hao shook his head. Since awakening and acquiring the voracious golden insects, he had scarcely attended to his gear. Moreover, in the early stages of his journey, with rapid level progression, his voracious golden insects had rendered him invincible, causing him to neglect the updating of his equipment. Now, he faced a dire shortage of mental strength. Lin Hao forced a wry smile. With the addition of 10 spirit butterflies to his original 50, he now possessed nearly 700,000 health points. Logically, at around level 30, there should be no entity capable of killing him. Yet, an unsettling anxiety lingered in his heart. Let us proceed. After bolstering their chances of survival, Lin Hao led the group deeper into the passage. Deeper within the tunnel, atop a hill, stood a pale-skinned enchantress. She discarded a withered nightmare beast, drained of all its blood, and seized another to quench her thirst. With every creature she consumed, her body restored itself somewhat. However, despite her continuous healing, full recovery would not be a swift endeavor. Her form bore the scars of countless wounds, the remnants of previous encounters with voracious golden insects. Had she not returned in time, she would have long since perished in the jaws of those creatures. Scattered at her feet lay the remains of 20 voracious golden insects. Beside the enchantress stood 2 demons. One was a strikingly alluring woman, her curves exuding an irresistible charm. She frowned and remarked, "Vlad, I recognized these insects, not long ago. They slaughtered my entire cadre of mental energy vessels." The other demon, resembling a vampire, listened intently. Vlad gazed at the corpses of the voracious golden insects and slowly spoke. "Saintus, these insects are extraordinarily powerful. Had I not recently mastered the infinite toxin skill bestowed by our sovereign, slaying them would have been impossible. Vlad, your infinite toxin is already the most potent skill in the realm of poison. If they fall victim to your toxic arts, as long as they possess blood, your toxin will perpetually regenerate, continuing until they are ultimately vanquished." Had Lin Hao been present, he would likely have recognized the female demon's voice, for it belonged to the one who had emerged from the blood mist after he defeated the bull-headed behemoth in the novice dungeon. The saintess continued, "The master of these insects is a tamer named Lin Hao. I never anticipated he would enter here. Vlad, we must eliminate him, should he grow in strength. He will pose a significant threat to our abyss." Lin Hao led his companions onward, pressing forward. Along the way, his voracious golden insects dispatched numerous nightmare beasts and headless knights. However, the one responsible for killing his voracious golden insects had yet to reveal themselves. Even the enchantress who had previously been relentless in her attacks on Chen Ziqing had not appeared. These nightmare beasts and headless knights were certainly no match for Lin Hao. Each encounter yielded experience points and a bounty of equipment, all of which were collected into Ning-Yuanxi's backpack. As they journeyed, Lin Hao and his companions stumbled upon numerous precious resources. The earlier bounty of cobalt, ore, and black butterfly flowers that Yu Dapeng had secured reappeared in abundance. Yet, the soldiers paid them no heed, while the scions of noble families eagerly gathered what they could. The group moved swiftly, managing to collect only a modicum before needing to depart and rejoin the main force. Most astonishingly, they discovered an expansive vein of kryptonite ore stretching far beyond their sight. Kryptonite was an exceedingly rare mineral, and initial estimates indicated that this vein could be worth several million. However, lacking the necessary tools, they could not extract or collect it. Regretfully, they had no choice but to leave it behind. Unbeknownst to them, they had ventured deep into the latter stages of the passage. Lin Hao's feelings of unease intensified. He understood they were drawing ever closer to that terrifying entity. The insects are back. The Saintess and Vlad simultaneously spotted 4 or 5 voracious golden insects appearing in the distance. Lin Hao scouts. Wind. The Saintess exhaled, her breath transforming into a powerful gust that swiftly coalesced into a tornado, sweeping up the voracious golden insects. Endless toxin. Vlad unleashed several azure bats, which collided with the voracious golden insects within the vortex, enveloping them in a green mist. The black voracious golden insects, tainted by the toxin, turned a sickly hue. Their vitality waned rapidly. Immune to elemental attacks and resistant to mental assaults, the voracious golden insects were utterly helpless against such relentless poison. In mere moments, 4 voracious golden insects fell to the ground, lifeless. Lin Hao, several miles away, felt his pupils constrict with alarm. Poison. Chapter 64. I offer you a chance. Allow me to kill you. As Lin Hao's party approached the depths of the passage, they encountered a large troop of over 30 individuals. The convergence of these 2 groups represented nearly all those who had entered the tunnel. After a brief respite, the 2 factions merged once more. Long Zhaodian was among them. Upon Lin Hao's arrival, Long Zhaodian fixated his gaze upon him. Approaching Lin Hao, he remarked, I've been worried you might have perished. It's a relief to see you. The heart of Night Star, you must safeguard it for me. There are still things I wish to acquire that remain unattainable. Lin Hao regarded him coolly, saying nothing. What was it that he sought? What was this unattainable treasure? Did he believe himself to be formidable among his peers? What good was mere strength without influence or backing? Wasn't he his classmate Yu Dapeng amongst them? Long Zhaoyan's words were laced not only with mockery, but also with an implied threat involving Yu Dapeng. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. A surge of fury welled up within him. You have already chosen the path to your demise. Lin Hao had previously regarded him with indifference, but now, he had touched the reverse scale. Thus, Long Zhaodian, you must perish. Noticing Lin Hao's frigid gaze and his silence, Long Zhaodian snorted dismissively and returned to his slightly distanced group. Soon, you must eliminate him and seize the items he possesses. Otherwise, the previously agreed sum of 50 million will remain beyond your grasp. Long Zhaodian instructed 2 assassins within the team. Rest assured, Long Xiao, we have been searching for him. We never expected he would linger behind. A mere level 20 student is no match for us 2 at level 30. One of us is more than sufficient. Assassins possess a unique advantage in the realm of assassination, an area in which they excel. After a brief respite, the group prepared to embark. Lin Hao suddenly spoke. Dapeng. Yuanxi, you shall remain here and not advance any further. Boss, is that dreadful entity ahead? Dapeng inquired. Lin Hao nodded. Brother Hao, I am unafraid. I will accompany you. If a fierce battle ensues, I can provide you with healing, Lin Shi declared. Lin Hao shook his head. You and Mu Shui must also stay here. You have already earned your merits and gained sufficient experience from this journey. Advancing further may lead to your demise, which is unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Ning-Yuan grew anxious. Lin Hao, then you ought not to proceed either. I am different from you. I am a representative of the military. I cannot retreat without completing my mission. Lin Hao departed from the group. Lin Hao, did you spot that individual through the pangchong? Chun Ziqing inquired gravely from the side. Indeed, Lin Hao replied with a nod. It is a venomous vampire and a demon saintess who wields wind elements. A venomous vampire? A demon saintess? Lin Hao, do you have confidence in confronting them? Chun Ziqing pressed. It's hard to say. Although they too are constrained by the 30-level cap of this passage, I suspect those two demons entered through some arcane means to lower their levels, making them akin to glitches in the system. Chun Ziqing wanted to retort, but thought better of it. Yu Dapeng, Ning-Yuan, and the others heeded Lin Hao's advice and ultimately decided to stay behind. They understood that following Lin Hao would yield little benefit. Lin Hao refrained from persuading Chun Ziqing and Zhao Hu, as it was their duty, and they could not be swayed. Let us proceed. Chun Ziqing instructed Lin Hao. Very well. The main force advanced. Should they encounter scattered demons akin to the Headless Horseman, the team would be able to vanquish them. As for the previously encountered large-scale gatherings of demonic forces, they had seemingly retreated. Lin Hao observed Long Zhaodian and his companions maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close, their gazes fixed upon him. His brow furrowed slightly. Suddenly, he said to Chun Ziqing, "You lead the way, I shall catch up shortly." Huh. Chun Ziqing was puzzled. However, Lin Hao offered no further explanation. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Ziqing chose not to press further. Lin Hao gradually slowed his pace, ultimately trailing behind the group. Most did not notice. But Long Zhaodian and his comrades also began to decelerate, shadowing Lin Hao. What an opportunity. If that brat remained at the center of the crowd, we would struggle to act. Now that he is isolated, the chance is ripe. I alone am more than enough. An assassin rejoiced at Lin Hao's lagging position. Lin Hao's peculiar behavior aroused a vague sense of unease in Long Zhaodian, yet his desire to eliminate Lin Hao eclipsed his caution. If it weren't for Lin Hao, the Night Star's heart would have been his. If not for Lin Hao, he would not have received such a stinging reprimand from his father, who harbored profound disappointment in him. Thus, he did not ponder why Lin Hao was deliberately distancing himself from the group. Hatred surged within him, his eyes burning with rage. Both of you strike together. I must ensure his absolute demise. As Lin Hao observed Long Zhaodian and his companions gradually approaching, a cold smile crept across his face. When one believes they are the predator, they often become the prey instead. Is it really that difficult to engage one's intellect in such a simple matter? The fact that such a fool can reign supreme in Yang City is truly tragic. Lin Hao seemed overly relaxed. He settled down and began to catch his breath. Those at the tail of the group, witnessing this, inquired if he was unwell. After he shook his head, they continued on, indifferent to his plight. Suddenly, a flash of silver darted past. An assassin, who had long been lurking beside Lin Hao, launched an attack. The dagger struck Lin Hao, yet he appeared unfazed. The assassin was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? He had not missed, but why did the target seem unaffected? He understood the magnitude of damage his strike could inflict. A level 20 practitioner, even with decent equipment, should not survive such an assault. At that moment, another assassin swiftly maneuvered to Lin Hao's side. A short sword gleaming with a greenish hue, evidently laced with deadly poison, aimed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao stepped back a few paces, evading the attack. Lin Hao, had you remained with Chun Ziqing, I might have struggled to handle you, but you were simply too weak, having fallen behind and granted me this opportunity. Thus, I must send you to your demise. Long Zhaodian sneered from a distance, flanked by a tank and a support. Is that so? Who shall slay whom remains to be seen? Lin Hao retorted with a cold laugh. Hum hum hum. Countless insects suddenly materialized around Lin Hao, surging toward the two assassins. Ha! Do not make me laugh. You intend to battle with mere insects? One assassin scoffed. However, before he could finish his taunt, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips. The two assassins could only manage to strike a few gold-eating worms away before being engulfed by the swarm. These voracious insects tore into the flesh of the assassins, some even burrowing into their innards to feast upon their organs. The two assassins writhed on the ground. Within a minute, their breath ceased. Then, the gold-eating worms emerged from their cadavers. The two lay in a mangled state, their eyes wide open in terror and agony, as if unable to believe their fate. Long Zhaodian and his companions, not far away, felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 65, The Terrifying Method of Murder. What in the world are those abominable creatures? Long Zhaodian and his companions gazed in horror at the worms emerging from the corpses. In a brief moment, the two assassins were completely devoured, leaving only their bones behind. The assassins had no chance to retaliate. Instantly, the three observers in the distance felt their limbs weaken, an overwhelming fear rising within them. This is nothing short of demonic. Looking at Lin Hao, he appeared calm and unperturbed, as though such methods of killing were not new to him. How could he have ever considered eliminating such a person? Long Zhaodian suddenly found the world absurd. The feeling was akin to a few individuals armed with mere pistols attempting to commit murder, only to be met by an opponent wielding a rocket launcher, who effortlessly dispatched two and then aimed the weapon at them. The most alarming part was the coldness in the opponent's eyes, their ruthlessness evident. A person who is merciless and speaks little. Upon striking, they leave no trace of their victims. Long Xiao, UTMD told us he was merely a level 19 novice? Are you trying to lead us to our doom? A battle assistant shouted at Long Xiaodian. Hey, brother, the one who wants to kill you is Long Xiaodian. It has nothing to do with us. We are also victims of deception. Another healer quickly clarified to Lin Hao. Is that so? Are you afraid now? Lin Hao replied in a calm tone. Lin Hao, I admit you are indeed a remarkable individual. I misjudged you and should not have provoked you. Long Xiaodian attempted to soften his stance. This desolate wilderness is truly an ideal place for murder. In such a perilous environment, being killed by monsters is indistinguishable from being slain by a human. This is precisely why Long Xiaodian organized people to take action here upon hearing that Lin Hao had entered this dungeon. The reasoning is the same. Now, he could hardly fathom how to deal with Lin Hao's terrifying insects. Suddenly, he recalled the words of his uncle regarding Lin Hao. The new player dungeon had shattered records akin to divine feats. There were suspicions that the four notorious figures of Yang City perished at his hands. It was inferred that if Long Xiaodian intervened in the lost mine, he would likely be slain by Lin Hao. Back then, when his uncle shared such outrageous information, although Long Xiaodian feigned acknowledgement, he remained skeptical. And now, those claims were undeniably true. No, perhaps they did not even cover the entirety of Lin Hao's prowess. He was far more formidable and fearsome than anticipated. Why had they not earnestly warned him to never provoke Lin Hao? If they had clearly stated that Lin Hao's professional skills involved such dreadful insects, he would have fled as far as possible. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of regret surged within Long Xiaodian. For the sake of the Nightstar Heart, he had provoked Lin Hao multiple times and contemplated taking action against him. Upon witnessing Lin Hao's cold gaze, he struggled to swallow and trembled, saying, Lin Hao, I no longer want the Nightstar Heart. I can offer you 50 million as long as you spare my life. He was in a state of panic. Truly panicked. It was too late. Lin Hao raised his hand. If you wish to kill, be prepared to be killed. Having resolved to take action, would Lin Hao withdraw midway? Leave behind any incriminating evidence or potential trouble? The swarm of gold-devouring insects around him surged toward Long Xiaodian and his companions like a dark cloud. Before the insects arrived, the chilling aura of death enveloped them. The three were instantly paralyzed with terror. The manner in which these insects killed was utterly horrific. Long Xiaodian, I will haunt you even in death. The battle assistant screamed, turning to flee in a frenzy. Master, spare my life. The healer cried, not daring to linger. Following the battle assistant in retreat, Long Xiaodian's complexion turned deathly pale. He, who usually bore the identity of the heir to the mightiest guild in Yang City, wielded power and bullied the weaker adventurers at will, had brought countless individuals to tears as they pleaded for mercy before him. Initially, he would sometimes show compassion, but over time, killing had only brought him an inexplicable thrill. He often felt like a demon himself. Yet now, he realized that compared to Lin Hao's ruthless methods, he was but a pure-hearted youth. He wanted to run, but his legs felt weak, rendering him immobile. Lin Hao, I am a member of the Strongman Guild. If you kill me. In his haste, he still attempted to threaten Lin Hao, urging him to halt. However, before Long Xiaodian could finish his words, a swarm of gold-devouring insects lunged at him. He tried to cast a spell to repel the insects, but before he could even initiate his movements, a searing pain shot through him. Soon after, the two fleeing companions were overtaken by the gold-devouring insects and brought down to the ground. How could they possibly outrun the insects? Although their agility was not the highest among their attributes, it was still considerable, especially since they could fly. Once targeted, escape was nearly impossible. In no time, the three were covered in gold-devouring insects, which began to gnaw at them frantically. The horrifying sight of their own flesh being devoured and swallowed by these insects was a nightmare reminiscent of childhood terrors. Lin Hao, please make them stop. I was wrong. I should not have tried to forcefully take your Nightstar Heart. Long Xiaodian, realizing he could not threaten Lin Hao, shifted to pleading for mercy. Lin Hao coldly observed the three writhing in agony on the ground. He had never shown mercy to those who bore hostility against him and acted against him. Please, my lord, spare my life. Lin Hao, if you dare to kill me, the Strongman Guild will exact revenge. You will regret it. Oh heavens, my heavens. A minute later, the frantic screams ceased. The three were dead. 2 minutes later, their appearances were utterly unrecognizable. Come back. Lin Hao beckoned. And all the gold-devouring insects returned to him, vanishing into the void. Who has the luxury of time to engage in a back-and-forth game with you? Once the hand is raised, it is a strike of thunder. Erase all traces. The first time Lin Hao took a life, his targets were the four notorious figures in Yang City, who had persistently provoked him. Waves of anger surged within him, but he had yet to strike. Ultimately, when they trailed behind, seeking to kill him and seize his goods, intending to eliminate him and Zhao Shaoling, Lin Hao finally acted and ended their lives. He broke his first killing taboo. Once one kills, they become different. The act of taking a life becomes swifter and more decisive. Lin Hao quickly gathered the belongings of the three and tossed them into his backpack space without considering the quantity, then stepped forward. Soon, he caught up with Chun Ziqing and the others. Where have you been? Chun Ziqing inquired, noticing Lin Hao's gradual approach. For some reason, she felt that Lin Hao seemed different from before. There was an aura of murderous intent surrounding him, reminiscent of the scent carried by her uncle upon returning from the abyss. I encountered a few demons and eliminated them, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Oh, be careful. In this mission, we can only rely on you. Chapter 56, Siege and Battle. As everyone reached the end of the passage, countless demons appeared on the horizon, a dark mass numbering in the thousands. Prepare for battle, Chun Ziqing shouted. The tanks began to position themselves at the front. However, each face was grave and somber. Why are there so many? Just a moment ago, we faced only a few dozen. Even so, the casualties had been severe. Now, with so many, we stand no chance. Each individual demon is terrifying. What can we do against thousands of them? If they charge at us, we won't survive. We should retreat. Some members of the aristocratic families, having never witnessed such a terrifying scene, were consumed by fear, which only grew exponentially. Consequently, a dozen or so began to retreat, seeking to escape. Do not panic, Chun Ziqing barked. If you cause chaos, you will die even faster. Yet those dozen individuals cared little about her admonition. If my comrades perish, I shall not perish with them. They preferred for the others to throw themselves into the fray, thus granting them a sliver of a chance to flee. Soon, a dozen professionals left the ranks, heading back in the direction they had come. A pack of useless fools. Do they not realize that scattering will lead to a quicker demise? Chun Ziqing's face turned pale with anger. Her hands trembled as she nearly lashed out, yearning to mete out punishment to the fleeing cowards. Lin Hao gently patted the back of her hand. It is of little consequence. There will always be individuals who, when the tide of fortune rises, rush to the forefront, only to flee at the first sign of peril. This is quite natural, Lin Hao remarked. Yet, there were also numerous signs of noble families steadfastly holding their ground. As the group of a dozen or so retreated several hundred meters to the rear, a battalion of headless night demons burst forth, charging at them. Remarkably, more demons had been lurking behind. The faces of the professional combatants who had been preparing to engage shifted dramatically. It became evident that these demons had long since established a trap. The disorganized group, comprised of many mages at the front and tanks at the rear, collapsed instantaneously upon contact. It was a massacre, an unrelenting slaughter at the hands of the demons. Those few professionals who had contemplated fleeing were swiftly annihilated. Some among the remaining fighters unleashed their skills in a desperate bid for rescue. But the distance was too great for any hope of salvation. Despite their cowardice, a sense of sorrow washed over the onlookers as they witnessed the entire group fall victim to the demons. The encirclement they faced was truly alarming. Lin Hao, what shall we do now? Chun Ziqing inquired, her expression grave. Even for those who remained, there was a steely resolve to fight to the last breath. However, the situation was exceedingly dire. Move towards that direction, Lin Hao indicated to the left, where a ravine lay. Utilizing the terrain of the ravine would diminish the contact area between the tanks and the demons, allowing them to conserve their strength and protect the support roles more effectively. Indeed, Chun Ziqing noted the advantageous defensive position and cast a deep glance at Lin Hao. She was astonished by his calm demeanor amidst the chaos. As he meticulously observed and sought a more favorable opportunity for battle, she then began directing the team towards the left ravine. Lin Hao understood that if he did not take action, none of them would withstand the overwhelming onslaught of demons. Without further hesitation, he called forth, "Come forth, my companions." A swarm of golden devouring insects emerged from the ether around Lin Hao, 170 in total. With a buzzing sound, the insects divided into several groups and surged towards the demons. He felt no fear when facing such headless night demons. But behind them loomed two formidable entities capable of annihilating his golden devouring insects. Only by swiftly eliminating these lesser demons could they concentrate their strength on the true threats. What manner of profession is he? How can he command such peculiar insects? Some of the professionals, who had never witnessed Lin Hao's prowess before, watched curiously as he commanded the insects to engage the demons. Did he truly believe that those diminutive creatures could contend with such terrifying foes? Were they merely fodder? Yet, even as fodder, they could buy precious time for preparation. At that moment, the 100 headless knights that had encircled from behind came into contact with dozens of golden devouring insects, resulting in utter chaos. One knight fell, another knight succumbed. Soon, a multitude lay defeated. The remaining demons sought to flee, but escape was no longer an option. By the heavens, those little insects have actually slain the demons. Am I seeing this correctly? It is simply unimaginable. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed it. You are witnessing this for the first time, aren't you? Our vice envoy Lin has already dispatched hundreds of demons. Even more than this batch. One of Lin Hao's earlier companions could not help but exclaim, "Who is your vice envoy Lin to possess such strength?" Well, they were unaware of Lin Hao's true background. Lin Hao, it is fortunate to have you here, Chun Ziqing sighed in relief. The sudden appearance of so many demons had filled her with anxiety. She had been uncertain whether Lin Hao's insects still had the strength to vanquish these foes. Seeing Lin Hao's insects remain as ferocious as ever somewhat assuaged her worries. Fear not. If these are the only kinds of demons we face, there is no cause for alarm, Lin Hao reassured, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His attention was trained on the two entities capable of exterminating his golden devouring insects. As for the headless knights, he would slay as many as approached. They were coming. 3 figures materialized in the distant sky. One was a winged demoness, who had previously battled alongside the others for several rounds. Another, resembling her, but male, also bore wings. The last was a beguiling woman swirling in a tempest of wind, utilizing elemental air for flight. Concurrently, demons began to surge towards the gathered crowd from all directions. Tanks, maintain your threat. Under no circumstances must you retreat. Healers, prioritize keeping the tanks alive, Chen Ziqing commanded as she rallied the team for battle. Yet, with only 50 or 60 individuals, they felt like a fragile leaf amidst a torrent of demons, seemingly on the verge of being submerged. A swarm of Lin Hao's golden devouring insects divided into several groups, circling protectively around the team. The battle commenced. Countless demons charged forward, shaking the very ground. The sound of thundering hooves echoed incessantly. The tanks fervently activated their defensive skills. Various forms of damage output unleashed their abilities while supportive roles continued their efforts. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted as diverse skills were cast. A multitude of demons fell before the onslaught of the assembled fighters. Yet, a handful of demons managed to breach their lines, resulting in ongoing casualties among the professionals. Chapter 67. The Terrifying Venom, the Endless Toxins. Lin Hao, these demons are far too powerful. Even with your presence, despite slaying the majority, it remains exceedingly difficult to resist. Chen Ziqing lamented as she watched her comrades fall one by one. Focus on defense and strive to survive, Lin Hao instructed. Observing the furious combat between the golden devouring insects and the demons from afar, the insects relentlessly targeted their foes, many being struck down and toppled. Yet, whenever they managed to close in on a demon, the golden devouring insects would swiftly tear open a wound, burrowing into the demon's body to shatter its innards before emerging anew. Subsequently, the demon would collapse. I find my golden devouring insects to be insufficient. When confronted with a horde of lesser foes, they can dispatch them swiftly. But against powerful adversaries in greater numbers, their efficiency diminishes significantly. For the first time, Lin Hao felt the scarcity of his insect companions. He realized they were far from adequate. Additionally, his own combat prowess was alarmingly lacking. Until now, he had been invincible, disregarding all else. But this battle had laid bare his 2 glaring weaknesses. In terms of insect companions, following the previous pattern of gaining 10 additional insects with each level, it seemed he had a substantial number at present, but as he advanced, the rate of leveling would slow, and thus, the growth of his insect population would be limited. Fortunately, as a bug tamer, he was not confined to controlling just 1 or 2 types of insects. Theoretically, the number of types was limitless. As long as he could forge a contract. Having reached level 20, he could venture into the insect realm, but that would have to wait until this crisis had concluded. Regarding his own strength, once this ordeal had passed, he must focus on rapidly improving his skills and equipment. Lin Hao, I previously held some prejudices against you. I offer my sincerest apologies. Chen Ziqing surveyed the numerous corpses surrounding her, the unfortunate casualties of the recent waves of attacks. Without you, the death toll would have been far greater, she remarked. Lin Hao cast her a brief glance, choosing silence over words. In truth, he bore little regard for any preconceived notions. Beyond her initial provocation upon leaving the city, Chen Ziqing had not caused him any harm. The city guard had dispatched 50 practitioners below level 30, which represented the entirety of that tier, and initially, they believed their numbers were more than sufficient. However, it soon became evident that they were woefully inadequate. Had it not been for your presence, we might have faced total annihilation. You have saved us. Chen Ziqing, a remarkably forthright woman, was now fully convinced of Lin Hao's pivotal role in averting disaster. Yet, Lin Hao shook his head. Let us not be overly optimistic. While we have managed to withstand the onslaught of those demon hordes, 3 of the most formidable adversaries have yet to make their move. If the situation turns dire, you must retreat swiftly. Despite the loss of several practitioners, they had also claimed the lives of hundreds of demons, and the remaining scattered foes could no longer mount a significant assault. Of course, the majority of those demons had fallen to Lin Hao's hand. Following his gaze, Chen Ziqing beheld the 3 super demons hovering ominously in the sky, her heart sinking. Once again, these loathsome creatures. The demon saintess fixed her gaze upon the ravenous golden insects wreaking havoc below. Though these insects were indeed detestable, they were not invincible. They had previously dispatched dozens of them, and with merely around 100 remaining, their extermination was not insurmountable, provided they were kept at bay. For a close encounter would spell disaster. Vampire Vlad spoke coldly. I shall eliminate those pests first. In an instant, the demon saintess surged toward the group, her feet entwined in a whirlwind. With a spellbook materializing in her hands, she chanted, Gale's Wrath. For formidable tornadoes materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward the gathered crowd. Everyone, be cautious, Chun Ziqing shouted, witnessing the demon Saintus' attack. 20 or so damage dealers unleashed their assaults upon the tornadoes. Boom. One tornado dissipated. 2 tornadoes vanished. 3 tornadoes faded. However, the 4th collided with the crowd, instantly lifting 4 or 5 individuals into the air. Ensure Lin Hao's safety, Chun Ziqing commanded. Go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Hao released 20 golden insects, directing them toward the demon Saintus. Wind sphere, the demon Saintus chanted, conjuring countless swirling winds that ensnared the golden insects, trapping them firmly. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Although the golden insects remained unharmed, breaking free from the vortex would prove challenging, thereby forfeiting their opportunity to vanquish the demon Saintus. Observing this, the vampire produced a chalice-shaped object and emptied its contents into the air, releasing a greenish liquid that transformed into a toxic mist, swirling toward the demon Saintus' whirlwind. In an instant, the golden insects became enveloped in a noxious vapor. Such potent poison. Lin Hao immediately sensed the life force of the golden insects waning rapidly. It was the very same poison that had claimed the lives of the previous 30 golden insects. If this toxin reached them, none would survive. Chun Ziqing, I will send several golden insects to assist you. Withdraw and deal with the scattered headless night demons, but ensure those 2 demons in the sky do not approach. If they come near, abandon everything and flee. What about you? Chun Ziqing inquired anxiously. I will be fine. They cannot kill me. I will command my insects to eliminate them. Very well. Although perplexed by Lin Hao's confidence, she recognized the potency of the vampire's poison. She directed her group. We need to retreat 500 meters. Thinking of escaping? You human scum shall all perish here today. The vampire demon sneered. Endless toxins. With a flick of his chalice, a wave of toxic mist, 100 meters wide, descended upon them. Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Run. Quickly. The practitioners hastily retreated, but it was too late. About a dozen lagging individuals, including Lin Hao, found themselves engulfed by the green mist. In an instant, Lin Hao felt his heart race, muscles constrict, and his skin burn as if set ablaze, accompanied by a piercing pain, dizziness, and blurring of consciousness. He was poisoned, and it was lethal. Lin Hao realized his life force was evaporating rapidly. The practitioners rolling on the ground soon turned pale, teetering on the brink of death. Lin Hao. Chun Ziqing cried out in alarm upon seeing his condition. Flee. You cannot withstand this poison. Lin Hao shouted forcefully. Within a minute, the practitioners struggling on the ground fell still, lifeless, as Chun Ziqing directed her comrades in retreat while fending off the remaining night demons. Her gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao, her face drained of color as she murmured, Lin Hao, you must not come to harm. A single elven butterfly fluttered down from Lin Hao, revealing that it had exhausted its life force to save him. This is dire. The poison shows no signs of abating, remaining as potent as ever, which means that even if my health were robust, I would eventually succumb, Lin Hao thought, his expression darkening. Chapter 68. After half an hour of grueling battle, everyone was nearing their limits. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression shifted again. The golden insects that had been trapped in the demon Saintus' wind vortex and poison were now entirely out of contact with him. Were they dead? They were dead. The 20 golden insects, ensnared in the vortex and afflicted by poison, finally succumbed, their life forces extinguished one by one. These once mighty creatures, immune to fire, water, and mental attacks, with formidable health, could not withstand such virulent toxins. They emerged from the vortex, falling to the ground, motionless. Lin Hao had witnessed yet another batch of his golden insects perish right before his eyes. Before arriving at this terminal location, dozens had fallen to the pursuing banshees, and now another 20 had perished. Nearly 50 had died. Only 10 remained with Chun Ziqing to assist her in combating the headless knights. He was now left with barely around 100 to command. Crack! Another elven butterfly fell lifelessly from Lin Hao. In just this brief moment, he had lost over 10,000 health points. His vitality continued to dwindle. The toxins seemed inexhaustible, continuously gnawing away at Lin Hao's life. Come back. Lin Hao's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed. Approximately 100 golden insects broke from combat, flying toward Lin Hao. If they could not swiftly eliminate those 3 demons, it would not only mean the death of all the golden insects and elven butterflies, but also Lin Hao himself would be poisoned to death within this dungeon passage. Wind sphere. At that moment, the demon Saintus noticed Lin Hao's golden insects converging toward him and began casting her wind spells relentlessly, attempting to ensnare the insects once more. One wind vortex after another materialized until the countenance of the demon Saintus turned pale, teetering on the brink of collapse, at which point she halted. Surrounded by 4 or 5 dozen wind vortices. One by one, the voracious gold-eating worms were drawn towards her. Disperse. The approximately 100 gold-eating worms swiftly scattered. One after another, they found themselves ensnared within the wind vortices. Soon, 4 or 5 dozen of these worms were trapped. However, many others surged towards the 3 demons from various directions. The trio of demons was taken aback. They quickly dodged, attempting to evade the onslaught of the approaching worms. Yet, Evasion could only last so long. A piercing scream erupted. The severely injured succubus, moving sluggishly, had already been assaulted by 10 or so gold-eating worms. Except for a few that were swatted away by the succubus, those that latched onto her flesh swiftly tore through her insides, ravenously burrowing into her body. Gnawing at her entrails, blood rained down from the sky. The succubus, wings spread wide, screamed in agony as she crashed to the ground, creating a thunderous cloud of dust. Wind barrier. The demon saintess, witnessing the succubus's relentless screams beneath the onslaught of the gold-eating worms and her impending demise, underwent a drastic change in expression. She hastily cast a spell to conjure a barrier around herself. A continuous stream of gold-eating worms charged at her, only to be swept away by the wind barrier. However, unlike the wind vortices that ensnared the worms, this barrier merely repelled them. The expelled worms suffered no injuries and returned to continue their assault on the demon saintess. At the same time, numerous worms also lunged towards the vampire demon. Nevertheless, the vampire demon was remarkably swift, far surpassing the succubus and the demon saintess. It darted and danced, continuously releasing poisonous mists that contaminated the worms trapped in the 4 or 5 dozen wind vortices. The attacking worms, trailing behind, failed to land a single strike upon it. The demon saintess and the vampire were formidable adversaries, especially the vampire's incredible speed, while the gold-eating worms excelled in close combat. If only there were some ranged attacking creatures, the situation would not be so dire. This was yet another weakness. A snap echoed as yet another fairy butterfly fell lifeless to the ground. Lin Hao could only manage a bitter smile. After awakening, he traversed the insect realm, acquiring gold-eating worms, entering a novice dungeon, venturing into the wilderness, battling with Zhao Shaoling against wilderness bosses, slaying the 4 evils of Yang City, and conquering the Lost Mine dungeon, achieving a series of victories that rendered him seemingly invincible. He had grown accustomed to such invincibility. However, now, faced with formidable foes, the shortcomings he possessed were laid bare. Were it not for obtaining the fairy butterflies in that patch of grass at level 10, he would have perished countless times by now. If he survived this ordeal, it would serve as a wake-up call for him, revealing the need for self-improvement. Chen Ziqing and others stood at a distance, forming a team to combat the Headless Knight and other demons. Though arduous, with Lin Hao's assistance and his dozen gold-eating worms, they faced little threat to their lives. Chen Ziqing, amidst the crowd, bore an expression of disbelief and concern as she gazed at Lin Hao. Half an hour had passed, and Lin Hao was still locked in a fierce battle with the 2 demons. As for the succubus, she had succumbed to her fate half an hour prior. Those deadly toxins could kill a level 30 professional in under a minute, implying that within that brief span, they could erode thousands of health points and life force. Yet Lin Hao, enduring the poison for half an hour, must have retained no less than 300,000 health points. My heavens, how could this be possible? Such a person was not only unheard of, but also shattered all conventional understanding. What other cards does Lin Hao hold? But regardless of how many cards he possesses, if his health continues to deplete at this rate, he would ultimately be unable to withstand it. Perhaps in the next moment, he could perish. He must not die. He must not die. This unparalleled genius, born once in a century, if he were to perish, it would not only be a loss for Yang City, but also a tremendous loss for the entire Great Xia. Moreover, if he were to die, none of us trapped in this passage would escape either. We would all perish. Should we all fall, this mission to disrupt the passage would fail. A failure would result in a D-grade rift, from which level 40 demons would flood into Yang City, potentially leading to the slaughter and consumption of millions of civilians within a single day. Furthermore, it might spread from Yang City to the entire nation. Lin Hao. Oh Lin Hao, your life now hangs in the balance of millions. You cannot die. At that moment, Lin Hao's complexion had turned ashen. The majority of his fairy butterflies had perished, leaving him with little time to endure. In the course of this half-hour battle, he had lost 60 to 70 of his gold-eating worms, leaving only 30 or 40 remaining. Up to this point, neither the demon Sainus's wind barrier nor the vampire demon's agility had allowed his worms to breach their defenses and infiltrate their bodies. Was today the day he would meet his end here? He still needed to find his sister. He could not perish. Lin Hao's eyes glowed crimson. His expression contorted into that of a madman. However, not just Lin Hao, even the demon Saintus and the vampire demon were internally tormented. They could not fathom why that seemingly weak human had stood firm for half an hour. The potency of the endless toxins was something they knew all too well. This half hour must have eradicated hundreds of thousands of health points from him. Yet, why was he still alive? A level 19 professional with hundreds of thousands of health points? Unbelievable. And those terrifying worms, they dared not allow even one to land upon them. The longer the battle dragged on, the harder it became to kill the worms. After half an hour of high-intensity exertion of mental and physical strength, they too could not hold out any longer. Lin Hao suddenly squinted. Was he finally unable to withstand it? The wind barrier of the demon Saintus was growing thinner, her magical energy waning, and a gold-eating worm broke through, landing upon her. Simultaneously, the vampire's movements began to slow, as another worm landed on its foot, beginning to gnaw. It was time for my counterattack. Chapter 69, Slaying 2 Demons. Leveling up to 21. Once the defenses of the Demon Saintess and the Vampire Demon faltered, it would be the gold-eating worms' turn to unleash their fury. 1, then 2. The worms continuously leaped onto the Demon Saintess. Blood rained down from above. The once exquisite features of the Demon Saintess contorted in anguish. Lin Hao, it's you again, thwarting my plans. The Demon Saintess glared fiercely at him. But do not rejoice. If my true form were here, 1,000 of you would perish. This is merely a projection of mine. Even if I die, it would only deplete a fraction of my essence. Lin Hao, the entire abyss will remember you. Unless you remain hidden in the human realm forever, the moment you reappear, you will face relentless pursuit from the entire abyss. Lin Hao sneered. You dare boast after being bested by me twice? Do not threaten me with the whole abyss. One day, I shall overturn your entire domain. Wait for me, Lin Hao exclaimed, a surge of anger coursing through him. This arduous battle against the 2 demons had resulted in significant losses. Only a handful of the 170 gold-eating worms remained. Even the trump card, the elven butterfly, had suffered grievously, with most of its kind perished. Had the enemy not collapsed first, it would have been his turn to succumb. He never imagined he would fight to such an extent one day. As for the abyssal demons, they were natural foes of humanity. Their encounters were battles to the death, rendering any threats utterly meaningless. With a final roar of resentment, the Demon Saint plummeted from the sky to the ground. Die! You have slain the Demon Saint, Lord, earning 500,000 experience points. You have acquired the spellbook, the Key of Solomon. Almost all remaining gold-eating worms now swarmed the vampire demon. Simultaneously, a greenish-blue hue enveloped the worms. This vampire demon not only emitted terrifying toxins, but its very being was composed of venom. Thus, Lin Hao had committed all his remaining cards to ensure the vampire demon's demise. Fortunately, the vampire was nearing its end as well. Your name is Lin Hao, correct? The vampire floated nearby. You are quite remarkable. Among humans of your level, you are the strongest I have encountered. No, you surpass those at level 50 or 60. Flesh and blood continuously fell from its body, seemingly of no concern to it. Its gaze was tranquil. I am Count Vlad, defeated by your strength. And I accept my defeat without complaint. We shall meet again, Sir Lin Hao. The vampire Vlad slightly bowed to Lin Hao. Then, it was dismembered by the gold-eating worms, scattering into chunks of flesh and bone. Die! You have slain Count Vlad, Lord, earning 500,000 experience points. You have obtained the magic scroll, Endless Toxins. You have leveled up to level 21. At last, they were all dead. These 2 lunatics, one spewing threats, the other bowing, both were insane. They could have just died without all this theatrics. Exhausted, Lin Hao collapsed to the ground. The gold-eating worms that had slain the Demon Saint and the vampire also fell to the ground. This time, he had truly expended his entire resources. Lin Hao managed a bitter smile. Of course, after a day of cooldown, he could summon the gold-eating worms again, replenishing them to his current level of 210. However, to restore the gold-eating worms to their full complement of over 200 at level 21 would take a month and a half of recovery. Not to mention, he still needed to replenish the elven butterflies. With the vampire's death, the poison within Lin Hao gradually diminished. Thankfully, had the toxins persisted, it would have been fatal. Lin Hao glanced around, mirthlessly chuckling. I've depleted my entire fortune. Yet, in the end, it had concluded with victory. Lin Hao, a voice called from afar. Chun Ziqing rushed toward him. The battle on his side had concluded simultaneously with the one on hers. Chun Ziqing reached Lin Hao, then embraced him tightly. Huh. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. What is wrong with this girl? Lin Hao, there were many times I thought you would perish. Chun Ziqing trembled as she held him tightly. Without you, we would have perished. Thank you for saving us, for saving me. Her arms were wrapped around his neck. Well, I fought desperately against them to survive too. Lin Hao felt a bit awkward, squeezed by Chun Ziqing's embrace. This girl, usually so brisk and composed, resembling a soldier with unyielding strength, was unexpectedly so soft in reality, yet possessed remarkable resilience. Such a woman, seasoned men would know, is exceptional. Unbelievable, Lin Hao thought. No. Lin Hao, my life was saved by you. He contemplated pushing her away, but realizing this was a moment of shared hardship, a poignant reminder of their survival, he decided against it. Assistant Lin. At that moment, Zhao Hu and several members of the city guard approached, some limping or leaning as they walked. They had endured a grueling battle, suffering numerous losses, and each bore injuries, most of which were severe. Yet, those who had survived wore expressions of relief and gratitude. Upon hearing Zhao Hu's voice, Chun Ziqing gently nudged Lin Hao away and stepped back, her face flushed. Assistant Lin, all the demons in the Shadow Realm have been slain. We can now proceed to sever the connection to the abyss. Chun Ziqing took a deep breath and calmly stated. It only requires some effort to disrupt the formation at the passage, and the entire connection will collapse, ensuring the Shadow Realm is no longer linked to the abyss. You all go and destroy it. I'm too exhausted and need to rest for a while, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Yes, Chun Ziqing responded. At that moment, she displayed none of the demeanor of a commander, appearing rather as if Lin Hao were the one in command. Huh. A peculiar sensation surged within Lin Hao. Chen Ziqing led the city guards to disrupt the passage. Lin Hao gazed at the ground in the distance. There lay numerous carcasses of gold-eating worms. Yet, he sensed a connection to several of the worms still alive. Were they not dead after all? Just as he pondered this, a faint buzzing filled the air. 20 or so gold-eating worms lifted off the ground, ascending into the air. Come back. Lin Hao beckoned with a hand, and the 20 worms flew back, joyfully swirling around him. For some inexplicable reason, these near-death yet revived gold-eating worms appeared unchanged, but Lin Hao sensed an odd emotion emanating from them. What was this feeling? It seemed as if these 20 gold-eating worms regarded him with a sense of joy. Chapter 70. Pet Worms Evolve, upgraded to elite level. What was happening? By establishing a contract with the insect realm and designating the gold-eating worms as his pet templates, Lin Hao could summon them. As he leveled up, he would increase the limit of summoned creatures, allowing him to call forth more pets, all of which acted solely according to his mental commands and will. This was standard procedure for a worm tamer. However, at this moment, Lin Hao sensed something different about these gold-eating worms. They had evolved, exhibiting faint personal emotions. Though they still followed his commands absolutely, there was a notable difference. They appeared more agile and fluid in their movements. Could this be a result of reaching level 21? Lin Hao glanced towards the distance, where around 10 gold-eating worms remained to assist Chen Ziqing and the others. Come here. He summoned those worms. They flew over, and upon closer inspection, he realized they were indeed different. Lin Hao observed carefully, comparing the two groups. This batch of gold-eating worms remains unchanged, reflecting their familiar and normal state. However, what is the meaning behind those 20 peculiar gold-eating worms? Lin Hao turned his gaze towards these extraordinary creatures. In an instant, he was taken aback. Their designation had conspicuously transformed into level 21 gold-eating worm, elite. Meanwhile, the names of the 10 ordinary gold-eating worms still read, level 21 gold-eating worm. Could it be that after a period of combat, these creatures can not only level up, but also evolve? Although these 20 gold-eating worms share the same level, they have ascended from the ordinary to the elite tier. Having evolved into elite pets, they now exhibit a hint of independent spirit. The once rigid demeanor of the worms has been replaced by a newfound agility. This begs the question, might there come a day when elite pets evolve into leaders, lords, or even kings? The possibility looms large. However, Lin Hao pondered for a moment and found himself without a definitive answer regarding the evolution process. For now, he could only surmise that after numerous battles, they accumulate experience and ultimately achieve a breakthrough in their evolution. Lin Hao, unperturbed by the lack of answers, decided to take his time with this matter. As for the evolved pets, would their attributes also undergo some alterations? Lin Hao examined the attributes of the ordinary gold-eating worm, level 21 gold-eating worm. Strength, 19,200. Agility, 9,600. Mentality, 9,600. Constitution, 19,200. Skills, Fury, Acceleration. Fury, when in a state of fury, the gold-eating worm's attack power increases by 200 for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Acceleration, when in an accelerated state, the gold-eating worm's movement and attack speed increases by 200 for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Seeing such extraordinary attributes for a level 21 gold-eating worm, Lin Hao gasped in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, such levels should not be attainable. It must be that his divine talent skill enhancement, has leveled up once again, and an additional skill, acceleration, has been added, with both movement and attack speed doubled. This effectively translates to a doubling of attack power. There are simply no words other than extraordinary to describe this. Eagerly, Lin Hao opened the attribute panel for the elite gold-eating worm. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. Level 21 gold-eating worm, elite. Strength, 38,400. Agility, 19,200. Mentality, 19,200. Constitution, 38,400. Skills, Fury, Acceleration. Fury, when in a state of fury, the gold-eating worm's attack power increases by 200 for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Acceleration, when in an accelerated state, the gold-eating worm's movement and attack speed increases by 200 for half an hour, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Goodness! All attributes have doubled. Lin Hao was overwhelmed with joy. This time, he had not suffered a loss. Rather, he had struck gold. Although he had only evolved around 20 elite gold-eating worms, their attributes were truly astonishing. This was splendid. This attribute could easily outshine those of comparable practitioners by a wide margin. Regarding the imminent tasks at hand, whether it be the upcoming martial arts examination or the subsequent journey to the prestigious Qingbei Martial Arts University in the capital to enter the Tsanglong Academy, Lin Hao felt more confident than ever. Soon, he would find his sister. If she had been cornered by certain forces, he would eliminate all her enemies on her behalf. Suddenly, Lin Hao recalled something. Summoning. 5 brand new level 21 gold-eating worms materialized beside him. The summoning of these 5 level 21 gold-eating worms consumed half of his mental energy. Glancing at his status, Lin Hao could only manage a wry smile. Normally, it would take an entire day to restore his mental energy to full capacity, even through meditation. At this rate, it would be an indeterminate amount of time before he could summon a full complement of gold-eating worms, at least half a month. Moreover, he had a significant number of fairy butterflies to summon as well. It seemed that if the situation proved dire, he would need to purchase some restorative potions to hasten this process. Upon summoning the new gold-eating worms, Lin Hao promptly checked their status. Level 21 gold-eating worm. Indeed, the summoned gold-eating worms were merely ordinary ones. It appeared that for a gold-eating worm to evolve from ordinary to elite, it required extensive combat experience or perhaps a stroke of fortune. Having 20 elite gold-eating worms was already something to be grateful for. Lin Hao chuckled to himself. Despite the newly summoned gold-eating worms not being elite, he felt no disappointment. His journey had only just begun. One day, he would possess a multitude of elite gold-eating worms. And eventually, even leader-level, lord-level, and king-level creatures. Lin Hao then opened his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, 21. Strength, 320. Agility, 320. Mentality, 650. Constitution, 320. Professional skills, Insect Contract, Pet Summoning, Level 21. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement, Level 3. Position Swap, Insect World Traversal, 3 times. Summoned Level 21 Gold-Eating Worms. Current quantity 31210. Summoned Level 21 Fairy Butterflies. Current quantity 11210. Observing his own attribute panel, Lin Hao experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Firstly, from a purely numerical perspective, his attributes were unremarkable, typical for a level 21 practitioner. In stark contrast to his gold-eating worms, he felt akin to a beggar. A rather humiliating realization. It was time to acquire a complete set of attribute-enhancing equipment for himself. Secondly, his core talent skill, Skill Enhancement, had indeed leveled up to level 3 upon surpassing the critical threshold of level 20. No wonder his pets exhibited such high attributes. It was a staggering 30-fold increase. Thirdly, the Insect World Traversal had indeed granted him 3 opportunities. Previously, in that grassy area, he had left behind a gold-eating worm as an anchor point. Next time he entered the insect world, he could directly use Position Swap to reach the grasslands, avoiding the disorientation he had experienced on his previous attempts. Chapter 71. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have survived. Now, the time until he reaches level 30 for another 3 traversal opportunities would likely be quite lengthy. The 3 traversal opportunities he had just obtained were extremely precious, and careful planning was essential before taking action. As anticipated, the summoning limit for gold-eating worms and fairy butterflies had reached 210. However, to fully summon them, a considerable recovery time was still required. Perhaps he could visit the trading center to purchase some expensive restorative potions to assist in this endeavor. Later on, he would check the market prices. He had been preoccupied with leveling up during this period. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Lin Hao looked up to see a beam of white light shooting into the sky at the far end. Subsequently, the entire dark realm seemed to tremble. Chun Ziqing approached with an expression of sheer excitement. Lin Hao, the passage connecting to the abyss has been severed, and the rules here will undergo a transformation. Based on past experiences, we shall be forcibly teleported out of this place in 10 minutes. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement. The abyssal crisis has been averted. Lin Hao, had it not been for your intervention, the outcome would have been drastically different. Not only would we have perished, but Yang City might also have been lost. Chun Ziqing regarded Lin Hao earnestly. This time, your contributions have been monumental, and I shall duly report this to the military. For the subsequent resource development here, you will receive all the profit shares, although, according to regulations, your personal portion cannot exceed 5. The mention of personal profit shares implied a precautionary measure on Chun Ziqing's part, fearing Lin Hao might feel disappointed or enraged, considering that the collective contributions of others might not surpass his alone. Even 5 is substantial, Lin Hao remarked. The later development will require significant manpower and resources, not to mention the need to balance various factions. Moreover, if the total revenue amounts to billions, even 5 translates to a considerable sum. As a high school senior, if I were to possess over 100 million, I would be a bona fide tycoon of Yang City. I could never have imagined such a scenario before. In these final 10 minutes, search everywhere. Anything you acquire now belongs to you. Chun Ziqing instructed the group around him. Upon hearing this, the others dispersed excitedly to seek out resources. Previously occupied with combat amidst a plethora of demons and peril, they had been unable to collect the numerous treasures they had encountered. Lin Hao, aren't you going to search as well in these last 10 minutes? Chun Ziqing inquired. Lin Hao shook his head. No, I'll return to find my classmates. Meanwhile, outside the passage, City Lord Chu Yuan, Zhao Kaijun, and several esteemed elders were awaiting anxiously. Their expressions were grave. Several hours had elapsed, yet not a single individual had emerged from within. This indicated that, as of now, those inside had not completed their mission to sever the passage. General Zhao, do you believe they will be able to accomplish their task? Chu Yuan asked, his face solemn. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Kaijun replied slowly. It's hard to say, but we have done our utmost. The elite members of the city guards we sent and were around level 30, and numerous esteemed families also dispatched their best fighters. If they fail, a horde of abyssal demons may invade through the dark realm. Are we prepared for the aftermath? Chu Yuan pressed further. Rest assured, 30,000 city guards have been fully mobilized and are on standby outside, Zhao Kaijun assured him. General Zhao, you really are bewildered. You sent those students into the dark realm. I wonder how you will explain this to old Mo, a master from Zhao's faction interjected, casting a glance at Zhao Kaijun. With a wry smile, Zhao Kaijun replied, Master Zhao, you've repeated that sentiment a dozen times over the past few hours. Humph. The master paid no heed to Zhao Kaijun's rank, speaking bluntly. Especially that Lin Hao. Do you have any idea how much effort and resources old Mo invested in nurturing him? I can speculate on the intentions of the other family members. But Lin Hao should never have been allowed to enter. What good would it do for someone of his caliber? It would merely be a death sentence. Zhao Kaijun could only smile bitterly, rendered speechless. He squeezed the recommendation letter he had prepared in his pocket. If, as Master Zhao insisted, something were to befall Lin Hao, he would truly be guilty of unwittingly causing harm. He had intended to provide Lin Hao with an opportunity. Yet, what if that opportunity led to death? His thoughts were conflicted. Lin Hao, you made it back. We were terrified here. Yu Dapeng exclaimed, rising to his feet, visibly relieved. Previously, Lin Hao had instructed them to stay put, forbidding any movement, as they hid in a hollow. Just now, we sensed a disturbance in the entire passage. Did something happen? Lin Hao? Ningyuansi inquired. The danger has been averted. We severed the passage. Lin Hao replied with a smile. I knew it. With Brother Hao around, the mission would surely be accomplished. Lin Shi exclaimed, rushing over. Her admiration for Lin Hao had reached a level of blind devotion. Mu Shui stood quietly at the side. Observing Lin Hao, this individual has once again performed a miraculous feat. 10 minutes later, the individuals in the dark realm felt their bodies constrict as if an immensely powerful force was propelling them, forcibly transporting them out of the dungeon. A series of white lights flashed as they emerged at the dungeon's entrance. Haha, splendid. You have finally returned. Zhao Kaijun greeted them with a hearty laugh. Uncle, we fulfilled our duty and severed the passage, but many lives were lost. Chen Ziqing's expression darkened. The esteemed figures outside gazed upon the returning group. Noting the stark contrast to the larger contingent that had entered, the number of survivors was drastically reduced. Out of the initial 100, fewer than 30 emerged alive, a truly harrowing outcome. Each elder from the various families was searching for their own. Some wore expressions of joy, while others appeared dejected. Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuansi, and the others rushed to greet their respective families. Lin Hao, I am elated. You made the right choices, exercising restraint and living to tell the tale. That is the most precious victory, Master Zhao, who had been worried about Lin Hao, expressed with relief. Having witnessed Lin Hao's awakening and maintaining a good rapport with Principal Mo, he was not keen on seeing old Mo's dedication go to waste. In his heart, he believed that Lin Hao, upon entering the Dark Realm, had prioritized his own survival to emerge unscathed. Chen Ziqing stepped forward, stating, Master Zhao, Lin Hao did not merely survive. He was the one who vanquished nearly all the demons in the passage. Were it not for him, the more than 20 of us would not have made it back. He saved us. He saved all of Yang City. Lin Hao? Not only Master Zhao was taken aback. The esteemed figures also turned to look. Ziqing, please recount the events of this expedition, Zhao Kaijun prompted. Chapter 72. If you wish to move against him, you must first seek the military's approval. Very well. Chen Ziqing began to narrate the circumstances within the Dark Realm. The formidable strength of the demons caused many to frown. The astonishing regenerative capabilities of the succubi left everyone astounded. Ultimately, the terror of the demon Saintus and the vampire demon sent shivers down their spines, particularly the vampire demon, whose lethal poison could nearly eliminate a level 30 practitioner in an instant. Fortuitously, we succeeded. What incredible luck. I never expected the enemies to be so powerful. An elder from one of the families remarked. What luck? That was Lin Hao fighting for his life. Chen Ziqing retorted. Haha, Lin Hao, you truly have not disappointed me. Zhao Kaijun exclaimed joyfully. City Lord Chu Yuan smiled, saying, Lin Hao, you have made a remarkable contribution this time. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Yang City, I thank you. For the future profits from the dungeon development, we will ensure you receive the highest share. Too kind, City Lord. Lin Hao replied. It sounds commendable. But to hear such a claim from a level 19 practitioner, those who believe it must be quite naive, suddenly interjected an elder from a rival family, his voice cold. This family was an affiliate of the Strongman Guild and had previously clashed with Lin Hao. At present, Chen Ziqing has been incessantly emphasizing Lin Hao's contributions, asserting that he has garnered the lion's share of accolades. In this context, if the aristocratic families contribute less, their future benefits will dwindle correspondingly. Without exaggeration, we are all witnesses to the sacrifices made by Brother Hao. Lin Shi interjected, with Ning Yuansi, Yu Dapeng, and others echoing her sentiments. Humph. Claiming to have slain countless demons, isn't it merely a matter of verbal assertion? Who cannot speak? The elder from the aristocratic family continued to cling to his stance. Amidst the tumultuous bickering, Master Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Lin Hao, you've ascended to level 21? Previously, Chen Ziqing had mentioned Lin Hao's prowess in exterminating demons. Yet he harbored some skepticism. He had always believed that Lin Hao's rapid ascent to level 19 over the past 10 days was largely due to Principal Mo's resources and substantial support. A mere acquaintance had unexpectedly transformed into a formidable warrior, leaving him bewildered. Upon hearing Master Zhao's exclamation, everyone turned to look. Indeed, I recalled that he had entered at level 19. At that time, I pondered the utility of entering at such a low level. Within mere hours, he had advanced to level 21, a leap of 2 levels. How many demons had he dispatched? I recalled my own journey from 19 to 20, which required a fortnight of battling monsters, resulting in the demise of tens of thousands. Moreover, he had now ascended 2 levels. My heavens! How many demons had Lin Hao vanquished within? Surely, it must be in the tens of thousands. The elder from the aristocratic family, who had previously dismissed Lin Hao, fell silent. In reality, it was only a little over 1,000. The demons within were far more bountiful in experience compared to those outside. Suddenly, an enraged voice rang out. "Lin Hao, what about Long Zhaodian? Did you slay him?" The speaker was Long Wu from the Strongman Guild. His words hushed the crowd. After all, the Strongman Guild wielded power comparable to that of the local military, and the matter at hand involved murder, with the deceased being the prince of the Strongman Guild. "Long Wu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Ziqing was the first to defend Lin Hao. Having shared trials with him, she had witnessed firsthand how Lin Hao had safeguarded Daban and confronted the demons. Such a savior, such a hero. How could he be sullied? Although Long Zhaodian was not of high rank, he was surrounded by formidable allies. I could hardly believe he could be felled by the monsters within. Long Wu observed the survivors emerging, noting that Long Zhaodian was absent. A complex array of emotions stirred within him. This time, the Strongman Guild had sent over a dozen individuals inside, all of whom perished. Even the pivotal Long Zhaodian had met his end. He had quietly inquired of others and learned that as they approached the end point, Long Zhaodian's team had been alive and had even exchanged words with Lin Hao before vanishing. He understood well that Long Zhaodian had expended a considerable sum to hire 2 elite assassins, intent on eliminating Lin Hao. With Lin Hao alive and Long Zhaodian dead, despite the lack of evidence, it was highly probable that Lin Hao had turned the tables on him. "Long Wu, they call you Wu Yi, yet I find your words as absurd as flatulence. What do you mean he shouldn't have been killed by the monsters inside?" Chen Ziqing showed no hesitation in confronting the formidable Strongman Guild. If not for Lin Hao, not only would a mere Long Zhaodian have perished, but I too would have met my demise. The Strongman Guild is powerful, but can it surpass 50 military experts? By your logic, should all the casualties at the hands of the demons be blamed on Lin Hao? Do you not find that preposterous? Your words are akin to those of a child. Even Long Wu, seasoned by numerous trials, found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had no evidence. He could not assert that Long Zhaodian's jealousy of Lin Hao had led to a lethal conflict with him as one of the targets for elimination. He could only glare fiercely at Lin Hao. Enough. At that moment, City Lord Chu Yuan interjected. "Long Wu, cease your conjectures. Lin Hao is now the hero who saved millions in Yang City, not a mere civilian whom your Strongman Guild can bully at will." "Lord Chu, that was not my intent. After all, prior to entering the Dark Realm, everyone knew of the significant conflict between Long Zhaodian and Lin Hao," Long Wu hastily clarified. "Humph. A conflict? Long Wu, how dare you utter such words? Was it not your Strongman Guild that sought to forcibly seize others' possessions?" Chu Yuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. "Long Wu, you may relay my words to Long Tan. Lin Hao is one of our military, and if you wish to take action against him, you must first seek our military's approval, as well as that of the other guilds Lin Hao has rescued. I too shall not consent." A robust figure adorned with a large gold chain stepped forward, declaring, "Lin Hao is my child's deskmate. Whoever dares to harm him shall be my enemy. I too shall not agree." Ning Manhwa asserted, stepping forth. "Nor will I," members of the Lin family proclaimed. "I too shall not consent," echoed the Mu family. In that instant, 7 or 8 individuals from various aristocratic families stood united. Long Wu's face contorted with rage, his muscles twitching. The military, alongside these aristocratic families, had united in opposition to the Strongman Guild over Lin Hao. In such a scenario, even if Long Tun were to arrive, he would have to concede. This was beyond what Long Wu could provoke the Strongman Guild into confronting. "Fine, if I can uncover evidence, you will have nothing to say then," he retorted defiantly. At this moment, Zhao Kaijun, who had remained silent until now, spoke up coolly. "Enough, Long Wu. Let us discuss evidence when you have it. Your Strongman Guild ought to express gratitude towards Lin Hao, for had the demons breached Yang City, your guild's very existence would be in jeopardy." Long Wu lowered his gaze. In the past, whenever the Strongman Guild made an entrance, who did not listen attentively? Yet today, when he spoke, he incited widespread ire. "Very well, I accept this humiliation. Let us go." Long Wu, accompanied by a few subordinates, exited the scene, feeling utterly embarrassed. Chapter 73, Sudden Wealth. A fortune of 30 million. Lin Hao, thank you for saving Ning Yuanxi and countless lives in Yang City. Here's the deal. If you provide me with your Nightstar heart, the Ning family will take on the responsibility of sourcing the materials and crafting it into a necklace as a token of our gratitude for your benevolence towards us. Earlier, Ning Manhwa had sought to leverage the crafting list to manipulate Lin Hao. Now, it had transformed into an offer of financial support and free crafting services. Old Ning, if the materials are insufficient, feel free to take whatever you need from the Lin family. The head of the Lin family replied with a smile. Count me in. The Mu family also chimed in. Several aristocratic families expressed their support. Then let me extend my heartfelt thanks to Ning and all the esteemed uncles, Lin Hao exclaimed joyfully. He certainly would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Equipment with full skills is priceless. Lin Hao, you are truly formidable. Songlong Academy welcomes you. Zhao Kaijun produced a recommendation letter and handed it to Lin Hao. Thank you, Uncle Zhao, but the college entrance examination has yet to commence. It remains uncertain whether I can gain admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University, Lin Hao replied. The recommendation letter was indeed one of Lin Hao's paramount objectives for entering the Dark Realm. Unexpectedly, Zhao Kaijun had already prepared it, which also indirectly demonstrated Zhao Kaijun's unwavering confidence in Lin Hao's capabilities. Haha, Lin Hao, with your strength. What is the college entrance examination that starts the day after tomorrow? If you desire, City Lord Chu Yuan can directly recommend you for exemption. Indeed, Lin Hao. I possess such capability. I can ensure your exemption. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement with a smile. As a prominent figure in the Great Xia, Chu Yuan holds the esteemed position of a regional governor, thereby possessing the authority to recommend individuals for training. I am grateful for the kindness of Uncle Zhao and Lord Chu, yet I must decline the offer of exemption from examinations. I wish to participate in the exams to gauge my abilities in comparison to other third-year students. Excellent. This is the spirit of a true son of Yang City. The usually reticent Master Zhao gave Lin Hao a thumbs up at this moment. Zhao Kaijun continued. Lin Hao, I have another piece of good news for you. In light of your significant contributions, I have just conferred with Lord Chu, and we are awarding you 100,000 merit points. Merit points? Lin Hao recalled that when Zhao Kaijun previously invited him to the Shadow City, he had mentioned this matter, but at that time, he was preoccupied with the recommendation letter and did not pay much attention. Do not underestimate these merit points, Lin Hao. They hold far greater value than money. As you will come to realize in the future, this allocation of 100,000 merit points is a considerable expenditure even for our military in Yang City, accumulated over a long period. Thank you, Uncle Zhao and Lord Chu. Another valuable asset in hand. Very well, you may return to rest. We shall convene to discuss subsequent matters. Once we determine your share of the profits, we will inform you. With that, the military leaders departed to deliberate. Once the dignitaries left, Yu Dapeng, Ning Yuanxi, and the others gathered around Lin Hao. They had refrained from interrupting during the leaders' discussions, opting instead to listen quietly. Impressive, boss. Your advancement is astonishing. You've reached level 21. Yu Dapeng exclaimed as he approached Lin Hao, giving him a thumbs up. Yesterday, Ning Yuanxi and I gathered 10 dungeon cooldown stones. But you can no longer enter the Lost Mine. If you could take us through the Lost Mine dungeon 10 more times, I might reach level 20. Dapeng, what level are you at now? Ning Yuanxi inquired. Upon entering the Shadow Realm, I was fortunate to encounter you, boss, and by following you, I progressed from level 17 to my current level of 18. You're at a higher level than I am. Ning Yuanxi replied, feeling somewhat disheartened. Just yesterday, Lin Hao had elevated Ning Yuanxi from level 12 to 17. This time, she had been unable to defeat any demons in the Shadow Realm, thus gaining no experience points. Yu Dapeng had advanced from level 10 to 16, and now, after another venture into the Shadow Realm, he had remarkably ascended to over level 18. Brother Hao has reached level 21, which certainly enhances his chances of entering Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Shi smiled. However, she soon wore a wry smile. But for us, this is unfortunate news. We are unable to level up. If Brother Hao takes us through the Lost Mine 10 more times, we might even have the opportunity to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. Lin Hao chuckled. You can find another dungeon. I can guide you for a day. Or perhaps after the major exam, we can team up again. It will not be a waste. Forget it. Lin Hao, you've had a long day as well. You need to prepare for the upcoming major exam. We can team up when we get to university. Ning Yuanxi suggested. Lin Hao nodded. In fact, all four of you are currently at levels that could very well allow you to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University. Mu Shui interjected. Historically, Qingbei Martial Arts University generally accepts students above level 15, with level 17 being a more secure benchmark. Now that Dapeng is at level 18 and Yuanxi has reached level 17, even Lin Shi has achieved level 15. Unfortunately, I awakened last year and did not attend university. I regret not having been as fortunate last year. I encountered Lin Hao too late. I participated in the major exam at only level 12 and ended up at a mediocre university, which I ultimately did not attend, Mu Shui sighed. On the lowest level, Lin Shi lamented. I too wish to attend Qingbei Martial Arts University and be by Brother Hao's side. This man has once again created a miracle. Mu Shui gazed deeply at Lin Hao, reflecting, He possesses the power to completely alter the destinies of others. Under normal circumstances, Yu Daping and Ning Yuanxi would likely only manage to enter a decent school, yet now, they stand a strong chance of gaining admission to the prestigious Qingbei Martial Arts University. Boss, after exiting the dungeon, I received news that the 30-plus pieces of silver equipment we acquired in the Lost Mine have all been sold, totaling 31 million. I will transfer that to you shortly. Just as Lin Hao contemplated the use of the funds, they arrived. He replied softly, "We fought the dungeon as a group. Please transfer 6 million to me." "No. Lin Hao, while you could take 6 million if we agreed to split it beforehand, this time, I propose you take 30 million. And we will divide 1 million among ourselves." Ning Yuanxi interjected suddenly, his expression resolute. "Yes, I share this sentiment," Lin Shi and Mu Shui chimed in. "If you consider us friends, please accept this arrangement. Otherwise, it would seem you look down upon us." Seeing the unwavering determination on the faces of the four, Lin Hao realized that further refusal might genuinely upset them. Very well, he conceded with a sigh. He indeed required funds, as he needed to purchase a significant quantity of recovery potions and a new set of equipment to prepare for entering the insect realm. Just half a month ago, he had been an impoverished individual with nothing, struggling for daily sustenance. Yet within this brief span, he had transformed into a high school student with a net worth of 30 million. This world, indeed, was one for those who awakened to their professions. Without such an awakening, even existence could be a challenge, Lin Hao pondered. Chapter 74, The Abnormal Grimoire, The Key of Solomon. Daping, please assist me in selling these pieces of equipment as well. Last time, I estimated that those silver items could fetch around 25 million. Yet you managed to sell them for over 30 million. This kid, who was once academically challenged and inept in various tasks, evidently inherited his father's knack for business. Moreover, Lin Hao felt he lacked the time to deal with such trifles. He emptied his backpack, revealing over 1,000 pieces of demon equipment, glittering like a mountain of gold. "Holy cow!" exclaimed Yu Daping, Ning Yuanxi, Lin Shi, and Mu Shui in unison, their astonishment palpable. "Boss, you truly are a monstrous entity." Yu Daping marveled. "I still have 400 to 500 pieces of demon equipment from you, not to mention countless cobalt, ores, and black lotuses." Lin Hao earlier. Chun Ziqing remarked on your remarkable prowess. There may still be skeptics. If those old-timers were here, witnessing this equipment, their jaws would surely drop. Ning Yuanxi added with a sigh. What remarkable prowess. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Brother Hao single-handedly cleared the entire dungeon passage. Truly terrifying. Even the usually composed Mu Shui expressed her astonishment. "All right, boss, you can trust me to handle this." Yu Daping began to gather the equipment from the ground. After parting ways with Yu Daping and the others, Lin Hao returned home. At that moment, he received a message from Zhao Kaijun, stating that after discussions among the high-ranking officials of Yang City, it was decided to grant Lin Hao 20% of the subsequent development profits. Following an assessment, this could amount to approximately 2 billion. However, the distribution would occur only after the completion of the development, which might take 6 months to a year, but would not exceed 2 years, assuring him to wait patiently. This was indeed excellent news. The personal cap, which was previously set at 5%, had been elevated to 20%. This surely was a special arrangement. Although the funds would not be available immediately, they would not be long in coming. And Lin Hao was not in a hurry. At this moment, he received the funds from the sale of some equipment he had previously sold, along with Zhao Shaoling. The total earnings from various materials and equipment amounted to 7 million. His net worth now reached 37 million, a sum sufficient to accomplish numerous endeavors. Moreover, he possessed several extraordinary items. Among them were 3 pieces of golden equipment obtained from the wild boss, the gnome goblin king, Celsus, which he had acquired during his initial collaboration with Zhao Shaoling. These items could only be equipped at level 20, so he had kept them stored away in his backpack, yet to be utilized. This meant he actually had 4 exceptional items. Lin Hao retrieved the items and examined them. Celsus staff, golden grade, spirit 100, constitution 100. Increases the power of energy-based skills by 15, usable after level 20. Celsus dagger, golden grade, agility 100, constitution 100. Increases the power of agility-based skills by 15, usable after level 20. Celsus one-handed sword, golden grade, strength 100, constitution 100. Increases the power of strength-based skills by 15, usable after level 20. Magic scroll, Death Sun, usable by spirit-based professions. Grants the fire-based magic skill Death Sun upon use, usable after level 20. It was evident that he could utilize both the staff and the magic scroll, especially the latter. The Death Sun was a forbidden spell that nearly claimed the lives of Lin Hao and Zhao Shaoling when Celsus unleashed it. Lin Hao took out the Death Sun scroll and focused his thoughts. In an instant, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and the scroll vanished. Adding a new skill to his repertoire, mastered skill, Death Sunday. As a spirit-based profession, Lin Hao could learn various spells, including those of the electric category like Ning Yuanxi's. Naturally, summoning spells were the most fitting for him. However, having an abundance of skills was never a burden. He glanced at the mana cost for casting Death Sun, which required 900 points. This indicated that with his current spirit level, he could not even cast a single instance of Death Sunday. How frustrating. Indeed, forbidden spells were not easily wielded. He recalled how Celsus had nearly exhausted himself after casting that spell once. The core attribute of the staff was its increase in the power of energy-based skills by 15, a trait that many would covet. However, the requirement of Spirit 100 left Lin Hao somewhat dissatisfied. As a summoner, his spirit power was not particularly robust. Generally, summoners did not consume excessive spirit power for their summons. Lin Hao, being the anomaly he was, already had hundreds of pet insects to summon, with countless more anticipated in the future. Thus, what was once ample spirit power had become an unbearable shortcoming for him. In the Dark Realm, after defeating the Demon Saintus and the Vampire Demon, he had also acquired 2 extraordinary items, yet he had not found the time to study them thoroughly. Lin Hao took out the magic book, Solomon's Key, for inspection. Solomon's Key, unique, a magic book once used by the Abyssal King Nicholas in his youth, containing records of 100 spells. The holder of this book can directly cast the spells within, although they are currently sealed. Each magic spirit seed can unlock 1 spell. Equipped, Spirit 50, currently unlocked spells, Tornado, Wind Sphere. Incredible. This felt like stumbling upon a treasure of immense value. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, even his usually composed demeanor faltering in astonishment. If the Demon Saintus were present, he would genuinely wish to kiss her. She was simply delightful. This magic book, Solomon's Key, was extraordinary. A unique item with no level restrictions and an additional 50 to spirit power. This was a percentage increase in attributes. This meant that even at level 100, it would remain relevant. Without hesitation, Lin Hao equipped it, instantly feeling a surge of vitality in his spirit power. His original spirit level of 650 points skyrocketed to 975 points. This newfound power enabled him to cast the Death Sun spell he had just learned. However, to be fair, Lin Hao had rarely experienced a state of full spirit power, as he was consistently summoning his pet insects. It was never enough. The Solomon's Key magic book was undoubtedly of divine caliber. To think that it had dropped after the Demon Saintus was slain, Lin Hao flipped through Solomon's Key, finding 5 spells recorded on each of its 20 pages, totaling 100 spells. The spells encompassed fire, earth, wind, water, electricity, darkness, light, spirit, support, and healing magic, with darkness being the most prevalent. Fireball, rockfall, gust. Among the last 2 pages, the 10 magical skills were all of forbidden level. Chapter 75, Endless Toxins and Frenzied Summons. However, almost all spell names were dark-hued. Currently, they were all sealed and unusable. Only Tornado and Wind Sphere glimmered brightly, indicating their current usability. It was a pity that such a treasure trove of magic lay dormant, unable to be utilized. Lin Hao sighed. As for the requirements to unseal the spells, he had never heard of magic spirit seeds before. However, he believed that, given their name, he could likely find them later in the trading center. Lin Hao then retrieved another prize. Magic Scroll, Endless Toxins. Endless Toxins. Upon casting the skill, the blood of the poison will provide nutrients, delaying the toxin's decay, diminishing by 1 every minute, learnable at level 25. Truly outrageous. When Lin Hao was afflicted by this toxic skill, he lost approximately 12,000 health points every minute. The toxin's strength remained nearly constant, only slightly diminishing. If one were to consider the upper limit, this skill could poison an adversary for an hour. 60 minutes. Losing over 10,000 health points per minute meant that being poisoned could potentially strip an opponent of 300,000 to 400,000 health points. Lin Hao possessed 50 spirit butterflies, each contributing over 10,000 health points to him. He nearly succumbed himself. How many individuals in this world possessed hundreds of thousands of health points? Even tens of thousands were rare. Thus, this skill was nearly a guaranteed kill for its victims. Moreover, it was an area of effect skill. Faced with thousands of foes, casting this skill would spell doom for entire legions. If he were to master this skill, it would be immensely powerful. Regrettably, it required level 25 for learning. Lin Hao was currently at level 21 and needed to level up 4 more times. He reluctantly stored it in his backpack. With these recent acquisitions, Lin Hao's strength had significantly increased. First, he learned the Death Sun spell. Second, he equipped the Solomon's Key magic book, greatly enhancing his spirit power, nearly doubling it. Third, through the magic book, he mastered the Tornado and Wind Sphere spells. With over 30 million in hand, it was time to enter the trading center and purchase some restorative potions and equipment. Lin Hao proceeded to the trading center. He first sought out restorative potions, specifically focusing on those that replenish mental energy. Upon investigation, he discovered that there were dozens, if not hundreds, of varieties of restorative elixirs, each more eclectic than the last. However, potions that specifically restore mental energy could generally be categorized into 2 types. One type instantly replenishes mental energy to its full capacity upon consumption, the effects being immediate but fleeting, primarily designed for use in combat situations. Yet, they cannot be consumed indefinitely due to a cooldown period. Such potions are exceedingly expensive. The other type restores mental energy gradually, for instance, replenishing 10 points per minute, with the effects fully absorbed after 10 minutes. These are somewhat more affordable, but even at a lower price point, they remain quite costly. Lin Hao quickly identified a potion called Intermediate Blue Spring. It restores 10 points of mental energy per minute and can replenish a total of 100 points over a duration of 10 minutes. In other words, a single bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring can recover 1,000 points of mental energy. The cooldown time is half an hour, which is not excessively long, especially when compared to the instant recovery potions that often require 1 to 2 hours before a second bottle can be consumed. Lin Hao calculated that summoning a level 20 Golden Devourer requires approximately 100 points of mental energy. At his current mental energy level, he could summon about 10 Golden Devourers at full capacity. To summon a total of 210 Golden Devourers and 210 Spirit Butterflies, he would need 42,000 points of mental energy, necessitating the consumption of 42 bottles of Intermediate Blue Spring. The time required for drinking the potions would be 420 minutes, with an additional 1260 minutes for cooldowns, summing up to 28 hours. In essence, even with relentless consumption of potions, he would need a full day and night to achieve this. Lin Hao could not help but smile wryly, given that each bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring costs 100,000 coins, culminating in an expenditure of 4.2 million coins to fully restore his capabilities before the critical exam. To him, this amount seemed exorbitant. Perspectives on money vary greatly among individuals. For Lin Hao, in this world, money serves merely as a means to bolster one's strength. The more formidable one becomes, the quicker one can accumulate wealth. Without hesitation, he placed an order for 10 bottles, making an immediate payment of 1 million coins at the trading center. Shortly thereafter, the merchant sent him a message instructing him to open the teleportation portal. In a flash of white light, 10 bottles of potions materialized before him, facilitated by a small-scale item teleportation array. Come forth, Lin Hao commanded, as his mental energy was still at half capacity. 5 level 20 Golden Devourers appeared beside him, and he promptly stored them in his pet space. After summoning the 5 Golden Devourers, Lin Hao experienced a brief bout of dizziness as his mental energy was depleted. He then grasped a bottle of Intermediate Blue Spring and drank it eagerly. Almost instantaneously, his mental energy surged back. Approaching the 10-minute mark, his mental energy was restored to 975 points. He summoned another 10 Golden Devourers. After the cooldown period of half an hour elapsed, Lin Hao consumed the second bottle of potion. Truth be told, few practitioners engage in such extravagant spending as Lin Hao did. Firstly, rare is the occasion when one suddenly requires tens of thousands of mental energy. Secondly, this behavior is a reckless expenditure. Most individuals would meditate to gradually restore their mental energy before utilizing it sparingly. However, Lin Hao lacked the luxury of time to wait. The results were satisfactory. He felt quite pleased and placed an order for an additional 20 bottles, costing another 2 million coins. Even the merchant on the other end was taken aback. Although potions are considered hard currency and are in demand by many practitioners, typically, his shop would only sell 3 to 5 bottles per order. Lin Hao, however, had ordered 10 bottles initially and then, shortly after, 20 more. This was a first for the shopkeeper in his years of business. Today was bound to be prosperous. The shopkeeper was elated and, with exceptional customer service, even gifted Lin Hao 5 bottles of Minor Blue Spring, which restores 100 points each, totaling 500 points. With a cooldown of 10 minutes. Though minimal, it was better than nothing, and Lin Hao accepted the offer. Thus, Lin Hao entered a frenzy of consumption and summoning, perpetually alternating between drinking potions and summoning creatures, embarking on a reckless spree of expenditure. During the cooldown periods, he continued to browse the trading center. Oh, this piece of equipment looks intriguing, he thought, as an item caught his eye. Mental Energy Robe, Gold Tier, 500 Mental Energy, usable at level 20. Creator, Luo Shueyao. Description: one of the 3-piece mental energy set, equipping all 3 grants an additional 1,000 mental energy. This specialization in enhancing mental energy was precisely what Lin Hao sought. Upon glancing at the price, he was taken aback. 9 million coins. To his surprise, this piece of equipment was not acquired through monster drops, but rather crafted by a skilled artisan, seemingly a female. Since awakening his tamer profession and rapidly leveling up, Lin Hao had seldom paid attention to other crafting professions. It appeared he had underestimated these artisans. While he had painstakingly amassed around 30 million coins through combat, this individual was offering a single piece of equipment for 9 million coins. Chapter 76. The 3-piece mental set, Luo Shueyao. Beneath the item, numerous comments were visible. What a ridiculous price for such trash. Luo Shueyao must be desperate for money. What use is all this mental energy? For this price, one could purchase equipment that enhances skill effects instead. Just passing through, and I'm laughing. Hasn't this equipment been listed for over a year? Still here? Hilarious. This item is worth at most 7 million. It was evident that this piece of equipment sparked considerable controversy. It was not surprising, as typically sought-after gear is aimed at enhancing attack power. Yet, Lin Hao found himself highly intrigued by this 3-piece mental energy set, as the maximal enhancement of mental energy resonated with him perfectly. Nevertheless, if it were merely a single piece of equipment, it would not have provoked such intense interest. The mention of it being a 3-piece set piqued his curiosity. He wondered if the other 2 pieces were still available. In the trading center, Lin Hao entered the name Luo Shuiyao. The information on her listed products materialized before him. Luo Shuiyao could not be deemed a prolific creator, but she had around 20 to 30 pieces of equipment for sale, albeit with a lengthy listing duration and a relatively low sales rate. As Lin Hao browsed through her offerings, he noticed that nearly all of them followed an extreme specialization, similar to the mental energy 3-piece set, entirely focusing on enhancing mental energy while forsaking other benefits. It was clear that this artisan possessed a distinct personality. The other 2 pieces of mental gear were still available. They had been listed for over a year without any sales, yet their owner, Luo Shuiyao, had steadfastly maintained the price without any alterations. Generally, sellers tend to lower prices if their items remain unsold for an extended period, sometimes even selling at a loss to facilitate cash flow. Yet, Luo Shuiyao showed no inclination to do so. It seemed she was not in dire need of money. Otherwise, having dozens of items for sale would have tied up a substantial amount of capital. However, Lin Hao had little interest in delving deeper into the creator, Luo Shuiyao. The second piece of equipment was a ring, mental energy ring, gold tier, 500 mental energy, usable at level 20. Creator, Luo Shuiyao. Introduction. One of the 3 components of mental armor, equipping all 3 simultaneously increases mental power by 1,000. Price, 9 million. The third piece of equipment is a pair of shoes. Mental shoes, silver grade, mental power 500, can be used at level 20. Creator, Luo Shuiyao. Introduction. One of the 3 components of mental armor, equipping all 3 simultaneously increases mental power by 1,000. Price, 9 million. The mental armor set consists of a robe, a ring, and shoes. Each piece provides 500 points of mental power, totaling 1,500 points for all 3. Additionally, with the set bonus of 1,000 points, the total reaches 2,500 points. Lin Hao's base mental attribute at level 21 is 650 points, which, under the amplification of Solomon's key, rises to 975 points. Should Lin Hao don these 3 pieces of armor, his base attributes would be 650, 2500, 3150, and with an additional amplification of 50, it would soar to an astonishing 4,725 points. This is a significant leap compared to his original attributes. Originally, the 3-piece set would increase mental power by 2,500 points, which is already excessive. Coincidentally, Lin Hao acquired Solomon's key, which amplifies this already extreme increase to an unbelievable level. To Lin Hao, the price of 9 million for each of these 3 pieces seems quite reasonable, and he believes that even a valuation exceeding 10 million would not be excessive. With the possession of Solomon's key, he wouldn't hesitate to spend 15 million either. He calculated his finances and realized that acquiring all 3 pieces would require 27 million. Previously, he had a fortune of 37 million, but he anticipated spending 2 million on potions. Thus, purchasing these 3 pieces would amount to another 27 million, totaling 2 million. After some calculations, Lin Hao could only manage to retain 8 million. He bitterly smiled, realizing that his newfound wealth had barely warmed in his hands for a few hours. However, once Yu Dapeng deals with the more than 1,500 pieces of demonic gear and a series of items, he would then sell the 3 useless golden armors. This would likely yield another substantial income. The most significant source of income would be the dividends from the Dark Realm dungeon development, which Xiao Kaijun estimated to be several hundred million, though it has taken quite some time, and he cannot wait any longer. Lin Hao quickly made his choice. He placed an order for the mental power robe and paid 9 million. In the capital city, amidst the 3 great noble families of the current Great Xia, the Luo family, the Qin family, and the Yin family. At this moment, within the courtyard of the Luo family, in a workshop room, a stunning young woman in her 20s reclines in a chair. Her body leans back at a lazy 45-degree angle, her long legs crossed over the table in front of her, a posture that is anything but elegant. With her left hand, she holds a book titled The Art of Demonic Forging, engrossed in its contents, while her right hand repeatedly reaches for the table, grabbing chips to munch on. Suddenly, a little girl bursts in with a joyful expression, exclaiming, "Miss, your mental power robe that has been on hold for a year was just ordered, and payment has been made." The woman turned her head upon hearing this, closing her book, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, someone with discerning taste. Haha, after a year of poverty, happiness has finally arrived. Xiaolu, quickly call my friends and tell them to meet at Heaven and Earth tonight. Food, drinks, and male models will be on me. I knew you'd say that. Xiaolu chuckled, shaking her head. Hurry, hurry, tell them that anyone who doesn't come will have to treat us next time. This young woman is none other than Luo Shuiyao, the creator of the mental power robe that Lin Hao just ordered. Oh, Xiaolu turned to leave. By the way, did the buyer contact you to negotiate the price? Luo Shuiyao suddenly inquired. Xiaolu shook her head. Miss, no, it's quite strange. In the past, those who bought your gear always contacted us, haggling until their mouths bled. But this person didn't even reach out, just placed the order outright. It seems like a big spender. Luo Shuiyao's eyes twinkled with curiosity. Xiao Lu exited to help Luo Shuiyao gather her socialite friends. Luo Shuiyao stood up, stretching her back. Her S-shaped curve was stunningly beautiful. All right. After a year of financial restraint, I shall indulge tonight and order 10 male models to announce my return to the world. Clang. The door swung open again. Xiao Lu re-entered, her face alight with excitement, waving her hands and shouting, "Miss, that person placed 2 more orders. Buying your ring and shoes as well." And without a word of negotiation, just placed the order and paid? This time, even Luo Shuiyao was intrigued. Indeed, miss, how strange. Nearly 30 million, and it seems that person didn't even blink. Chapter 77, Return to the Insect Realm, the Island in the Sea. Lin Hao was completely unaware that his order for equipment would cause a stir with the seller miles away. At this moment, he gazed contentedly at the 3 pieces of mental equipment he had acquired, having spent over 20 million, boosting his mental power from 975 to an impressive 4,725. He achieved a remarkable qualitative leap. With this level of mental power, he could cast the minor curse Deathly Sun 5 times. What a profit! Lin Hao was not oblivious to the typical practice of contacting sellers to request discounts. However, he felt that the 3 pieces of equipment were not only reasonably priced, but a veritable bargain. What others deemed undesirable, he perceived as a fortunate find. The strength of mental power was precisely what suited him best. Furthermore, he had no inclination to engage in lengthy negotiations. To him, it seemed a complete waste of time. Once he donned all 3 pieces of equipment, Lin Hao's mental power surged to 4,725, a figure that would surely astound many. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 8 in the evening. He had been frantically consuming potions and summoning pet insects for 4 hours. At this point, he had only consumed 6 bottles of magic potions, summoning a total of 60 pet insects, including 50 gold-eating worms and 10 spirit butterflies. He was still a long way from the full complement of 420. Lin Hao chuckled ruefully. However, despite his mirth, his actions were swift. He downed another bottle of magic potion as if it were free. Time ticked by. Before he knew it, it was midnight. By this time, he had summoned a total of 120 pet insects. With only 1 day left until the national exam, he intended to make a trip into the insect realm. Therefore, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Lin Hao closed his eyes to rest while simultaneously summoning. By noon the following day, he had summoned another 180 pet insects. Now, including some scattered ones, he had a total of 350 pet insects, with 300 being gold-eating worms, among which 20 were elite gold-eating worms. Their attributes were double that of ordinary gold-eating worms. Not only were their attributes superior, but when Lin Hao released the gold-eating worms and formed them into small teams, the ordinary gold-eating worms seemed to follow the elite ones, forming a cohesive unit. This enhanced squad's combat strength appeared to possess a remarkable synergy, far surpassing that of the previous disorganized mass. This left Lin Hao quite astonished. It turns out that the insect army can continually evolve and optimize itself. He suddenly realized that if this trend continues, there may be some astonishing surprises in the future. In addition to the 300 gold-devouring insects, he had also summoned 50 spirit butterflies, significantly surpassing the strength he initially possessed upon entering the shadowy realm. It was nearly time to venture into the insect world. Reflecting on his previous forays into the insect world, he had traversed it 6 times, 4 of which yielded no results. On 2 occasions, he acquired a gold-devouring insect, which propelled him to success, and to this day, remains his primary combat force. On another occasion, he obtained a spirit butterfly, which transformed him into an indomitable force, nearly invulnerable. During his last expedition, he had learned to be clever. He concealed a gold-devouring insect in a meadow. Subsequently, he discovered that this insect remained in that location, implying that when he re-entered the insect world, he could utilize a position-swapping technique to reach that meadow. There, in addition to the spirit butterflies, he had found several other remarkable insects. If all went smoothly, his next traversal could anchor on that spot, eliminating aimless wandering and significantly increasing his success rate. As he consumed potions, Lin Hao refrained from summoning his companion insects. After 2.5 hours, his mental energy had replenished by 4,000 points. It was sufficient. This time, his mental energy was tenfold compared to the last, rendering him far less passive. After a minute of calming his mind, he initiated his traversal into the insect world. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his abode. Shortly thereafter, he found himself on the sandy shores of a small isle within the insect world. The moist sea breeze tousled his hair, and the air was imbued with a salty tang. He immediately sensed the drain of his mental energy, yet, in contrast to the previous noticeable depletion, it was now nearly imperceptible. Come forth. 100 gold-devouring insects materialized around Lin Hao. In this unknown territory, he was uncertain of the dangers that lurked. He decided to release some of his companion insects for protection. With these gold-devouring insects by his side, Lin Hao felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. The gentle breeze caressed him, while the rhythmic sound of waves resonated in the background, suddenly altering his plans. He had initially intended to use the position swap to teleport to the location where he had summoned the spirit butterflies. However, he now resolved to explore this area first, intending to teleport later. He was determined to visit that place, as he could not forget the exceptionally swift insect he had encountered there, undoubtedly akin to an assassin. Regrettably, he had used his last opportunity to form a contract with the spirit butterfly. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied with acquiring the spirit butterfly. Without its life-sharing ability during the battle in the shadowy realm, he would have perished numerous times. The insects in the insect world bore some resemblance to the professions in the human realm. If the gold-devouring insect represented a combat class, the spirit butterfly was akin to a support class, now that his mental energy was abundant. Unlike the previous instances when he had only a few minutes or half an hour, Lin Hao felt no urgency this time. He was eager to see what companion insects he might acquire. As Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings, standing on the beach provided him limited insight into the entire island. However, he could ascertain that this was a small isle in the midst of the ocean, not particularly expansive. The mountains were predominantly rocky, with only a sparse scattering of coconut trees. The breeze swayed the trees gently. This place did not seem perilous at all. Lin Hao set forth, treading on the sand, encircling the island. In the near waters, numerous avian-like creatures soared above the ocean. They moved swiftly, maintaining a distance that obscured them from clear view. Occasionally, they would dive into the sea, snatching fish from the water. However, upon closer observation, Lin Hao discerned that these were not fish at all, but insect-like creatures resembling fish. As a skilled insect tamer, he possessed a keen sensitivity towards insect species. This insect world was indeed peculiar, seemingly inhabited solely by insects. After an hour, Lin Hao had traversed the entire sandy perimeter of the small island and returned to his starting point. Along the way, he had observed flying insects above, as well as numerous swimming insects below. The variety of species here was relatively scarce. However, that was hardly surprising, considering the vast expanse of ocean surrounding the island. With land thousands of miles away, the presence of any life forms was commendable. Just as Lin Hao contemplated departing from this location, a swarm of several hundred avian insects descended upon the treetops of the island. Curious about these creatures, he began to ascend the island. The elevation was not significant, rising no more than 20 meters above sea level. As Lin Hao approached, the avian insects took flight in alarm, flapping their wings and scattering in all directions, then circling the nearby waters. Lin Hao found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Chapter 78. Contract, Kuanpeng. Let us leave. Lingering here serves no purpose. Just as Lin Hao prepared to use the position swap to depart, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a crashing sound, the ocean suddenly parted. A colossal creature erupted from the water, its size dwarfing 3 football fields. The immense form cast a shadow over Lin Hao, momentarily blinding him. The fish-like entity opened its massive jaws, swallowing hundreds of the avian insects in one swift motion. What on earth? Lin Hao gasped in shock. How terrifying. He had completely overlooked this creature while it resided in the depths of the ocean. If it had launched a sudden attack, he feared he would have been obliterated without a trace. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground, hiding among a few trees atop the mountain. After spending an hour here without sensing any danger, he was astounded to discover the presence of such a gargantuan being. The creature, having devoured the flying insects, did not return to the depths but instead unfurled its fins and soared into the sky. By heavens, a gigantic flying fish. Is it reminiscent of the mythical Kuanpeng described in ancient tales? Lin Hao lay low, stealing glances at the creature from the corner of his eye. In the northern sea, there exists a fish known as Kuan, its size unknown, stretching thousands of miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called Peng. He recalled the descriptions of Kuanpeng. Yet, this being fell short of such grandeur. It was still a considerable distance from the legendary creature. This being circled above the island, clearly noticing Lin Hao. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seemed to harbor no animosity towards him. As an insect tamer, Lin Hao was acutely aware of the emotional states of insect-like beings. Sensing no hostility, he rose to his feet. He even cast a detection spell upon it. As expected, he still could not ascertain any information about the creature. If he could form a contract with such a being, it would be nothing short of extraordinary and quite impressive. Lin Hao mused. However, he knew that was impossible. Through his previous traversals of the insect world, he had learned that he could not form contracts with high-level beings at his current capacity. This insect world was indeed marvelous, even hosting creatures akin to the legendary Kuanpeng. He longed to grow stronger swiftly, to explore this world fully. Lin Hao had already resolved to leave this place and venture towards the grasslands. At that moment, the creature seemed to develop an interest in him. It floated in the air, its enormous eyes fixated upon Lin Hao. As he prepared to employ his spatial swap skill, a voice suddenly echoed. Why not attempt to form a contract with it? If the contract fails, you can simply teleport away. There is little to lose. Perhaps just a modicum of mental energy. With this thought, Lin Hao's heart began to race fervently. Should he give it a try? Gritting his teeth, he declared, Insect Contract. He activated his professional skill, linking his mental energy to the colossal being soaring in the sky. The creature appeared to offer no resistance. To his astonishment, it was a larva. As Lin Hao sensed the creature's essence, it bore a striking resemblance to a human infant. Instantly, his heart raced with alarm. Here lay a significant crisis. The presence of a larva indicated that nearby, a pair of adult creatures must exist. If the larva was already the size of several football fields, how immense would the adults be? The opportunity was not as bleak as he had initially thought. There was indeed a chance. Lin Hao continued to connect with the creature, his mental energy depleting rapidly. Soon, 1,000 units of mental energy were consumed, yet the bond remained unformed. However, there was no violent resistance from the creature. Another 1,000 units vanished. It seemed the creature had assimilated a considerable amount of Lin Hao's emotions. There was hope. Nevertheless, the sheer size of the larva and its vast mental ocean exceeded Lin Hao's expectations. Before long, yet another 1,000 units of mental energy were exhausted. In a brief span, 3,000 units had dissipated. Lin Hao's remaining mental energy was dwindling. He could not sustain this effort for long. Yet, at that moment, the larva's mental state brimmed with goodwill towards Lin Hao, having been largely assimilated. His eyes burned with determination. This was a unique opportunity. Should he miss it, who knows when he might encounter another? Perhaps he would never have another chance. However, the depletion of mental energy far surpassed Lin Hao's imagination. Even with the larva, the assimilation of over 3,000 units still did not suffice. Had it been his previous meager mental reserves, success would have been utterly impossible. Yet now, he could envision a glimmer of success. Alas, his mental energy was nearly exhausted. Once again, he found himself in this familiar, helpless situation. Lin Hao chuckled wryly. Fine to me. At the final moment, as his mental energy was completely expended, he bellowed, "You have successfully contracted with Kunping." It was accomplished. How exhausting and perilous. At that moment, Lin Hao transformed into a beam of white light. In the last second, he suddenly perceived the sky darkening. An unfathomably large fish had emerged. It let out a long, furious cry. Yet, Lin Hao had vanished, returning home. He abruptly opened his eyes. I did it, ha ha. That was close. Had I hesitated any longer, the contract would have failed. Or worse, if I had delayed further, its parents might have returned, and I could have perished. First, he would ascertain what he had obtained. As Lin Hao stepped outside, he beheld a colossal fish, measuring over 20 meters in length and 8 meters in width, gliding gracefully through the sky, gazing at him with a bewildered expression. Unlike in the insect realm, this massive fish appeared to be a mere phantasm. In the insect realm, it had been a tangible entity. As he pondered, the flying fish suddenly zipped into Lin Hao's body. Instantly, he felt an extraordinary transformation within himself. Kunpeng, one of the ancient divine insects, possessing both fish and bird attributes, symbolizes strength. As Kunpeng matures, it evolves through 6 stages. With its ultimate form measuring 100,000 li in length, capable of soaring through the heavens or plunging into the depths of the underworld. Currently, it is in its larval first stage form. The first stage larva? He examined the pet insect Kunpeng's status panel. Level 21 Kunpeng, first stage. Strength, 30,000. Agility, 10,000. Mental, 10,000. Constitution, 20,000. Skills, flight, enhancement. Flight. When Kunpeng merges with its tamer, it grants the tamer the ability to fly. Enhancement. Kunpeng can augment the tamer's attributes by 10. What? A support-type pet insect? Lin Hao felt a twinge of disappointment, but was quickly engulfed by elation. These 2 skills were simply extraordinary. He swiftly opened his own status panel. Name, Lin Hao. Profession, Insect Tamer. Level, 21. Strength, 320. Agility, 1, 320. Mental, 6, 225. Constitution, 2, 320. Professional skills, Insect Contract, Pet Insect Summon, Level 21. Talent skills, Skill Enhancement, Level 3. Spatial Swap, Insect Realm Traversal, 2 uses. Summon Level 21 Gold Eating Insect, current quantity 31, 210. Summon Level 21 Spirit Butterfly, current quantity 11, 210. Summon Level 21 Kunpeng, first stage current quantity 11. Had he truly become so formidable? Lin Hao murmured. Was he still merely a level 21, mental type insect tamer? Chapter 79, Traversing the Insect Realm, Encountering the Battlefield. Such powerful attributes. This support type Kunpeng granted him a tenfold increase in attribute points. Previously, Lin Hao had felt embarrassed that his pet insects were so powerful, while he himself seemed utterly ineffectual. Despite the fact that the strength of his pets was indeed a reflection of his own, it still left him feeling unsatisfied. Now, however, he too was beginning to soar. With such formidable attribute points, the possibilities before him expanded immensely. Lin Hao's current strength undoubtedly surpassed that of his peers, rendering him almost a bug-like anomaly. Yet, he did not consider himself invincible. His ultimate adversary, his true enemy, was not his contemporaries. His sister, while undoubtedly weaker than he was now, was still formidable in her own right, yet she remained ensnared in a dire predicament. Were her opponents the powerful guilds? Or the abyss? Lin Hao took note of a section beneath his status. Summon level 21 Kuenping. First stage current quantity 11. This indicated that Kuenping, unlike the gold-eating insect and spirit butterfly, could not be summoned in unlimited numbers. At least for now, he could only summon one. Perhaps the nature of such a divine beast was too extraordinary to replicate or divide easily. However, it was merely in its first stage. Lin Hao could not foresee what transformations awaited it as it advanced. It might not always remain a support type. Glancing at the time, Lin Hao realized that only a little over 2 hours had passed since he entered the insect realm. He still had 2 opportunities to traverse the insect realm remaining. However, his mental energy had been completely depleted, and he needed to restore his state before proceeding. To regain his vigor, he would require 4 additional hours. Lin Hao grasped a vial of medium blue elixir and consumed its contents. 100. His mental energy was rapidly replenishing. Finally, as the clock approached 8 in the evening, he found that only 1,000 points remained until his energy was fully restored. Lin Hao downed another vial of medium blue elixir. Once more, he stepped outside. There was still one skill he had yet to test. Flight. He whispered softly. In an instant, a surge of power coursed through him, and his body gradually began to levitate. Whoosh. Lin Hao swayed and ascended into the high sky. He stood aloft, surveying the entire city of Yang. The lights twinkled brilliantly. In the nocturnal ambience, this place bore a striking resemblance to Earth in his past life. If it weren't for the towering walls beyond which countless monsters lurked, waiting to devour the unwary, this world might still seem beautiful. The wind howled past him, ruffling his hair and garments. Speeds reached 300 to 400 yards per hour. How exhilarating. After several minutes, he had circled high above, completely unaware of the ground below. What a thrill. The sensation was simply sublime. Some human practitioners could also soar through the skies, but they were all high-level individuals. Lin Hao recalled the vampire he had encountered in the shadowy depths, who could fly due to his wings. The demon saintess could also take to the air, thanks to her wind magic. Yet, for someone like Lin Hao, at merely level 21, to be able to fly was likely a rarity indeed. With a whoosh, Lin Hao returned to the front of his dwelling. Insect realm traversal. A flash of white light, and Lin Hao vanished from his spot. Simultaneously, he materialized in the insect realm. At this moment, Lin Hao sensed the ground beneath him quaking incessantly. Suddenly, he was propelled upwards, his body soaring into the air. Lin Hao was taken aback. He realized he was standing atop a colossal creature. This beast was so immense that its head could not be seen in front of him, nor its tail behind. From its form, it bore a resemblance to a dragon. The insect realm was indeed home to the most extraordinary entities. Lin Hao shook his head. Whoosh. Utilizing the flight ability bestowed by the Kuenping, he departed from the vast creature's back. It was simply too enormous. Suddenly, the dragon-like monster's body arched, and an enormous head turned from afar to gaze at Lin Hao. Instantly, he felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him. His body stiffened, making it difficult to fly. What could be so fearsome? Lin Hao plummeted towards the ground. Would he perish here? Position swap. Lin Hao acted decisively. Realizing that whether he fell to the earth or provoked the colossal creature's wrath, it would lead to his demise. Thus, he promptly activated the position swap. In an instant, he found himself in another location. Here, the grass was lush and vibrant. This was the very place he had previously visited to obtain the fairy butterfly. Indeed, it proved effective. Lin Hao felt a surge of joy. Just then, the devouring gold insect he had just swapped positions with suddenly lost its connection. It was dead. Lin Hao's expression changed. This meant that had he hesitated even for a moment, it might have been him meeting his end. He could not ascertain whether it was the previous colossal creature's action or something else entirely. Just moments ago, he had felt his power surging, yet in this realm, merely surviving was exceedingly difficult. His strength was still inadequate. He wondered how many levels he needed to ascend and to what extent his power must grow to navigate this world with ease. Come forth, Lin Hao murmured softly. 100 or so devouring gold insects materialized around him. With a mere thought, 4 or 5 of them took flight in various directions, alighting gently on the ground in different locations. Once this was accomplished, Lin Hao slowly lifted his feet off the ground, maintaining a state of flight as he began to survey his surroundings. It seemed somewhat different from last time. As Lin Hao walked, he observed his surroundings. Previously, the grass had been lush, adorned with blooming flowers, while swarms of bees and butterflies danced about. Yet this time, the scenery remained unchanged. But the insects were nowhere to be found. What could have happened? Or perhaps the timing was simply off. Lin Hao felt perplexed. After walking several hundred meters without sight of any insects, he wondered if they had all departed. In the distance, a flicker of multicolored light caught his eye. Moments later, a series of thundering noises echoed. Another battle? He recalled that on his second or third traversal to this insect realm, he had also encountered a great conflict. At that time, it was a war among the giant insects, where he had hidden in a ravine, too scared to move, until it was time to be transported back. Now, he gazed into the distance. All he could see were various magical lights shimmering across the horizon, yet no insects were visible. Come forth. Another 100 devouring gold insects appeared around him. The 200 insects swirled about Lin Hao. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Hao shot towards the battlefield like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was astonishing. Yet, it took nearly an hour of relentless flight before he neared the edge of the conflict. Indeed, it was another war among the insect tribes. This time, a variety of insects, both large and small, participated, though overall, the smaller ones were more numerous, certainly not comparable to the earlier colossal dragon-like creature. However, the sheer quantity was staggering, densely packed, filling the sky and ground. There were likely hundreds of thousands. Chapter 80. Engaging in battle, releasing the Son of Death spell. This world seemed akin to the human realm, where battles and conflicts were frequent occurrences. Lin Hao could only smile wryly. He halted and refrained from advancing further. He had grown accustomed to exercising caution in this insect realm. When he first entered, he encountered that mantis insect, which nearly severed him with a single strike. Later, he faced the crocodile turtle insect, the insect segment insect, and just now, the dragon insect. In comparison, all of them were of a higher level than Lin Hao. Their power vastly superior. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Hao had also grown, his strength multiplying by dozens of times. After observing from a distance for a while, he felt a slight sense of relief. The battle unfolding before him did not seem to display the apocalyptic skills of the previous giant insects. The combatants appeared to be within the range of levels 1050. Now, that was more reasonable. In a world filled with formidable beings, how could one possibly survive? Lin Hao noticed that among the combatants, one faction consisted of insects resembling black and brown-striped grasshoppers. However, these grasshoppers were not like those in the human realm, measuring merely 2 fingers wide. Here, they were nearly the size of an adult human. At a glance, they filled the sky, menacing and fearsome. These grasshoppers were remarkably ferocious in their combat. Some directly lunged at their opponents, biting ferociously, while others spat venom to eliminate their foes. The opposing faction comprised a diverse array of insects, a veritable menagerie. He even thought he spotted the familiar forms of the devouring gold insect and the fairy butterfly amidst the fray. It seemed the grasshoppers were the invading force. Lin Hao gazed for a while before retracting his wings and descending to the ground. He shook his head in frustration, for the area around him was devoid of any insects. As for the distant battle, he had no desire to involve himself. The sheer number was overwhelming and had no relevance to him personally. It was more prudent to wait here a moment, perhaps to seize an opportunity to contract an insect later. This would justify his journey, allowing him to acquire a new pet insect and enhance his strength. Thus, he made himself comfortable, reclining on the ground. A gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the lush grass beneath him provided a pleasant respite. The previous night had been arduous, filled with potions, summoning, resting, and more potions. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. He sensed anew, and it was no mere illusion. The gold-devouring insects and the fairy butterflies at his side had begun to stir restlessly. Initially, he thought it was a figment of his imagination, but upon closer examination, it was indeed true. They were agitated. What could this signify? Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. Did they possess some intent? It seemed they were attempting to convey a message to him. Lin Hao attentively tuned into the emotions transmitted by his pet insects. What? They wished to engage in battle? This revelation startled Lin Hao. He had always believed that the summoned insects he had replicated were mere automatons, devoid of emotion, only obedient to his commands. Yet now, it appeared that was not entirely accurate. The emotions they exhibited, albeit faint, were genuine, especially the upgraded elite gold-devouring insects, whose emotions were even more pronounced. The higher the level, the stronger the sentience. Lin Hao even felt an illusion that they wished to communicate something to him, but the message was too subtle to easily grasp. It seemed he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of being an insect tamer and the nature of the insects he summoned. You desire to slay those locusts? Lin Hao sensed their intentions once more, affirming their desire to engage in combat. He glanced towards the battlefield, where the number of battling insects had diminished significantly, reduced by more than half. Only tens of thousands remained. The ground was littered with countless deceased insects. The locusts appeared stronger, overpowering the diverse array of insects. To join the fray, Lin Hao had previously observed the conflict. With his current strength, he could indeed intervene, though it came with its risks. Yet, whether to fight or retreat, he felt a 7/10 certainty of success. Unbeknownst to him, his strength had elevated beyond that of a mere novice. Very well. You are my companions, fighting for me. I shall lend my aid in return. However, I must prioritize my own safety and act within reason. With this resolution, Lin Hao sprang into action. He leapt upward, and a phantom of a Kuanping appeared behind him. Then, skimming the ground, he soared rapidly towards the battlefield. The grass swayed on either side of his form. He halted not far from the combat zone, suppressing the agitation of his gold-devouring insects. In a hushed voice, he intoned, "In the name of death, I summon the blazing sun to incinerate all existence, returning it to the abyss of nothingness." 5 minutes elapsed. The casting time for this spell was indeed lengthy. Fortunately, the various insects engaged in battle did not notice him. Death Sun, level 5 fire magic. Conjures a blazing sun that emits rays of scorching heat, with attack power related to the caster's mental strength, lasting 1 minute, with a range of 100 meters. Lin Hao had encountered this spell when he was level 16, during a raid with Zhao Xiaoling, when they were attacked by that boss. Had he not had the fairy butterfly at that time, he would have perished. The intense heat of those rays had even incinerated their garments. The incantation completed, Lin Hao felt a portion of his mental strength deplete. Simultaneously, a massive blazing sun appeared above the locusts, radiating searing light upon them. In an instant, many of the lower-tier locusts were incinerated, plummeting to the ground. Goodness! Lin Hao was taken aback. Was this truly the Death Sun spell? The manifestation he conjured now was roughly 30 times larger than the one unleashed by Celsus. And the range? It seemed to extend for miles, far surpassing the stated 100 meters. What was happening? Could it be that his innate skill enhancement, was amplifying its effects? Skill enhancement. Level 3. All effects of the host's skills are amplified by 30 times, with increased amplification as the level rises. If this were the case, then even his simplest foundational spells would exhibit extraordinary strength. He hadn't anticipated that this divine talent would not only enhance his insect taming abilities, but also augment the spells he cast as their master. It appeared that not only were his pets formidable, but he himself possessed astonishing combat prowess. With this realization, Lin Hao produced a spell book from his hand, the Key of Solomon. Gale. This was a simple, instant cast spell. Previously, the demon Saintess had unleashed dozens of these, ensnaring his swarm of gold-devouring insects. A whirlwind materialized amidst the locusts, ensnaring thousands within its grasp. Indeed, this gale was several dozen times larger than that of the demon Saintess. As the two sides battled fiercely, the locusts had seemingly cornered the myriad insects into a near-inevitable demise. Yet, unexpectedly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Two terrifying spells erupted from the battlefield, annihilating countless locusts. A significant number of the lower-tier locusts perished within the spell's radius. This sudden shift reversed the tides of battle. Although the diverse insects were bewildered by this turn of events, they seized the opportunity to retaliate with vigor. Chapter 81. Level up to 22, contracting the Purple Lightning Mayfly. You have slain a dark locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You have slain a dark locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You have slain a dark locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You have acquired 2 beginner insect crystals. You have acquired 2 beginner insect crystals. In an instant, hundreds of notifications flooded Lin Hao's interface. He was taken aback. His experience bar visibly surged upward. It leapt by 5 levels, reaching 21 and 5. Incredible. This was exhilarating. Previously, after reaching level 21, the experience required for each subsequent level had been astronomical. Killing 30 to 50 monsters barely made a dent. Yet now, with just 1 or 2 spells, he amassed a substantial amount of experience. Lin Hao felt as though he had returned to the rapid leveling sensation of level 6 or 7. Exhilarating. This insect realm felt like Lin Hao's exclusive, sprawling dungeon. Not only were there countless insects to contract, but it also served as a sacred ground for leveling up. Gale, tornado. Having decided to assist the small insects, Lin Hao no longer hesitated. He would continue until he had vanquished the Dark Locust Legion. Moreover, the rewards were exceedingly bountiful. Consequently, one powerful spell after another was unleashed. Each of these formidable incantations decimated swathes of the Dark Locusts. Experience points surged at an astonishing rate. Lin Hao, as an additional combatant on this battlefield, caused a dramatic reversal of the previously overwhelming advantage held by the Dark Locusts. In contrast, they were suddenly left in disarray, retreating under the relentless counterattack from the swarm of smaller insects. It was at this moment that the Dark Locusts became aware of Lin Hao's involvement. A small contingent of several hundred Dark Locusts surged towards him. From a distance, Lin Hao sensed their intense murderous intent. 200 golden-eating insects charged at the Dark Locusts. Under the guidance of several elite golden-eating insects, they split into dozens of agile combat units, displaying remarkable coordination. Previously, Lin Hao's battalion of golden-eating insects had been chaotic, attacking indiscriminately. Now, however, they resembled organized military units, significantly enhancing their collective combat prowess. Lin Hao's heart soared with joy. The battle in the Shadow Realm had elevated 20 of his golden-eating insects to elite status. What a delightful surprise. This transformation not only increased their numbers, but also marked a qualitative leap in their capabilities. The hundreds of Dark Locusts never even reached Lin Hao. They were intercepted and annihilated by the squads of golden-eating insects along the way. You have slain a Dark Locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You have slain a Dark Locust, gaining 40,000 experience points. You have obtained 4 basic insect crystals. You have obtained 3 basic insect crystals. Experience points continued to accumulate rapidly. Lin Hao was exhilarated, soaring through the air with an ethereal Kuanping trailing behind him. He darted across the battlefield, casting spells relentlessly at the dense clusters of Dark Locusts. Minutes slipped by, and Lin Hao had dispatched no fewer than 1,000 Dark Locusts. You have leveled up to level 22. How astonishingly swift. The Dark Locust army could not be considered weak. Each one was roughly equivalent to a demon from the Shadow Realm, possessing strength comparable to a level 30 human. Yet, this level of power paled in comparison to Lin Hao's current capabilities. The experience gained from these Dark Locusts was indeed substantial. However, the items they dropped were rather monotonous. Consisting solely of those insect crystals, Lin Hao found himself momentarily puzzled regarding their utility, but decided to collect them nonetheless. After Lin Hao's rampage, the Dark Locusts were completely routed, fleeing in disarray. The smaller insects pursued them, but Lin Hao chose not to follow. At that moment, he realized that his mental energy was nearly depleted from the fervor of his earlier slaughter. He chuckled ruefully. A swarm of small insects approached him, some flying, others crawling. Upon reaching Lin Hao, they suddenly bowed in unison, treating him as though he were a deity. It was quite an intriguing sight. Unfortunately, he was on the verge of departing and had yet to form a contract with any of them. At that instant, a small mayfly caught Lin Hao's eye. About the size of 2 palms, it possessed wings and was enveloped in a shimmering aura of purple lightning. An exquisite sight. Lin Hao had noticed these mayflies earlier. Their numbers were sparse, yet their speed was astonishing, capable of unleashing purple lightning to strike the Dark Locusts with immense power. It appeared to be a type of electric insect. Had it not been for these mayflies, the smaller insect army would have long since succumbed to the attacks from the Dark Locusts. While the golden-eating insects were formidable, they were primarily melee fighters. Lin Hao had long sought a ranged spellcasting companion, and this mayfly seemed promising. Without further hesitation, Lin Hao initiated an insect contract. He directed his beast tamer skills towards the mayfly, channeling his mental energy to establish communication. The mayfly, surrounded by purple lightning, paused momentarily but soon appeared to comprehend Lin Hao's intentions. Would it be willing to join him as his companion and fight alongside him in the world? Lin Hao did not impose a forceful contract. Rather, he shared his aspirations, goals, and determination to grow stronger. This mayfly seemed to possess a certain pride and initially did not acknowledge Lin Hao. However, as time passed, it genuinely sensed the strength of Lin Hao's ambition and his unwavering spirit, causing its mental barriers to soften. You have successfully contracted the Purple Lightning Mayfly. Success. At this moment, Lin Hao's mental energy was entirely exhausted. A flash of white light enveloped him as he departed from the insect realm, reappearing in his home. Lin Hao smiled, feeling that this excursion had yielded an exceptionally rich harvest. Not only had he leveled up significantly, but he had also successfully contracted a new insect. Elated, he gazed at the gently fluttering Purple Lightning Mayfly beside him. Its delicate form, resembling a silken garment, was adorned with strands of purple lightning that danced around it. Truly a captivating sight. Lin Hao examined its information. Purple Lightning Mayfly, a rare electric insect, inherently endowed with lightning abilities, exhibiting incredible speed. At the initial stage, it can unleash purple lightning to attack foes. At advanced levels, it can activate skills to summon the thunder of heaven and earth, coalescing into formidable celestial lightning spells. Another treasure of a companion. What a remarkable find. The rewards from this excursion rivaled those from his first encounter with the Kuanping. Excellent. Level 21 Purple Lightning Mayfly. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 20,000. Constitution, 5,000. Skills, Lightning Escape, Purple Lightning. Lightning Escape. Upon activation, the Purple Lightning Mayfly's flying speed increases by 300 for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Purple Lightning, a skill that the Purple Lightning Mayfly can cast, allowing it to attack enemies with purple lightning, the power of which is related to the Mayfly's level, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Such formidable attributes. Such powerful skills. Chapter 82. Equipping for Close and Ranged Combat. The Grand Examination begins. Lin Hao surveyed his panel. Summon level 21 Purple Lightning Mayfly. Current quantity, 1210. Current quantity, 1210. Splendid. This insect, like the golden-eating insects, has an unlimited summoning capacity that increases with level. Unlike the Kuanping, which could only summon one, this indicates that, given time and mental energy, Lin Hao could summon over 200 additional electric Purple Lightning Mayflies. The number of his combat companions would undoubtedly double. In terms of individual comparison, the golden-eating insect is a melee strength-based companion, while the Purple Lightning Mayfly is a ranged mental-type companion. The defensive capabilities of the Purple Lightning Mayfly are certainly not as robust as those of the golden-eating insect. However, its attack power appears to be slightly superior. Since awakening and acquiring the golden-eating insect, Lin Hao had been almost invincible. A new type of ranged attack, the Purple Lightning Mayfly, has now emerged. In the shadowy realm, his golden eater worms must approach the demons to launch an assault, which has led to numerous golden eater worms being trapped and perished by the demon Sanus Windstorm. This deficiency in long-range capabilities has finally been rectified. Furthermore, the combination of melee and ranged combat has substantially increased his strength from 11 to 2. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the national examination. Tonight, I shall procure a few more bottles of medium blue spring to restore some mental energy, summoning several Purple Lightning Mayflies, which will be more than sufficient. Regarding the national examination, Lin Hao remains unperturbed by the current strength he possesses, with 50 elven butterflies safeguarding his life. The Kuanping granting him the ability to soar, and an astonishing enhancement across all attributes, coupled with skills such as the Death Sun, Tornado, and Windstorm, he feels confident. His battle companions include 300 golden eater worms, and he plans to summon about 100 additional Purple Lightning Mayflies tonight. With such strength, he need not fear participating in a mere senior examination. He could even contend in the abyss. He has also received a military recommendation letter from the Songlong Academy of Qingbei Martial Arts University. It would not be an exaggeration to declare himself a preparatory student of the Songlong Academy at Qingbei Martial Arts University. However, his sister was the top scholar in Jiangning Province. He can't afford to fall short of her accomplishments. Thus, he sets the Jiangning Province's top scholar as a modest goal for tomorrow. Lin Hao chuckles softly. Soon, he will be heading to the capital, leaving Yang City behind to start anew in another city. Yang City has a population of just over 1 million, but it is said that the capital houses 50 million. It serves as the epicenter of national politics, economy, and cultivation. Sister, wait for me. I shall be there shortly, even if there are numerous formidable foes there. What does it matter? If they dare to bully his sister, Lin Hao would not hesitate to crush them all. The next day, Lin Hao arrives at school. After a night of effort, he has successfully summoned 100 Purple Lightning Mayflies, though the price is that he is now nearly penniless. With 300 golden eater worms and 100 Purple Lightning Mayflies, his power surpasses not only his classmates, but even the teachers at the school. Upon arriving, Yu Dapeng exclaims, Lin Hao, did you go out and hunt monsters yesterday? How did you level up again? Ning-Yuanci glances deeply at Lin Hao, contemplating, in just one day, he has leveled up again. Yesterday he was level 21, and now with his current level of 22, gaining admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University seems almost certain. Yet he still strives harder, surpassing me. Before her awakening, she had always aimed to surpass Lin Hao, attributing her losses to luck. However, after awakening, she realizes the growing chasm between them. He has become a towering mountain, leaving her to gaze up in admiration. Lin Hao, my family is currently assisting you in gathering materials for the Night Star Heart Necklace. We have collected nearly half of what is required, but it may take some time to produce the finished product, Ning-Yuanci whispers. No rush, he replies. At that moment, Lin Shi spots Lin Hao from a distance and jogs over. Brother Hao, you're here. Yes, Lin Hao nods. Yesterday, I went on several runs through the Lost Mine dungeon with Yuanci and Dapeng, but our efficiency was quite low. We could only tackle the normal levels. Nowhere near what you can achieve. Nevertheless, we did make some gains. I leveled up a bit to level 17, and Dapeng reached level 19, while Yuanci is at level 18. Yu Dapeng chuckles, though we can't compare ourselves to you. Boss, we won't give up. We must keep pace with you. Well done. All of you. In past years, those above level 15 had a great chance of entering Qingbei Martial Arts University, Lin Hao acknowledges. His classmates come from well-off families, having been young masters and princesses prior to their awakenings, yet they now possess a fierce determination to strive forward. Brother Hao, we are working so hard to gain admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University and become your classmates, Lin Shi says playfully. Big brother, I too wish to enter Qingbei Martial Arts University and continue being your desk mate. Dapeng adds, if you hadn't led us through 10 dungeon runs to level up, we would have had no chance at Qingbei Martial Arts University, but now I believe we can meet you there. Ning-Yuanci smiles. Students. Principal Mo Rin calls out from a distance. We will soon be transported to Jianjing, the capital of Jiangning Province, to enter the national examination. Hurry and gather around. The students from Yang City quickly assemble. Lin Hao, come here and join me. Mo Ren exclaims joyfully upon spotting Lin Hao. And you all, Yu Dapeng, Ning-Yuanci. Lin Shi, come over here and follow me. The four of them move to Mo Ren's side. You four are remarkable. You are the highest-ranked students from Yang City this year. All seeds for Qingbei Martial Arts University. Especially you, Lin Hao, you astonish me. Master Zhao told me yesterday that you have reached level 21. I could hardly believe it. This is all thanks to the years of education under your guidance, Principal. Lin Hao smiles. He has always harbored gratitude towards Mo Ren. This old man cares for his students even more than for his own son. And he has always looked out for Lin Hao. When his sister attended university, Mo Ren went to great lengths to secure various scholarships for Lin Hao, easing many of his life's burdens. The students file into the teleportation array. A shimmering white light envelopes them, and Lin Hao feels a slight dizziness. They materialize in a grand plaza. In the center, massive red characters declare, 7th Examination Hall. Form a line and refrain from disorder. Principal Mo Rin directs the students from Yang City. So many people, Lin Shi exclaims, her curiosity piqued as she surveys the surroundings. This is merely the combat profession students. The others from life professions have already been distributed elsewhere, Yu Dapeng remarks. Even so, there are 30 examination halls for combat professions, and we are in the 7th. 30? Lin Shi gasps, so there must be no fewer than 10,000 people here. Does that mean there are at least 300,000 combat students in Jiangning Province this year? Indeed, the other 29 examination halls are not far off. Just adjacent to ours, Ning-Yuan confirms. Lin Hao scans the area briefly. Although there are many people, it is not chaotic. Each district schools organize a national examination annually, making them quite experienced. After years of study, the day has finally arrived. Today, not only must he perform well, but he must also do so with distinction. His sister once dominated the competition. As her brother, how could he fall short? A smile plays at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth. Chapter 83. Old Grievances of Principal Mo Ren. Lin Hao, Ning-Yuan, Yu Daping, Lin Shi, you four must remain calm and composed. As long as you do not make any mistakes, you all have the potential to gain admission to Qingbei Martial Arts University. Principal Mo Ren reiterates to the four. Rest assured, Principal, we are all quite strong. Yu Daping declares, slapping his chest with enthusiasm. I worry about the most. If you possessed even half of Lin Hao's composure, everything would be fine. Mo Ren counters, teasing Daping. Ning-Yuan and Lin Shi chuckle softly at the exchange. Oh. Mo Ren, it seems you have hit the jackpot this year with 4 students above level 15. A voice calls out. A man of similar age to Mo Ren approaches, accompanied by a group of students. Unlike Mo Ren's typically disheveled attire, this man exuded an air of sophistication with his glossy hair and impeccably tailored suit. He appeared to be a meticulous educator, or perhaps the principal. Following closely behind him were over 20 students, all of whom were above level 15. Zhou Ziyuan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Mo Ren's brow furrowed. For students at level 15, a significant increase from last year could be regarded as a commendable achievement for a small city like Yangqing. However, with numerous schools within the city, even our institution cannot compare, as we boast 20 students above level 15. Zhou Ziyuan's manner of speaking was imbued with an air of superiority and condescension. Zhou Ziyuan. Stay where it's comfortable for you, and do not tarnish my sight. Mo Ren expressed his disdain bluntly. Zhou Ziyuan retorted with a cold smile. Your standards have not improved one bit. You remain as uncouth as ever. It's baffling how you've managed to become a principal and educate others. No wonder Ingu looked down upon you back in the day. Mo Ren was incensed by his words. Zhou Ziyuan, do not overstep your bounds. Ingu may have chosen to be with you, but what of her happiness? Who are you anyway? Yue Daopeng inquired softly from the side. His voice was so low that only Lin Hao and a few others could hear. He is the principal of Jiangjing No. 1 High School. Ning-Yuan responded quietly. I have seen his photograph on the national high school rankings. Jiangjing No. 1 High School is arguably the strongest high school in our Jiangning province. Yue Daopeng glanced at the 20 students trailing Zhou Ziyuan, astounded. Are all these students above level 15 from just one high school? It seems so. Of those 20, 10 exceed level 20, with the highest being at level 23, surpassing even Lin Hao. Level 23? Lin Hao's gaze shifted to the closest student behind Zhou Ziyuan. It was a male student, his expression aloof, standing in Zhou Ziyuan's shadow. Indeed, he was at level 23. This revelation slightly surprised Lin Hao, as he believed his own progress had been swift. As a tamer, he was considered the pinnacle of group grinding. Yet, among those who awakened simultaneously, there were individuals of greater rank. The world is vast, and truly, there is a myriad of individuals. Mo Daojuan's saying rings true. There are always those who excel beyond the mountains, and one mountain may conceal another even higher. However, Lin Hao pondered. Is one's strength merely reflected by their rank? He mused that he was unperturbed even when facing teachers of levels 50 or 60, let alone a mere student at level 23. Zhou Ziyuan, if you wish to speak nonsense, then do so, but why must you bring up Ingu? She married you, and it was a grave mistake. You cannot offer her happiness. Why ruin her life? I truly despise you. At this moment, Mo Ren's face flushed with anger, his voice trembling slightly. Whether she is happy or not, you must admit that she looked down upon you. Zhou Ziyuan's facial muscles twitched, revealing his irritation. It was evident that a deep-seated animosity existed between them. There was a story here. Lin Shi murmured from the side. I have heard the tale of Principal Mo. Ning-Yuan seemed to know more. I heard that Principal Mo and Principal Zhou were once classmates at Jingxing Normal University and were the best of friends. Back then, Principal Mo harbored feelings for a female classmate, yet for reasons unknown, she ended up marrying Principal Zhou. However, it is said that she was also unhappy, and they divorced after 5 or 6 years. Ning-Yuan sighed. Our Principal Mo has remained unmarried his entire life, likely due to that chapter. Who would have thought that Principal Mo had such a poignant backstory? It must have been a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Zhou Ziyuan was indeed unscrupulous. Even after so many years, he still wielded that incident as a blade against his former friend's heart. Do you think your 20 students at level 15 are impressive? When it comes to the final examination, who can secure a higher rank is yet to be seen. Mo Ren retorted defiantly. Haha, Mo Ren, after all these years at 8th High, when have you ever surpassed me? I've always effortlessly outperformed you. Mo Ren trembled with rage. Yet words failed him. Lin Hao spoke calmly. Principal Mo, there's no need to engage with him. We should focus on our own affairs. Indeed, Lin Hao, you are right. Mo Ren took a deep breath. Oh, so this is the hidden awakened professional Lin Hao that Mo Ren has been boasting about? Zhou Ziyuan glanced at Lin Hao, surprised to see he was at level 22. Lin Hao's hidden awakening was documented throughout Jiangning province, regardless of his prowess. The emergence of a new profession would always attract attention. As a figure at the pinnacle of Jiangning province's educational sphere, Zhou Ziyuan was somewhat aware of this. Principal Zhou, I am Lin Hao, Lin Hao stated calmly. I have heard many claim you are a failed awakener. It seems that is not the case, as you are already at level 22. However, rank is not the most crucial aspect. True strength is what matters. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Zhou Ziyuan's assertion held merit. Many people tend to compare ranks, yet rank truly is insignificant. Strength is the essence. Lin Hao himself was a testament to this. Principal Zhou, while it is true that our Yanqing may not measure up to the provincial capital Jiangjing, perhaps there are not as many students above level 15 in our city as in Jiangjing's one school. Yet, as you mentioned earlier, what use is rank? True strength is paramount. Lin Hao echoed Zhou Ziyuan's words back to him. Oh, you mean to say your strength is considerable? Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it is formidable. What a joke. A mere country bumpkin dares to boast like a frog in a well. The level 23 male student behind Zhou Ziyuan suddenly interjected. Though he had been disinterested during the exchange between his principal and Mo Run, he finally turned his attention upon hearing Lin Hao speak. Upon realizing Lin Hao was at level 22, nearly on par with him, an inexplicable displeasure stirred within him. A student from Yanqing? Hardly a notable place. Moreover, seeing Lin Hao surrounded by several beautiful girls like Ning Yuanxi and Lin Shi only heightened his irritation. Unable to restrain himself upon hearing Lin Hao assert his strength, he couldn't help but speak out. You're the one boasting. Do you really think being at level 23 is something to brag about? You are far inferior to my brother Hao. Upon hearing someone challenge Lin Hao, Lin Shi was the first to jump to his defense. The male student stared at Lin Shi's chest for a moment before sneering. How about we make a wager? If I score higher than him in the upcoming examination, he must call me grandpa 100 times. Does he dare to accept the bet? Chapter 84. The wager. The first round of the examination begins. Lin Hao shook his head. Afraid? The student displayed a victorious expression. Anyone can talk big, but when it comes time to pay the price, people become honest. I have seen plenty of people like you. Naive. Lin Hao turned to Mo Run and said, Principal Mo, I wish to accept their wager. If we win, what do you want them to do? No, Lin Hao. Mo Run urged, trying to dissuade him. Though Zhou Ziyuan was irritating. Ningjing was the capital of Jiangning province, and certainly not a small city like Yanqing could compete with it. In years past, the top scholars of Jiangning province typically emerged from a few schools in Ningjing, save for the year before last. Principal Mo, trust me, Lin Hao said softly. Lin Hao, are you confident? Mo Ren paused for a brief moment. Lin Hao nodded. Mo Ren turned to Zhou Ziyuan and said, Zhou Ziyuan, your students have challenged us. What is your stance? Are you willing to wager? Zhou Ziyuan smiled. If you dare, then I shall. Mo Ren found himself in a predicament. Apart from placing his hopes on Lin Hao, he truly had no other means to triumph over Zhou Ziyuan. Hee, Mo Ren. As long as you don't perceive this as me bullying you, what do you desire? If you lose, Zhou Ziyuan, I want you to resign and come teach at our 8th high school in Yang City. Do you dare to wager? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziyuan's expression darkened. Fine, I accept your bet. However, should you lose, I won't require you to teach at our school, but you must concede that you will never surpass me. And that Ngu's choice of me was indeed the right one. Mo Ren's face flushed crimson, the blood surging to his head. All right, Zhou Ziyuan, I agree. Witnessing the wager being established, the male student grinned at Lin Hao. Kid, remember my name, Zhang Qian. You will see, I will be ahead of you. And you won't even catch a glimpse of my name. Lin Hao pointed at the 20 or so students above level 15. You? No, what I meant is, any one of you. If anyone scores higher than me in the upcoming exam, it counts as your victory. Arrogant, truly unaware of your limitations. Zhang Ge does not even need to win against him. I alone am sufficient. The students from Ningjing First High School, upon hearing Lin Hao's words, couldn't contain themselves and erupted in scornful shouts. Attention, all examinees, the grand examination is about to commence. A voice suddenly resonated from the loudspeaker. All schools, please organize your students promptly and escort them into the examination hall. The rules of the examination were then announced. First, no interference with others' examinations. Any violators will be disqualified. Second, aside from the initial basic testing phase, in subsequent phases, candidates will confront monsters. Each of you will be provided with a protective orb, once crushed. It will form a protective shield, and we will extract you safely. The students awaiting their turn felt a wave of tension wash over them. After 10 years of arduous study, this is our moment. A colossal light tower suddenly appeared in the sky, emanating waves of energy. Tens of thousands of students stood beneath it, resembling tiny ants. Is this the Endless Light Tower, one of the 3 national treasures of the Great Xia? Many students below displayed expressions of astonishment. They had long heard tales of the 3 treasures safeguarding the fortunes of this ancient Eastern nation. While many smaller countries had perished under demonic forces, the Great Xia remained steadfast, closely tied to these 3 treasures. The Endless Light Tower, among them. presided over the college entrance examinations annually, ensuring fairness and justice for all candidates. Beams of light cascaded from the endless light tower. One of them enveloped Lin Hao. He relaxed his body, showing no resistance. With a flash of white light, Lin Hao was transported into a room. The space, approximately 100 square meters, was empty save for himself. A screen materialized in the air, displaying first round assessment, basic test. Rules: a testing stake will appear before you. Please attack it. Damage will be recorded as your attack power assessment. Different professions have varied testing methodologies. Lin Hao's role was to assess his offensive capabilities. Presumably, as the Endless Light Tower categorized his newly emerged profession, the Insect Tamer, within the main offensive type. In the northwest corner of the examination hall stood a 40-story building, housing numerous expansive rooms, each filled with screens. Apart from the Endless Light Tower, several proctors were present, monitoring via the screens. In one room, 6 or 7 proctors had taken their positions, all elite members dispatched by the Ministry of Education, each above level 70. A middle-aged proctor with a buzz cut remarked, "This year, it seems the students from Jiangning province are quite impressive. There are over 2,000 candidates above level 20. Another proctor added, "Have you heard? This year, besides numerous legendary awakenings, Yang City has produced a hidden awakening. Apparently, his profession is Insect Tamer. Hidden awakenings are rare, occurring perhaps once in a decade. What's his name? I'll pull up his monitoring feed to take a look. It's Lin Hao, if I recall correctly." The proctor entered Lin Hao's name into the screen, and shortly after, an image appeared. The monitor revealed a candidate, as handsome as the readers. Standing calmly in the room, it was indeed Lin Hao. "This kid is remarkably composed. Others are somewhat tense," one proctor observed. "Not bad at all, level 22. Though not the highest, it's still commendable. I previously heard he was a discarded awakening. What nonsense. A discarded awakening achieving level 22 in just half a month? Truth be told, after 10 years of supervising exams and witnessing countless professions, I find myself intrigued by this new profession. Let us observe how his basic test unfolds." Lin Hao stood in the room, unaware that he had already drawn the attention of several proctors. A stake, resembling a wooden post, materialized 10 meters in front of him. According to the exam rules, he was to attack this object, which would record his attack power. "Come forth." 50 Purple Lightning Mayflies materialized around Lin Hao. These delicate mayflies, with pale yellow bodies and 2 wings, crackled with purple lightning. It was the first appearance of the Purple Lightning Mayfly swarm. "Look at what Lin Hao has summoned." Several proctors, observing through the screens, inquired about the stunning creatures. "Are these the pets summoned by his profession skill, Insect Tamer? They appear quite exquisite. However, their attack power remains to be seen." As they conversed, 10 of the Purple Lightning Mayflies suddenly unleashed arcs of purple lightning, striking the wooden stake. A resounding explosion echoed. The proctors were taken aback, as wisps of smoke dissipated. They stared at the stake, all struck dumb. "What? Where's the stake? Good heavens, those bolts of lightning shattered it?" The proctors exchanged incredulous glances. This stake was designed to withstand a maximum damage of 100,000. Over the years, they had consistently employed stakes calibrated for a damage threshold of 100,000 for testing, ensuring a high degree of accuracy. "Is there a malfunction?" One proctor muttered. "This is a tool of the Endless Light Tower, not machinery. What malfunction could occur?" Another proctor retorted. "Then how do we explain this phenomenon? Instantaneous attack power exceeding 100,000? In the examination room, Lin Hao observed as the Purple Lightning Mayflies simultaneously unleashed their lightning bolts upon the stake, reducing it to splinters while a figure of 100,000 floated above. Did the combined might of the lightning reach 10,000? Perhaps, Lin Hao mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. However, as it was his first experience with the college entrance examination, he was somewhat bewildered. How high can others' attack power reach? My 100,000 attack power should not be considered low. In the examination room, several proctors were engaged in a heated debate. "So, how much instantaneous attack power should we record for him? 100,000? 100,000 seems incorrect. After all, he obliterated the testing post at that level. What should we do then? Should we place another one for him to strike? Increase the testing post's damage threshold? We are only responsible for monitoring. Changing the testing post requires the director's approval. Then let us summon Director Qian." Shortly thereafter, an energetic elderly gentleman entered the room. "What is the matter, Director Qian? Here is the situation." One proctor recounted what he had just witnessed. "It is evident that Lin Hao's attack power exceeded the 100,000 limit of the wooden post, which led to its destruction." Upon hearing this, Director Qian replied with unwavering conviction. At that moment, several proctors murmured, "We agree. So what should we do now, Director Qian?" "Provide him with a testing post that has a damage threshold of 200,000. Understood." Meanwhile, Lin Hao had completed the first round of testing and was awaiting transmission to the next examination arena. Just then, another wooden post materialized 10 meters in front of him. Another strike? This college entrance examination is indeed meticulous, offering 2 opportunities. For candidates prone to a single misfire, the second chance serves as a redemption. He had thought it was a one-time attack. The dozen or so purple lightning insects unleashed their purple bolts once more. Boom. 200,000. A number floated upwards as the wooden post shattered under the barrage of lightning. Damn. Within the proctor room, several proctors couldn't help but curse. You obliterated the post with a 100,000 threshold, and now you've destroyed one rated for 200,000? Just how high is your attack power? What should we do? Director Qian? One proctor inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Director Qian replied, prepare a testing post with a threshold of 1,000,000. A 1,000,000 testing post? One proctor was momentarily taken aback, but the precision for a 1,000,000 test is insufficient. It could yield discrepancies. Proceed with it. I will take responsibility. All right. One proctor activated the endless light tower to summon yet another testing post. Lin Hao observed yet another wooden post manifesting before him, his brow furrowing. What is happening? Is this foundational test never-ending? Must I strike so many times? Lin Hao shook his head, initially impressed by the exam's rigor, but now questioning its reliability. Resigned, he commanded the 50 summoned purple lightning insects to unleash a torrent of purple lightning. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted. 890,000. A number distinctly different from the previous two floated into view. This time, the wooden post was left in tatters but, fortunately, remained intact. Finally, we have established the upper limit. The proctors collectively exhaled, their faces displaying profound astonishment. An instantaneous attack power reaching 890,000. This is utterly terrifying. Old Zhang, now that you've reached level 70, do you think your instantaneous attack power could reach this level? One proctor asked another slightly older teacher. Not a chance. I estimate I could manage at most this level. Old Zhang replied candidly. What kind of anomaly is this Lin Hao? Only at level 22. And his instantaneous damage is so high? Is the Bug Tamer this formidable? Those insects that emit purple lightning look impressive, but I never imagined their damage would be so substantial. All right, let this round of testing conclude. You may proceed to the second round. Director Qian instructed. His score will be calculated as 890,000. Understood, Director Qian. Little did they realize that 890,000 was far from the peak of Lin Hao's instantaneous attack power. Currently, he could summon up to 440 battle pets, and with himself included, that would total 144. At this moment, he had merely unleashed an attack from 50 purple lightning insects, barely 1/8 of his potential. As the first round of testing concluded, Lin Hao suddenly reappeared in another space. This new environment appeared to be a vast corridor, wide enough to accommodate several individuals side by side, with its length seemingly stretching into infinity. Second round, combat strength test. Rules. Candidates may choose from 3 difficulty levels: normal, nightmare, and hell. The test measures the number of monsters killed within 10 minutes. Killing a normal monster yields 1 point. A nightmare monster yields 2 points, and a hell monster yields 3 points. The second round of examination begins 5 minutes later. A screen materialized before Lin Hao. First round examination complete. Now announcing the results and rankings. A total of 297,560 candidates participated, with 198,373 advancing to the second round. First round results and rankings. Lin Hao, 890,000, rating, SSSS grade. Xia Bing, 70,000, rating, SS grade. Zhang Qian, 65,000, rating, SS grade. A panel displaying this information appeared before all candidates. Wow. With 30,000 candidates present, they were instantly rendered speechless. No way. Am I seeing this correctly? How could Lin Hao, the top scorer, have such a result? A bug? It must be a bug. 890,000. Is this some kind of joke? Rest assured, the system will surely rectify this shortly. Zhang Qian was also completely stunned upon seeing the rankings. How could this be? No way. Absolutely not. This must be a mistake. His eyes burned with disbelief.